After sending a message to Hu Yining, Gao Yan activated his insight eye to monitor her every move. After the other party went to see her grandfather Hu Yueshan and took 1.6 million spirit stones from the Hu family's warehouse, there was no extra movement, waiting for tomorrow to come. Yes, this Hu family is still quite disciplined, Gao Yan said secretly. After monitoring for a while, he found that the Hu family did not make any moves, so he retracted his inside eye. The time came to the next day. Gao Yan, who was cautious in his heart, used his insight to explore the inside and outside of the market again. He did not find any ambush by masters, so he left the inn and changed his appearance in a remote place. After arriving at the Hu family's medicine shop, Hu Yining personally led him into the VIP room. "Miss Hu, are the spirit stones ready?" Gao Yan asked. "Don't worry, senior, everything is ready," Hu Yining said excitedly. After purchasing this batch of human spirit pills, the Hu family's medicine shop can also increase the sales of human spirit pills, which will definitely attract more popularity. That's good. Here are 160 bottles of human spirit pills. Check them first. Gao Yan waved his hand and took out 160 bottles of human spirit pills and piled them on the table. Although Hu Yining believed that Gao Yan would not cheat, this involved a transaction of 1.6 million spirit stones after all, so she naturally did not dare to be careless and carefully checked each bottle of pills. "Senior, I'm sorry to make you laugh." After checking, she smiled apologetically at Gao Yan, then took out a storage bag and handed it to Gao Yan. "Senior, 1.6 million spirit stones are all in it, please check it." Gao Yan nodded, checked it briefly, and put the storage bag away. In fact, he didn't need to check it at all, because the system's broadcast had already sounded. The income value increased by 1.6 million, breaking through the 10 million mark, and has reached the upgrade requirements. The total number of spirit stones also broke through 30 million, reaching 33 million. "Ms. Hu, your Hu family is very disciplined and has no other intentions. I will continue to trade with your Hu family in the future." At this time, Gao Yan spoke. Upon hearing this, Hu Yining's heart trembled, and she immediately realized that her Hu family's every move was under someone's surveillance. It seems that Grandpa is right, this person's origin is extraordinary. At the same time, she quickly responded, "Senior, you are joking. Our Hu family has always been disciplined and will never cross the line." "That would be great." A smile also appeared on Gao Yan's face. "Does your Hu family want a ground level technique?" "Earth level technique," Hu Yining exclaimed, but immediately covered her mouth. Then, she looked at Gao Yan excitedly. "Senior, do you have a ground level technique to trade with us?" "Of course." Gao Yan nodded. "And this technique has nothing to do with the sect I belong to." "Okay, that's all for today. Go back and prepare some more spirit stones. I'll come again next time." "I'll see you off, senior." "No need." Gao Yan left the Hu family store and directly ordered a system upgrade. After deducting 10 million, the revenue value was only a pitiful 49,000. And Hu Yining returned to the Hu family with a lot on her mind after Gao Yan left. Seeing her expression, Hu Yueshan thought the transaction was not going well, and hurriedly asked, "Yining, didn't that person show up?" "Grandpa, the transaction has been completed, all the pills are here." Hu Yueshan took the storage bag, took out the pills from it, and after checking them, his expression became more and more brilliant. "Yining, since The transaction is so smooth, why do you look so worried? Grandpa, please open the formation. Hu Yining gritted her teeth. She had a feeling that the man really wanted to trade the Earth-level skills with their Hu family, but reason told her that the Earth-level skills were so precious that she would never trade them easily. The formation has been opened, Yining, you can talk now, Hu Yueshan said with a smile. Grandpa, after the transaction was completed, the senior asked us if we wanted to buy the Earth-level skills. Hu Yining said in a deep voice. What, Earth-level skills? Hu Yueshan almost stood up from his chair in shock. Hu Yining nodded, yes, Grandpa, you heard it right. He asked us to prepare the spirit stones. He will trade the Earth-level skills with us next time he comes. Are you sure he is not joking? Hu Yueshan asked. I don't think he is joking with me. That's great, Hu Yueshan said excitedly, but then, a fierce light appeared in his eyes, but it disappeared immediately, because at the moment just now, he actually had the idea of taking down the other party and seizing the Earth-level skills. But he immediately realized that the other party dared to say it openly, and he must have something to rely on. If he really planned to rob the skills, he would most likely end up losing more than he gained. By the way, Grandpa, there is a master behind the other party, and every move of our Hu family is under his surveillance. Hu Yining said again. Oh, how do you know? That senior said that after I finished the transaction with him, he said that our Hu family is very disciplined and did not have any thoughts that should not be there. Hu Yining said truthfully. Upon hearing this, Hu Yueshan could not help but sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, he did not act impulsively, otherwise he would have offended an existence that he could not afford to offend. Let's go, and pay our respects to the ancestor. Soon. Hu Yueshan brought Hu Yining to the Yuanying ancestor again. At first, the other party was a little dissatisfied that Hu Yueshan came to disturb him again, but after listening to Hu Yueshan's report, the figure flashed, and the Yuanying ancestor suddenly appeared in front of Hu Yueshan. Is this serious? It's almost 10. Hu Yueshan said bravely. Okay, that's good. Yuanying ancestor looked excited, no matter how much it costs, we must win the Earth-level Kung Fu. It's the ancestor. Hu Yueshan immediately said, it's just ancestor, how many spiritual stones should we prepare? Prepare 50 million spirit stones, the more, the better. Nascent soul. Ancestor said solemnly. But Hu Yueshan showed a look of helplessness. Ancestor, the spirit stones in our Hu family's warehouse are only over 23 million. If we work hard, we can reach 40 million. If we want more, we will have to sell off the property. Sell. The ancestor of Yuanying said with certainty, you have to take a long-term view. I have stayed at the 9th level of Yuanying for many years and have never been able to break through. What's the reason? Isn't it because I don't have the Earth-level skills? Once I have the Earth-level skills, I will. Ancestor will definitely be able to break through the transformation into gods. By then, not only will my ancestor be able to protect the Hu family for thousands more years, but the Hu family will also become a transformation into God's family. Even if it is possible to unify Fengqi City, why should we care about that little bit of property? Hu Yueshan nodded in agreement. Don't worry, ancestor, I will order the sale of the property right now. Go. The ancestor of nascent soul waved his hand. After Hu Yueshan left with Hu Yining, he had a grimace on his face. Grandpa, what are you doing? Hu Yining asked with concern. Hey, I'm so excited. Hu Yueshan sighed and said, Ancestor attaches too much importance to this matter. If that person just talks casually and has no earth-level skills, I am afraid that I will be chopped alive. I just hope that person is not just a word. Grandpa, don't worry, he probably didn't say it casually. Hu Yining quickly comforted her, but she was not at peace in her heart. The ancestor would chop her up alive. If that time comes, Grandpa would probably chop her up alive as well. So, she prayed secretly in her heart, Senior, please don't try to coax me with your words, otherwise, I will be dead. On the other side, Gao Yan had returned to the inn. However, he did not give up monitoring the Hu family. After discovering that the grandfather and grandson went to see their families, Yuanying ancestor and did not make any other moves, he knew that the Hu family chose to continue trading with him and had no other thoughts. It seems that I am lucky, Gao Yan said secretly, as the saying goes, money can move people's hearts. Facing a ground-level technique, there are many people willing to take risks. But the Hu family restrained this impulse, which means that they can have a deep friendship and can trade with them more in the future. After eating a meal in the inn, Gao Yan returned to the room to comprehend the sword tactics in the Great Five Elements Sword Sutra. Unconsciously, the system upgrade is complete. Novel rewards, this upgrade will get 200 free attribute points, 100 more than the last time, and secondly, there are 3 intermediate draws. In addition, the system return multiplier has been increased to 3 times. However, the income value required for the next upgrade has been adjusted to 50 million, a full 5 times increase. However, Gao Yan believes that after the next upgrade, there should be more attribute points and draws as rewards. Gao Yan had no choice in the use of attribute points this time. He directly consumed 100 free attributes and upgraded his physique to a high-level mortal body. The remaining 100 attribute points will be kept for later use after drawing a magical power from the system. It is worth mentioning that only skills obtained from the system can be upgraded using attribute points. The skills, spells, and magical powers outside the system need to be cultivated by oneself. Looking at these 3 intermediate draws, Gao Yan hesitated. Should he synthesize them into advanced draws? Or should he conduct 3 intermediate draws? After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to draw 3 times. He is quite safe now, and with a trump card like the Hand of Transformation, he will hardly encounter danger, so there is no need to gamble everything. System, use 3 intermediate draws. Ding, start 3 intermediate draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Intermediate Alchemy, Intermediate Weapon Refining, and Intermediate Array Treasure Book. The prizes have been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Haha. Gao Yan couldn't help laughing when he found that there was an intermediate alchemy in the prize. First, he took out the intermediate alchemy and merged it. Suddenly, he mastered the refining methods of the 1st to 6th level pills. This also includes the 9-leaf grass spirit pill. Afterwards, Gao Yan merged the intermediate weapon refining and the intermediate array treasure book. Similarly, Gao Yan did not check out, but left the inn directly. After leaving the city, he flew up on a sword and headed straight for the 9 Saints sect. After returning to the inner gate, he first went to Tianbao Tower to purchase some spiritual medicines to serve as auxiliary medicines for refining the 9-leaf grass spirit pill. This junior brother, you don't refine human spiritual pills anymore? After the transaction was completed, the inner gate disciple stationed in Tianbao Tower asked jokingly. He was very impressed by Gao Yan, and bought the spiritual medicine for refining the human elixir twice in a row. It's enough, no need to refine it for the time being. Gao Yan smiled at the other party, put away the spiritual medicine and left Tianbao Tower. And watching Gao Yan's back, the inner disciple frowned. From what that guy said, he successfully refined the human elixir, but how is it possible? He is a newcomer, how can he refine a second-level elixir? Then, he laughed. It should be that the boy was afraid of embarrassment and said so deliberately. After thinking of this, he sneered and stopped thinking about it. It took a little longer to refine the 9-leaf grass elixir. Gao Yan spent 10 days in my world before refining a furnace. Collect 10 elixirs with complex elixir patterns were put into the medicine bottle by Gao Yan, and a unique fragrance still remained in the air. Even if driven away by his pressure, the snakes, insects, rats and ants around him refused to leave. Gao Yan put away the alchemy furnace and left my world. As he left, the snakes, insects, rats and ants rushed to the place where Gao Yan was refining the elixir, greedily absorbing the aroma of the elixir remaining in the air. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Gao Yan took out a 9-leaf grass spirit pill and swallowed it. After entering his stomach, the pill did not melt directly, but wandered around his body like a living thing. While wandering, it would also release medicinal power to cleanse his body and improve the quality of his body. Gao Yan observed for a while and found that it would take a month to completely use up the pill. So Gao Yan simply entered my world again. Adjust the time to 10 times the flow rate. Soon, a month passed, and the medicinal effect of a 9-leaf grass spirit pill was exhausted. Although his physique was still a high-level mortal body, it was 30% stronger than before, and his spiritual roots were still high-level spiritual roots, which also increased by 30%. He was very satisfied with the effect of the 9-leaf grass spirit pill. Swallowed another one. In a blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Gao Yan has taken 4 9-leaf grass spirit pills in a row. His spiritual roots have directly reached the level of perfect wind spiritual roots and cannot be promoted any further. In terms of spiritual roots alone, his qualifications have surpassed Nangong Yao. But she is a high-level water spiritual body, and his physique cannot be compared with hers. However, after taking 4 pills, Gao Yan's physique has also reached the top level mortal body. But it is almost impossible to continue to improve through the 9-leaf grass spirit pill. Because the more 9-leaf grass spirit pills are taken, the worse the effect. Even if he takes all the remaining 6 9-leaf grass spirit pills, he cannot upgrade to a spiritual body. However, this pill can be sold. After all, those who can improve physique and spiritual roots are definitely extremely rare. Don't worry about not being able to sell it at a good price. Moreover, the furnace of elixir he refined only used a 500-year-old 9-leaf grass spirit, and there were 7 more than 500 years left. It is entirely possible to refine 7 more furnaces. After thinking about it, Gao Yan simply spent 70 days to refine the remaining 7 more than 500-year-old 9-leaf grass spirits into elixirs. He found a place to set up the formation, took out the mattress, and slept soundly for a few days. Gao Yan just left my world. He stayed in my world for more than half a year, and only more than 10 days passed outside. With a thought, Gao Yan flew away from the sect on his sword and came to the market near the 9 Saints sect. Then he bought a crystal stone for testing spiritual roots, some elixirs at the Qi refining level, and more than 10 low-grade flying swords. There are 2 ways to test spiritual roots. If you have cultivation, you can directly input spiritual power to test. If you don't have cultivation, you can drop a drop of blood on it and still test it. Gao Yan input a spiritual power into the spiritual root crystal stone, and a line of words appeared on it immediately: perfect wind spiritual root. Leaving from the market, Gao Yan opened up a cave in the nearby barren mountain. He casually arranged a formation, then called up the system panel to communicate the crossing function. Yes, he planned to go back to the other 2 worlds to see if his women had spiritual roots. If so, he would let them cultivate immortality. The world rotates. Gao Yan only felt a black and a bright light in front of his eyes, and he returned to the 1960s. Still in the quilt. And his wife Li Mengyao was also tightly in his arms. After being a monk for several months, with a beautiful woman in his arms, Gao Yan was naturally restless. But thinking that his wife had fallen asleep, he restrained his restlessness. Early next morning, as soon as Li Mengyao woke up, she found her husband looking at her with burning eyes. Suddenly, her face became a little blushing. "Husband, why are you looking at me like this? Look at my wife," Gao Yan said with a smile. "It's time for me to get up and cook." Li Mengyao couldn't stand his fiery eyes, and hurriedly got dressed and got up. Looking at his young wife running away, Gao Yan smiled. "Had breakfast?" Gao Yan saw the 2 sisters in front of him. "You have to put a drop of blood on it," Gao Yan said. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Li Mengyao asked strangely. Li Mengyao also looked at him. "Don't worry, I won't harm you." "Mengyao, you come first. Then I'll get a needle." Soon, Li Mengyao brought a sewing needle. "Brother-in-law, I'm afraid of pain," Li Mengyao said pitifully. "Don't worry, it won't hurt. It's just like an ant bite." Gao Yan took the sewing needle and lightly pricked Li Mengyao's fingertips, and a drop of blood immediately came out. Gao Yan quickly smeared blood on the spiritual root crystal. Under the gaze of the 3 people, a ray of fiery red appeared in the spiritual root crystal first, followed by a ray of light yellow, and then a line of writing from the world of immortality appeared: fire and earth. Spiritual roots. "Mengyao is good," Gao Yan praised. "Brother-in-law, what does this mean?" Li Mengyao asked curiously. "I'll explain to you later, wife, it's your turn. Just pierce it." Li Mengyao stretched out her fingers, but closed her eyes in fear. Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Daughter-in-law, are you afraid of pain too?" "I'm not afraid." Looking at his arrogant wife, Gao Yan picked up a sewing needle and pricked her fingertips gently, and smeared the blood on the spiritual root crystal. As expected of sisters, as expected, Li Mengyao's spiritual roots are also the spiritual roots of fire and earth. "My wife is not bad either." Gao Yan followed up with a compliment, and Li Mengyao suddenly smiled. "Brother-in-law, tell us quickly, what are you doing?" Li Mengyao hugged Gao Yan's arm and asked coquettishly. "It is too troublesome to explain in words." So, Gao Yan took out the prepared jade slips and placed them between the 2 girls' eyebrows. Then a bunch of information was injected into their minds one after another. Then they realized what was going on. "Brother-in-law, do you want to teach us how to become immortals?" Li Mengyao asked excitedly. "Not bad, do you want to learn?" "Think." Li Mengyao answered without hesitation. "Okay, you will first familiarize yourself with the basic knowledge of Cultivating Immortals. After 2 days, I will officially lead you on the road to cultivating immortals, Gao Yan said. He took out another jade slip and asked the 2 women to absorb it. Later, Gao Yan warned the 2 girls not to tell anyone else about this matter. They are not stupid either. In fact, even if Gao Yan doesn't explain it, they won't tell others casually. Soon, Li Mingyao went to work. After giving Li Mingyao a few words of explanation, Gao Yan also left the courtyard. Then we came to courtyard number 2. Brother Gao, you're here. Zhao Jingchu shouted with joy. How are you preparing for the New Year's goods? If there's anything missing, tell me and I'll find a way. Gao Yan asked. Zhao Jingchu said, no need, Brother Gao, we have bought a lot of things, and there is nothing missing. By the way, my boxing skills have improved a lot, I will show you. No need yet. Gao Yan waved his hand, come on, squeeze a drop of blood onto this. Zhao Jingchu, who obeyed Gao Yan's advice, quickly found an embroidery needle. After pricking her finger, a drop of blood fell on the spiritual root crystal. Suddenly, a fiery red color appeared on the crystal, followed by a line of writing, Intermediate Fire Spirit Root. I'll go, my Jingchu is amazing. Although Gao Yan suspected that Zhao Jingchu also had spiritual roots, he did not expect that her spiritual roots were actually intermediate fire spiritual roots. A single spiritual root is already very rare, not to mention the intermediate fire spirit root. So Gao Yan took out 2 more jade slips and asked Zhao Jingchu to absorb the contents inside. After reading these contents, Zhao Jingchu asked in disbelief, Brother Gao, can I also become an immortal? Certainly. Gao Yan nodded affirmatively. That's great, I can be with Brother Gao forever in the future. Zhao Jingchu said with excitement, because the jade slip also introduced the realm of cultivating immortals. Even if you only cultivate to the foundation building stage, you can live for more than 200 years. Golden elixir can even live for 500 years. Suddenly, Zhao Jingchu said cautiously, Brother Gao, can you test it on my mother too? Can. With one more person to practice, Gao Yan would not be short of training resources. So, Gao Yan gave Zhao's mother a test. Unfortunately, she did not have spiritual roots. It seemed that Zhao Jingchu's spiritual roots should have been inherited from her father. Seeing that Zhao Jingchu was a little depressed, Gao Yan comforted him, don't worry, although your mother has no spiritual roots, as long as I am here, there will be no problem in letting her live for more than 100 years. Real? I can still lie to you. Brother Gao, you are so kind. Then how should you thank me? Then let me give you a baby. Then let's go. Gao Yan did not shy away from Zhao's mother, so he picked up Zhao Jingchu and headed towards the wing. After a hearty battle, Gao Yan felt relaxed. The next few days, Gao Yan also helped Lu Feifei and Jiangying test it. What makes Gao Yan regretful is that Jiangying only has 3 spiritual roots. However, Gao Yan has no shortage of resources. Even if he spends resources, he still has to break them into golden elixirs for her. But that's not possible for Lu Feifei, she has no spiritual roots. However, it is not hopeless. When Gao Yan reaches a higher realm in the future, he may not be able to find a way to practice without spiritual roots. A few more days passed. The women in this world and his sister-in-law all learned the qi refining technique. It's not that he doesn't want to teach them more advanced cultivation. techniques, but the more advanced the techniques, the harder it is to get started. For beginners, Qi Lian Ju is the most suitable, and they can be modified. After reaching the later stages of Qi Lian, Gao Yan has always been a bowl of water, a storage bag, 10,000 lower-grade spiritual stones, and several bottles of first-level elixirs to assist in cultivation were prepared for each woman. At the same time, he also taught them 2 spells and a low-grade flying sword. For Lu Feifei, who had no spiritual roots, Gao Yan used spiritual power to help her cleanse her body. In the evening 2 days later, Gao Yan rode his bike home from the clothing factory. The factory has officially started the annual holiday, and we don't officially start work until after the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Sister Yuanjun, where are you going? When passing by Li Yuanjun's house, I found that the other party was actually going out on a bicycle. It's Weigua. Li Yuanjun turned around and smiled. Isn't it the Chinese New Year? There are a lot of thefts. Our public security office has organized night patrols. I am going to work. That's really hard work for you. It's not hard work. For the safety of people's property, it doesn't matter if it's hard work. Li Yuanjun said seriously. By the way, I got some meat from the hunt today. I'll bring you a few kilograms back for your children to eat. While talking, Gao Yan took out almost 10 kilograms of wild boar meat from his bicycle and handed it to Li Yuanjun. Weigua, I can't have this. Li Yuanjun quickly refused. Why, I can only allow you to do good things, but I can't do good things. This meat is for the children. Don't think I'm bribing you, Gao Yan said with a smile. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Li Yuanjun smiled. Okay, I'll accept the meat. I'll thank you on behalf of the children. You're welcome. Gao Yan waved his hand. Sister Yuanjun, Happy New Year, I'm leaving now. After celebrating the New Year in the 1960s, Gao Yan traveled back to the main world. At the same time, Gao Yan also conducted spiritual root tests on his girlfriends in the main world. What surprised him was that classmate Xiaoxua, Song Yufei, Qian Bauer, sisters Qin Yue, Yang Yu, and Yan Qingqing all had spiritual roots. Xing Xiaoyu, Qin Yusen, and Zhuge Qianqian have no spiritual roots. Although Gao Yan regretted that the 3 women had no spiritual roots, he had no way to change it for the time being. Among them, Xiaoxua has the wood spiritual root, Song Yufei has the double spiritual root of wood and gold, Qian Bauer has the 3 spiritual roots of water, fire, and earth, and sister Qin Yue also has the 3 spiritual roots. As he expected, Shui Mei Yangyu had water spiritual roots or was an intermediate water spiritual root. And Yan Qingqing has the spiritual roots of metal and earth. Likewise, for those who have spiritual roots, he personally guides them to get started and gives them storage bags, 10,000 spiritual stones, low-grade flying swords, and several bottles of chi refining level elixirs. After doing this, January has almost passed in the main world and February has arrived. Bring up the system panel and click on the traversal function. Gao Yan came to the world of cultivating immortals again. It seemed that he had been delayed for more than a month between the 2 worlds, but the world of cultivating immortals still stayed at the moment he left. It can also be seen from this that System Dad is really powerful. Can actually pause the entire world. After returning to the 9 Saints sect, Gao Yan focused on the comprehension of the 4 sword techniques. After staying in my world for several years, he has mastered these 4 sword techniques to a small degree. Of course, among them, Kunwa sword technique has the strongest attack power. This is without practicing the matching skills. If you practice the matching skills, the power will be even stronger. It has been almost a year since I last went to Fengqi City. I don't know if the Hu family is anxious or not. So, after leaving the customs, Gao Yan went straight to Fengqi City. After staying at an inn, he sent a message to Hu Yining and told her that she would still be trading at the elixir shop tomorrow. During this period, the Hu family disposed of a lot of property and collected a total of 55 million spiritual stones. But Gao Yan didn't show up for so long, and both the grandfather and grandson were quite uneasy. Therefore, Hu Yining almost jumped with joy after receiving the message. Hurry to report to Hu Yueshan. Grandpa, that senior contacted me. Real. A look of surprise appeared on Hu Yueshan's face. Although the ancestor did not summon him as time passed, the more pressure he felt. When did that person say the deal was going to happen? Hu Yueshan asked after hastily setting up a formation to prevent eavesdropping. Senior said he would trade with us tomorrow, and he will still be at the elixir shop in Fengshe. Okay. It's really great. Hu Yueshan couldn't help but clapped his hands and shouted, "Let's go, let's report to our ancestors right now." Knowing that he would be able to obtain the earth-level skills tomorrow, the ancestor of the Hu family couldn't help but beam with joy and asked, "Yueshan, how many spiritual stones have you collected?" Hu Yueshan said respectfully, "Ancestor, according to your instructions, I have sold a lot of the Hu family's property, and now I have collected 55 million spiritual stones." The ancestor of the Hu family thought for a while and threw a storage ring to Hu Yueshan. "There are 20 million spiritual stones in it. Remember, you must win the technique no matter what." "Yes, ancestor. If you get the technique, I will personally preach to your grandson and grandson for 1 month." Hearing this, Hu Yueshan, Hu Yining's ancestors and grandchildren couldn't help but be overjoyed, and naturally expressed their gratitude again. The next morning, Gao Yan, who had changed his appearance, entered Xiaxian Feng City and went directly to the Hu family's elixir shop. Hu Yining has been waiting here early in the morning. As soon as he saw Gao Yan entering the door, he hurriedly greeted him and said, in a trembling voice, "Senior, are you here?" "Calm down," Gao Yan reminded. Suddenly, Hu Yining blushed. After all, it was her first time to experience such an important transaction, so it was naturally difficult for her to control her emotions. "Come to the VIP room and take a seat." Gao Yan threw out a jade slip. "This is the qi refining and foundation building levels of that technique, take a look." Hu Yining put the jade slip between her eyebrows, and after reading the contents, her expression was shocked, because this was not an ordinary earth level technique, but a matching sword technique. As we all know, if the sword techniques, spells, and exercises from the same source are used together, the power will be much more powerful. Therefore, this type of exercise is also more valuable. Gao Yan continued, "The complete technique is of the lowest grade." "Miss Hu, how much do you plan to offer?" "This?" After hearing Gao Yan's inquiry, Hu Yining fell into a dilemma. If the price was lowered and the transaction failed, she would definitely be left with nothing. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Senior, do you think 75 million can be achieved?" Looking at the pitiful Hu Yining, Gao Yan nodded, "Okay, let me suffer a little loss, this is a complete technique." Gao Yan threw another jade slip to Hu Yining. She also placed it between her eyebrows. After carefully reading this technique, she felt that there was no problem, so she took out a storage ring. Senior, all the spirit stones are inside, please check. Good. Gao Yan took the storage ring and swept it with his spiritual thoughts. Inside, there were piles of spiritual stones. The amount is no problem, Miss Hu. I still have good things on hand. I will come back to trade with your Hu family in a year. Gao Yan stood up and left without saying a word. Senior, I'll send you off. After sending Gao Yan away, Hu Yining quickly returned to Hu's house. Yining, have you got that thing? Hu Yueshan, who was waiting at the Hu family, asked. Hu Yining nodded gently. Let's go see the ancestor. Soon, the two came to the place where their ancestor practiced in seclusion. Again, and presented the jade slip with both hands. The ancestor of the Hu family waved his hand, and the jade slip fell into his hand. He put it on his forehead, and a complete earth-level technique emerged in his mind. But after reading this technique, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Great, this is actually a technique with sword tactics. By the way, Yining, how many spirit stones did you spend to get it? Reply to the ancestor, 75 million spirit stones are all spent. Hu Yining said truthfully. No problem. The ancestor of the Hu family waved his hand disapprovingly, 75 million, we took advantage of others. This kind of technique, even if it costs 100 million, it will not be a loss. Congratulations, ancestor, congratulations, ancestor. Hu Yueshan shouted hurriedly. The Hu family ancestor was very happy. With a wave of his hand, two spiritual weapons flew in front of the grandfather and grandson. These two top-grade spiritual weapons are given to you. This ancestor has to retreat to comprehend the skills. I will talk to you after I come out of retreat. Suddenly, the ancestor's eyes fell on Hu Yining. Have you read this skill? Replying to the ancestor, I have read it, but I dare not practice it without the ancestor's permission. Hu Yining said hurriedly. The Hu family ancestor smiled and said, it doesn't matter. You are also a member of my Hu family. Moreover, you have made a great contribution to the success of the skills this time. However, in order to prevent the skills from being leaked, I will seal the part after the golden elixir of the skills. Otherwise, if you encounter a cultivator who can search the soul, it will inevitably leak the skills. When you reach a certain level of cultivation, this ancestor will unseal it for you. Hu Yining naturally had no objection to this, and did not dare to have any objection. He accepted the seal of the Hu family ancestor very calmly, and then the Hu family ancestor passed on the qi refining, foundation building, and golden elixir chapters of the technique to Hu Yueshan. In the inn, Gao Yan had a smile on his face. He originally thought that it would be good to sell a ground-level technique for 50 million. In fact, he could accept 40 million. Unexpectedly, it was sold for 75 million directly. Not only did he gain 75 million in revenue, but he also gained 300 million spirit stones. Directly, the number of his spirit stones soared to 333 million. System upgrade. Gao Yan ordered. Ding, the system starts upgrading, and the estimated time is 6 hours. 6 hours passed quickly. It was similar to what he had guessed. Although the income required for upgrading was getting higher and higher. But the rewards after upgrading were also many. For example, this time, 300 free attribute points and 2 advanced draws were directly awarded. There were 100 free attribute points left before adding now, it is 400 points. The spiritual root has reached perfection and does not need to be upgraded. But 400 points are not enough to improve the physique. Therefore, the attribute points can only be used to improve the magical powers. Rewarded by the system. Don't worry for now, what if I draw a more powerful magical power in this? Advanced draw? Gao Yan said secretly. System, use 2 advanced draws. Ding, open 2 advanced draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a physical fitness improvement card and a set of Earth-level top-grade exercises. The rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check it yourself. Oh my! Gao Yan exclaimed, and the next moment the physical fitness improvement card appeared in his hand, and at the same time, relevant information also emerged in his mind. After using this physical fitness card, his physical fitness will be upgraded to a spirit body. However, it is random to decide what kind of spirit body he will be promoted to. After all, there are many types of spirit bodies. The most common one is the 5-element spirit body. The physical fitness upgrade should cause a lot of noise, so Gao Yan first put away the physical fitness upgrade card. Then, he took out a jade slip. It contains a top-grade Earth-level technique. He put the jade slip on his forehead, and suddenly, the technique came into his mind. This technique is called the Great Wind Sword Song, which is a top-notch technique that combines techniques, sword tactics, and magical powers. It is not weaker than ordinary heaven-level techniques, and is even stronger. It is worthy of being produced by the system. Gao Yan said secretly. It's time to leave Fengqi City. The Hu family is very disciplined and did not make any other plans, so after Gao Yan left the inn, he flew straight to the 9 Saints sect on his sword. Soon, Gao Yan returned to his cave. He is now an intermediate formation master. After thinking about it, he transformed the formation of the cave. Then he entered my world with a thought. The 10-fold time flow speed was turned on. The physical fitness improvement card reappeared in Gao Yan's hand. Use. The next moment, the card turned into a golden light and sank into his body. Immediately afterwards, his body was transformed by a mysterious force. The process was not pleasant, but somewhat comfortable. Half an hour later, the transformation was over. Gao Yan already understood what kind of spiritual body he had obtained. It was not the common 5-element spiritual body, but the sword spiritual body. This physique is most suitable for sword practice. It seems that the system intends to train him into a sword fairy. Moreover, his sword spiritual body is not a primary sword spiritual body, but an advanced one. Therefore, in terms of physique, he is on par with Nangong Yao, and in terms of spiritual roots, he is even better than her. This kind of spiritual roots and physique. Even if the sect finds out that he has a great opportunity, no one should take advantage of him casually, but will focus on training him. Therefore, he can also boldly break through the golden elixir. However, what he needs to do now is to change to Dafeng Sword Song. As for Qiankuan creation art, he can find an opportunity to sell it later. After all, the upgrade income value has soared from 50 million to 150 million. In addition to selling the art, he really can't think of any other way to get a lot of spiritual stones. After spending a month, Gao Yan succeeded in changing his cultivation, and his realm dropped quite a lot. He actually dropped to the 5th level of foundation building. But Gao Yan was not sad but happy. The more his realm dropped, the stronger his spiritual power was. He estimated that when he returned to the 9th level of foundation building, even the spiritual power of ordinary golden elixir would not be as strong as his spiritual power. Swallowed a human spirit pill and took out a lot of spiritual stones. Gao Yan began to recover his cultivation. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. After 4 months of hard practice in my world, Gao Yan's realm returned to the peak of the 9th level of foundation building. Although he had just reached the peak, his spiritual power was extremely strong and his foundation was extremely solid. Moreover, he directly comprehended the skills rewarded by the system. This made him 99% sure of breaking through the golden elixir. As for why it was not 100%, that was a modest statement. After breaking through the golden elixir, there was a golden elixir tribulation. He must not break through in the cave, otherwise, the heavenly tribulation would descend, and not only his cave would not be able to be saved, but also the surrounding caves. So, after Gao Yan left my world, he flew out of the 9 Saints sect on his sword. He sat cross-legged on a barren mountain near the 9 Saints sect and casually arranged several formations. With a thought. The way the spiritual power in Gao Yan's body operated changed. As the spiritual power changed, a phantom of a golden elixir gradually appeared in his dantian. At this moment, Gao Yan took out a large number of spiritual stones and crushed them. And his body seemed to turn into a black hole, sucking the scattered spiritual energy into his body. As time passed, more and more spiritual power flowed into the golden elixir phantom, and the golden elixir phantom also transformed from virtual to real. After consuming almost 5 million spiritual stones, Gao Yan's golden elixir finally became completely real. And his realm also entered the 1st level of golden elixir. But at this moment, his heart suddenly sank, as if covered by a layer of shadow. He subconsciously raised his head. He found that at some point, hundreds of acres of thick calamity clouds had appeared in the sky. To become an immortal, a cultivator will experience 3 heavenly tribulations. They are the 39th heavenly tribulation of the golden core stage, the 69th heavenly tribulation of the nascent soul stage, and the 99th heavenly tribulation when promoted to the great emperor. Generally speaking, the 39th heavenly tribulation is also divided into levels. The weakest 39th heavenly tribulation cloud is 10 mu, the slightly stronger is 30 mu, and the strongest is 100 mu. Gao Yan practiced the earth-level top-grade technique, and he also had perfect wind spirit roots and a high-level sword spirit body. That foundation has exceeded 99% of the cultivators. Therefore, Gao Yan was not surprised to see the strongest heavenly tribulation. In the tribulation. In the inner gate of the 9 Saints sect. An inner gate elder's eyes penetrated the void and fell on the 100 mu tribulation cloud, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. 100 mu heavenly tribulation, which inner gate disciple is going through the tribulation? Thinking of this, he looked down and saw Gao Yan sitting cross-legged on the barren mountain. He frowned slightly. Although he didn't care about the trivial matters of the inner sect, he still paid attention to those who were expected to break through to the 9th level of foundation building in the inner sect. This person was obviously not anyone he was paying attention to. But another inner sect elder recognized Gao Yan, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's this kid? He had a deep impression of Gao Yan, because the other party rescued the Saint Nangong Yao during the last trip to the secret realm. At that time, he didn't check Gao Yan's cultivation. Unexpectedly, after just over a year, the other party actually broke through to the golden elixir, and his foundation was still very deep. Junior brother Zheng Kuei, do you know this disciple? A voice sounded in his ears. Senior brother Chen, this person is called Gao Yan, who participated in the last trip to the secret realm. I don't know the specific situation, but I will ask someone to investigate immediately. Soon, Zheng Kuei learned about Gao Yan's relevant information, and he was shocked and secretly exclaimed that it was impossible, because this inner sect disciple named Gao Yan had been promoted to the inner sect for less than 3 years. This cultivation speed is too fast. Could it be that this kid got another opportunity in the secret realm? Zheng Kuei secretly said. Then, he quickly passed Gao Yan's information to senior brother Chen. After reading Gao Yan's identity information, Elder Chen was also silent for a while. He was promoted to Jindan in less than 3 years, and he triggered 100 acres of heavenly tribulation. His future achievements will be extraordinary. The next moment, the 3 elders of the inner sect gathered together. Then after a discussion, they reported the news to the Zhenchuan elder mansion. The 9 Saints sect did not pay much attention to the outer and inner gates, because the real essence is in the true transmission courtyard. Therefore, the inner gate only sent 3 nascent soul elders to take charge. In the elders' mansion of the true transmission courtyard, there are 72 transformation elders alone, and there are 10 cave void elders. The one who received the report from the 3 inner gate elders was Xiao Lingyue, who was on duty at the elders' mansion today. He broke through to the golden core in less than 3 years? And it attracted 100 acres of calamity clouds? For a moment, Xiao Lingyue became interested. The outer and inner gates of the 9 Saints sect are both built on the mountain, but the true transmission courtyard is located in a small world with abundant spiritual energy. With a flicker of his body, Xiao Lingyue left the small world. The huge divine consciousness covered the entire inner gate, and then saw Gao Yan sitting cross-legged under the calamity cloud. It turned out to be this kid? Xiao Lingyue was quite surprised when she met Gao Yan, although she did not deliberately test his cultivation. She also sensed his cultivation, the 9th level of foundation building. However, she did not think that the other party was qualified to attract 100 acres of calamity clouds. But now, the other party has attracted 100 acres of calamity clouds. She could not help but wonder what opportunities the other party had obtained during this period. For a moment, she also became interested in Gao Yan. Time passed, and 2 hours passed in a flash. The breath emitted by the 100 acres of calamity clouds in the sky became more and more terrifying. The invisible breath had destroyed all the plants on the mountain. Even the mountain was in danger of jumping, and a large number of cracks appeared on the mountain. Gao Yan was a little speechless. 2 hours had passed, why hadn't the calamity thunder come down yet? Gao Yan suspected that this heavenly calamity was also playing psychological tactics. Perhaps the heavenly calamity found that psychological tactics were useless. After only half a quarter of an hour, a black lightning column as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. It bombarded the formation arranged by Gao Yan. This formation was just casually arranged by him, and it couldn't stop the lightning column at all. It couldn't last for less than a second before it broke apart with a crack. Then it went straight to Gao Yan. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Gao Yan was struck. Seeing this scene, Xiao Lingyue, who was floating behind the surrounding clouds, and the 3 inner sect elders all felt that Gao Yan was a little arrogant. In fact, Gao Yan did not dodge. That was because he did not feel the danger. Don't forget, he has the special skill of crisis sensing. Sure enough, the crisis sensing did not disappoint him. Although this thunder struck him painfully, it did not really hurt him. Boom boom. 2 more thunder pillars fell one after another, still hitting Gao Yan. After 3 consecutive hits, Gao Yan felt that it was just like that. Then, the 4th, 5th, 6th. The first round of 9 thunders fell within 10 seconds. Then the calamity clouds in the sky began to brew again. After resisting the 9 thunders head-on, Gao Yan also suffered some minor injuries. While the second round of heavenly tribulation did not come, he quickly swallowed a healing pill to repair his injuries. In fact, he didn't need healing pills at all, since he had the magical power of time. But he found that there were many people around watching him overcome the tribulation, so he couldn't use the magical power of time. After all, the tribulation cloud had been brewing for more than 2 hours, and the inner disciples all came to watch the fun. Junior brother son, you kept it a secret from us. Didn't you say that, senior? Brother Gao had just entered the sect? How come he was promoted to the golden course so quickly? Luan Ying complained. That's right, you didn't deliberately hide it because you were worried that we would curry favor with senior brother Gao? Zhu Zhen also said jokingly. The two of them had bought a lot of human spirit pills from Gao Yan under the recommendation of Sun Guangqing. Sun Guangqing smiled bitterly. I said, I don't know either, do you believe it? Tisk. Both girls rolled their eyes at him. Others who had bought pills from Gao Yan in the past flattered Sun Guangqing. Brother Sun, when can you introduce us to Brother Gao? Although they had bought pills from Gao Yan before, they had no follow-up contact. Now as long as Gao Yan survives the heavenly tribulation, he can be promoted to the true teaching. If you don't flatter him now, how can you have a chance in the future? Let's talk about this later. Let's watch Brother Gao survive the tribulation and absorb some experience in surviving the tribulation. Sun Guangqing didn't dare to agree. If Gao Yan didn't advance to the golden elixir, he could still introduce him. But Gao Yan, who reached the golden elixir, has a different status and may not recognize him as a friend, so he didn't dare to agree. After all, making friends in the world of immortal cultivation also depends on cultivation. If the cultivation gap is too big, they can't talk together, let alone play together. Of course, after a period of contact, Sun Guangqing believes that Gao Yan is not that kind of person, but he is not absolutely sure. When Sun Guangqing and the others were talking, Xiao Lingyue stared at Gao Yan with shining eyes. This boy actually used his physical body to withstand the first round of heavenly tribulation. It can be seen that his physical body is very amazing. Does he have any special physique? But if he has a special physique, it would have been detected when he entered the sect, and he would not have to become an outer disciple at the beginning. Thinking of this, she decided that after Gao Yan survived the heavenly tribulation, she must retest his spiritual roots and physique. 2 hours later, the second round of heavenly tribulation was brewing, and the aura it exuded was even more terrifying. Boom! A thicker lightning column with a terrifying aura fell down. This time, Gao Yan did not resist it, because he sensed that if he resisted this heavenly tribulation, he would be injured. With a thought, Kunwu sword appeared in Gao Yan's hand, and then he suddenly soared into the air. Swish! A mysterious sword light slashed out and collided with the thunder. The seemingly terrifying thunder was actually shattered by Gao Yan's sword. Earth-level sword technique. Seeing this scene, Xiao Lingyue narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this kid has a great opportunity. Those who can practice the earth-level sword technique are rare in the true teachings, let alone an inner disciple. Sure enough, Zheng Kuwei also cried out secretly, and he was sure that Gao Yan had obtained a great opportunity. So weak. Gao Yan was a little surprised to see the thunder shattered by his sword. However, the second and third thunders followed one after another. He slashed 2 swords again. The thunder shattered again. As expected, the next thunders were easily dealt with by Gao Yan. Seeing this scene, a group of inner disciples were shocked, because at such a long distance, they could feel the terrifying aura emitted by the thunder. But it was shattered by Gao Yan in the blink of an eye. Gao Yan, who put away his sword and landed on the ground, originally thought that the calamity cloud would continue to brew. But he didn't expect that. The calamity cloud only rotated twice, and the third round of heavenly calamity fell directly. The power was a little greater than the second round, but not much greater. After all, it was just a small heavenly calamity. And Gao Yan continued to soar into the air and swung his sword to cut the calamity thunder. Soon, 9 calamity thunders were shattered by him, and the calamity clouds in the sky quickly dissipated. But it gave Gao Yan a feeling of a hasty ending. At this time, 3 figures flashed by. It turned out to be 3 inner door elders. Meet Elder Zheng. Gao Yan hurriedly saluted. This is Elder Chen, this is Elder Ma. Zheng Kuwei smiled and introduced Gao Yan. But before he could salute, the figure flashed again, and it was Xiao Lingyue, who appeared. Seeing this, the 3 inner door elders immediately bowed to salute. Xiao Lingyue just waved his hand, and Gao Yan only felt the rotation of heaven and earth, and then he appeared in a palace. Your name is Gao Yan. I remember correctly, right? Xiao Lingyue looked at Gao Yan with a smile. Sir, my disciple is Gao Yan. Gao Yan replied respectfully. I, Xiao Lingyue, am the true dean. I've met Elder Xiao. Gao Yan saluted again. Did you use the earth-level sword technique before? Xiao Lingyue asked. Again. Yes, Elder Xiao. It seems that you have a good opportunity. Xiao Lingyue chuckled and said. Now that you have been promoted to Jindan, you can enter the Zhenjuan Academy to practice. Are you willing to accept me as your teacher? Disciple pays homage to master. Without saying a word, Gao Yan knelt down and kowtowed to Xiao Lingyue. As far as he knew, not all true disciples were qualified to worship the elders of the True Tradition Academy as their teachers. After all, elders also have to practice, and accepting too many disciples will affect their own practice. Get up. Xiao Lingyue nodded with satisfaction, and while raising his hand, Gao Yan stood up involuntarily. Then, Xiao Lingyue's eyes fell on the 3 inner disciples. You have made great achievements in cultivating disciples. Each of you will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan for your contribution. Do you have any objections? Thank you, Elder Xiao. The 3 inner sect elders quickly thanked him. Naturally, they had no objection in their hearts, because they had never paid any attention to Gao Yan, so this credit was in vain. Moreover, 100,000 contributions is quite a lot. You guys stand down first. Xiao Lingyue waved his hand. The 3 of them quickly bowed and left. After the 3 people left, Xiao Lingyue looked at Gao Yan with a smile, but not a smile. Disciple, what you detected at the beginning was 3 spiritual roots and an ordinary mortal body. What spiritual roots and physique are you? Now? Back to master, this disciple now has perfect wind spirit roots and sword. Spirit body. Gao Yan answered truthfully, because he knew that there was no way to hide this matter. He acted sternly before because he had no backing. Now that there is a big man who transforms into a god as the backing, naturally he doesn't have to be as stoic as before. What? Xiao Lingyue was shocked when he heard that Gao Yan actually possessed the perfect wind spirit root and sword spirit body, and then realized that his newly acquired disciple had greater opportunities than he imagined. Master, actually disciple. Okay. Xiao Lingyue interrupted him, the fact that you can get an opportunity means that you have a great blessing. There is no need to tell your teacher. Besides, which genius will not get a few opportunities? Yes. Gao Yan responded. Xiao Lingyue continued, since you have become my master, I will naturally grant you an apprenticeship ceremony. You should have earth-level skills. Right? Yes, master. Then do you plan to change your practice? Xiao Lingyue asked, if you want to change your practice, I have 3 top-level exercises here for you to choose from. Master, this disciple has no plans to change his cultivation for the time being. It doesn't matter. Xiao Lingyue didn't pay attention. I think the top-grade spiritual weapon you used when you overcame the tribulation is also extraordinary. I don't have any extra spiritual treasures. For a while, my master doesn't know what to give you. Why don't you say it yourself? Gao Yan is not a hypocritical person, master. If you really don't know what to give to your disciple, just give him some spiritual stones. Spiritual stone? Xiao Lingyue looked slightly stunned. She had thought that Gao Yan would ask for supernatural powers or top-level spells, or pills for cultivation, but she never expected that he would ask for spiritual stones. Are you sure? Master, can't you? Gao Yan looked at Xiao Lingyue. Well, since you want spiritual stones, I'll give you 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Xiao Lingyue waved his hand, and a storage ring flew in front of Gao Yan. Gao Yan reached out and took it, and the system prompt sounded immediately. 10 million benefit points and a refund of 300,000 mid-grade spiritual stones were also received. The exchange rate between mid-grade spiritual stones and low-grade spiritual stones is 1 to 100. 100,000 medium-grade spiritual stones are equivalent to 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. I have to say that this master is indeed very generous. Master, I would like to give you an apprenticeship gift. Gao Yan suddenly said, since the master is so generous, Gao Yan doesn't mind building a good relationship with her. Oh, do you have any gifts for me? Xiao Lingyue said in a funny tone. She didn't think Gao Yan could come up with anything good. The next moment, Gao Yan took out a jade bottle and offered it with both hands. Master, here are 3 9-leaf grass elixirs. Master, please accept them. 9-leaf clover elixir? Xiao Lingyue's expression changed slightly, and with a wave of her hand, the jade bottle fell into her hands. After detecting it with her spiritual sense, she could definitely confirm that the 3 pills inside were all 9-leaf grass elixirs. She can cultivate to the stage of becoming a god, and her own qualifications are also good. She has an intermediate golden spiritual root. Although she has no special physique, she is also a top-level mortal body. However, this qualification is already at its limit when it comes to becoming a god. If you want to break through to the void, you will have to encounter an incredible opportunity. But these 3 9-leaf grass elixirs can raise her spiritual roots to a higher level, reaching advanced golden spiritual roots. In this way, her chances of breaking through to the void will be greatly increased. Well. For a moment, Xiao Lingyue lost control of his emotions. Disciple, I am very satisfied with your apprenticeship ceremony. However, I cannot take advantage of you in vain, so I will give you another 200,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. How? Thank you, master. 3 9-leaf clover elixirs were sold for 20 million, but Gao Yan felt very happy. In fact, he knew that although the 9-leaf clover elixirs were precious, the value of 3 9-leaf clover elixirs should be around 10 million, and would definitely not reach 20 million. You are a real boy, I admire you. Seeing Gao Yan accept the 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones without any hesitation, he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that he had accepted a money grubber as his apprentice. Let's go, I'll take you to the True Transmission Academy first. Gao Yan felt the world change again, and then appeared on a mountain, surrounded by spiritual mist, like a fairy mountain. Xiao Lingyue said, this mountain is named after me, called Lingyue Peak. I have 4 disciples, including you, so there are 5. 3 of them have gone out to travel. At present, the only one left by my side is your little sister, Yin Yutong. She has been worshipping me for more than 10 years, and her current cultivation has reached the 5th level of the golden elixir. Speak of the devil. The next moment, a girl in a light yellow dress walked out of a wooden house not far away. The other party had a baby face, but her body was not small. A typical legal loli. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan used his insight eyes to check the other party's information. Then he found out that the other party had a 98% appearance, a 100% figure, and a 100% special. However, the other party looked only 17 or 18 years old, but he was not young. He was already 68 years old. Master, you are back. Who is he? Yin Yutong looked at Gao Yan with big eyes and asked. He is my new disciple, named Gao Yan. As a senior sister, you must take good care of him in the future. Xiao Lingyue said with a smile. Yin Yutong's eyes lit up and she said happily, Master, don't worry, I will take good care of my junior brother. Junior brother, my name is Yin Yutong. And I am your junior sister. What's your name? Hello, senior sister. My name is Gao Yan. Yutong, I still have to go to the elder's mansion to guard. The task of teaching the junior brother the rules is left to you. Master, don't worry, I'm here, there will be no problem. Yin Yutong said, patting her badge, but after making this move, she realized that it was inappropriate because the junior brother was a man. In order to avoid embarrassment for the junior sister, Gao Yan on the side deliberately turned his head to the side, as if he was appreciating the surrounding scenery. Temple of the Holy Lady. Nangong Yao, who had just come out of seclusion, called her maid Qing Luo and asked, Qing Luo, have any major events happened in the practice world and the sect recently? Qing Luo said, Your Highness, the world of cultivation has been relatively peaceful recently. The only thing worthy of attention is that a swordsman named Si Yun came from the western wilderness. Now he is challenging everywhere. He has defeated Dongfang Yiming, the holy son of the eternal sect, Gu Qingyang of the Yang sect, and Long Kaishan of the giant sword sect. What is the origin of this person, so he is not afraid of being assassinated? And died? Nangong Yao asked, curiously. The world of cultivation is not as great as it was imagined. If the Holy Sun fails, not only will the Holy Sun lose face, but the sect will also lose face. You have embarrassed us. We won't do anything to you on the surface, but secretly, we will definitely send someone to kill you. Qing Luo smiled and said, of course there is an assassination, but the genius from the Western Wilderness has 2 guardians who have reached the Hadao stage. No wonder. Nan Gongyao was stunned, but became more and more curious. What is his identity, and he actually has 2 guardians in the Hadao stage? She is also a saint, and she also has a protector, but her protector is only Xiao Lingyue, the elder of the gods. As for Xiao Jian, the strongest among the 7 saints and saints, his guardian is only the master Dongxiu. Qing Luo shook her head. For now, we only know that the other party comes from Taiye Holy Land, one of the 3 holy places in the Western Wilderness. What is his specific identity? We are still collecting it. The world of the sky is divided into 5 major regions, namely Zhongzhou, Donghuang, Shihuang, Southern Xinjiang, and Beiyuan. Among them, Zhongzhou's comprehensive strength is stronger. The power of one domain can fight against the 4 domains on its own. There are 9 major cultivating sects in the Eastern Wilderness, but the Western Wilderness divides the world between 3 major holy lands. These 3 holy places are Tathagata Holy Land, Taichu Holy Land, and Taiye Holy Land. The Holy Land of Tathagata is for practicing Buddhism. Although there are also immortal cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu, they focus on strengthening the physical body. Their lifespan is not as good as that of orthodox immortal cultivators, but their combat power is extremely abnormal. The last Holy Land of Taiye is a typical sword cultivating sect. And the sword cultivator's fighting power is also quite powerful. By the way, Your Highness, something interesting happened in our sect. Qing Luo thought for a while and said, what's up? Nan Gongyao asked, curiously. You still remember the inner sect, named Gao Yan, who accidentally rescued you before, right? Remember? Nan Gongyao nodded. Why, someone is causing trouble for him. That's not true. Qing Luo said, today, he overcame the tribulation and became a golden elixir. Moreover, when he overcame the tribulation, he was the highest level 100. Mu tribulation cloud. Have you achieved the golden elixir? Nan Gongyao was a little surprised. It's still the 100 acres heavenly tribulation. Are you sure he is Gao Yan? She had also seen Gao Yan's identity information before. He practiced hard in the outer sect for more than 6 years before being promoted to the inner sect, and his cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of foundation building. Moreover, the talents and qualifications are very average, just 3 spiritual roots and an ordinary mortal body. For such a person, it would be great if he could reach the golden elixir in his lifetime. How could he be promoted to the golden elixir so quickly, and still be at the highest level of Baimu Jiayun? The stronger the calamity, the deeper the foundation. Qing Luo said with certainty, Your Highness, at first I thought it was a person with the same name but a different surname. I even went out of my way to find out. It was really him. Moreover, he has now been accepted as a disciple by Elder Xiao Lingyue. It seems that he has had a good opportunity in the secret realm. Nan Gongyao said thoughtfully, otherwise, the other party would not have changed so much. Qing Luo, please send him a gift for me. Based on Gao Yan's original qualifications, her previous thank you gift was already heavy enough. It could be regarded as repaying the other party's kindness, and there would be no more interactions in the future. After all, she is a saint, and the other party is just an ordinary inner disciple. But now that the other party has been promoted to the golden elixir and has survived the highest level of catastrophe, it is worth dating, and maybe it can be used in the future. Yes, Your Highness. Qing Luo accepted the order and said, by the way, Your Highness Xiaohe will hold a Taoist forum in half a month and has also sent you an invitation letter. Will you go? Upon hearing the news, Nangong Yao frowned slightly. This woman always likes to do some tricks, isn't it? Qing Luo also nodded with deep approval. I think she just likes to enjoy the compliments of those true disciples. However, her current reputation is much greater than yours, Your Highness. How about you suppress her? Stinky girl, use your aggressive tactics on me. Nangong Yao glared at Qing Luo angrily. Your Highness, I am telling the truth. Her cultivation is much worse than yours. If she were not the biological sister of Holy Son Xiaohe, I don't think the sect leader would accept her as his disciple. Qing Luo flattened her mouth and said, among the three saints, Nangong Yao has the highest cultivation level. She has reached the 7th level of Yuanying, while Xiao Meng, who is also a saint, only has the 5th level of Yuanying. As for Zhang Yuyu, who finally entered the field, she has just entered the 2nd level of Yuanying. Even among the 4 holy sons, not counting Xiao Jian, who had broken through to become a god, only Zhao Longya was stronger than Nangong Yao, who had just broken through to the 8th level of nascent soul. Okay, don't talk behind people's backs. After all, Xiao Meng is also one of the saints. If this word spreads, I won't be able to defend you. Nangong Yao reminded. I understand, Your Highness, I will also tell you in front of you. I don't dare to talk nonsense in front of other people. Qing Luo stuck out her tongue playfully. No matter how unhappy she was with Xiao Meng, she was also a saint, and she was not someone she, a maid, could just slander. On the other side, Lingyue Peak. At this moment, Gao Yan and his junior sister Ying Yutong are working together to build the wooden house where he lives. Although his status has been raised to the level of a true disciple, his living conditions have become worse. This Lingyue Peak is Xiao Lingyue's private territory. She also lives in a slightly larger wooden house. The same is true for several other disciples. Now that Gao Yan is here, there are no extra wooden houses, so he has to build one himself. Of course, Gao Yan can also not live here. He can live in the cave of the true disciple, where the conditions of the cave are quite good, much better than the inner gate. But if other true disciples are asked to choose whether to live in the wooden house next to Xiao Lingyue or in a mansion, I believe everyone will choose to live in the wooden house. The reason is very simple. Living with a great God, you can ask the big brother about problems in cultivation anytime and anywhere, and you can also receive guidance from the big brother. This is something that you can't ask for. As for the poor accommodation conditions, it doesn't matter. If you really want to enjoy it, there are plenty of opportunities. As for why Gao Yan was so happy to worship Xiao Lingyue as his master? Some people say that you have a system, so there is no need to worship him. I can only say that you think too simply. It is true that Gao Yan has a system, but he has just entered the Jingdan realm. In this world, there are many people who can slap him to death. Although in a critical moment, he can escape back to the main world. Don't forget that after he leaves this world is static. So, no matter how long he hides in the main world, when he returns to this world, it is still at that time. Secondly, the rewards given by the system can be said to be opportunities. But you don't have a backing and background. Once exposed, those who are stronger than him will not covet it. At that time, either escape back to the main world, or be hunted all over the world. Moreover, Xiao Lingyue is at least a big boss of the god of transformation. His connections are definitely not comparable to Gao Yan. He can also use her connections to get to know more trading partners. Otherwise, how can the system be upgraded? So, there is nothing shameful about worshipping a master. On the contrary, it has huge benefits. An hour later, the wooden house was finally built. Gao Yan used local materials to make a set of seats, brewed some spiritual tea, and invited the young senior sister to sit down. Senior sister, please tell me about the situation at the True Transmission Academy. Gao Yan handed Yin Yutong a cup of spiritual tea. After Yin Yutong picked up the spiritual tea and took a sip, he began to introduce the situation of Zhenchuan Academy to Gao Yan. Zhenzuanyuan is the essence of the Nine Saints sect. There are 2 channels to join the True Transmission Institute. The first channel is to advance from the outer sect to the inner sect, and then from the inner sect to the true disciple. In this case, the minimum requirement is to obtain the golden elixir. The second channel is to collect those with excellent qualifications and talents from the sect. But the conditions for joining are extremely demanding. Either you have a single spiritual root, or you have a special physique. Of course, if the spiritual root conditions are too poor, you will not be accepted. For example, if you have a spirit body, if you only have 5 spiritual roots, or 4 spiritual roots, they will still not accept you. But if you have a divine body, as long as you have spiritual roots, you will receive it. Gao Yan belongs to the first promotion channel, while Yin Yutong belongs to the one with outstanding qualifications and talents. From the moment she joined the Nine Saints sect, she was the true successor. Her spiritual roots are dual spiritual roots, but her physique is an intermediate fire spirit body. Otherwise, it is possible to reach the 5th level of the golden elixir at the age of 68. Currently, there are more than 30,000 disciples of the True Inheritance Institute, among which there are probably tens of thousands of people who have been promoted through the first channel, and the remaining 20,000 people are those with good qualifications and talents who were directly accepted as true inheritance. Generally speaking, when elders recruit disciples, they will choose from the second type of true disciple, because their talents and qualifications are better, and they will go further in the future. On the contrary, those who became true disciples through the first way had exhausted all their foundations after reaching the golden elixir. Of course, there is no denying that there are late bloomers, but after all, such people are very few. Take the 7 saints and saints of the Nine Saints sect as an example. All of them were accepted as true disciples by virtue of their excellent qualifications and talents, and then they were favored by the sect master and accepted as disciples. According to Yin Yutong, in the Nine Saints sect's existence for so many years, no more than 10 people have been promoted to true successors through the first channel and have become saint sons or saint girls. The sect masters of each generation all became saint sons and saints through the second promotion channel, and then became sect masters. So, in the Zhenchuan courtyard, anyone who becomes a true disciple through the second channel will look down upon the first. As for the first type, although I feel unhappy, I can only endure it. The reason is simple. Who said that all the saints and saints of this generation were true disciples? who were promoted through the second channel? Even though they have a large number of experts, their quality is not comparable. At this time Yin Yutong added, but junior brother, you are different. Although you are a true successor who was promoted through the first channel, you have been accepted as a disciple by the master. Moreover, your talents and qualifications are also very good. You will not, someone looks down on you. Hearing this, Gao Yan secretly thought, things like chains of contempt exist everywhere. The true biography does not look at the inner and outer doors. But there are also factions within Zhenchuan Academy. Later, under Gao Yan's initiative, Yin Yutong introduced him to the situation of the 7 saints and saints. Among the saints and saints, Xiahou Jian is the most respected. Not only had the opponent been promoted to incarnation 10 years ago, but he also had a record of defeating the enemy across borders. However, Yin Yutong also told Gao Yan not to spread this matter casually. Otherwise, if Xiahou Jian is assassinated by other sects in the future, he will be punished if he is investigated. Secondly, among the other 6 saints and saints, Zhao Longya has the highest cultivation level, reaching the 8th level of nascent soul. Further down is Nangong Yao, the 7th level of nascent soul. The holy son Zhang Tianfan and Long Xiaoyu are both at the 6th level of nascent soul. Xia Homeng is at the 5th level of nascent soul, while Zhang Yuyu, who is the latest to start, is only at the 2nd level of nascent soul. Senior sister, what level is our master spirit transformation level? Gao Yan asked, curiously. He didn't dare to use his inside eyes on Xiao Lingyue. After all, the perception of the god transformation boss was still very strong. Yin Yutong said proudly, although our master is only a transformed god, she is the strongest among the transformed gods. She has reached the peak of the 9th level of transformed gods, and the possibility of breaking through to the cave void realm is very high. I didn't expect master to be so powerful. Gao Yan couldn't help but sigh. And he was secretly glad that this thigh did not report an error. I didn't expect that a random teacher would turn out to be the first person to transform into a god. Just when Gao Yan was learning more about the situation of the true academy from Yin Yutong, there was movement in the formation at Lingyue Peak. I saw Yin Yutong needing a magic formula, and a picture appeared out of thin air. The little girl is here to visit junior brother Gao Yan on the orders of her Royal Highness the Saint. Qing Luo also felt the prying eyes and immediately spoke. It turns out to be junior sister Qing Luo, please. Yin Yutong transformed the magic formula and opened a portal for the formation. Soon, Qing Luo's figure appeared on the top of the mountain. I've met senior sister Qing Luo. Gao Yan smiled and greeted him. Qing Luo looked at Gao Yan with slightly curious eyes. Junior brother Gao, I didn't expect that. I haven't seen you for a while. You have been promoted to a true successor and have been accepted as a disciple by Elder Xiao. Congratulations. Then, she paid tribute to Yin Yutong again. After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 of them sat down again. Gao Yan greeted Saint Nangong Yao politely, and Qing Luo also replied politely. Then she took out a storage ring and gave it to Gao Yan. Junior brother Gao, my highness is very happy to know that you have become the disciple of Elder Xiao, and has specially prepared a congratulatory gift for you. Your highness, the saint is too polite. Senior sister Qing Luo, please help me. Thank your highness. Qing Luo didn't stay long before leaving. Junior brother, look quickly, what the saint has given you. Gao Yan looked out his spiritual sense and was a little disappointed because there was no spirit stone inside. The gifts given by Nangong Yao were 2 top-quality spiritual weapons and 10 bottles of pills. The 2 top-quality spiritual weapons are a sword and a treasured garment. The 10 bottles of elixirs are respectively 5 bottles of Earth Spirit Pill and 5 bottles of Earth Yuan Pill. The effects of Earth Spirit Pill and Human Spirit Pill are similar, but the effect is better. It is suitable for assisting the practice of Golden Pill. Cultivators. Earth Yuan Pill has similar properties to Human Spirit Pill and can directly increase the cultivation level of Golden Pill cultivators. Wow, junior brother, what's your relationship with Saint Nangong? She actually gave you such a valuable thing? Yin Yutong said with some surprise. The value of a top-grade spiritual weapon is more than 500,000 spirit stones. And a top-grade spiritual weapon is even more expensive, at least 800,000. While one Earth Spirit Pill requires 5,000 spirit stones, the Earth Spirit Pill is even more expensive, costing tens of thousands of spirit stones. Therefore, these things added together amount to more than 1 million spirit stones. Sister, how much is our annual salary? Gao Yan asked thoughtfully. Yin Yutong said, 100,000 spirit stones, 10 Earth Spirit Pills, and 10 Earth Yuan Pills a year. Gao Yan calculated and added the elixir. The true salary for a year was 250,000 yuan. Compared to the outer door and inner door, I don't know how much higher it is. Then do we have any mandatory tasks for True Legend? Gao Yan asked again. Yin Yutong shook his head, no, but the salary provided by the sect is not enough for cultivation. If you want to get more resources, you still have to take the initiative to do tasks. Of course, it is not necessary if you have apprentices. Our master, it's quite generous. Before I started teaching, I could provide us with a lot of resources every year. So, junior brother, as long as you practice hard and improve your cultivation quickly, the master will give you more rewards. Thank you, senior sister, for reminding me. I will work hard. Gao Yan nodded. Later, accompanied by Yin Yutong, Gao Yan went to the Zhenjuan Academy to change his identity token and receive his first year's salary. According to the rules, new true disciples can go to the Tibetan scripture pavilion for free to receive a low-grade Xian level technique and 3 high-level spells. But Gao Yan didn't go to collect it, because what he is practicing now is a top-grade technique on the earth level. And he has not yet had time to practice 3 top-level spells, so how can he be so good at that? What's more, he has already worshipped Xiao Lingyue as his teacher. Even if he lacks skills and spells, he can still ask for them from Xiao Lingyue. There is no need for the free stuff provided by the sect. In fact, the main reason is that the sect's exercises and spells cannot be passed on to outsiders. Otherwise, Gao Yan would not mind taking advantage of the sect. Yin Yutong was not a transparent person in the True Instruction Academy. All the True Instruction disciples she met along the way greeted her politely. But she just nodded with a cold expression, or at most said, allowing Gao Yan to see another face of the little senior sister. It wasn't until she left the True Inheritance Institute that she returned to her original expression, and said with a smile, Junior brother, do you feel that the senior sister was a little unkind just now? Is there a reason for this? Gao Yan asked thoughtfully. Certainly. Yin Yutong nodded. My senior sister also has a spirit body, after all, and my master is also the strongest spirit-forming elder. Therefore, there are still many people who want to become a Taoist partner with me. When I first faced them, I was relatively kind, but if you were kind to them, these people would pester you endlessly, so I had to act aloof. I see. Gao Yan was stunned, but thinking about it, Yin Yutong's own qualifications are not bad, and Xiao Lingyue is in the background. Once she becomes a Taoist companion, she will definitely get a lot of benefits. While talking, the two of them also returned to the foot of Lingyue Peak. But he found a true disciple sitting cross-legged on the stone outside the formation. I have met senior sister Yutong and junior brother Gao Yan. As soon as they saw Gao Yan, they immediately floated down from the stone and said, "No need to be polite, what do you want?" Yin Yutong asked lightly. Senior sister Yutong, in half a month, Her Royal Highness Saint Xiaohou will hold a Taoism conference at Guanyue Peak, and she ordered me to send invitations to you too. As he spoke, the other party took out 2 invitations and presented them to her. Okay, go back and tell His Highness Xiaohou that my junior brother and I will be there on time, Yin Yutong said after taking the invitation. Then I'll take my leave. Senior sister, what's going on with this discussion conference? After entering the formation, Gao Yan asked. Yin Yutong said, actually, the Tao discussion conference is just about eating, drinking, and exchanging each other's practice experience. It is not interesting. However, Xiaohou Meng is more interested in holding Tao discussion conferences and holds them almost every year. Will other saints and saints hold it? Gao Yan asked again. Hardly. Yin Yutong said, this Xiaohou saint loves to be in the limelight, and she also likes to be praised by others. Of course, she frequently holds Taoism conferences in order to increase her influence. Among several saints, she is the most famous, the biggest, but in fact, her cultivation level is much different than that of Saint Nangong. What she did to improve her reputation could be beneficial to the fight for the sect leader? Gao Yan asked jokingly. There are no benefits, but there are benefits. Gao Yan looked at Yin Yutong in confusion. She explained, generally speaking, when choosing a sect leader, the person with the strongest cultivation level is selected. Only in this way can the scene be controlled. However, the deputy sect leader does not solely depend on cultivation level, but also on management ability and influence. As expected, the next sect leader should be Xiaohou Sword Saint Sun. I guess that Xiaohou Saint Lady did not want to compete with her eldest brother for the sect leader. She was interested in the position of deputy sect leader. The sect leader and deputy sect leader of our 9 saints sect rotate every 5,000 years, and the current leader has only been in office for more than 2,000 years. In other words, in the next 2,000 years, the true elders will step down one after another, and the younger ones will be replaced. Seniors go up. The younger generation that Saint Lady Xiaohou is currently winning over may become one of the elders in the future. With the support of these elders, is her chance of becoming deputy sect leader greater? Are there any benefits to becoming the sect leader and deputy sect leader? Gao Yan asked. Of course there are benefits, and the benefits are not small. Yin Yutong said softly, our 9 saints sect has many exclusive secret realms. Among them, the top secret realms are transformed from the small world after the death of the great master of Hadao. It is said that practicing in it will make it easier to understand the laws. Of course, practicing in it will also consume the corresponding foundation of the secret realm. Therefore, except for the sect masters, deputy sect masters, and some supreme elders, no one else is eligible to enter these secret realms. Of course, if someone has made great contributions to the sect, they can make an exception and enter. Just listen to Yin Yutong continue. Secondly, our Nine Saints sect still owns a lot of mineral veins and industries in the East Wasteland. When you become the sect leader, you can exclusively enjoy 5% of the sect's annual income, while the deputy sect leader can enjoy 100% of the sect's income. 1 part. If we want to achieve higher achievements in cultivating immortals, in addition to talents and qualifications, the most important thing is cultivation resources. The higher the cultivation level, the more resources are needed. Especially at the Dongshu level, no matter how good your talents and qualifications are, if you don't have enough resources, those with weaker qualifications and talents, then you can still catch up with you, or even overtake you. Of course, the biggest benefit is to get guidance from the 9 founders of our Nine Saint sect. After all, the 9 ancestors are all peerless experts who have been in the Holy Realm for many years. With their casual guidance, you can benefit a lot and avoid many detours. While talking, the two returned to the top of the mountain. Junior brother, I will go back to practice first. If you encounter something you don't understand, just come to me. Okay, senior sister, I won't be polite. Gao Yan nodded. He could sense that Yin Yutong really cared about him. Returning to the newly built wooden house, Gao Yan simply arranged a few formations, took out a mattress and placed it on the ground, sitting cross-legged on it, thinking about the next practice route. The Sword Song of the Gale is a top-notch martial art consisting of a trinity of martial arts, sword techniques, and supernatural powers. Moreover, this technique is provided by the system, so he does not need to spend time to understand it. He can practice it directly. He had only modified the martial arts before, and had not had time to dabble in the accompanying Gale sword techniques and magical powers. Therefore, he plans to master the Gale sword technique and magical powers now. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan escaped into my world, adjusted the speed of time to 10 times, and then began to practice the Gale sword technique. There are 9 moves in the Gale sword technique. With his current strength, he can complete 3 moves at most. Because he omitted the stage of enlightenment, he practiced quickly. The first move was completed in 1 day, the second move took a day and a half, and the third move took 3 days. Later, he tested the power of these 3 moves in Minecraft. 1 move is enough to blast a mountain hundreds of meters high into powder. It's too strong, it has completely surpassed my martial arts cultivation, Gao Yan said secretly. Later, Gao Yan focused on his magical powers. This magical power is a sword array. It is divided into 5 levels: Xiacheng, Desheng, Consummation, and Super God. Gao Yan practiced for 5 days and only achieved a small degree of success in this magical power. You can form a formation with 1 thought, and after the formation is formed, it can last for a quarter of an hour, consuming 10% of your spiritual power each time. As for the power, Gao Yan estimated that it should be able to strangle a 5th level golden elixir cultivator. As for why he knew how powerful the 5th level of golden core was, don't forget that he had spied on a large number of golden core battles in the last secret realm and had a rough assessment of their combat power. The next moment, the system's sub-interface appeared. His eyes fell on the column of attribute points, and there were 500 attribute points left. The time magic power, the small teleportation magic power, and the stealing small magic power were all in the intermediate state. Each magic power only needed 100 attribute points to upgrade to the advanced State. After adding points, all 3 magic powers were upgraded to the advanced state. There were 200 attribute points left. After reaching the advanced state, the time range of the time magic power was expanded to half an hour. The range of the small teleportation magic power was expanded by at least 2,000 miles. Through contact with Xiao Lingyue, Gao Yan was sure that the god of transformation could also perform void teleportation in a small range, but he didn't know how far the god of transformation could teleport at most. If the teleportation range of the god of transformation did not reach 2,000 miles, that is to say, even if he faced the god of transformation, he still had hope of escaping. When I see Xiao Lingyue next time, I must ask her for advice. Finally, it was the advanced state of the stealing skill. Originally, it could only be used 3 times a day, but now it can be used 5 times a day, and the chance of stealing has also increased a lot. His eyes fell on the income column. The current income value was 55 million. And there was still 95 million left to upgrade. Moreover, the next level was level 10, and according to the previous rules, a big reward would be given. Gao Yan was still looking forward to this. So, how can I earn spirit stones? Now he lacked a lot of spirit stones, so even if he traded, he had to find someone with a lot of spirit stones to trade with. Thinking of Namgongyao's 2 shots, she was quite generous. Should I try with her? However, after giving 3 9-leaf grass elixirs to the master, there were still 3 left. Gao Yan decided to open the furnace again and refine a furnace of 9-leaf grass elixirs. 10 days passed in my world in a flash. Accompanied by bursts of strange fragrance, another furnace of 9-leaf grass elixirs was successfully refined. After putting the pills into the medicine bottle, Gao Yan took a look at the snakes, insects, rats and ants that were ready to move around, put away the pill furnace and returned to the wooden house. Start the formation. Gao Yan walked out of the wooden house, wandering around Lingyue Peak. Lingyue Peak is very large, and the area occupied by the master and his disciples is only a very small area. However, in order to prevent being disturbed by the monsters on the mountain, their living area is covered by the formation. The little sister had taught him the formula to control the formation before. After casting a few formulas, the formation cracked a portal. Gao Yan stepped out of the portal, and the inside eye opened, and the whole scene of Lingyue Peak was in his sight. There are many monsters on Lingyue Peak, but the highest one is only at the 3rd level. With Xiao Lingyue, a great god, sitting in charge, these monsters can't become anything, let alone pose any threat. With a flicker of his figure, Gao Yan's figure appeared above a group of 2nd-level monsters. With a flash of sword light, the head of a monster was pierced. Seeing their companions being killed, the other monsters did not think about revenge, but fled in panic. This monster resembled a goat, but its body was much larger than a goat, weighing more than 2,000 pounds. Gao Yan brought this monster that resembled a goat back to the formation. After some care, he peeled off the sheepskin and internal organs. After washing with water, Gao Yan cut off a monster leg weighing more than 100 pounds, and put the rest into the mustard space. I have to say, the monster meat in this world of cultivation is first-class food. Not only does it not have a fishy smell, but it also has a faint medicinal fragrance. There are many spiritual medicines on Lingyue Peak. It is estimated that this monster has eaten a lot. If any old glutton reincarnates and comes to this world, he will probably jump up with excitement. Of course, he may also become the food of the monster. After all, monster meat is delicious, you have to have the strength to hunt it. In less than half an hour, a strong aroma of meat spread across Lingyue Peak. Junior brother, what are you doing? It smells so good. Yin Yutong, who was practicing in the wooden house, could not sit still anymore. She stopped practicing and ran out of the wooden house. Her eyes fell on the golden lamb leg that was roasted, and she could not help swallowing. Sister, wait a moment, it will be ready soon, Gao Yan said with a smile. No hurry. No hurry, junior brother, take your time. While speaking, Yin Yutong felt that the saliva in her mouth was secreting rapidly. For a moment, she felt a little embarrassed. Since she joined the Nine Saints sect, she seldom ate. Even when she was in the qi refining stage, she almost did not eat because she had the qigong pills and spiritual dew provided by the sect. Eat qigong pills when hungry and drink spiritual dew when thirsty. This can reduce the amount of debris entering the body and polluting the body. And there is no need to go to the toilet, so you can concentrate on practicing. With the improvement of cultivation, if you can do the fasting by yourself, you don't need to eat. At most, you can eat some spiritual fruits, or drink some spiritual tea and spiritual liquid. Even if there are impurities, they can be excreted from the body once the skills are activated, and you don't need to go to the toilet. Therefore, in the world of immortal cultivation, little fairies really don't need to poop. After a while, the lamb leg is roasted. Gao Yan took out a large plate to hold the lamb leg, and then took out 2 small plates, and handed Yin Yutong a knife. Senior sister, try my cooking. Okay. Yin Yutong, who couldn't wait, took the knife and cut a piece of roasted lamb leg meat into her mouth, and then chewed it like a little squirrel. It's delicious. After swallowing the roast meat, Yin Yutong couldn't help but sigh. Then senior sister, eat more. Gao Yan smiled and cut off a piece of mutton himself and put it in his mouth. The seasoning for his roasted leg of lamb is still the super seasoning formula, but he has replaced all the seasonings with those from the world of immortality. The texture and taste have been improved by several levels. Eat for a while. Gao Yan felt a little embarrassed. So, he took out 2 more bottles of elixir wine. Sister, please try the wine I brewed myself. Gao Yan handed Yin Yutong a bottle. The other party took the elixir wine, opened it, and took a sip. The wine was so strong that his cheeks immediately glowed. However, the spiritual energy in her body was trembling, and the alcohol was dispelled by her. But she suddenly realized that there was no difference between using spiritual power to dispel the alcohol and not drinking at all. So, next, she drank wine and ate meat in small sips. After drinking a bottle of elixir wine, she also felt slightly tipsy. In fact, all she needed was spiritual vibration to dispel her drunkenness, but she felt that this state was quite good, so she did not dispel it. Junior brother, do you still have wine? Give me another bottle. Gao Yan handed it over with a smile. This barbecue lasted for more than an hour, and the 2 of them ate more than 100 kilograms of barbecue. But Yin Yutong drank too much. After drinking 8 bottles of elixir wine, her face was flushed and she was giggling at Gao Yan. But Gao Yan wasn't nervous either. Because Yin Yutong can regain consciousness at any time as long as he is willing. It was probably her first time drinking alcohol, and she wanted to experience the state of drunkenness. Suddenly, the figure flashed, and Xiao Lingyue's figure appeared. Seeing Yin Yutong's silly smile, he couldn't help but be shocked. Gao Yan, what's going on with your senior sister? Seeing Xiao Lingyue, Yin Yutong was shocked. His physical strength and spiritual energy were shaken, and he instantly exited the drunken state. "Master, I'm fine. I drank some wine just now, and I want to experience the feeling of being drunk." "You?" Xiao Lingyue nodded her head with his finger. "Master, I thought you were possessed." Later, at Xiao Lingyue's call, the senior sister and brother followed into Xiao Lingyue's wooden house. After briefly asking Gao Yan if he wanted to change his identity token, she then said, "Do you have any doubts about your practice?" "Return to Master, not available at the moment." Gao Yan said, "Master, can you move in the void? As long as you reach the state of transformation into gods, you can move in the void." Xiao Lingyue said with a smile. "Then how far can you move at one time?" Gao Yan asked again. Xiao Lingyue said, "If I use my full strength, I can probably move about 5,000 miles. So far?" Gao Yan secretly smacked his tongue inwardly. "You must know that the Earth in the main world only has a circle of more than 40,000 kilometers. If Xiao Ling traveled to the Earth, he would not know how many times he could circle the Earth in one day. Why do you care about this?" Seeing Gao Yan thinking, Xiao Lingyue asked a little funny. "To be honest, Master, I have a magical power of teleportation. I am specifically asking you to see if I can use this magical power to escape from a master of spiritual transformation in the future." "You're thinking too much." Xiao Lingyue's smile grew thicker. "Once you break through to the transformation of gods, you will have the ability to transform spiritual thoughts into actions. Without the shackles of the physical body, a thought can easily travel thousands of miles. No matter how strong your teleportation power is, it is impossible to escape from the master of the transformation of God, so instead of thinking about how to escape, you should think about how to improve your cultivation." "Thank you, Master, for your teaching. Disciple knows it." Then Gao Yan asked curiously, "Master, how fast is your spiritual thought after it takes form?" Xiao Lingyue said proudly, "As a teacher, I am already at the peak of spiritual transformation. When my spiritual thoughts are transformed, my thoughts can reach thousands of miles." Gao Yan was completely desperate now. Even if he upgraded his small teleportation power to another level, he probably wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of the master of transformation. At the same time, he also felt lucky that because he had a system plug-in, his mentality skyrocketed and he didn't look down on people in the world. Now it seems that his idea of becoming a disciple is the most correct one. Do you still have any questions? If there is no problem, you can go back to practice. Xiao Lingyue said. No problem, disciple, resign. Gao Yan left Xiao Lingyue's wooden house and returned to his own wooden house. He took out an earth spirit pill and earth yuan pill, swallowed them and started practicing. The more Xiao Ling is around, he won't dare to escape into my world at will, lest he be discovered. Although even if the other party finds out, they may not take action against him, but it is always right to proceed with caution. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. After more than 10 days of hard training, Gao Yan's cultivation level has improved slightly, but there is still a long way to go before he can break through to the second level of the golden core. The higher the cultivation level, the longer it takes to improve the cultivation level. Gao Yan roughly estimated that even if he had enough Earth Spirit Pill and Earth Yuan Pill, he would have to practice hard for more than 5 years before he could be promoted to the second level of the Golden Pill. For other people with insufficient resources, it is estimated that it would take more than 10 years or decades to improve to a higher level. The longevity of the golden elixir period is only more than 500 years. I used to think that 500 years was a long time, but now it seems that, after deducting the time of practice, the experience of the golden elixir master is probably not as rich as that of an ordinary person on earth who has lived for decades. Suddenly, there was movement from the formation outside the wooden house. Gao Yan activated the formation and saw Yin Yutong standing outside the wooden house. "Senior sister, is something wrong?" Gao Yan opened the door of the wooden house and invited Yin Yutong inside. "Junior brother, get ready quickly. We are going to attend the Taoism conference held by Saint Shaho." "Okay, senior sister." In fact, Gao Yan had nothing to prepare, he just put on the clothes of a true disciple. Then the two senior sisters and brother left Lingyue Peak with their swords and headed towards the Holy Lady Hall. The treatment of the saints and saints is the same as that of the elders, and they have separate immortal peaks to serve as their residences. Today, because the Tao Discussion Conference was about to be held, the formation of Miao Miao Peak occupied by Shaho Meng was in a semi-open state. As long as you receive the invitation letter, you can directly reach the peak with your sword. The sword light was lowered, and the senior sister and brother stood side by side. "Sister, the place where this saint lives is magnificent," Gao Yan said while looking at the palaces in front of him. Yin Yutong said, "Actually, our Lingyue Peak is relatively simple, and the peaks where other elders live are relatively luxurious." "So that's it, I thought all the elders were the same as master." Gao Yan suddenly realized. "Of course not." Yin Yutong explained with a smile, "You have never seen Elder Shen's mansion. It is simply beautifully built. It is much better than the palaces of Saint Shaho." "Who is Elder Shen?" Gao Yan asked, curiously. Yin Yutong said, "Elder Shen is not an ordinary true elder, but Elder Dongshu, who is also our master suitor. Unfortunately, our master has no feelings for him, but Elder Shen is very good to us, that is, he went into seclusion some time ago. Otherwise, if he knew that master had accepted a disciple again, he would definitely give him a lot of good things. You don't have to feel sorry. When he comes out of seclusion, you will definitely be indispensable." Hearing what Yin Yutong said, Gao Yan immediately understood that Elder Shen was probably the master's licking dog. The two brothers and sisters were talking, heading towards the palace gate. Just then, several more sword lights fell, revealing the figures of several young men and women. "Junior brother, let's speed up the pace." As soon as he saw one of them, Yin Yutong urged Gao Yan to speed up his pace. "Junior sister Yutong, how come you don't even say hello when you see senior sister? Are you so afraid of me?" A woman's voice sounded joking. "Who's afraid of you? I just don't want to talk nonsense with someone." Yin Yutong turned around and said with a look of disgust, "This is how Uncle Shao teaches his disciples. It's so unruly." Seeing the expression on Yin Yutong's face, a smile appeared on the woman's face. "Su Lifei, who do you think you are? How can my master teach his disciples without you dictating them?" Yin Yutong counterattacked angrily. If he couldn't beat him, she would definitely push him to the ground and beat him up. "Okay, junior sister, please stop saying a few words." A young man with a kind-hearted face advised him, "Don't hurt each other's feelings." "Humph, I have no relationship with someone." "Senior brother Ma, look at it, it's not that I don't give you face, it's that someone doesn't appreciate it," Su Lifei said in a weird manner. Junior brother, let's go. Yin Yutong glared at Su Lifei, pulled Gao Yan and left quickly. After taking out the invitation letter, Gao Yan and the other two successfully entered the Holy Maiden Hall. Senior sister, who was that person just now? Yin Yutong said angrily, she is Elder Lu's disciple. Elder Lu has always been interested in Elder Shen, but Elder Shen only loves his master. Therefore, the relationship between Master and Elder Lu is not very good. In order to please Elder Lu, that woman will provoke me every time we meet. A bloody love triangle. Gao Yan said subconsciously. What do you mean? Yin Yutong looked at Gao Yan and asked confused. Gao Yan explained, sister, it's like this. Before I joined the Nine Saints sect, I read some storybooks, and the situations described in those story books like Master, Elder Shen and Elder Lu are called love triangles are commonly used in novels, and everyone is tired of them after seeing them so often that they think this kind of plot is ridiculous. Yin Yutong nodded in understanding, then lowered his voice and said, Junior brother, do you still have the words you said? I want to see it too. Gao Yan didn't expect that Yin Yutong would be interested in such a story, so he agreed casually. When he returned to the main world, he would directly copy her some love novels with bloody plots. Okay, it's settled. Yin Yutong said with an expectant look on her face. Suddenly, she changed the topic. By the way, junior brother, the Taoism conference won't start for half an hour. I'll take you to visit the Saintess Hall first. Sister, are you familiar with this place? Gao Yan asked with a smile. This is not the first time I've come here, so I'm relatively familiar with it, but junior brother, be careful, don't just release your spiritual thoughts to pry. Yin Yutong reminded. Regardless of using spiritual thoughts to spy on other people's residences or cultivation levels, it is a very impolite thing and will offend people. After all, ordinary clothes cannot block the prying eyes of spiritual thoughts. If you use your spiritual thoughts to spy on other people, wouldn't it mean that you've seen them all? However, in order to prevent people from prying with spiritual thoughts, usually starting from the inner disciples, the disciples' uniforms are equipped with functions to prevent spiritual prying eyes. As for why the uniforms of outer disciples are not equipped with this function, the reason is very simple. It is difficult for outer disciples to release their spiritual thoughts to the outside world. In addition, clothing magic weapons are also equipped with functions to prevent spiritual prying eyes, and some treasure clothes are even equipped with early warning functions. Yin Yutong reminded Gao Yan not to release his spiritual thoughts casually, because he was worried that if he accidentally used his spiritual thoughts to look around, it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, there are quite a lot of people coming to attend the Tao discussion conference. I have to say that Xiaomeng's Saintess Hall is quite impressive. Every road is paved with jade. Gao Yan doubts that if he digs out the jade from the Saintess Temple and sells it to the main world, he might become the richest man in the world. Because these jade stones are all high-quality jade stones, any jade slab can be used to create dozens or hundreds of valuable jade articles. But now, these fine jade stones can only serve as a stepping stone. Soon, the senior sister and brother came to a garden. What is planted in this garden are not ordinary flowers and plants, but valuable spiritual trees, spiritual flowers, and even elixirs. Gao Yan made a rough estimate and found that if he sold the entire garden, it would be worth at least hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. This Xiahou saint is too arrogant. Senior sister, Saint Xiaohou, is too rich, isn't she? The salary of the saint's son and saint has reached this level? Gao Yan asked in a low voice. Of course not. Yin Yutong smiled, although the salary of the Holy Son and the saint is much higher than that of the true disciples, it is not so exaggerated. The reason why the saint of Xiaohou is so rich is because she comes from the Xiaohou family. Is the Xiaohou family a cultivating family? Gao Yan asked with the mentality of asking if he didn't understand. No. Yin Yutong shook his head, and then changed his voice transmission. The founder of the Xiaohou family was the first batch of direct disciples accepted by the 9 ancestors after they founded the 9 Saint sect. It is said that the Xiaohou ancestors are not lacking in qualifications and talents, and they he became the 10th saint of our 9 Saints sect. Unfortunately, bad luck caused him to fall in a certain battle. Although ancestor Xiaohou has fallen, the Xiaohou family he created has taken root in the 9 Saints sect. Over the years, the Xiaohou family has become more and more prosperous, and there have been 5 generations of sect leaders. Therefore, the Xiaohou family is considered one of the strongest factions in our 9 Saints sect. It was precisely with the support of the Xiaohou family that Saint Lady Xiaohou was able to build her Saint Lady Hall so luxuriously. Then there are other factions in our 9 Saints sect? Gao Yan asked. Certainly. Yin Yutong nodded. Our 9 Saints sect has 5 strongest factions, namely the Xiaohou family, the Xiao family, the Shangguan family, the Ling family, and the Nangong family. These 5 factions have produced more than 1 generation of sect leaders. Our master is from the Xiao family, and the current head of the Xiao family is our master's eldest brother. Then how strong is the Xiao family, to which our master belongs? Gao Yan continued to ask. Master's eldest brother is a super powerful person at the Hadao level, but I don't know exactly what level Hadao is. Moreover, the Xiao family has also given birth to 4 sect masters. They are not inferior to the Xiaohou family. But according to the sect, the rule is that families that have given birth to a clan leader are not allowed to participate in the selection of clan leaders in the next 3 terms. This is mainly to prevent the emergence of a dominant family, so there will be no Xiao family members in the last term, the previous term, and this term. The disciples become saints and saints. Gao Yan nodded secretly. It was a good idea to establish this rule. Otherwise, if one family were allowed to control the sect one after another, the 9 Saint sect might have to change their surnames in the future. Later, Yin Yutong told Gao Yan that Saint Nangong Yao also came from the Nangong family of the 5 major factions. Also told him, on the surface, among the younger generation, the son and the saint are the strongest. But among the 5 major factions, there are still stronger geniuses, but they are not qualified to participate in the election of saints and saints, to compete for the position of leader. She also gave Gao Yan a few examples. For example, Shangguan Ting of the Shangguan family has weaker qualifications and talents than Xiahou Jian, but the current sect leader is from the Shangguan family, so Shangguan Ting is not eligible to run for the election of the saint son and saint daughter. There is also Xiao Ran from the Xiao family, whose talent is not weaker than Xiahou Jian. She entered the transformation of gods 2 years later than Xiahou Jian, but her age is 3 years younger than Xiahou Jian. There is also Ling Xiao from the Ling family, who is only over 150 years old and has already reached the 9th level of nascent soul. The possibility of breaking through to becoming a god within 200 years old is still very high. While the two visited the Holy Lady's temple, Yin Yutong gave Gao Yan some science knowledge that even ordinary true stories could not understand. Soon. Only half an hour has passed. A bell sounded from a certain palace. Junior brother, hurry up, the Tao discussion conference is about to begin. Yin Yutong pulled Gao Yan towards a certain hall. When they arrived at the main hall, they found that hundreds of short tables had been placed in the main hall. Many people were already sitting cross-legged behind them, and many people were also coming towards the main hall one after another. There is a nameplate placed on each low table, and everyone needs to sit according to the nameplate. Gao Yan and Yin Yutong's seats were in the middle, and they were right next to each other. Although he is a newly promoted true successor, he has already worshipped Xiao Lingyue as his disciple. Based on this, his identity has surpassed more than 90% of the true successors. If he had not become a disciple, let alone sitting in the middle position, he would not even be qualified to participate in the Tao discussion conference. Because, although Xia Homing invited some true disciples who were promoted from the inner sect, the number was very small, and those invited were all with outstanding cultivation. Ordinary true stories would never catch the eye of her saint. Soon. The seats in the hall were full of people. But Xia Homing hasn't shown up yet. On each low table were placed a pot of spiritual wine, a plate of spiritual fruits and some exquisite snacks containing spiritual energy. Judging from the spiritual energy contained in it, the things placed on each short table must be worth thousands of spirit stones, and he also heard from Yin Yutong that if the Taoism conference performed well, Xia Homing would give something as a reward. When leaving, everyone who participated will also receive a consolation prize. The value of the consolation prize is not low, either the Earth Spirit Pill or the Earth Yuan Pill. As for giving the Earth Spirit Pill or the Earth Element Pill, it depends on Xia Homing's mood. Gao Yan estimated that there were more than 500 people attending the Tao discussion conference. Even if they only gave away one Earth Spirit Pill worth 5,000 spirit stones, each person would be worth more than 2 million spirit stones. If you give him to Yu and Dan, the number of spirit stones will have to be doubled. And they still hold it every year. For a moment, Gao Yan couldn't help but sigh, this Xiaoho saint is really rich. What do you call this, junior brother? Suddenly, the middle-aged man sitting next to Gao Yan asked Gao Yan with a smile. I've met my senior brother, my name is Gao Yan. Gao Yan responded with a smile, I wonder what you call me, senior brother. My name is Jia Xizhen. Is this the first time for junior brother Gao to participate in the Tao discussion conference of Saint Xiaoho? The other party said with a smile. Gao Yan felt a little weird when he heard the other party's name. Is it fake? Or real? How does senior brother Jia know? Gao Yan pretended to be curious. Hey, this is the 5th time I've come to attend Saint Xiaoho's Taoism conference, so I know almost everyone present. Jia Xizhen said with some pride. Next, the two communicated quietly. This Jia Xizhen is considered an old man among the true disciples. He has good strength and has reached the 8th level of the golden elixir. However, he is indeed quite old, already over 360 years old. It is possible to break through to the nascent soul stage before the longevity is exhausted, but the hope is not high. I wanted to chat for a while longer. A beautiful piece of music sounded. Everyone turned to look at the entrance of the hall, and then they saw an Extraordinary and beautiful woman wearing colorful clothes coming towards them, with golden lotus on her feet. Gao Yan could see that the golden lotus that was constantly transforming under the opponent's feet was actually transformed by the spiritual power in the opponent's body. Behind her, there were 4 beautiful maids in green clothes. As expected, this person is the Xiahou saint. With a thought, the insightful eye opens. Then, the other party's data also appeared in front of him. Name, Xiahou Meng. Age, 200 years old. Appearance, 116. Body, 100. Cultivation, 5th level of nascent soul. Spiritual root, wood, advanced. Physique, wood spirit body, advanced. Special, 100. Kung Fu, Shenmu Zhenjing, mid-level heaven level. Supernatural powers, would God Dharma, Xiantian, God would escape, Xiantian. Woody sword formation. Spells, slightly. Magic weapons, wood king sword, low-grade spiritual treasure, divine wood. Shield, low-grade spiritual treasure, 3rd grade golden lotus, low-grade. Spiritual treasure, Qibao skirt, low-grade spiritual treasure. Wealth, 150 million plus. After reading Xiahou Meng's data, Gao Yan compared it with Nangong Yao. In addition to his cultivation, the other party's data was half better than Nangong Yao's. Especially the wealth, which is almost 3 times that of Nangong Yao. No wonder people dare to spend a lot of money to hold such a conference on Taoism. I've seen the saint of Xiahou. At this moment, everyone stood up one after another and saluted Xiahou Meng, who had already arrived in the palace. Gao Yan also stood up and saluted with the crowd. No need to be polite, please sit down, Xiahou Meng said with a smile. Then a colorful bridge appeared, spreading all the way to the palace throne. When Xiahou Meng stepped onto the hongqiao, there was no movement under her feet, and her body automatically moved towards the throne. When Xiahou Meng sat down on the throne, the rainbow bridge also disappeared. And her 4 maids also came and stood behind her. How majestic! Jia Xizhen clicked, took a sip of the spirit wine, and praised it. In this regard, Gao Yan does not deny that this Xiahou saint is indeed good at making grand scenes. Just like that, she will definitely leave a deep impression on everyone. We are deeply grateful to you for being invited to participate in our Taoism conference. Here is a toast to you all. At this time, Xiahou Meng took the wine glass handed by the maid on the left and saluted everyone in the hall. From afar, everyone did not dare to neglect and stood up to raise their glasses. We respect Her Royal Highness, the Holy Lady. Seeing this, Xiahou Meng's lips curved into a faint smile, as if he was enjoying the scene. Next, one of Xiahou Meng's maids stood up and said some polite words, then announced the official start of the discussion conference. Which fellow Taoist comes first? The maid looked around at everyone in the palace. Your Highness the Saint, Miss Yu, my true disciple Zhang Yuan, let me help you. Please. Xiahou Meng nodded slightly, and the maid named Fuyao said a word of invitation. The real disciple who asked Zhang Yuan left his seat, came to the front of the hall, and began to explain his insights and tips on practicing the advanced magic fire dragon formation. Although this fire dragon formation is relatively common among advanced spells, it can still be of great use if you practice it well. Therefore, those who have practiced the fire dragon formation are listening carefully. Those who have never practiced before should be very serious and see if they can learn anything from it. The next 2 hours, many true disciples came on stage to talk about their cultivation insights and Cultivation tips. Some people are more generous and explain in more detail, while others hide a lot of things. But it's hard for everyone to say anything. It's all free anyway, so it's great if people can share it, but you can't expect too much. The discussion session is over. Xia Homing pointed out the three people, and then her maid gave them gifts. The first place is a top-grade spiritual weapon, and the second and third place are both high-grade spiritual weapons. This temple has a new idea for this Tao discussion conference. Just discussing Tao is not interesting, so I plan to let you all come to fight. Xia Homing said with a smile. Fighting is divided into 3 levels. The level from the 4th level to the 6th level of the golden elixir is 1 level, and the level from the 7th level to the 9th level of the golden elixir. No matter which level wins, this palace will give you a top-notch spiritual weapon, 3 bottles of the Earth Spirit Pill, and 3 bottles of the Earth Yuan Pill. Hearing the reward given by Xia Homing, the crowd below had a small uproar. Junior brother, why don't you try it? The reward will be good. Young senior sister Yin Yutong said bewitchingly. Sister, will you participate? Gao Yan asked. I won't participate. Yin Yutong shook his head. I am only at the 5th level of the golden elixir. There are quite a few at the 6th level of the golden elixir. I have no chance. On the contrary, there are not many who are from the 1st to the 3rd level of the golden elixir. You have a better chance. Okay, I'll join. This Xiaoho saint is a little rich woman. You have to leave a deep impression on her before you can do business with her in the future. Some statistics. There were only over 100 people who signed up. Although the rewards are tempting, there is no need to participate if you know there is no chance. As expected, there were not many people from the 1st to the 3rd level of the Golden Core. There were only 13 people in total. Among them, Gao Yan had the lowest cultivation level. The other 12 people, except for 2 at the 2nd level of the Golden Elixir, are all at the 3rd level of the golden elixir. After determining the number of people, everyone moved outside the palace. Moreover, Xia Homing had ordered people to set up the formation in advance. Otherwise, if Jing Dan fought, the aftermath would be enough to turn the Saintess Hall into ruins. Fuyo, who is that person? He is talented at the 1st level of the golden core and dares to participate in the fight? Xia Homing glanced at Gao Yan and trusted the maid. His name is Gao Yan. He is elder Xiaolingyue's new disciple. I heard that he has good talents and qualifications. When he was going through the golden pill tribulation, he caused the 100 acres heavenly tribulation. Oh. Xia Homing didn't pay much attention to this. Just then, Fuyo continued, I heard that Saint Nangong specially sent her trusted maid Qing Luo to give him a congratulatory gift. Upon hearing this, Xia Homing suddenly became interested. Do you know the reason? I guess it's for Elder Xiao Lingyue's sake. Fuyo guessed. When Elder Xiao accepted other disciples, did she send any gifts? Xia Homing asked thoughtfully. It seems not. It seems that Nangong Yao has a special regard for Gao Yan. Xia Homing chuckled, feeling somewhat interested in Gao Yan. Send someone to check Gao Yan carefully to see if there is anything special about him. Soon, the teams participating in the battle were divided into 3 teams. Junior brother, you are very courageous. You dare to participate in the fight with the 1st level of Jindan. In the team from the 1st level of Jindan to the 3rd level of Jindan, a true successor of the 3rd level of Jindan said in a joking tone. The important thing is to participate. Gao Yan was not angry, but responded with a smile. I think you want to show your face in front of Her Majesty the Saint. The third-level golden elixir man said with a sneer. Gao Yan didn't care about the other party at first, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually take advantage of it, so Gao Yan said calmly. Senior brother, please smile a little longer now, otherwise you won't be able to laugh even if you want to. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongyu's face darkened. What do you mean? No way, you have such poor understanding. How did you reach the third level of golden elixir? Gao Yan said scornfully. Hearing what Gao Yan said, the others all showed unkind smiles, but they did not rashly participate in the bickering between the two. After all, it was none of their business. Although Gao Yan is at the first level of the golden core, being able to participate in the Tao discussion conference shows that his status is not simple. This Lu Zhongyu had to laugh at others. It's enough to laugh at someone for not caring about you, but you push yourself even further, which seems a bit unkind. Okay, let's wait and see. When we meet in a fight later, let's see how I torture you and cry. Lu Zhongyu said with a gloomy face. Okay, I'll wait. Gao Yan responded calmly. At this time, Fuyo stood up and announced that the first level would be a battle between the Jindan first level and Jindan third level teams. Use the lottery mode to catch and fight. However, since there are 13 people, the one who draws the blank lottery will advance directly. Soon, the lottery session is over. Gao Yan looked at the blank sign in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Lu Zhongyu was also very lucky. The opponent he drew was only at the second level of the golden core. As the saying goes, an expert will know if something is there as soon as he makes a move. In addition, it was not a life and death battle, so the result of the first competition came quickly. Lu Zhongyu also advanced. But this time, there was still one more person in the draw. So, there was a blank sign again. Coincidentally, Gao Yan won again. Seeing Gao Yan advance easily twice, Lu Zhongyu's face turned dark. This time the six-person battle took a little longer. After all, they are all evenly matched to the third level of Jindan. Although Lu Zhongyu won, he was not very happy because the boy with the first level of the golden core qualified for promotion without even making a move. But who calls him lucky? But is it really luck? If someone asks Gao Yan, he will definitely say that I am indeed lucky. At this time, Xiao Meng ordered someone to give the three of them a Dun pill to help them restore their cultivation as soon as possible. This made the three of them feel grateful. Senior Sister Fuyo, why didn't I? Gao Yan suddenly shouted. You don't have any fighting skills, so you don't need to restore your spiritual power. Fuyo said in a funny tone. I don't have any fighting skills. It's just that I'm lucky, but luck is also a kind of strength. All three of them got the Dun Dan, so I should get one too. Gao Yan said quibbled. Floating, give him one. Xiao Homing spoke. Thank you, Your Highness the Saint, and thank you, Senior Sister Fuyo. Gao Yan said happily as he took the Dun pill. When Lu Zhongyu saw this scene, his face darkened again. They fought hard twice before getting a Dun pill. The kid just watched the fun and got a Dun pill. It's so unfair. But he didn't dare to say anything. After all, the Saintess agreed to give Gao Yan Dun Dan. In fact, Gao Yan really does not lack such a Dun Dan. This is nothing more than leaving a deep impression on Xiao Homeng. Half an hour later. After taking the Dun pill, the three people almost recovered their spiritual power. The fighting begins again. The opponent is still chosen by drawing lots. Gao Yan drew number 2. Lu Zhongyu, who also drew number 2, grinned at Gao Yan. Boy, wait until you are beaten to tears. Cut. Gao Yan smiled disdainfully and was too lazy to pay attention to him, which made Lu Zhongyu very angry. The 2 golden elixir triplers who drew number 1 fought first. The battle lasted for half an hour and ended. Next it was Gao Yan and Lu Zhongyu's turn. The 2 stepped into the formation together. You go first, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Lu Zhongyu sneered. Idiot. Gao Yan cursed and directly used one thought to form an array. Suddenly, a sword array appeared and enveloped Lu Zhongyu. At this moment, in the formation, there were flying sand and rocks, strong winds, and almost no sunlight, but hidden in the darkness, there were elusive sword auras. Lu Zhongyu vigilantly used his magic weapon to cover himself, forming a thick mask of light. But it was easily penetrated by the sword energy. In an instant, an extremely sharp sword energy floated between his brows, heart and lower abdomen, and a terrifying sword intention seeped directly into his body, making him stiff and unable to move at all. Are you admitting defeat? If you don't, my sword energy will pierce your body. Gao Yan was joking and authentic. One thought creates a formation. This junior brother has such a high level of formation attainments. It's not a formation, it's a magical power. No matter how brilliant the formation master is, it is impossible to arrange a formation so quickly, said the knowledgeable true legend. Floating, what do you think? A flash of surprise also flashed in Xiahou Meng's eyes. Your Highness, it should be a magical power, and it is quite powerful. It is estimated that ordinary 5th level Jindan will be slaughtered by him if they fall into the formation. Fuyo's eyesight is also quite amazing, and he judged it at a glance. Just after entering the Jindan, he has cultivated such magical powers. This Gao Yan is really extraordinary. Xiahou Meng commented. Although Lu Zhongyu wanted to be tough, he finally chose to admit defeat. Because he was really worried that Gao Yan would pierce his body with sword energy, which would be a big loss. And another 3rd level Jindan, after seeing Gao Yan's one-thought formation, chose to admit defeat directly. He is a little stronger than Lu Zhongyu, but not much stronger. Facing a pervert like Gao Yan, he is not sure at all. The team from the 1st to the 3rd level of Jindan, junior brother Gao Yan, won. Fuyo announced the result at the right time. Xiahou Meng was not vague, and directly gave Gao Yan a top-grade spiritual weapon and 3 bottles of Earth Spirit Pill and 3 bottles of Earth Yuan Pill. Thank you, Saint. Although he had taken this thing by his own strength, Gao Yan still thanked Xiahou Meng. You are an interesting person. Xiahou Meng chuckled. Yeah, I think so too. Gao Yan smiled. Facing Xiahou Meng, he had no pressure at all. Hearing this, Xiahou Meng was amused, and then waved his hand. Okay. Retreat. You are really bold. When he returned to Yin Yutong, the other party glared at him. Gao Yan smiled and said nothing. Next, the battle between the 4th and 6th Jindan teams was watched very seriously by Gao Yan. Although he was a Jindan cultivator, he did not have a deep understanding of the combat power of the Jindan level. This observation was also very beneficial. Especially the battle between the 7th and 9th Jindan teams was even more exciting. He was sure that any 9th Jindan team had the strength to easily destroy a giant city. It is no wonder that there are no immortal cultivators in the main world. Otherwise, if a few Yuanying strongmen appeared and fought, it would be possible to destroy the entire planet. The destructive power of immortal cultivators is too strong. The battle of wits is over. Even 3 people, including Gao Yan, received rewards from Xia Homing. Afterwards, Xia Homing gave a Diyuan Dan to everyone who participated in the Tao Discussion Conference, which also announced the end of the Tao Discussion Conference. Junior brother, let's go back. Yin Yutong said to Gao Yan. Okay, senior sister. Xia Homing, who was in the limelight, was lying lazily on an exquisite wooden bed made of sacred wood. This sacred wood exuded a strange fragrance and was an extremely precious material for refining weapons. 1 kilogram is worth 10,000 spiritual stones. This sacred wooden bed weighs hundreds of kilograms and is worth millions of spiritual stones. If Gao Yan saw it, he probably couldn't help but sigh. However, lying on this sacred wood bed for a long time has the effect of nourishing the soul. Your Highness, all relevant information about Gao Yan has been investigated. Fuyo handed a jade slip to Xia Homing. I won't read it anymore. Just watch it and tell me after you finish it. Xia Homing said lazily. Yes, Your Highness. After Fuyo read the contents of the jade slip, he then dictated it to Xia Homing. After listening, Xia Homing looked thoughtful. Fuyo, do you think Elder Xiao Lingyue would accept someone with 3 spiritual roots and an ordinary mortal body as his disciple? Absolutely impossible. Fuyo's tone was definitely authentic, his qualifications were too poor, and he was destined not to go very far on the road of cultivation. Although there were no absolutes in the world, even if there were people who broke this rule, they would be very few. Therefore, when elders generally accept disciples, they will select those with extremely outstanding qualifications and talents. Since Elder Xiao Lingyue cannot accept someone with poor qualifications as his disciple, then why do you think that Gao Yan has 3 spiritual roots and an ordinary mortal body? Could it be that something went wrong during the test? Fuyo guessed. Xia Homing smiled faintly. That's impossible. Gao Yan had never practiced before when he started, so how could he possibly make a mistake? Moreover, don't forget, he has been in the outer sect for 6 years. Your Highness, you mean that this person has had a great opportunity to change his physique and talent? Fuyo's eyes lit up. It should be. Xia Homing nodded. The opportunity that can change the physique and talent is not simple. It shows that this child has good luck. What Gao Yan said before was right, luck is also a kind of strength. No matter how high your talent and qualifications are, if you lack good fortune and luck, what's the use of dying in the middle? On the contrary, those who have great good fortune may have a poor start, but their future achievements may not be as good as that of a genius. Your Highness, we can't tell whether he has great luck or not. Fuyo said. No. Xia Homing chuckled and shook his head. Everything has its traces. What do you think of Nangong Yao? On the outside, I am as pale as a chrysanthemum, but on the inside I am extremely proud. Fuyo thought for a while and said. Not bad. Xia Homing sneered. This woman doesn't seem to care about anything, mainly because she is too proud inside, but she looks at Gao Yan differently. You mean Gao Yan is so lucky that Saint Nangong looks at him differently? Fuyo asked in surprise. There is also Elder Xiao Lingyue. Although she is a god-forming elder, she is very likely to break through to the cave. Moreover, she has the support of the Xiao family. Why did Gao Yan transcend the tribulation and other elders did not pay attention to it, but Xiao was elder Ling Yuan noticed it and directly accepted him as his disciple. Don't you think this all went too smoothly? Indeed. Fuyo thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Furthermore, I didn't have much of an impression on anyone else in this Dao discussion conference, but I was quite impressed by Gao Yan. Do you think this could be a great blessing secretly affecting my thinking? Xia Homing asked. Again. Ah. Fuyo showed a hint of panic. If that's the case, then should we not have contact with him in the future? No. Xia Homing shook his head. This is my guess after all. I can't count it. Besides, it doesn't matter if he has a great blessing. Could it be that I am the one who is worse? I was born in Xiao's family, which is the greatest blessing. Although I am not as good as that one brother, in the future, the deputy sect leader will definitely be in the palm of my hand, and to become the deputy sect leader, the support of others is naturally indispensable. Therefore, I plan to take that Gao Yan for my own use. I don't know if Nangong Yao knows that this hall has conquered her. Will the person you like become so angry? Hearing this, Fuyo thought to himself, Your Highness, you have said so much. I guess the last reason is the real reason, right? However, she still echoed, Your Highness is wise. If you subdue Gao Yan, Saint Nangong will definitely be very angry. Okay, in 2 days, you will also send a gift to Gao Yan. By the way, the gift must be heavy. This palace is the most generous among the saints. Don't be outdone by that woman from Nangong. Yes, Your Highness, this servant knows. After returning to Lingyue Peak, Gao Yan said to Yin Yutong, Senior sister, I plan to go to the inner gate. Go. Yin Yutong nodded. After a while, Gao Yan left the small world through his identity token and flew towards the inner gate with his sword. After returning to the cave, he sent a Taoist message to Sun Guanqing and asked him to come over and talk about it. Sun Guanqing, who received the high-sounding message, was working outside the door. After receiving Gao Yan's invitation, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He immediately contacted another senior brother he was close to, asked him to take his place, and hurried to Gao Yan's cave. Senior brother Gao, I thought it would be difficult for us to meet each other in the future. After greeting each other, Sun Guanqing sat down, but couldn't help but said excitedly, Junior brother, you are exaggerating. Gao Yan smiled, with your qualifications, I believe it will not be difficult to rank among the true disciples in the future. After all, Sun Guanqing also has a Xian-level middle-grade technique, and he has made great contributions to the family, so he must be rewarded with techniques and resources. It is not difficult to advance to the golden elixir. The two chatted for a while, and Sun Guanqing began to ask Gao Yan some questions about cultivation. Gao Yan patiently answered him. 2 hours later, Sun Guanqing stood up and bowed to Gao Yan, Senior brother Gao, your guidance has benefited me a lot, please accept my bow. Get up, there is no need to be so polite between us. Gao Yan reached out and helped Sun Guanqing up. After sending Sun Guanqing away, Gao Yan entered my world and refined a furnace of foundation building pills. Then he came to the outer gate again. Yang Fenglai was lucky. He didn't go to do the task. Yang Fenglai was also very happy to see Gao Yan coming. He didn't know that Gao Yan had been promoted to the true disciple. Yang Fenglai had gained a lot in the last trip to the secret realm, so he didn't do any more tasks, but polished his cultivation and strived to build a foundation as soon as possible. After staying for more than an hour, Gao Yan said goodbye and left. After seeing Gao Yan off, Yang Fenglai returned to the cave and found a medicine bottle on the table. When he opened it, there were actually 2 foundation-building pills in it. Needless to say, this foundation-building pill must have been left by Gao Yan. For a moment, Yang Fenglai sighed, but more of it was gratitude to Gao Yan. He didn't expect that his care for Gao Yan at the beginning would be exchanged for such a big reward. Gao Yan returned to Lingyue Peak and found that the formations in the wooden houses of master and junior sister were both open, so he knew that they were both practicing. So, he didn't bother and returned to his cabin. He had initial contact with Xia Homing at this forum, but it was still difficult to do business with him. After all, the opponent is not only a saint, but also has the support of the Xiahou family, and there is no shortage of skills, elixirs, and spiritual stones. The only thing he could use was the 9-leaf grass elixir. He had previously dedicated 3 to his master, and the other party gave him 20 million spiritual stones. But if it were sold, the price should be between 4 million and 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. This is the elixir he refined using 9-leaf grass elixir that is 500 years old. If nothing unexpected happens, the elixir refined from 9-leaf grass elixir that is less than 500 years old will still be effective, but the effect will be greatly reduced. Correspondingly, the price will not be so high. Forget it, don't think about this for now, let's practice first. Gathering his mind, Gao Yan swallowed an earth yuan dan, and the skills in his body started to work. I have to say, cultivating with di yuan dan is more efficient than cultivating with spirit stones. The medicinal power of di yuan dan can be easily refined and converted into one's own spiritual power. The spiritual energy in the spiritual stone is different. There are many impurities in it. These impurities must be removed before they can be absorbed and refined. This is also why spiritual stones are divided into grades. The higher the grade of the spiritual stone, the fewer impurities, and the purer the spiritual energy inside. There is no time to cultivate immortality. In a daze, Gao Yan practiced for 2 days. Then I sensed someone knocking on the formation. After activating the formation, he found the young senior sister standing outside the house. Senior sister, is something wrong? Yin Yutong looked at Gao Yan with a half-smile, and then threw him a storage ring. Here, the saint of Xiahou sent someone to deliver it. For a moment, Gao Yan was a little surprised. Why would she give me something? You have to ask yourself that. Yin Yutong said with a half-smile, okay, I'm going back to practice. Reactivating the formation, Gao Yan checked the contents of the storage ring. There were 10 bottles each of Earth Spirit Pill and Earth Yuan Pill. In addition, there were 2 million low-grade spirit stones. As expected of a little rich woman, she is so generous. Gao Yan couldn't help but laugh. 10 bottles of Earth Spirit Pill and 10 bottles of Earth Spirit Pill were worth 1.5 million, as well as 2 million spirit stones. This was equivalent to Xiahou Meng giving him 3.5 million directly. Unfortunately, the system only returned spiritual stones, not elixirs. But why did Xiahou Meng give me so many things? Although Gao Yan knew that he was handsome, he didn't feel that Xiahou Meng was attracted to him. Therefore, he suspected that Xiahou Meng was mostly planning to subdue him. After all, she wanted to be the deputy sect leader, so someone had to be cheering behind her. Forget it, don't think about it so much, let's practice first. But it took several days of practice. Gao Yan felt uncomfortable because the progress of cultivation was too slow. If he practiced so honestly, even if the elixirs continued, he would have to practice for several years before he could reach the second level of the golden elixir. He did not have the patience to study hard for several years. Therefore, he simply left Lingyue Peak, returned to the cave in the inner gate, and then dived into my world in one fell swoop, adjusting the time to 10 times the flow rate. Before you know it, half a year has passed. The figure flickered. Gao Yan's figure appeared in the cave at Yanxia Peak. After several years of hard training in my world, my cultivation finally reached the second level of the golden core. The cultivation speed is still fast in the foundation building stage, and improving one's cultivation level is like eating and drinking water, unlike the golden elixir stage, which improves too slowly. Gao Yan said secretly. No, I have to go to the library to see if there is any way to shorten the practice time. Gao Yan's heart moved. He returned to Xinzhuan Academy and went straight to the library of Xinzhuan Academy. The Sutra Pavilion and the Library Pavilion are two different things. Stored in the Sutra Pavilion are all exercises, spells, and supernatural powers. There are various books stored in the Library Pavilion, and all true works can be viewed. There are still a lot of books in the Zhenzuanyuan Library, with 9 floors. And each floor contains more than 100,000 books. Moreover, it is easy to read books in the world of immortality. These books are all recorded in jade slips. You only need to put the jade slips between your eyebrows to read them in your mind. Of course, you cannot stuff too many books at once, otherwise you will feel dizzy. However, Gao Yan's mental power was so strong that he only felt slightly uncomfortable after recording hundreds of books in his mind at once. Then he quickly browsed through the hundreds of books in his mind. But after reading it, he didn't find the answer he wanted, so he continued to enter more books. Unconsciously, Gao Yan stayed in the library for more than a month, because during this time, he read all the books in the library. The harvest is also huge. Moreover, he also found a way to increase the speed of cultivation from books. And in more ways than one. First, by taking a special magic medicine, it can be called a miracle medicine. Or it has to be 10,000 years old. This 10,000 years is a dividing line. Even if an ordinary medicine has been growing for 10,000 years, it will undergo special evolution and become a miracle medicine. Therefore, any medicine that has been used for thousands of years is a miracle medicine. Secondly, some naturally powerful medicines are also called miracle medicines. For example, enlightenment tea tree. After this martial arts tea tree is planted, it will mature for thousands of years, and then the tea leaves can be harvested every 1,000 years. After drinking this enlightenment tea, you can directly enter the state of enlightenment, and at this time, your cultivation will increase without restriction. But this enlightenment tea tree is very rare. In the entire East Wilderness, there is only one tree in Baihua sect, one of the 9 major immortal gates. Although Baihua sect will not monopolize the enlightenment tea, it is not something that a small fry like Gao Yan can get involved in. Because each time the enlightenment tea tree produces only 2 to 3 kilograms of tea, Baihua Valley will reserve 1 kilogram, and the rest will be sold to the other 8 immortal gates in the form of auction. In addition to enlightenment tea, there are also magical medicines such as Sancheng fruit, Yuanying fruit, and samsara grass that can directly increase cultivation. Especially Yuanying fruit, after taking it, those below Yuanying can directly advance to Yuanying stage in just 10 years. Unfortunately, these magical medicines are only recorded in books, but there is no record of where they grow in the books. In addition to using magical medicines to improve cultivation, comprehending laws and Dao marks can also quickly improve cultivation. However, this method has risks. Because the law is something that only the void can comprehend, and the Dao trace is the trace left by the Hadao. If the cultivation is not enough, and you comprehend it by force, there is a high possibility of backlash. This backlash is very serious, ranging from serious injuries to going astray. There are hundreds of places with traces of laws in the East Wilderness, most of which are controlled by the immortal sect, and a small number are open to others to admire and comprehend. As for the Dao traces, there are also dozens of places. There are only 3 places that are not controlled by the sect. One is the Sword Chi Valley. It is said that this valley was cut out by the Hadao great power with a sword. There is no grass in the Sword Chi Valley, and it is full of terrifying sword aura. Even if the God-transforming void steps into the valley, it is difficult to walk out completely. In recent years, many cultivators have gone to the Sword Chi Valley in an attempt to comprehend 1 or 2, but no one succeeded, and many people suffered backlash. The second place is the death battlefield. It is said that several great Hadao masters fought in this death battlefield, which directly turned the area into a scorched earth. Not only was there no grass growing, but anyone who stepped into this place would be strangled into a bloody mist by the Dao marks in it. The last place is called the Cursed Sea. This sea area has no signs of life and is filled with a strong curse power. It is said that this is the burial place of a Hadao master who is proficient in the way of curse. Because he died extremely unjustly, he was resentful and cursed everything. Anyone who sets foot in this sea area will be infected with the power of curse. But if someone can comprehend the way of curse, they can obtain the inheritance of that Hadao master. In recent years, many people have gone to the Cursed Sea, but no one has obtained the inheritance, but those who have been there have all died suddenly soon after. In addition to the above 2 methods, there is another method that can quickly increase the cultivation level, and that is pills. But the level of elixirs that can quickly improve one's cultivation level is relatively high. For example, the 7th level elixir of good fortune. For those below the level of God transformation, taking the good fortune pill can directly improve several small realms. However, you can only take one good fortune pill in your lifetime. Moreover, refining is quite difficult, and even 7th level alchemists are not absolutely sure. The intermediate alchemy skills provided by the system can refine up to 6th level elixirs. In addition, the elixir for refining chemical elixirs is also quite rare, so this road is unworkable. There is also a 9th level elixir, the immortality pill, which can also increase your cultivation level. This longevity pill has 2 major effects. First, it increases longevity, and second, it breaks the realm. An immortality pill can increase your lifespan by 3,000 years. At the same time, its realm-breaking effect is also very good. Even if you are at the 9th level of God transformation, taking the immortality pill can promote you to Dongshu. However, if the immortality pill has sequelae, after using the immortality pill to increase your lifespan, it will be useless to take other life extending magic medicines or elixirs. Secondly, after using the immortality pill to break through, your realm will never increase at all. Therefore, only those who are nearing their longevity will choose to take the Immortality pill. Moreover, the elixir needed to refine the immortality pill is even more rare and precious. Therefore, this road will not work. Then, if Gao Yan wants to quickly improve his cultivation, he can only understand the laws and Tao marks. He has the magical power of time and can reverse time even if he suffers backlash. Think of this. Gao Yan left the library and returned to Lingyue Peak. Junior brother, where have you been during this time? Yin Yutong said with some dissatisfaction when he saw Gao Yan's return. Senior sister, I went to the library to read. By the way, master is gone. Again? Gao Yan looked at Xiao Lingyue's wooden house and asked. Yes, it seems that master is about to break through and go to the Xiao family's secret realm for retreat. Yin Yutong said happily, just as Xiao Lingyue can be promoted to Dongshu, their status as disciples will naturally increase. Really, that's great. Gao Yan also said happily that he suspected that Xiao Lingyue used the 9-leaf grass elixir to improve his physique and spiritual roots, and thus felt the breakthrough. The two chatted for a few more words, and Gao Yan proposed going out for a trip. No, you are not allowed to go. Yin Yutong said with a serious expression. Why? Gao Yan is puzzled. Your cultivation level is too low and you have no power to protect yourself. Yin Yutong's expression softened a lot. That's not the case. After all, I am also a golden elixir cultivator, and I still have the ability to protect myself. Oh. Yin Yutong sneered, you think that the golden elixir is so strong that any nascent soul cultivator can beat you to pieces. Sister, I'm exaggerating. I used to wander around a lot when I was a disciple of the inner sect and the outer sect. Nothing happened at that time and it's even less likely to happen now. Gao Yan argued. That's just because you have no assassination value. Yin Yutong said coldly, now you are not an ordinary true disciple. The value of assassination has been greatly increased. If you go out, you will definitely be assassinated. So exaggerated? Gao Yan still had some doubts. What do you know? Yin Yutong said angrily, in the past 300 years, 24 of our elders, true disciples have been hunted down by the Xianming sect, including 2 ninth-level golden core disciples. It's Xianming sect again. Gao Yan was speechless. Yin Yutong said, you must also know the grievances between our 9 saint sect and Xianming sect. Over the years, we have assassinated each other. Not only Jindan has fallen, but also many nascent soul cultivators have fallen. So, you still just stay in the sect and practice honestly. Oh well. Gao Yan had no choice but to agree. Now that Xiao Lingyue is gone, he can enter my world to practice. Wait a minute, junior brother, can you make barbecue again? Yin Yutong said a little embarrassed. Okay, no problem. The monster he hunted last time only ate 1 leg, so he cut off another leg to make barbecue. Finished eating and drinking. The two of them went back to the cabin to practice. After activating the formation, Gao Yan entered my world. However, this time he came directly to Sana Town, the martial arts gym of the Yi sisters. Before he was promoted to Jindan, Gao Yan made a special trip to see the Yi family sisters, because his frequent adjustments to the flow of time would turn them into old women. Therefore, he went out of his way to test whether the 2 sisters had spiritual roots. Unexpectedly, the sisters actually have spiritual roots. Although they all have 3 spiritual roots, there is still no problem in their cultivation. Therefore, he taught them the qi refining technique and gave them some spiritual stones. Brother Gao. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, Yi Qingshuang was very happy. Gao Yan glanced around and discovered that Yi Qingshuang had reached the 8th level of qi refining. At the same time, he felt Yi Qingshua's aura in the backyard of the martial arts hall. The other party had already entered the 9th level of qi refining. Qingshuang, go call your sister, I have something to tell you. Okay, Brother Gao. After a while, the two sisters came side by side. Chatted briefly, for a while. Gao Yan took out some more spiritual stones and 3 foundation building pills and handed them to them. After all, they have 3 spiritual roots, and 1 foundation building pill. May not be able to successfully build the foundation. After you sisters build the foundation, I will take you to another world. After saying a few words, Gao Yan left directly. After finding a place to set up a formation to prevent being disturbed by wild animals, Gao Yan began to practice. This practice lasted for 10 years. Gao Yan's cultivation level was successfully raised to the 3rd level of Jindan. But he felt it was too slow. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in Sana town again. As expected, the two sisters have successfully established their foundation. Especially, Yi Qingshui has reached the 2nd level of foundation. Are you willing to live with me in another world? Gao Yan asked. Both women nodded. Okay, I'll make arrangements first, and I'll take you to another world in a few days. Gao Yan left my world. Back to the wooden house. After opening the formation and walking out, he found that Yin Yutong was still in seclusion, so he left quietly. Thinking of Yin Yutong's reminder, Gao Yan changed out of the uniform of the true disciple, put on the uniform of the inner disciple, and restrained his breath and went to Fengqi City. Arriving near Fengqi City, Gao Yan changed out of the uniform of the inner disciple of the 9 saints. Entering Fengqi City, Gao Yan first spent 10,000 taels of silver to buy a courtyard. Then he set up a formation and summoned the sisters of the Yi family. The spiritual energy in the world of immortal cultivation is much richer than that in my world, not to mention that Gao Yan also set up a gathering formation in this courtyard. Therefore, as soon as they appeared in the courtyard, the two sisters felt extremely rich spiritual energy. This is the relevant introduction of this world. Gao Yan handed the two sisters a jade slip, which not only contained a general introduction to the world of Tsangqiong, but also included the introduction of several immortal cultivation families in Fengqi City. The foundation building period is considered a good strength among casual cultivators. As long as you don't provoke the immortal cultivation families, you can still live a comfortable life. Afterwards, Gao Yan taught the two sisters a Xian-level upper-grade technique, a set of sword tactics, and several spells. It's not that he was reluctant to teach the earth-level technique, but it's a crime to possess a treasure. If others find out that the level of the techniques they practice is too high and they don't have a backstage, they will definitely want to kill them and take the techniques. After settling the two sisters of the Yi family, Gao Yan took out the sound transmission talisman and sent a message to Hu Yining, asking her to prepare the spirit stones and go to trade with her tomorrow. More than a year ago, after successfully completing the transaction with Gao Yan, Hu Yining's status and treatment in the Hu family were once again improved. Hu Yueshan has directly announced that she will become the next head of the Hu family. After all, Hu Yining has also been allowed by the ancestor to practice the set of earth-level exercises. If she is not appointed as the next head of the family, who else can be appointed? Hu Yining also knew that others were dissatisfied with her. Therefore, after successfully switching to the earth-level exercises, she directly found an opportunity to subdue several other outstanding children of the Hu family, which was considered to be a preliminary position as the heir to the head of the family. Then she practiced hard while waiting for Gao Yan to continue to trade with her. But after waiting for a year, Gao Yan did not show up, which made Hu Yining feel irritated. Fortunately, although it was a little beyond the agreed year, the senior finally came. So she immediately reported to Hu Yueshan. Hu Yueshan was overjoyed when he heard that the man was coming to trade with the Hu family again. He immediately ordered people to gather spirit stones to prepare for tomorrow's trade. Fengchi City, South City. In a courtyard, Gao Yan retracted his insight eyes and detected the cultivation level of the Hu family ancestor. The other party had changed to the earth-level skills and had re-entered the 9th level of the nascent soul. I think in another 3 to 5 years, he will be able to break through to the God transformation. That night, Gao Yan was refining the foundation-building pill in my world. Suddenly, I sensed someone knocking on the door of the room. Fortunately, this furnace of foundation-building pills was about to come out of the furnace. So, after collecting this furnace of foundation-building pills, Gao Yan reappeared in the room. When he opened the room, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure stood outside. It was my sister, Yi Qingshuang. Qingshuang, is there something you want to see me for so late? Gao Yan asked. Brother Gao, can we go in and talk? Come in. Gao Yan invited Yi Qingshuang in, and after she entered the room, she immediately closed the door and threw herself into Gao Yan's arms. Qingshuang, what are you doing? Gao Yan asked deliberately. Brother Gao, you have done us sisters a great favor. Qingshuang really doesn't know how to repay you, so I have to pledge my love to you. Brother Gao, you won't dislike me, will you? When martial arts are cultivated to a certain level, life can be prolonged. But compared with cultivation, the gap is a bit large. Now they are both foundation-building cultivators, and their lifespan can exceed 200 years. This is something they can't achieve even if they practice martial arts for a lifetime. And foundation building is not their end point. If they reach the golden elixir, their lifespan can be increased to more than 500 years. What's more, all the cultivation resources are provided by Gao Yan. Therefore, the two sisters felt that they owed Gao Yan a great favor, and they couldn't give anything else in return, so that night, Yi Qingshuang came to Gao Yan's room. In fact, Gao Yan had already checked the friendship of the two sisters, and both reached 100 points. Gao Yan was not a hypocritical person. Since the words had come to this point, how could he refuse? He lowered his head slightly and captured Yi Qingshuang's moist lips. Originally, the sisters' appearance was more than 90 points. Now that they have cultivated immortals, both their appearance and figure have improved a lot. Besides, he has brought the two sisters to the immortal cultivation world, so could he let them marry other men? He didn't want to be a fool. A night of dancing. The next morning, Gao Yan woke up, his eyes fell on Yi Qingshuang, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and he got up quietly. After changing his appearance and dressing up, he came to the market in the city. Senior, please come in. As soon as he arrived at the Hu family's medicine shop, Hu Yining warmly invited him into the VIP room. Because the purchase of the earth-level skills almost emptied the Hu family's Spiritual stones, they increased the monthly sales of one human spiritual pill to 4, almost 1 pill a week. And they also played a bundled sales. As a result, the business of the Hu family's pill shop is getting better and better. If the business of the Hu family's pill shop is good, the business of other pill shops will naturally get worse. It's just that the Hu family can use high-quality human spiritual pills as a gimmick, and they have no choice. However, they are all investigating privately where the Hu family's human spiritual pills come from. But after investigating for a while, there is no result at all. Until today, a spy from a certain family found that Hu Yining came to the pill shop in person to receive a guest, and immediately became suspicious. In the VIP room, Hu Yining diligently brewed spiritual tea. After a while, she handed the steaming, fragrant teacup to Gao Yan. "Senior, please have tea." After taking a sip of tea, Gao Yan said, "I have a batch of foundation-building pills. What price can your Hu family offer?" Although the foundation-building pill is a second-level pill, it is the key to breaking through to the foundation-building stage. Therefore, its price is many times more expensive than ordinary second-level pills. Although Hu Yining was very excited when she heard that Gao Yan wanted to trade foundation-building pills with her, she seemed much calmer after experiencing the experience of trading earth-level exercises. She thought for a while and said, "Senior, my Hu family offers 200,000 per pill. What do you think?" "Okay." Gao Yan nodded, and then waved his hand. 10 bottles of foundation-building pills appeared on the table, each with 10 pills. The sect not only has a strict control over the foundation-building pills, but also the medicinal materials used to refine the foundation-building pills. If Gao Yan hadn't gotten a lot of spiritual medicine in the secret realm, he really couldn't refine the foundation-building pill. When she found that Gao Yan had taken out 100 foundation-building pills, Hu Yining's cheeks flushed. "To be honest, Senior, since the last time we traded the earth-level skills with you, our Hu family's spiritual stones have almost been emptied. Now we can only take out 5 million spiritual stones. Otherwise, how about we trade 25 pills first?" Hearing this, Gao Yan was a little silent. But think about it, the Hu family is just an ordinary immortal cultivation family. They have already taken out so many spiritual stones to buy the earth level skills last time. It is normal that they can't afford 100 foundation building pills now. "Senior, how about I only want 20 pills, and I will raise the price by 10,000. Hu Yining said cautiously. Gao Yan waved his hand. "Okay, there is no need to raise the price. These 100 foundation-building pills will be given to your Hu family. You give me 5 million spiritual stones first, and I will collect the rest in a year." Half a minute later, Gao Yan left the Hu family's medicine shop, but he did not leave the market directly. Instead, he bought some talismans and several medium-grade spiritual tools in the market. During this period, he found that someone was actually eyeing him. After using the inside eye to check, he found that the other party was a spy from the Huang family, another immortal cultivation family in Fengqi City. His cultivation was average, only the second level of foundation building. Gao Yan pretended not to find out. After leaving the market, he went directly into an alley and used a small teleportation magic to return to the house in the south of the city. The Huang family spy who followed him into the alley looked at the empty alley, and his face suddenly changed. "Brother Gao, you're back." Seeing Gao Yan, Yi Qing Shuang, who had already had an intimate relationship with Gao Yan, rushed up directly. "Call your sister, I have something for you sisters." Gao Yan patted Yi Qingshuang's hips and said. After a while, in the main hall, Gao Yan took out the talismans and flying swords he purchased and divided them equally between the two sisters. When they took the flying sword to refine it, Gao Yan called up the system sub-interface. The income value was only 63 million, but the total number of spirit stones had reached 480 million. That night, someone knocked on Gao Yan's door again. It was not his younger sister Yi Qingshuang, but his older sister Yi Qingxue. Although Yi Qingxue was much older than her younger sister, she still felt nervous and shy at this moment. Gao Yan smiled at her, picked her up, and strode towards the bed in the room. The next morning, when Gao Yan woke up, the beauty was gone. In fact, he knew that Yi Qingxue had quietly got up and left at around 5 in the morning. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that this elder sister was even more shy than his younger sister. The two sisters worked together to prepare breakfast for Gao Yan. In the next few days, Gao Yan stayed in this courtyard without leaving the house. On the one hand, he taught the two girls some experience in the world of immortal cultivation, and on the other hand, he taught them how to practice skills and spells. As for the night, the two girls took turns to come to his room and go to the canyon battlefield with him. Unfortunately, Gao Yan had limited time. Otherwise, he really had to find a way to facilitate the threesome. 10 days later, Gao Yan said goodbye, and the two girls were reluctant to leave, but no one was sensible enough to persuade Gao Yan to stay. He had explained everything that needed to be explained, and he also left enough cultivation resources for the two girls. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they could all practice to the golden core stage safely. After leaving Fengqi City, Gao Yan changed his appearance and flew to Jianqi Valley on his sword. He had a sword spirit body and the magical power of time, so Gao Yan thought that going to Jianqi Valley was his best choice. He flew on the sword for more than 2 days. Gao Yan finally arrived near Jianqi Valley. Standing on the flying sword, looking at the giant canyon that was hundreds of kilometers long not far away, Gao Yan could hardly imagine that this was really cut out by a sword. And even though he was thousands of meters away, Gao Yan felt a strong sense of oppression. This Jianqi Valley has existed for who knows how many years. But after so many years, the sword intent has never subsided, which shows how powerful the Hadao Great Power is. If it appears in the main world, it will probably destroy the entire earth easily. Then, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the thousands of immortal cultivators outside the sword Qi Valley. These immortal cultivators were all trying to comprehend the remaining sword intent in the sword Qi Valley. The strongest among them had reached the nascent soul stage, and the weakest was also in the foundation establishment stage. As for those in the Qi refining stage, their souls were too weak. As long as they felt the remaining sword intent, their souls would be torn apart, not to mention comprehending anything. Finally, Gao Yan's eyes fell on a nascent soul cultivator who was closest to the sword Qi Valley. I don't know how many years the other party has been entrenched here. However, Gao Yan felt that it had been at least 100 years, because the other party's hair had grown to the ground, and the beard on his face was so lush that it covered most of his cheeks. There was a lot of dirt and dust on his body. If you didn't look closely, you would really think that the other party was a statue. In fact, it is very simple for immortal cultivators to take care of their hair. and beards and cleaned themselves. But the other party didn't take care of it. There is only one possibility. That is, the other party has been here for too long and has no mind to take care of his own hygiene. Of course, although the other party was the closest to the Sword Chi Valley, it was still more than 300 meters away. Gao Yan lowered the sword light. It landed on the ground. Those cultivators who were sitting cross-legged to comprehend the sword intent ignored him. Because this place, people come and go every once in a while. As long as the people don't provoke them, they usually ignore them. This Taoist friend, can you introduce the situation here to me? Gao Yan slightly revealed the breath of a Jindan cultivator, and stuffed another human spirit pill to the other party. The originally impatient other party smiled and introduced Gao Yan in detail. According to the other party's introduction, as long as you don't get close to the Sword Chi Valley for 2,000 meters, there will be basically no danger. Of course, if you want to comprehend the sword intent more easily, it is best to venture into the 2,000-meter range. This is the experience summed up by countless predecessors who came here to comprehend the sword intent. Also, here, don't disturb others casually, because maybe they have gained something, and if you disturb them, they will lose it, and they will fight you to death. After listening to the other party's introduction, Gao Yan came to a place 2,100 meters away from the Sword Chi Valley, took out a cushion and sat on it. Then he closed his eyes to feel the faint sword intent in the void. Although the sword intent in this place is very thin, the trace of sword intent gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, and he also sensed that the sword intent exuded a breath of destruction. There was no grass growing around the difficult pass. It is probably related to the destructive breath in the sword intent. With a thought, Gao Yan introduced a wisp of sword intent into his body and tried to refine it. The sword intent originally flowing in the void was not aggressive, but after entering his body, it was like a beast that broke free from shackles and destroyed crazily. Gao Yan was so scared that he quickly wrapped up the sword intent with his spiritual power. But he found that his spiritual power could not last long. So he quickly sent this ball of spiritual power wrapped in sword energy out of his body. Then he took out a healing pill and took it. At this moment, many people around cast teasing glances. Many people even communicated secretly. Haha, this new guy is really foolish and bold. Isn't it true? He actually introduced the sword intent directly into his body, and he is not afraid of dying too quickly. Fortunately, he is only 2 kilometers away. If he entered 2 kilometers, he would have been seriously injured by now. How long can this kid last? I guess 10 days. I think a month. I don't think he can last 3 days. Although Gao Yan didn't try to capture their voice transmission, he knew that this group of people had nothing good to say. He quickly pinched the array formula. In a moment, several arrays rose up and isolated each other. It's boring. This kid is too narrow-minded. He probably doesn't want them to laugh at him. Young people still have to have face. That's right, unlike us old guys, who have been here for who knows how many years and have long forgotten what face is. In fact, most of the people who stayed here had no potential for cultivation to be tapped, and they wanted to comprehend the sword intent and improve their cultivation. But the sword intent left by the great master of Hadao is not so easy to comprehend. After arranging the array, Gao Yan used the magical power of time to instantly repair his injuries. At the same time, he was thinking about how to comprehend the sword intent. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved, wondering if he could use the insight eye to analyze These sword intents? Thinking of this, Gao Yan locked onto one of the sword intents, and then turned on the detection function of the inside eye. Item, residual sword intent of the great power of Hadao. Level, 1st grade. Attribute, destruction. Remarks, smash it with all your strength, it can be absorbed. Haha, it really works. Gao Yan couldn't help laughing, and immediately locked onto another sword. Intent for detection, which was still a 1st grade sword intent. After thinking about it, he directly locked onto a sword intent within 2,000 meters, and the detection result was a 2nd grade sword intent. It seems that the closer to the sword chi valley, the higher the quality of the sword intent. Collect. With a thought, Gao Yan collected hundreds of 1st grade sword intents in the void into a confined area in my world. When these destructive sword intents entered this area, they frantically destroyed all life. In just 10 seconds, all the flowers, trees, snakes, insects, rats, and ants in this area died. Nah, what a domineering sword spirit. Gao Yan sighed secretly. As soon as I thought about it, he appeared in my world. He then took out the Kunwa sword and used the Kunwa sword technique to strangle one of the sword intents. Boom! The void shook, and the destructive sword intent seemed weak, but in the face of Gao Yan's attack, it resisted crazily. Moreover, Gao Yan found that his attack seemed to be a little helpless against the sword energy. His attack was like attacking a steel needle with a wooden stick. Oh, I don't believe it anymore. I can't help you on my territory. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan used the laws of my world to imprison the sword intention. Although the opponent struggled hard, it was to no avail. Seeing this, Gao Yan smiled and attacked again. But after a while, he gave up. Even though the sword intent was imprisoned, he still couldn't defeat it. In this case, we can only sharpen our skills with water. I saw Gao Yan pinching a spell, and a flame appeared in his hand. He popped out with his finger, and the flame flew out, wrapping up the destructive sword intent. This is the weapon fire that comes with the intermediate weapon refining technique. No matter how hard the material is, it can melt it. An hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Unknowingly, Gao Yan had burned the destructive sword intent with weapon fire for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally felt that the sword intent could no longer hold on. 2 more days passed. The sword intent completely collapsed and turned into a drop of pure sword intent energy. However, the aura of destruction contained within it disappeared. Gao Yan has no regrets about this either. Directly incorporate this drop of sword energy into your body. With the operation of the technique, this drop of sword energy was quickly integrated into his spiritual power. Over the course of a week, Gao Yan's spiritual power increased by 1/10. I'll go, big supplement. Gao Yan said with excitement, and then directly condensed 10 weapon fires, refining 10 destructive sword intentions at once. 5 days later, Gao Yan refined 10 drops of pure sword energy. After being absorbed into the body, his cultivation level increased. He estimated that if he refined and absorbed a few more drops, he would be able to hit the 4th level of the golden elixir. Continue. Soon, 5 days passed, and Gao Yan refined 10 drops of pure sword energy. After only absorbing 4 drops, his cultivation level reached the 4th level of the golden elixir as if it were a matter of course. Moreover, his realm after the breakthrough is very stable and not frivolous at all. At the same time, he also sensed that after he incorporated the energy of the Sword, his spiritual power also changed to a certain extent. Raise your hand and point. A burst of spiritual power flew out, and a burst of popping sounds could be heard one after another. His spiritual power directly penetrated hundreds of tree trunks hundreds of meters away before it was completely consumed. Concentrate your breath. Gao Yan left my world and continued to confine the first-grade destruction. Sword intent in the void into my world. Soon, all the sword intent in this area was taken away by him. So, he opened a portal in the formation and allowed the sword intent in the void to flow into the formation. A few days later, Gao Yan, who had taken away tens of thousands of first-grade destructive sword intent, removed the formation. See this scene. The surrounding cultivators were communicating secretly again. The next moment, Gao Yan took a big step and entered the 2,000-meter range. Suddenly, he felt a huge pressure, but it was still within the range he could bear. Pinch the magic formula. He arranged the formation again. Within the scope of his formation, there are 1,000 second-grade destructive sword intent, and even more first-grade swords, more than 5,000. Receive. Gao Yan tried to acquire a second-grade destructive sword intent. However, the imprisoned second-grade sword intention was not honest, and rushed around as if it were spiritual. This made Gao Yan frown. It was imprisoned directly using the laws of the world. For a moment, the second-grade sword intention struggled even more fiercely. But after observing for a while, Gao Yan discovered that this second-grade sword intention should not be able to break the imprisonment, but it was hard to say for the third-grade sword intention. In this case, Gao Yan brought thousands of second-grade swordsmanship into my world and imprisoned them separately, and then took another first-grade swordsmanship and imprisoned them. That's enough. Gao Yan is not greedy either. After collecting more than 15,000 first-grade sword intent and more than 1,000 second-grade sword intent, he decided to leave here. As for the third-grade sword intent, he probably couldn't do anything about it. With weapon fire. Withdrawing the formation and withdrawing from the 2,000 meters range, Gao Yan launched his flying sword and disappeared into a sword light. Haha, I'm just telling you, this guy won't last long. Hey, this junior is too impatient. He didn't even stay enough for 10 days. 2 days later, Gao Yan returned to Fengqi City. It is inconvenient to enter my world when I return to the Nine Saints sect. It's better to stay in Fengqi City for retreat. Brother Gao, are you back so soon? The Yi family sisters were all surprised. They didn't expect Gao Yan to be back here after just a few days. Gao Yan smiled and said, I have gained a lot from going out this time. I have to retreat for a while. Without saying a word, Gao Yan entered the room, arranged the formation, and then entered my world. Weapon fire. After pinching the magic formula, 10 weapon fires appeared, each burning a first-grade sword intent. Only 3 days passed. The 10 first-grade destructive sword intents were all transformed into pure sword intent energy. The cultivation level has been upgraded to the 4th level of Jindan, and the power of the weapon fire has also increased a lot. Next, Gao Yan used the power of sword intent to cultivate while refining the sword intent of destruction. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed in my world. I saw Gao Yan's body slightly shaken, and the spiritual power in his body changed a lot. He stepped into the 5th level of Jindan. Because the sword intent energy he used was too pure, the spiritual power after refining was also extremely powerful. Although he broke through 2 realms in a short period of time, the basis was still very stable. After another realm was promoted, the power of the weapon fire increased a lot. It only took 1 day to refine the first-grade sword intent of destruction again. Therefore, Gao Yan broke through to the 6th level of Jingdan even faster. It only took 5 days. My current cultivation has surpassed that of my junior sister. After reaching the 6th level of Jingdan, he could condense 12 weapon fires at a time, and the time to refine the first-grade sword intent of destruction was greatly shortened, only 4 hours. In other words, he could refine 36 drops of sword intent energy a day. This time, he refined for 5 days in a row and refined 180 drops of sword intent energy. After taking it in batches. As expected, his cultivation level broke through to the 7th level of Jingdan. The number of weapon fires increased to 15, and the refining time was shortened to 2 hours. In other words, 91st grade destructive sword intents can be refined in 1 day. Gao Yan flicked his finger. A spiritual power shot out and directly pierced a mountain, but Gao Yan felt a faint itch in the meridians in his body. He read many books. After a little thought, he understood what was going on. The main reason was that his spiritual power was integrated with a large amount of sword energy, which was too strong and his body could not bear it. Come to think of it, he only improved his cultivation level during this period, and did not use his own spiritual power to temper his body. In this case, he did not plan to continue to improve his cultivation, and then refine the first-grade destructive sword intent while tempering his body with his spiritual power in his body. He stayed in my world for several months. All the first-grade destructive sword intents were refined into pure sword intent energy by him. At the same time, after several months of tempering, his body has already fully used the powerful spiritual power, and there will be no backlash. With a thought, Gao Yan walked out of my world. After spending a few days with the Yi sisters, he flew back to the 9 Saints sect. But when he returned to Lingyue Peak, he found that junior sister Yin Yutong was standing there with a bad look in her eyes. Junior brother, what did I tell you? Why are you running around? Senior sister, don't scold me yet. I brought you good things when I went out this time, Gao Yan said with a smile. Is it a script? Yin Yutong said subconsciously, but immediately felt that he could not let this brat pass so easily, so he deliberately darkened his face. Don't think that you can get away with a book of words, little junior brother, let me tell you. Hearing the young senior sister mention the storybook, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel a little funny. After she scolded her for a while, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to her. Little senior sister, what I brought this time is not a storybook. It can help you grow quickly. It's a good thing. Yin Yutong took the jade bottle in confusion and asked, Junior brother, what is this? Senior sister, this is the opportunity one got when I went out. There are 3 drops of pure sword energy in the jade bottle. You can directly take it into your body and refine it. After listening to Gao Yan's words, Yin Yutong put his spiritual thoughts into the jade bottle and saw 3 transparent drops of pure sword energy. Junior brother, this is your opportunity, I can't take it. After thinking about it, Yin Yutong handed the jade bottle back to Gao Yan. Sister, I still have it. Gao Yan smiled and said, besides, I have already used it. As he spoke, he deliberately released the aura of the 7th level of the golden elixir. 7th level of golden elixir? Yin Yutong exclaimed in disbelief. Senior sister, your cultivation has almost reached the peak of the 5th level of the golden core. You should be able to break through as long as you use these 3 drops of sword energy. Ah, my cultivation has actually been surpassed by my junior brother. How embarrassing. Yin Yutong shouted in his heart, but said, since this is the wish of junior brother, I, the senior sister, will not be polite. I will go to retreat first. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Yutong grabbed the jade bottle and rushed into her wooden house. Gao Yan returned to his wooden house. After activating the formation, he entered my world again, and then condensed weapon fire to burn the 2nd-grade destructive sword intent. Soon. Only half a month has passed in my world. However, the 2nd-grade destructive sword intent is still strong and has no tendency to be refined. Gao Yan persisted for a few more days. I felt that the weapon fire couldn't be refined at its current level, so I gave up. In the future, when the cultivation level increases, the power of the weapon fire increases, and it can be refined, so there is no need to worry about it. For a while, a thought came to my mind. Out of my world, out of the cabin. Glancing at Yin Yutong's room, there was still no movement. I waited for about 2 hours. The fluctuations in the formation came, and soon after, Yin Yutong was seen walking out of the wooden house. She did not restrain her aura, so Gao Yan could tell at a glance that she had broken through to the 6th level of the golden core. Congratulations, senior sister, Gao Yan said with a smile. Ahem, thank you junior brother, but you are still a little behind compared to junior brother. To celebrate that both of us have made breakthroughs, junior brother, let's have a barbecue. Okay. Gao Yan agreed immediately, then cut off a piece of monster leg from the mustard seed space, lit the bonfire, and started roasting the meat. Yin Yutong, on the other hand, squatted aside to watch and chat with Gao Yan. Junior brother, I have to say that although the 3 drops of sword energy you gave me are difficult to refine, the effect is really good. I only refined 1 drop, and I actually broke through to the 6th level of the golden core. Is it difficult to refine? Gao Yan seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking. Yes, it is indeed difficult to refine. Yin Yutong nodded seriously, and it takes quite a lot of energy to refine it. After thinking for a moment, Gao Yan understood why it was easy to refine it on his own, but it became difficult when he arrived at Yin Yutong's place. Because he is a sword spirit, but Yin Yutong is not. After eating a barbecue, Yin Yutong touched his belly with satisfaction and yawned again. Junior brother, I'm going to take a rest. I just broke through, and I spent a lot of energy. By the way, stop running around. I understand, senior sister, I won't run around. Gao Yan nodded. While Yin Yutong was resting, Gao Yan left Lingyue Peak and came to Zhenchuan. Yuan then took out a transmission talisman and released it. About a quarter of an hour passed. Nangong Yao's maid Qing Luo appears. Junior brother Gao, you asked me to meet, but you have something important to do? Qing Luo asked while looking at Gao Yan. Senior sister Qing Luo, I traveled a lot and got an opportunity. I want to make a deal with Her Majesty the Saint, Gao Yan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qing Luo felt a little funny. Her Highness was not only a saint, but also a direct descendant of the Nangong family. She had no shortage of skills and resources, and she couldn't look down on ordinary things. Gao Yan guessed the meaning of Qing Luo's smile, so he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Qing Luo. Senior sister Qing Luo, there is a drop of special energy in this, which can improve your cultivation after being refined. please. Pass it to the saint. Your Highness, if it works, please contact me again. If it doesn't work, there's no need to contact me. Okay. Qing Luo took the jade bottle, turned around and left. Soon, Qing Luo returned to Nangong Yao's Saintess Hall. Seeing that his saint was practicing magic, he didn't bother her and just stood waiting outside the temple. About 3 hours passed. The saint's voice came from inside. Qing Luo, come in. You've been waiting outside for a few hours, but you have something important to report? Qing Luo said, Your Highness, Gao Yan asked me to hand over something to you, saying that after refining, it can improve your cultivation. Really, let me see. Nangong Yao said lightly. Qing Luo quickly presented the jade bottle. Nangong Yao opened the jade bottle and took out the drop of sword energy inside, and sent out her mind to sense it, and then she was a little surprised. What a pure sword energy. Your Highness, can this thing enhance your cultivation? Qing Luo asked curiously. Since it was given to the saint, she naturally couldn't check it in advance. I'll try. Nangong Yao took this drop of sword energy into her body. She was in the 7th level of the nascent soul, so it was naturally easier to refine it. Half a quarter of an hour later, she had converted this drop of sword energy into her own spiritual power. A touch of surprise appeared on her beautiful cheeks, because she found that her spiritual power had actually increased a lot, which was completely comparable to the result of her more than a year of hard practice. Your Highness, how is it? Qing Luo asked with concern. The effect is very good. Then I will contact Gao Yan right now, he should still have a lot. Qing Luo said excitedly. Well, bring him to me, and I'll talk to him in person. Okay, Your Highness. On the other side, Gao Yan rushed to Nangong Yao immediately after receiving Qing Luo's sound transmission note. Seeing Qing Luo waiting outside the palace, he saluted immediately. No need to be polite, follow me. After a while, Gao Yan followed Qing Luo into a slightly cold palace and saw Nangong Yao sitting cross-legged above the palace. Hello, Your Highness the Saint. No need to be polite, please take a seat. Thank you, Your Highness. Gao Yan, let me ask you, how much of that kind of sword energy do you have? It depends on how many spirit stones the saint has. Hearing this, Nangong Yao was slightly stunned, and then smiled. It seems that you are planning to make a deal with me. In this way, I will give you 1,000,000 spirit stones per drop, how about it? No problem, I wonder how many drops Your Highness the Saint wants to buy. Gao Yan was delighted. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao was shocked. It seemed that this kid had a lot of sword energy in his hand, so he said, how about I buy 50 drops first? No problem. Gao Yan took out a large jade bottle, which contained 50 drops of sword energy. Nangong Yao waved her hand and the jade bottle fell into her hand. After checking, it was indeed 50 drops. She was not vague and threw a storage ring to Gao Yan directly. After Gao Yan checked, there were both high-grade and medium-grade spirit stones and low-grade spirit stones, but together, the total was 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Your Highness, if you need it in the future, just come to me, I won't bother you. Go, Qing Luo, help me send junior brother Gao off. After leaving the Saint Maiden Palace, Gao Yan called up the system sub-interface. The income value has exceeded 100 million, reaching 113 million, and it is only more than 30 million away from upgrading. As for the total amount of spirit stones, 10 million has been spent during this period, and now there are 200 million more, with a total of 670 million. And in that palace. After receiving 50 drops of sword energy, Nangong Yao announced that she would go into seclusion. She estimated that after digesting all the 50 drops of sword energy, she should be able to enter the 8th level of the nascent soul. A few days later, Lingyu Peak. Gao Yan is practicing Kunwa Sword Ju. This set of sword techniques can exert its greatest power only if you practice the corresponding techniques. However, in the past few days, Gao Yan discovered that after he absorbed and refined the energy of the sword, when he used the Kunwa sword art, not only did the fit improve a lot, but the power of the sword art also increased a lot. At the same time, he can feel progress every time he practices this set of sword techniques. He estimated that with a few more days of practice at most, he would be able to master the Kunwa sword art to perfection. As for the younger senior sister Yin Yutong, she is currently in seclusion, refining the other 2 drops of sword energy. When she comes out of seclusion, her cultivation level will increase. On the other side, the temple of the Holy Lady Qing Luo was waiting calmly outside the palace where Nangong Yao was retreating. At this moment, she could feel a familiar atmosphere rising in the palace. She knew that this was Her Highness the Saint who was attacking the 8th level of nascent soul. The saint is the strongest among the 3 saints. If he could break through to the 8th level of nascent soul, he would be tied for 2nd place with Zhao Longya among the saints and saints. She estimated that Xia Homing's expression would be very exciting when he found out that His Highness had made a breakthrough. That woman will find other ways to show off. As long as the saintess's cultivation is too much higher than hers, it will be useless, no matter how much limelight she puts on. Boom! The void shook, invisible air waves spread, and even though the palace was covered by a formation, it was still shaking violently. Breakthrough! There was a sense of joy in Qingluo's eyebrows. Then he quietly left and ordered other maids to prepare bathing supplies for His Highness. As Nangong Yao's personal maid, she also knows His Highness's habits very well. She likes to take a bath after each retreat. About 2 hours passed. Qingluo finally received His Highness's call. She hurried outside the palace. Clang! 2 heavy palace doors opened, and a stunningly beautiful woman walked out. Congratulations to Your Highness, congratulations to Your Highness. Qingluo quickly knelt down on the ground and congratulated Nangong Yao. Get up, Qingluo. Thank you, Your Highness. Qingluo stood up and said, Your Highness, do you want to take a bath? My servant has already ordered someone to prepare it. Half an hour later. In the bathhouse, where the water smoke curls up, a beautiful body is looming, which is fascinating. Nangong Yao's plain arms crossed the water, picked up a few petals, blew them gently, and the petals flew up and landed in the bath again. Qingluo, send someone to the family and tell my father that I have broken through to the 8th level of nascent soul, and ask him to prepare 200 million spirit stones for me. After playing for a while, Nangong Yao's expression straightened up and she ordered Qingluo because she found that the effect of practicing with the energy of the sword was so good. If he has enough sword energy, he can also break through to the 9th level of nascent soul in a short time. As for continuing to rely on the energy of the sword to break through to become a god, almost impossible. Because to break through to become a god, it depends not only on spiritual power, but also on the soul. Nangong Yao did not deliberately hide the news that she had broken through to the 8th level of nascent soul, so the news quickly reached Xia Homeng's ears. How is that possible? Xia Homeng found it unbelievable. Although Nangong Yao had already broken through to the 7th level of nascent soul for several years, it was impossible for him to break through to the 8th level so quickly. Your Highness, you can't be wrong. The Nangong family has also received the news and sent someone to give her a congratulatory gift. Fuyo said cautiously. That doesn't make sense. Xia Homeng frowned and said, according to my calculations, it will take at least 5 years for Nangong Yao to be promoted. Why was she promoted for 5 years? Did she get opportunities that I don't know about during this period? Fuyo couldn't help but said, Your Highness, Saint Nangong has not gone out during this period. She has been staying in the Saintess Hall to practice. Since she didn't get the chance, why did she break through so quickly? Xia Homeng stared at Fuyo and asked. Fuyo smiled bitterly, Your Highness, how do I know, but I have already ordered someone to investigate. Damn Nangong Yao, why did you break through at this time? Xia Homeng cursed, because there are still 3 years before the master will be released from seclusion, and the first thing the master will do when he comes out of seclusion is to test the cultivation of all the disciples. Nangong Yao, who is broken through to the 8th level of nascent soul, will definitely receive praise from his master. Once Nangong Yao wins the praise of her master, her efforts to build momentum for herself will be in vain. Other side. The Nangong family is here. It was Nangong Yao's aunt who came. Nangong Ruoxue is quite happy that his niece has broken through to the 8th level of the nascent soul so quickly. It seems that his niece can advance to the level of spirit transformation before she is 300 years old. Generally speaking, the younger the person is promoted to become a god, the greater the possibility of breaking through the void. Some small talk. Nangong Ruoxue handed a storage ring to Nangong Yao. Yao Yao, your father asked me to give this to you. Thank you, Aunt, and thank you, Dad. Nangong Yao took the storage ring and checked it subconsciously. Her father was more generous than she thought and actually gave her 300 million spirit stones. Suddenly, a happy smile appeared on her face. Yao Yao, are you short of spirit stones? If so, my aunt can give you some. Seeing that her niece was happy to receive 300 million spiritual stones, Nangong Ruoxue couldn't help but ask dotingly. Aunt, I am really short of spiritual stones now. If you can give some to my niece, it would be great. If it was in the past, Nangong Yao would definitely refuse, but now, she wants to drain all the sword energy in Gao Yan's hand to prevent him from being bought by Xia Homeng. Okay, I will give you 300 million too. If it is not enough, Aunt will find a way to help you get a few 100 million. Nangong Ruoxue took out a storage ring and handed it to Nangong Yao. Aunt, no need, 600 million spiritual stones are enough. Nangong Yao shook her head and said. She estimated that 600 million spiritual stones should be able to drain Gao Yan's sword energy. Okay, if you are short of spiritual stones, tell Aunt. After chatting for a while, Nangong Ruoxue left with people. After sending her aunt away, Nangong Yao immediately ordered Qing Luo to call Gao Yan to the Saint Maiden Hall. Gao Yan, who was practicing sword, received Qing Luo's voice transmission and couldn't help but look happy. It seems that Nangong Yao has broken through to the 8th level of yuaning through the sword energy. This is to buy sword energy from him again. So, he immediately flew to the Saint Maiden Hall. On the other side, the people sent by Fuyo also got results. She immediately came to Xiahou Meng's bedroom. Your Highness, I heard that Saint Nangong personally met Gao Yan a few days ago, and she immediately closed her eyes after the meeting. I suspect that she got the opportunity from Gao Yan. This is impossible. Gao Yan is just an ordinary Jindan. What opportunity can he have to help Nangong Yao break through? Xiahou Meng questioned. Your Highness, you forgot that Gao Yan is a person with great fortune. Hearing this, her expression was a little weird. To be honest, she said that Gao Yan had great fortune before, but she didn't take it seriously. It's nothing more than seeing that Nangong Yao has a certain relationship with Gao Yan, and finding an excuse to snatch him. But I never expected that Gao Yan really had some fortune and had a treasure that allowed the 7th level of Yuanying to break through. Thinking of this, she immediately ordered Fuyou, you go to Lingyue Peak immediately and let Gao Yan come to see me. Yes, Your Highness. Fuyou left the Saint Maiden Hall and immediately headed for Lingyue Peak. Just when passing by the mountain where Nangong Yao Saint Maiden Hall was located, he happened to see a sword light falling, and the figure revealed was Gao Yan, right? With a thought in his mind, Fuyou also quickly suppressed the light of his sword, landed on the ground, and said to Gao Yan, Junior brother Gao, my Saintess has summoned me, come with me quickly. But at this moment, the formation covering the mountain peak opened, and Qing Luo walked out of it, looking at Fuyou with a sneer on her face. Junior Sister Fuyou, our saint has summoned junior brother Gao first, why not wait for him to see me first? Your Highness, how about going to your Highness's place? Fuyou's face darkened. My Highness and junior brother Gao have important matters to discuss. I wonder if senior sister Qing Luo can make it easier? What a coincidence. Qing Luo smiled jokingly. My Highness also has important matters to discuss with junior brother Gao, but don't worry, after the discussion is over, I will personally escort junior brother Gao to His Highness Xiahou. Hearing this, Fuyou's face became a little gloomy, while Qing Luo was secretly amused. His Royal Highness usually kept a low profile and allowed Saintess Xiahou to act like a monster. Even slaves like them seemed inferior to Saintess Xiahou. Servant. This was considered a win back. Junior brother Gao, let's go quickly, don't keep His Highness waiting. As she spoke, Qing Luo grabbed Gao Yan's arm and pulled him into the formation. Seeing this, Fuyou was secretly angry and worried, letting Saint Nangong take the lead and wondering what she should do when she got back. Finally, she gritted her teeth and simply sat cross-legged nearby to wait. No matter what, we must take Gao Yan back to see the saint. When they met again, Gao Yan felt a little more intimacy in Nangong Yao's eyes. Moreover, stools, tea, fruits, snacks, etc. were prepared for him in advance. I've met Her Majesty the Saint. Gao Yan bowed and saluted. No need to be polite, junior brother Gao, please sit down. Nangong Yao said with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness the Saint. Junior brother Gao, thanks to your sword energy, I was able to break through to the 8th level of nascent soul in just a few days. Your Highness the Saint, this has nothing to do with me. After all, you also spent spiritual stones. Gao Yan said modestly. Although it cost me spiritual stones, I still have to thank you. By the way, do you still have sword energy in your hand? Nangong Yao asked. As long as His Highness has spiritual stones, I will have them. Okay, I don't know what you do with so many spiritual stones. Nangong Yao said in a funny way that she traded 50 million spirit stones with this guy last time. These many spirit stones were enough for him to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Therefore, she really couldn't understand why the other party accumulated so many spiritual stones. Gao Yan smiled and did not answer. I have 600 million spirit stones here, do you have enough sword energy? The next moment, Nan Gongyao said jokingly. What, 600 million? Gao Yan couldn't help being surprised, and then thought to himself, she is indeed a saint, and her ability to manipulate spiritual stones is very strong. Why, there is not enough sword energy? Nan Gongyao asked with a smile. She saw Gao Yan being too loud before, so she deliberately reported 600 million spirit stones to scare the sky. Enough. Absolutely enough. Gao Yan waved his hand, and 6 jade bottles appeared, each containing 100 drops of sword energy. Can you really produce so much sword energy? Nan Gongyao couldn't help but smacked her tongue secretly, waved her hand, and took the jade bottle. After checking it, she found that there were indeed 600 drops of sword energy in it. For a moment, she was overjoyed. With these 600 drops of sword energy, her cultivation could quickly reach the peak of the 9th level of nascent soul. She only needed to concentrate on condensing her soul to prepare for promotion to the gods. This would save her at least a few decades. Your Highness, the Saint, is there any problem with the sword energy? Gao Yan asked with a smile. No problem. Nan Gongyao put away the 6 bottles of sword energy with a wave of his hand, and then threw a storage ring to Gao Yan. As soon as you get the storage ring, the notification sound will sound. Ding, the upgrade conditions have been met, please ask the host if you want to upgrade. Congratulations to the host for getting 3 times the refund and 1.8 billion spiritual stones. Upgrade. Gao Yan ordered. After the system was upgraded, Gao Yan threw an insight eye at Nan Gongyao out of curiosity. It is found that the other party's friendliness towards him is 65 points. This level of friendliness is only a little better than that of strangers. If you want to sleep with the saint, I'm afraid you still have a long way to go. Nan Gongyao obtained 600 drops of sword energy and was busy retreating. Upon seeing this, Gao Yan took the initiative to say goodbye. Qing Luo, help me see off junior brother Gao. Yes, Your Highness. After leaving the Holy Maiden Hall, Gao Yan almost couldn't help but laugh to the sky. However, after he walked out of the formation, he found Fuyo waiting for him not far away. Hey, there's another business coming. Gao Yan thought to himself, and then took the initiative to greet him. I have met senior sister Fuyo. Come with me. Fuyo said calmly. Soon, under Fuyo's guidance, Gao Yan met Xia Homing. It's just that Xia Homing's face is not very good. After throwing out the inside eye, Gao Yan discovered that the friendliness of the other party was actually -10. She probably suspected that Namgong Yao's breakthrough was related to him, so she felt disgusted with him. See Her Majesty the Saint. Gao Yan bowed and saluted. Gao Yan, I would like to ask you, does Namgong Yao's breakthrough have something to do with you? Xia Homing asked directly. Obviously, she was very angry at the moment and had no patience to deal with Gao Yan, so she asked the questions in her heart. That's right, Your Highness. Tell the truth. Okay, you're fine. Gao Yan seemed to hear the sound of Xia Homing gritting his teeth. Thankfully, this palace appreciates you so much. If you have good things, you don't come to me, but you go to that woman Nangong Yao. In what way is this palace worse than that woman? Your Highness, you are no worse than Saint Nangong, Gao Yan said quickly. In that case, why didn't you come to this palace first? Xia Homing asked. Sternly. Your Highness, I can't contact you, Gao Yan said with a bitter smile. I only have the transmission talisman of Nangong Saint Qing Luo. If I have the transmission talisman of senior sister Fuyo, I will definitely contact you. First. Humph, that woman has been promoted to the 8th level, it's too late to say anything now. Xia Homing's face looked better. It's not too late. Gao Yan smiled and said, Your Highness, don't you want to know how Saint Nangong broke through? You mean? Xia Homing was not stupid, he immediately woke up. Your Highness, please look. Gao Yan took out a jade bottle containing a drop of sword energy and offered it. The energy inside can be quickly improved after His Highness refines it. As long as there is enough energy, His Highness's cultivation realm can also be quickly broken through. It's not a bad idea to catch up with Saint Nangong. Take it and see. Xia Homing waved her hand, and the jade bottle fell into her hand. After using her spiritual sense to detect it, she found that the sword energy did contain powerful and pure spiritual power. A thought came to my mind. She took it into herself. About half an hour later, Xia Homing had completely refined the sword energy. A nice blush appeared on her face. She stared at Gao Yan and said, Gao Yan, how much of this sword energy do you still have? Then it depends on how many spiritual stones His Highness has? In other words, you have a lot of this kind of sword energy? No, how much did Nangong Yao buy from you? Not much, 1 million per drop. Nangong Saint purchased 650 drops. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Xia Homing couldn't help but become anxious. The woman Nangong Yao bought more than 600 drops, fearing that she could directly reach the peak of the 9th level of nascent soul. She must not lag behind her. She must buy more than her before she can catch up with him. As long as his cultivation level catches up with him and relies on her skills, what can that woman compare with her? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel better, and said with a smile. Gao Yan, I bought sword energy worth 1 billion, do you have enough sword energy? Your Highness is so heroic. Gao Yan was overjoyed and said immediately. Originally I planned to keep some for my own cultivation. Since Your Highness needs it, I will sell them all to His Highness. Giggle. Xia Homing laughed out loud, you are a smart kid. But she didn't have that many spiritual stones on her body, so she sent out a transmission note to ask for help from her family. Although the Xiaohou family has the genius Xiaohou Jian, they still value Xiaohou Meng very much. 1 billion spiritual stones were quickly sent. 1 billion spiritual stones may seem like a lot, but when converted into top quality spiritual stones, it is nothing. 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones is equivalent to 10 million medium-grade spiritual stones, or it can be equivalent to 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones, or it can be equivalent to 1,000 top-grade spiritual stones. The Xiaohou family has been operating for many years with the help of the 9 Saint sect and has many veins of spiritual stones. 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones is nothing to the entire family. After completing the transaction, Gao Yan also specifically checked Xiaohou Meng's friendship level. It was originally a negative number, but now it actually turned into 72 points. It seems that this Xiaohou Saint is easier to deal with. Why don't we change the target and capture Xiaohou Meng first? Of course, Gao Yan is just thinking about it now and has no intention of Taking action. After all, Xia Homeng is now a saint, and he is also a direct descendant of the Xiaohou family. He has good qualifications and talents, and he has become a disciple of Xiao Lingyue. However, compared with Xia Homeng's identity, the gap is a bit big. Therefore, now he, not even qualified to pursue Xiaohou Meng, returned to Lingyue Peak. Gao Yan wanted to bring up the subsystem interface, but there was no response when he issued the command. Then I realized that the system was being upgraded. After the upgrade is completed, the system will reach level 10 and the upgrade rewards will be greatly increased. He is still looking forward to this. He also had no intention of practicing sword practice. Just cut off the last monster's leg, light a bonfire, and start grilling it. Just as he was roasting the monster's legs until golden, Yin Yutong's wooden door opened. "Oh, junior brother, how did you know I was hungry?" Seeing the roasted golden animal legs, Yin Yutong couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She didn't feel hungry even if she didn't eat much before. But now, after eating the meat roasted by her junior brother, she found that she became greedy. I also guessed that senior sister is about to leave seclusion, so I specially prepared it for you. Gao Yan followed her words and said that after refining the other 2 drops of sword energy, Yin Yutong's cultivation level also increased a lot, reaching the middle stage of the 6th level of the golden core, which definitely saved her several years of practice. "Junior brother, you are so kind," Yin Yutong said with a smile and squatted down next to him, waiting for the barbecue while talking to Gao Yan. Less than half an hour later, the monster's legs were ripe. The 2 came to the wooden table and sat down. "Junior brother, don't you think something is missing?" Yin Yutong winked at Gao Yan. Gao Yan understood instantly and took out 10 bottles of elixir wine and put them on the table. "Junior brother, thank you for your hard work. You eat a piece of meat first." Yin Yutong cut off a piece of barbecue and put it on Gao Yan's plate. Half an hour later, Yin Yutong, who had drunk too much, was laughing again. "But this girl drinks very well and is neither noisy nor fussy." Fortunately, this situation did not last long, only half an hour. Even without using her spiritual power, the drunkenness in her body gradually dissipated. Soon, 3 hours passed. The system has also been upgraded. As expected, he was very satisfied with the upgrade reward. First of all, 1,000 free attribute points were directly awarded, which was enough for him to upgrade the 2 innate magical powers rewarded by the system to the top level. Secondly, 5 premium draws are also awarded. In addition, there is also a new function, the Immortal Cultivation Mall. This mall will put 3 products on the shelves every month, and the host can purchase them with spirit stones. The 3 products are randomly refreshed. They may be exercises, magical powers, elixirs, weapon refining materials, etc. The 3 products in the first round are the Purple Gold Bugwa Furnace, Pa Ingdan, and a Formation Disc. The Purple Gold Bugwa Furnace is a low-grade spiritual treasure that has 2 major functions. The first is alchemy, and the second is suppression. The price is not low either, worth 1 billion spiritual stones. Poing Dan is a 6th level elixir. After taking the 9th level of the golden pill, it will be 100% upgraded to the 1st level of nascent soul without any sequelae. It sells for 100 million spiritual stones. The last formation disc is special, because this formation disc does not have any power, but it can only be fully activated after absorbing the 9 beast souls. Of course, the stronger the beast soul absorbed, the greater the power after activation. The price is 100 million. Speaking of spirit stones, Gao Yan now has a total of 8 billion spirit stones. When making a deal with Xiaomeng, the system was already being upgraded. Therefore, that income is settled after the upgrade is completed. Therefore, the return multiplier is 4 times. Equivalent to this transaction, he received 5 billion spiritual stones. Absolutely wealthy. Gao Yan decided to buy these 3 things. After deducting 1.2 billion, 3 things also appeared in the system space. This purple gold bagua furnace comes from the system, and he can fully master it after simply refining it. The broken infant pill and the formation disc were temporarily unavailable, so they were put into the mustard seed space by him. After refining the purple gold bagua furnace, Gao Yan prepared for the lottery. The system used all 5 advanced draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the physical upgrade card. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a causal card. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a cultivation improvement card. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the 9th level puppet of the God of Transformation. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the magical twin magical powers. Hey, after this upgrade, even the broadcast method is different. Gao Yan teased the system a little and began to check the 5 prizes drawn. First of all, the physique upgrade card can take his physique from the advanced sword spirit body to the top level. There was nothing to hesitate about. Gao Yan used it directly. The transformation process was not painful, so he checked the cause and effect card. But after reading the function of this cause and effect card, his expression was a little weird. In short, after using the cause and effect card, he will have a certain relationship with someone in this world. And this relationship is random. Maybe he will have more enemies, or maybe he will have more relatives, or maybe he will have more fathers and mothers. Or there will be more fiancé. Do you want to use it? Gao Yan hesitated a little. Thinking that the system had never cheated him, he used this cause and effect card. Immediately afterwards, he had an extra memory in his mind. TSK, yes, this system really arranged a fiancé for me. Gao Yan didn't expect that this cause and effect relationship was actually a fiancé relationship. However, he didn't know where this fiancé was now, but she was sure that she was still alive. He didn't know if the other party would come to his door and perform a drama of breaking off the engagement. At that time, should he shout a sentence, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the poor young man? When he thought of this scene in his mind, he shuddered subconsciously. Damn. It was too shameful. Even if he encountered this situation, he couldn't say this second-year speech. Let's talk about the cultivation level improvement card, which can directly improve a small realm. He doesn't plan to use it now. When he reaches the 9th level of the golden core, he can directly promote to the 1st level of the nascent soul. The 4th prize, the 9th level of the God transformation puppet, is awesome. He has another trump card. However, this puppet is a big spender. It consumes 1 million spirit stones per hour. Even if he is worth billions now, he still feels that he can't afford it. Fortunately, when not in use, it can be stored in the mustard seed space. Let's talk about the 5th prize, the twin magic power. This magic power is strong and weak. After it is used, it can condense twins with the same cultivation as him, and the duration is 1 hour. During the use of the magic power, damage can be transferred and death can be replaced. In simple terms, any damage or death suffered by his original body can be transferred to his twins. It is definitely a life-saving magical power. Fusion. Without saying a word, Gao Yan merged this magical power. Soon, the twin magical powers were integrated. Gao Yan had another innate magical power. The magical powers rewarded by the system are all directly activated by mental power, and secondly, they can be upgraded through free attribute points. Now the twin magical power is only a primary magical power, and it only needs to consume 10 attribute points to upgrade to the intermediate level. So, Gao Yan decisively added points to upgrade. The twin magical power that reaches the intermediate level can be summoned for 5 hours each time. After thinking about it, Gao Yan consumed another 100 free attributes to upgrade this magical power to the advanced level. The summoning time became 12 hours each time. In addition, the number of twins he summoned was also increased to 2. Not bad. Gao Yan was quite satisfied with this magical power. The strength of the summoned twins is the same as the original body. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Will the summoned twins also have twin magical powers? If so, he can nest dolls infinitely. Thinking of this, Gao Yan was a little excited. He directly activated the twin magical power. The next moment, 2 twins who looked exactly like him appeared. These 2 twins, no matter their appearance, temperament, or aura, were exactly the same as him. Can you 2 use twin magic? Gao Yan asked. The 2 twins shook their heads. Ah. Hearing this, Gao Yan was a little disappointed. In fact, he knew that the system would not give him this loophole. However, he was also quite satisfied. Wouldn't 2 more twins mean twice the combat power? No, he and the twins are in sync with each other. If they cooperate against the enemy, it is definitely not 1 + 2 = 3, it should be more than 3. With a thought, the 2 twins disappeared. Gao Yan's eyes fell on the attribute points, and there were 1090 points left. He could upgrade the 2 innate magic powers to the top level. The innate magic powers he currently possessed were the time magic power, the small teleportation magic power, the stealing magic power, and the twin magic power he had just drawn. Moreover, these magic powers have been added to the advanced level. So, which 2 magical powers should be upgraded? Gao Yan hesitated. The magical power of time can reverse time and restore consumption and injuries. The small teleportation magical power is an absolute magical power for escaping. The current teleportation range is 2,000 miles, which is a bit difficult to face the incarnation of the spirit. After all, the incarnation of the spirit can transform into a form with the spirit. But there is absolutely no problem in escaping from the nascent soul. Even if this magical power is upgraded to the top level, the teleportation range is estimated to reach more than 5,000 miles, and it is estimated that it is still impossible to escape from the incarnation of the spirit. In this case, there is no need to upgrade. As for the thief's magical power, it is enough now. There is no need to upgrade it. So, after some consideration, Gao Yan upgraded the magical power of time and the twin magical powers to the top level. The time magical power that reaches the top level has a reversal time of 6 hours. And after the twin magical power reaches the top level, the summoning time is increased to 10 hours, and the number of summons is also increased to 3. TSK, is this considered as the 3 pure ones in one breath? Gao Yan said secretly. However, this magical power is a bit high profile, so he decided to prepare 3 masks, and then summon the twins and let them wear masks. It is worth mentioning. After this upgrade, the experience required for upgrading has increased to 500 million. But he still has more than 1.5 billion experience left. It can still be upgraded. System upgrade 1 more level. After the system upgrade, Gao Yan stepped into my world. During this period, in addition to practicing swordsmanship, he also used spiritual power to temper his body. The degree of fit between the body and spiritual power is getting higher and higher. After a while, he can absorb sword energy to improve his cultivation. A few days passed in a flash. Gao Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air. With a thought, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He opened the bottle stopper and took 10 drops of sword energy into his body, and the skills started to work. About 10 days later, the breath on Gao Yan's body burst out, shocking all the animals around him to lie on the ground and unable to move. Golden Core 8th level, reached. Gao Yan smiled. It takes a few years or even decades for others to improve their cultivation. It's not like him. Improving cultivation is as easy as eating and drinking. This is the benefit of having a plug-in. With the experience from last time, he did not continue to refine the sword energy to continue to improve, but used the spiritual power of the Golden Core 8th level to temper himself, so as not to leave hidden dangers. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of something. Oh, he remembered that before he went into seclusion to practice, he ordered the system to be upgraded again. During this period of time, he was so obsessed with practice that he almost forgot that the system upgrade was completed. Call up the system sub-interface. Check the rewards. As expected, the rewards for reaching level 11 are not as generous as those for level 10. Only 3 advanced draws and 500 attribute points were awarded. System, use 3 advanced draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the team amplification magic power. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a card of being possessed by the devil. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced alchemy. Let's talk about the team amplification magic power first. This magic power can not only amplify one's own strength, but also the strength of teammates. At present, the magic power is elementary, which can amplify the combat power of 3 people and teammates by 50%. Fusion. After taking out the jade slip and fusing the magic power, Gao Yan used 10 points of free attributes to upgrade the magic power to the intermediate level. This now allows 6 teammates to be amplified, with an amplification effect of 80%. After thinking about it, Gao Yan consumed another 100 free attributes to upgrade this magical power to a high level. This magical power can amplify 10 teammates, with an amplification effect of 100%. In simple terms, it can double the combat power of oneself and teammates. There are still 480 free attributes left, and it is no longer possible to upgrade the team's amplification magical power. Gao Yan's eyes fell on the card of being possessed by the devil. This card can be used on oneself or others. Of course, Gao Yan would not be stupid enough to use this card on himself. What makes Gao Yan happy is that there is no limit on the cultivation level of the user of this card. However, the higher the cultivation level, the lower the chance of success of the card. This is also a life-saving card. If you encounter a strong person who cannot defeat the opponent in the future, you can use this card, and maybe it can Make the opponent directly go into the devil. There is no need to introduce the advanced alchemy. After fusion, Gao Yan can easily refine pills from the 1st to the 9th level. Unfortunately, it is not very helpful to him now, because the spiritual medicines required for elixirs above the 4th level are quite rare and precious. He has the ability to refine elixirs, but without the materials, he still can't refine high-level elixirs. So, this skill is a bit useless. Also, after this upgrade, the system upgrade experience soared to 1.5 billion. There are still 1.063 billion remaining experience, and only more than 400 million are needed to upgrade again. On the other side, in Xiahou Meng's palace, after several days of retreat, after refining some sword energy, her cultivation level successfully advanced to the 6th level of the nascent soul. Although it is still lower than Nangong Yao, she sees the hope of being on par with the other party. If it were usual, she would definitely have to retreat and hold a feast, but thinking that Nangong Yao was already attacking the 9th level, she didn't have that mind. So she continued to retreat and refine the sword energy to attack the 7th level of the nascent soul. Unknowingly, Gao Yan has been tempering his body in my world for more than a month. The compatibility between body and spiritual power is not 100%, but at least 99%. You can continue to refine the sword energy to improve your cultivation. Take out the sword energy and put it into your body. After activating the technique, Gao Yan could feel that his cultivation level was improving rapidly. Just 18 days. His cultivation level once again made a breakthrough, reaching the 9th level of the golden core. He tried to pop out a burst of spiritual power. His body did not feel any strangeness or discomfort, so he continued to practice and raised his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the golden core. There is a soul-breaking pill, and he only needs to take it, and he will be able to transform into a baby and become a nascent soul cultivator. However, after being promoted to nascent soul, you will be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. How long did it take for him to break through to the golden elixir stage? If he could break through to nascent soul now, it would be too conspicuous. There are not so many intrigues between the outer and inner gates of the 9 Saints sect, but such things are absolutely inevitable at the top. Therefore, being too prominent is not necessarily a good thing. Therefore, there is no way to break through in the 9 Saints sect. First temper your body. Gao Yan just left my world, and then came outside the wooden house of his junior sister Yin Yutong, raising his hands to kowtow. Junior brother, are you okay? Yin Yutong asked as he opened the formation. Senior sister, I plan to travel for a while. Gao Yan said directly. Are you going out again? Yin Yutong frowned slightly. Senior sister, I have relied on the energy of the sword to break through to the 9th level of the golden core. I plan to travel to find opportunities to break through to the nascent soul. As he spoke, Gao Yan deliberately released the aura of the 9th level of the golden core. Have you broken through to the 9th level of the golden core? Feeling Gao Yan's aura, Yin Yutong's face was filled with surprise and disbelief. Senior sister, I actually have a magical ability to escape. As long as I am below the level of a god, I can escape. Gao Yan added. Well, be careful when you go out. Be careful of people from the Xianming sect. Hearing what Gao Yan said, Yin Yutong couldn't stop him anymore. By the way, senior sister, I left a gift for you in my room, so I'm leaving. First. The words fell. Gao Yan stood up with his sword and disappeared in the light of the sword. Seeing the sword light submerged in the clouds, Yin Yutong flattened his mouth and became alone again. Suddenly, she thought of the words Gao Yan left when he left. She came to Gao Yan's wooden house and found a jade bottle placed on the wooden table. After she picked up the jade bottle, she felt a familiar aura. She scanned it with her spiritual thoughts and found that there were 100 drops of sword energy in it. This guy. Mr. Yin Yutong was stunned, then smiled. If Gao Yan gave it to her directly, she would definitely not want it, because these 100 drops of sword energy were too valuable in her opinion. My junior brother probably took this into consideration and didn't give it to her directly. Junior brother, this is a huge favor. How should senior sister repay you? These 100 drops of sword energy were enough to quickly elevate her to the 8th level of the golden core, or even the 9th level of the golden core. It would save her decades of hard work. After Gao Yan left the Nine Saints sect, he went straight to Fengqi City. After approaching Fengqi City, he changed his clothes and pretended to be a casual cultivator and entered the city. Then he went straight to the courtyard in Nanchang. The Yi family sisters learned that there were many powerful people in this world. In order not to cause trouble to Gao Yan, after he left, they practiced hard without leaving home. Because there is no shortage of cultivation resources, their cultivation levels have improved very quickly. In particular, Yi Qingshui has reached the threshold of the 3rd level of foundation building, while Yi Qingshuan has broken through to the 2nd level of foundation building. As for why Gao Yan didn't leave any sword energy to them, it's not that he can't bear it. But with their cultivation in the foundation building period, they simply cannot refine the energy of the sword. I felt that the formation covering the courtyard was activated. Both sisters were shocked. They all drew their flying swords and rushed out of the room. When they found out it was Gao Yan, they looked happy again. Next January, Gao Yandu stayed in Fengqi City. And one night, they finally convinced the sisters to enjoy a threesome. 1 month later, Gao Yan has polished his cultivation to an extremely stable level. Even if he doesn't take the Poing pill to reach the nascent soul stage, he still has a lot of confidence. However, since there is a safer way, he will not do anything to show off his strength. Therefore, he decided to use Poing Dan to break through. However, he wanted to find a spell or magic weapon that could hide his cultivation level. Therefore, before going out to make a breakthrough, Gao Yan spent several days wandering around the city. At the same time, he also secretly observed the situation of Hu's Dan pharmacy. With the human spirit pill and foundation establishment pill he provided to the Hu family, the Hu family's elixir shop is famous, and the current business is particularly good. Brother Gao, have you gained anything? One evening, after Gao Yan returned to the yard, Yi Qingshuang came up to him and asked. No. Gao Yan shook his head. Techniques to hide one's cultivation level were generally very common, but those that wanted to conceal the aura of the nascent soul were relatively rare. Therefore, after a few days, Gao Yan gained nothing. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. The 1st month period has passed and the system mall has been refreshed. So, he clicked on the system mall. Gao Yan was a little disappointed when he saw the 3 items refreshed. The 3 top quality items this time were a bit inferior, and he had no desire to buy them at all. That's all, if you can't find it, you can't find it. The worst thing you can do is stay in Fengqi City for a few years before returning to the Nine Saints sect. Gao Yan said secretly. The next day, Gao Yan said goodbye to the two sisters who were reluctant to leave. Go to the chosen place to escape the tribulation. Before being in the library pavilion, Gao Yan had imprinted the map of Donghuang into his mind. He chose a rather special place to escape the tribulation, the Black Desert. This Black Desert is the site of an ancient battlefield. Many years ago, it was filled with a lot of evil energy, making it almost difficult for cultivators to survive in this area. Later, after years of evolution, the evil spirit subsided, and this area turned into a giant black desert, and became a place where many poisonous insects inhabit. Therefore, there is a lot of miasma in the void, which is still not suitable for cultivators to survive. Even the surroundings of the Black Desert are deserted. Therefore, it is the most suitable place to go through the tribulation, and no one will disturb you. After several days of sword flying, Gao Yan finally arrived in the Black Desert, and then spent a few more days flying to the center of the Black Desert. The poisonous miasma in this area is quite strong, and it is estimated that a foundation building monk would be poisoned if he inhaled it, and there are a large number of various poisonous insects in the desert below the miasma. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan quickly activated the formation technique, and after a moment, a formation rose from below, covering 100 miles in radius. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan used the fire dragon technique to burn all the poisonous insects in the formation, and controlled the formation to expel all the miasma outside the formation. After entering the formation, Gao Yan entered my world with just one thought. After taking out Paying Dan and taking it, the golden elixir clicked and a crack appeared in his body. Next, there were constant clicking sounds, and a large number of cracks appeared on the golden elixir. After a while, a baby with an appearance that was 80% to 90% similar to him emerged from the golden elixir. And his cultivation level also entered the first level of nascent soul. Tisk, it's indeed the ing-breaking pill provided by the system. The effect is domineering. Gao Yan sighed secretly. At the same time, he in my world did not feel the breath of heavenly calamity. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. If we go to the main world or the 1960s, will there be a natural disaster? After thinking for a while, he estimated that the main world should appear. But it would not be too strong, because the main world's spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and only the small world had thin spiritual energy. And why the heavenly tribulation is brewing is because it absorbs spiritual energy to form the tribulation thunder. Therefore, the main world may have catastrophes, but it will definitely not be much stronger. As for the 1960s, there was no aura at all, and there were no conditions for a catastrophe. So, how about going back to the 1960s? In this case, he can completely avoid the nascent soul tribulation. But what if the world of cultivators doesn't agree? Isn't this all in vain? After thinking about it, Gao Yan still felt that there was no need to go back. And fourth, because he was quite confident that he could survive the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. After all, he had many trump cards. As long as the heavenly tribulation could not instantly blast him into pieces, it would be impossible for him to be truly finished. With a thought, Gao Yan appeared in the formation in the center of the Black Desert. As he appeared, there was a reaction in the sky thousands of meters high, and dark clouds quickly condensed. At the same time, a pressure also quickly spread. It made Gao Yan feel that he was doomed. But he didn't take it seriously. He opened his inside eyes and quickly checked the surrounding situation. Although there should be no cultivators in this Black Desert, what if there so it is safer to explore it. Soon. He explored the area of 5,000 miles. Except for the poisonous insects. Everywhere, he did not find any traces of other cultivators. Time passed slowly. The tribulation clouds in the sky became thicker and heavier. Feeling the breath of the heavenly tribulation, the poisonous insects around them all frantically drilled out of the sand and fled to a place far away from the tribulation cloud. But at this moment, a man wrapped in a black robe drilled out from the ground. He glanced at the tribulation cloud thousands of miles away and said in a hoarse voice, "Interesting, someone actually came here to survive the nascent soul tribulation." Just now, Gao Yan ignored the ground with his inside eyes, so he did not find the black-robed man hiding under the desert. He hesitated slightly. The black-robed man drilled back under the desert and approached Gao Yan. Time passed. 2 hours passed in a flash. The tribulation cloud in the sky finally brewed to the extreme. Boom! A huge black thunder fell from the sky and hit the formation arranged by Gao Yan heavily. Gao Yan just arranged this formation casually, and its defense can only be said to be average, so it naturally cannot withstand the bombardment of the tribulation thunder. Fortunately, it also lasted for 2 seconds before breaking. Suppress. At this moment, Gao Yan sacrificed the purple gold bugwa furnace, and when it was activated, a powerful force of suppression spread out, and it actually fixed the falling thunderbolt. After that, Gao Yan slashed with a sword and directly smashed the thunderbolt into pieces. After the sword spirit body was upgraded to the top level, Gao Yan not only made rapid progress in practicing sword tactics, but also greatly improved the power of the sword tactics. This behavior of Gao Yan seemed to anger the heavenly tribulation. So, the second, third and fourth thunderbolts fell at the same time. Haha, heavenly tribulation, you have no martial ethics, and you actually want to sneak attack me, a young man in his 20s. Seeing this, Gao Yan laughed and teased. Just when the thunderbolt fell again, he once again activated the purple gold bugwa furnace to fix the 3 thunderbolts, and then he quickly slashed out 3 swords. More than 200 miles away. The black-robed man who was still hiding under the desert had a full view of Gao Yan's tribulation, and a touch of greed appeared in his eyes. This kid not only has a low-grade spiritual treasure, but also has a ground-level sword technique. I don't know which of the 9 major sects he is a disciple of. If I can get his spiritual treasure and skills, I, the black-hearted old man, may have a chance to see the scenery in the transformation realm. The black-robed man is called the black-hearted old man. He is a casual cultivator. He accidentally obtained the inheritance of a poison cultivator and came to the Black Desert to use the poisonous insects here to improve his cultivation. Over the years, his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the nascent soul. The inheritance left by the poison cultivator only reached the nascent soul level. He was able to reach the 3rd level of the nascent soul mainly because of the countless poisonous insects in the Black Desert. There is almost no hope to reach the transformation realm. Unexpectedly, a disciple suspected to be from the 9 major immortal sects took the initiative to come here to survive the tribulation. He thought it was God's favor to him. That kid couldn't survive the heavenly tribulation, so he could take advantage of it. If he survived the heavenly tribulation, he would also fall into a weak period. He was confident that with his 3rd level cultivation of the nascent soul, he could attack by surprise. The other party was definitely not his opponent. seeing that the three thunders of tribulation could not do anything to Gao Yan, the heavenly tribulation did not make any more troubles and resumed the procedure of sending one thunder at a time. Soon, Gao Yan survived the first round of heavenly tribulation safely. The tribulation cloud began to brew again. Gao Yan, who had almost no energy consumed, opened his inside eyes again to explore the surroundings. Still no trace of others was found. It seems that choosing this place to survive the tribulation is correct, Gao Yan said secretly. In a blink of an eye, the second round of heavenly tribulation came. The power of the thunder of tribulation was slightly stronger than the first round, but it still could not escape the fate of being suppressed by the purple gold Bagua furnace. Therefore, Gao Yan successfully survived the second round of heavenly tribulation. Then the third round. The fourth round. When the fifth round of heavenly tribulation fell, the moon was already in the middle of the sky. The black-hearted old man, hiding hundreds of miles away, was increasingly envious of Gao Yan's purple gold Bagua furnace. In his opinion, the kid could easily survive 4 rounds of heavenly tribulations, all thanks to the purple gold Bagua furnace. As expected, Gao Yan successfully survived the 5th round of heavenly tribulations. There was only 1 round left, and this time the nascent soul tribulation was considered to have been survived. However, he did not get carried away, but opened his inside eyes again to detect the surroundings. Still no trace of other cultivators was found. After all, he was in the center of the Black Desert. Even if a nascent soul cultivator sensed the breath of the heavenly tribulation, it would take 1 or 2 days to fly, and as for the golden core, it would take even longer. By the time they arrived, he would have survived the heavenly tribulation. Time passed. The last round of heavenly tribulation finally came. The power of this round of tribulation thunder was at least twice that of the first round. But it was not beyond Gao Yan's control. Still suppressed by the purple gold Bagua thunder, he chopped it off with his sword again. Soon, 9 thunders passed. After the rain, the sky cleared up, the clouds in the sky quickly dispersed. And even the sky was full of stars. This was a very rare scene in the Black Desert. After all, the Black Desert was shrouded in poisonous miasma all year round. With a thought, Gao Yan consumed a little mental power and used the magical power of time to restore the consumed spiritual power. He was about to fly away on his sword. Suddenly his scalp was numb. With a puff sound, a pair of huge pincers suddenly appeared in the desert, where he stood, aiming at his legs. Swish! Gao Yan disappeared on the spot and appeared again, already high in the sky. There was a hint of coldness on his face. He looked down at the desert with his insightful eyes and found a truck-sized poisonous scorpion and 5 giant pythons that were 100 meters long. In addition, a mysterious man covered in a black robe was lurking under the desert 100 miles away. If he hadn't used the small teleportation magic to come to the sky just now, he would have fallen directly into the encirclement of 5 snakes and 1 scorpion. If he guessed correctly, these 5 snakes and 1 scorpion were all poisonous pets raised by the black-robed man. Looking for death. Gao Yan's eyes had a murderous intent, and with a thought, he summoned the 9th level puppet of the god of incarnation. Go and capture that black-robed man alive for me. Since there was a puppet of the god of incarnation level, Gao Yan would naturally not run over to fight with the other party. Isn't it just 1 million spirit stones for an hour? Can his boss Gao be short of this little spirit stone? Swish! The God of Incarnation puppet disappeared on the spot, but 2 seconds later, the other party reappeared, and there was an additional, black-robed man with sealed cultivation in his hand. Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. I was just watching this fellow Taoist cross the tribulation nearby, and I didn't have any malicious intentions, the black-robed man said humbly. At this moment, he was extremely frightened. He never dreamed that this fellow who was crossing the tribulation had a protector of the God of Incarnation level. Only a fool would believe such words. Gao Yan directly used the soul control ability to control the opponent's soul. The opponent's cultivation was sealed and he could not resist at all. The opponent's soul fell into Gao Yan's control in an instant. After reading the opponent's memory, Gao Yan also understood that this guy had already targeted him when he began to overcome the tribulation, and was only waiting for the moment when he was weak after overcoming the tribulation to attack. In this case, Gao Yan directly used the soul control ability to destroy his soul. Then he ordered the puppet to search out everything on his body. This guy played with poison, and he was afraid of being poisoned. As for the puppet, it was the 9th level of the incarnation, and even if there was poison, it could not hurt him. Bah, poor guy. After cleaning up the loot, Gao Yan couldn't help but spit on the black-hearted old man's body. The dignified 3rd-level nascent soul actually only had more than 300,000 spirit stones. Can you believe it? There are quite a few elixirs, but they are all poison elixirs refined from poisonous insects. In addition, the opponent also has some magic weapons. The highest one is only a high-grade spiritual weapon, and there are more than 10 other scattered ones, but they are all middle-grade and low-grade. It probably didn't belong to the black-hearted old man himself. It probably came from killing people and grabbing treasures. The most valuable one is a technique called 10,000 Poisons Manual. This is a Xian-level technique that can barely reach the nascent soul level. However, this technique uses poison as nutrients and will also produce sequelae. Just the rotten and stinky corpse of the black-hearted old man can tell how serious the sequelae of this technique are. He originally wanted to destroy this technique directly, but after thinking about it, Gao Yan realized that although this technique was a bit rubbish, it could at least sell for millions of spiritual stones. Ordinary sect disciples will look down upon it, but those casual cultivators who don't have any skills, if they have no choice, even if they know that the skills have serious sequelae, they still won't dislike it. The next moment, Gao Yan's figure landed on the ground, and as the black-hearted old man died, his 5-headed pet also died. Although these 5 poisonous pets have not reached the nascent soul level, the poisonous scorpion has reached the 9th level of the golden elixir, and the other 4 giant pythons have reached the 8th level of the golden elixir. If you sell it, you should be able to exchange it for a lot of spiritual stones. So, Gao Yan took out a storage bag alone and collected their bodies. Looking at the transformed puppet standing next to him, Gao Yan thought for a while, let's give you a name. From now on, you will be called Ada. Transformed into a puppet, thank you, master, for the name. You're welcome, Ada, take me to Fengqi City now. The incarnation of a puppet is charged by the hour, 1 million spiritual stones per hour. Even if the usage time is less than 1 hour, it will be calculated as 1 hour, which is comparable to that of mobile companies. Yes, master. Ada grabbed Gao Yan's arm, and then Gao Yan felt that the world was constantly changing. In just half an hour, he had appeared outside Fengqi City. Nah, the speed of transforming into the 9th level of the gods is so fast. Gao Yan couldn't help but secretly sigh. He had arrived in the center of the Black Desert from Fengqi City and had been flying with his sword for several days. But it only took half an hour for Ada to bring him back. Go back to the puppet space. Gao Yan said something to Ada, and the other person's figure disappeared. Yes, Ada has its own puppet space. After entering the city, Gao Yan sent Hu Yinin a transmission note and told her to meet at the same place tomorrow. Hu Yinin was happy and sad after receiving the news. Fortunately, the senior came to see her again. What is worrying is that the Hu family has not collected enough last payment. In desperation, she could only go to her grandfather Hu Yueshan. Grandpa, what do you think we should do? Senior will come again tomorrow, but I only have 10 million spirit stones here, and I'm still short of 5 million. Hu Yinin said with a worried look. Don't worry. Hu Yueshan thought for a while and said, since he said he would give us a year, he shouldn't change his mind easily. I guess he has other things to do. With you. Hu Yueshan thought for a while and then said, let's do this. I will personally lend 5 million to the family. If the other party asks for the balance tomorrow, let's settle the settlement with him first. After all, our Hu family will benefit a lot from being able to join his path. Today's Hu family's elixir shop is the best example. Because of the foundation establishment pill and the human spirit pill, the business of the elixir shop has more than doubled than before. Even if other elixir shops lower their prices, it won't affect their business. The main reason is that they use the human spirit pill and the foundation establishment pill for bundled sales. If you want to buy the human spirit pill, you must first spend a certain amount at the Hu family's pill shop. If you want to buy the foundation building pill, you must continue to spend at the Hu family's pill shop for a year. Of course, although they have bundled sales, they have not ripped off customers. Therefore, most customers have no objections. Even if some other customers have objections, they still have to hold their noses and admit it for the sake of the human spirit pill and the foundation establishment pill. Why are the human elixirs in other elixir shops not as high quality as the Hu families, let alone the scarce foundation building elixirs? 9 Saints Sect. Temple of the Holy Lady. After more than a month of seclusion, Nangong Yao finally broke through to the 9th level of nascent soul with the energy of her sword intention. I didn't expect that I would break through to the 9th level of nascent soul so quickly. Nangong Yao sighed. I decided to rest for a few days before continuing to practice in seclusion. After walking out of the secluded palace, Qing Luo was waiting outside as always, and thoughtfully prepared a bathing place for her. In the bathhouse, water mist curled up. Nangong Yao asked, while playing with the petals in the pool, Xiahou Meng. Didn't embarrass Gao Yan, did he? Your Highness, no. As expected, Gao Yan also made a deal with Saint Xiahou. And she is also practicing in seclusion. Qing Luo said with some dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao's heart tightened. Do you know how much Xiahou Meng bought? The quantity should be no less than what you bought, Your Highness. Qing Luo said truthfully, because the Xiahou family sent someone to deliver the spirit stone. For a moment, Nangong Yao felt a sense of urgency and some regret. If she had known this, she should have asked Gao Yan how much sword energy he had, and then bought it together. Otherwise, Xiahou Meng would not have been given the advantage in vain. But it's too late to say anything now. She didn't plan to rest. She would continue to retreat after bathing, striving To reach the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul as soon as possible. And then announce it to the public, so as not to be preempted by Xia Homeng. The next morning, Gao Yan came to the market in Fengqi City leisurely. Hu Yining had been waiting in front of the medicine shop. Seeing Gao Yan coming, she couldn't help but smile. "Senior, please come to the VIP room." And this scene happened to fall into the eyes of the Huang family's spies, who did not give up surveillance. The reason why the Huang family is so persistent is that the Huang family's main business is medicine. The more prosperous the Hu family's medicine shop is, the worse their business is. VIP room on the 2nd floor. Drinking the spiritual tea brewed by Hu Yining himself, Gao Yan said lightly, "This time I came to see you, I want your Hu family to help me resell a set of exercises and the corpses of 5 monsters." Upon hearing this, Hu Yining couldn't help but relax. The senior didn't come to ask for the balance. So he said, "I wonder what level of skills you want to sell." "An ordinary, Shan level skills." Gao Yan threw out a jade slip and introduced, "This is what I got from killing a poison cultivator of the 3rd level of the nascent soul. Although this skill can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage, it has a large sequelae." "Senior, can I watch it?" "Watch it, even if you watch it, I guess you won't have the desire to practice it," Gao Yan said disapprovingly. After getting Gao Yan's approval, Hu Yining took the jade slip and put it between her eyebrows. After reading the whole skill, she frowned slightly. This is a poison cultivation skill that uses poison as nutrients. If you practice it to the end, your whole body will rot. So, it is indeed as Gao Yan said, even if it is given to her for free, she will not practice it. Afterwards, Gao Yan threw her a storage bag. The 5 monsters inside are all poisonous pets of the poison cultivator. The levels of these 5 monsters are not low, Hu Yining said happily. Although these 5 monsters are all poisonous pets, and it is best not to eat their meat, their corpses are excellent materials for refining weapons and are still very valuable. So, Hu Yining thought, "Senior, are you in a hurry? If not, we can use the skills and the 5 poisonous pets as the finale and hold an auction." "Hold an auction?" Gao Yan looked thoughtful, "But these 2 things are too few as the finale. How about I provide 2 more bottles of Earth Spirit Pill and Earth Yuan Pill?" Although Earth Spirit Pill and Earth Yuan Pill are the standard pills for disciples of the 9 major sects, they are very scarce pills outside and may not be available even if the price doubles. "That would be perfect," Hu Yining said happily. "If these 2 elixirs are available, it should attract many golden elixir cultivators to participate in the bidding." In fact, Gao Yan still has a lot of Xian-level skills, but he stole them from the immortal cultivating family in Fengqi City using his small magical powers. So he definitely can't put them up for auction. "Okay, that's it. How much time do you need to prepare?" Gao Yan asked. "Senior, what do you think of half a month?" "Can." After Gao Yan handed 2 bottles of Dilling Pill and 2 bottles of Diyuan Pill to Hu Yining, he left directly. Just walked out of Xiaxianfang City, not far away. A monk at the 9th level of Foundation building quickly caught up with him. "Fellow Taoist, please stay. I am Huang Minghui of the Huang family. My second master has invited me." The second master mentioned by the other party is Huang Mingyi, the younger brother of Huang Mingren, the current head of the Huang family, and his cultivation has reached the 1st level of the Golden Core. He is also quite prestigious in the Huang family. After all, he wanted to live in Fengqi City permanently, so Gao Yan naturally Had to get to know these immortal cultivating families. Okay, lead the way. Gao Yan did not refuse. After a while, Gao Yan, led by Huang Minghui, arrived at Tianxiang Tower, the top restaurant in Fengkechang. This Tianxiang Tower only deals with immortal cultivators, and ordinary people are not qualified to set foot there. Come to the box on the 3rd floor. 2 foundation building monks stood at the door. Housekeeper. After seeing Huang Minghui, both of them hurriedly bent over to greet him. This is the distinguished guest invited by the second master. A distinguished guest has arrived. Please invite him as soon as possible. The second master has been waiting for you for a long time. One of the bodyguards said politely, and then opened the box door for Gao Yan. Gao Yan stepped into the box. Then she saw a middle-aged man with a face in his 40s, and 2 beautiful maids at the qi refining level standing behind her, squeezing his shoulders and patting his back. My Huang family, Huang Mingyi, has met fellow Taoist Gao. Huang Mingyi spoke while looking at Gao Yan, but his words were very polite. But when he said hello, his body sitting on the chair didn't even move. Obviously he didn't take Gao Yan seriously. Or maybe you want to give him a blow. Gao Yan nodded lightly and sat down directly opposite Huang Mingyi. Your Majesty, why did you invite me here? Fellow Taoist Gao, because of you, my Huang family's elixir shop has suffered a lot during this period. Huang Mingyi squinted his eyes, but the look from the slits in his eyes was a bit cold. Your Huang family is not doing well and cannot sell elixirs. What does it have to do with me? Gao Yan has always said that if you give me 3 points of face, I will give you 5 points of face. If you want to bully me and accuse him, he will naturally not be polite. What you said, fellow Taoist Gao, is wrong. If you hadn't provided the human spirit pill and the foundation establishment pill to the Hu family, my Huang family's customers would not have been taken away. Huang Mingyi sneered. What a joke, whoever I provide the elixir to is not your Huang family's turn to ask? Gao Yan smiled disdainfully. Fellow Taoist Gao is a bit crazy. Huang Mingyi said angrily. I'm crazy, that's because I have the qualifications. Gao Yan smiled, I am a true disciple of the 9 Saints sect. Do you think I have the qualifications to be crazy? As he spoke, Gao Yan suddenly released the aura of a nascent soul cultivator and directly targeted Huang Mingyi. With just a pop, Huang Mingyi fell to the ground under the pressure of the momentum, looking as embarrassed as he could. Gao Yan calmed down his momentum. Huang Mingyi also stood up from the ground. There was anger in his eyes, but he did not dare to show it. Instead, he smiled and apologized to Gao Yan. The Huang family cannot even cover the sky with one hand in Fengqi City, let alone in the entire eastern wasteland. You must know that the 9 Saints sect is one of the 9 overlord-level sects in the eastern wasteland. And as the true successor of the 9 Saints sect, he indeed has the qualifications to despise the Huang family. Okay, I'm too lazy to argue with you about what happened today. Next time. There's no need for your Huang family to exist. Without saying a word, Gao Yan stood up and left. He revealed his identity as the true successor of the 9 Saints sect, not just to show off, but because he planned to stay in Fengqi City temporarily for a few years in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble in the future. It is necessary to reveal your identity. Besides, with the background of the 9 Saints sect, it's not a waste if you don't use it. And that night, the head of the Huang family, Huang Mingren, personally came to the door with gifts to apologize. The gift given by the other party was also worth more than 5 million. Spiritual stones, but it was not a spiritual stone. This made Gao Yan a little disappointed. For the sake of the gift, Gao Yan chatted with the head of the Huang family for half an hour before serving tea to see off the guests. And Gao Yan's identity as the true successor of the Nine Saints sect also spread like wildfire, and soon spread to the ears of other families. Hu family. Hu Yueshan looked excited. They had previously suspected that Gao Yan's identity was not simple. He should be a disciple of one of the 9 major sections. Unexpectedly, they had guessed it. It's a pity that the other party's status is too high, otherwise he and Hu Yining might be able to become Taoist companions. The next few days, the heads of the major cultivating families in Fengqi City came to visit one after another and gave him generous gifts. Unfortunately, they were all spiritual medicines and refining materials, and no spiritual stones were given directly. Although Gao Yan was not thin-skinned, he was embarrassed to speak frankly. At the same time, Hu Yining also came to visit. After seeing Gao Yan's true appearance, she was a little absent-minded, but then her eyes darkened. The gap between the two sides was too big. She had just established her foundation, while Senior Gao was already a Yuanying cultivator. Unless she was willing to serve as the other party's maid, as for the Taoist partner, there was no need to think about it. When other family heads visited, Gao Yan only chatted with them for half an hour. But Hu Yining stayed in Gao Yan's house for 2 hours. This made Hu Yueshan feel quite proud. He felt more and more that it was the right move to make Hu Yining the heir of the family. 3 years passed in a flash. In the past 3 years, Gao Yan has been living in seclusion in Fengqi City. The method of concealing the breath that he had been looking for before was bought from the System Mall for 100 million spiritual stones 6 months after he settled in Fengqi City. Although this hidden art is a bit expensive, it is worth it. After activating the art, even the Hadao level cannot see through his true cultivation. And his cultivation has improved greatly after constantly refining and absorbing the sword energy. He has now reached the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul. However, this cultivation is too conspicuous, and he used the hidden art to disguise himself as the 1st level of the nascent soul. It is worth mentioning. With his guidance and no shortage of cultivation resources, the Yi sisters have made great progress. At present, Yiqing Shui has reached the 8th level of the foundation building, and Yiqing Shuang has also reached the 7th level of the foundation building. It's time to go back to the Nine Saints sect. The next morning, Gao Yan said goodbye to the Yi sisters and flew straight to the Nine Saints sect. The sword light landed on Lingyue Peak. But the next moment, Gao Yan's eyes fell on Yin Yutong, because at this moment, the little sister was actually making barbecue. Junior brother, you are finally back, that's great. Seeing Gao Yan, Yin Yutong couldn't help but smile happily. Since her junior brother left, she has never eaten the delicious barbecue again. As for her own barbecue, it is always a little bit lacking. Since Gao Yan is back, he naturally took over the task of grilling meat. Yin Yutong was telling the big things that happened in the Nine Saints sect during his absence. In the first year after he left, the swordsman named Shi Yun came to the Nine Saints sect and challenged Xia Hojian by name. At first, everyone was quite confident in Xia Hojian because he had reached the 2nd level of the spiritualization. Although Shi Yun defeated many saints and saints from other sects, he was only at the 9th level of the nascent soul. But the result of this battle surprised everyone. Xia Hojian was severely injured after fighting with the opponent for only half a quarter of an hour. If it weren't for the Xiahou family's Hadao master, who came out to rescue him, he would probably die under Shi Yun's sword. Who is this Shi Yun? He is so arrogant? Gao Yan asked, curiously. The ninth level of the nascent soul severely injured the second level of the spiritualization in half a quarter of an hour. Could this Shi Yun be the protagonist? You have to know that in the world of cultivating immortals, powerful forces are very concerned about their face. The opponent ran to the Nine Saints sect and severely injured and almost killed the strongest saint. He just didn't believe that the 9 saints would remain indifferent. Seeing Gao Yan's interest in this matter, Yin Yutong couldn't help but hurriedly said, "This Shi Yun is not a small figure. He is the only saint son of the western wasteland Tai Holy Land. This person has a very strong personality. Originally, there were 9 saint sons and saint daughters in the Tai Holy Land. As a result, after he became a saint son, he bluntly said that the other 8 people were not worthy of being with him, and directly took action to severely injure the 8 people, forcing them to give up the position of saint son and saint daughter. Oh my God, this is too domineering. Don't the top leaders of the Tai Holy Land care?" Gao Yan said in surprise. "Not to mention the talent and qualifications to become a saint son and saint daughter, but there must be a strong background. Take the saint sons and saint daughters of the 9 saints for example, Xiahou Jian and Xiahou Meng are both from the Xiahou family, and Nangong Yao is also backed by the Nangong family. If Xiahou Jian forced others to give up the position of saint son and saint daughter, would the family behind them give up? Definitely not." Yin Yutong said, "If someone else did this, it would definitely not work, but if Shi Yun did this, the high-level officials of Tai Holy Land would tolerate him, because he had mastered the Tai sword cannon, one of the 3 major sword cannons of Tai Holy Land. It is said that this sword cannon was created by the founder of Tai Holy Land, and he left a message saying that whoever can master the Tai sword cannon will have the potential to become an immortal. Therefore, Shi Yun is recognized as an immortal seedling in the Western wilderness. Before he came to the Eastern wilderness, he had already abused the Buddha sons, gods and goddesses of the other 2 major holy places in the Eastern wilderness. After he came to our Eastern wilderness, he also picked a few saint sons and saint daughters one after another. Some sects sent masters to assassinate them, only to find that there were actually 2 great masters who were protecting him. It is said that he wants to challenge all the young geniuses of the entire Songqiang world with his sword, and the Eastern wilderness is just his second stop. Now he has gone to the southern border and is ready to abuse the geniuses there." Hearing this, Gao Yan secretly said that even if this guy is not the protagonist, he is most likely the son of luck in this world. But this has little to do with him. After all, he had no intention of competing with the son of luck and the protagonist. He only needed to practice to the level of the great emperor and gain 500,000 years of life. As for why he was so sure that he could reach the level of the great emperor, this was not simple. He was a man with a cheat. After correcting his mind, Gao Yan asked, "Hasn't Saint Xiahou been shocked?" "At first," Yin Yutong said. "Later, he heard that the saints and saints of other sects were defeated by Shi Yun's sword, so he was relieved, especially the strongest saint of Xianming sect, who had reached the 3rd level of the spiritualization realm, and only lasted a little longer than Saint Xiahou." Suddenly, Yin Yutong changed the subject. "By the way, 2 major events happened in our sect. The second year after you left, Saint Nangong broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. Only 8 months later, Saint Shaho also broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. Junior brother, the breakthroughs of the two saints should be related to you, right? Why do you ask that, senior sister? Gao Yan asked with a smile. While talking, he brushed a layer of oil on the barbecue with a brush. Because when the two saints held the promotion banquet, they both sent you an invitation letter, and the two saints also gave you a generous gift. Here. This is from the two saints. Yin Yutong stuffed 2 storage rings into Gao Yan's hands. Then thank you, senior sister. You're welcome. I just kept it for you for a while. Yin Yutong waved his hand disapprovingly. By the way, junior brother, the two saints asked me to tell you that they hope to meet you when you come back. Really? Then I'll go see them tomorrow. Gao Yan said. He did go to see them. When he received the 2 rings, the system broadcasted twice. Although the two saints didn't get along, they were quite tacit in giving gifts. Each of them gave him 100 million spirit stones. In the past 3 years, he didn't make any profit in Fengqi City. He only made tens of millions of spirit stones. The little profit he got was not as good as the gifts from the two saints. At present, his profit value is 1.303 billion. It will take almost 200 million to upgrade. After a while, the barbecue is ready. The two came to the table and continued to chat while eating and drinking. Sister, is our master still in seclusion? Yin Yutong nodded. Master is trying to reach the void realm. It's not that easy. Even if he is in seclusion for 30 or 50 years, it's not uncommon. Oh, I see. Then have our brothers and sisters who went out come back? Gao Yan asked again. No. Yin Yutong shook her head and then showed envy. They all went to Zhongzhou together. I heard that Zhongzhou not only has many geniuses, but also has many opportunities. I guess the senior brothers and sisters also want to go there to try their luck. Then tell me about the senior brothers and sisters. Gao Yan asked proactively. Before him, Master Xiao Lingyue had a total of 4 disciples. They were the eldest sister Yu Qingkong, the second brother Bai Songyun, and the third sister Luo Chanqian. To be favored by the master, their talents and qualifications are naturally extraordinary. Especially the eldest sister Yu Qingkong is an extremely rare thunder spirit. Root and thunder spirit body, but it's a pity that the master does not have a thunder attribute technique. Even so, the eldest sister, who just turned 300, has cultivated to the 5th level of the nascent soul. She went to Zhongzhou to find a technique that fits her attributes. As for the second brother Bai Songyun, his talent and qualifications are only half a step worse than the eldest sister, but he has obtained a technique that fits his own attributes. Therefore, he entered the sect 10 years later than the eldest sister, but his cultivation level is catching up with the eldest sister. Moreover, the second brother has always had a crush on the eldest sister, so when he learned that the eldest sister was going to Zhongzhou to find the cultivation method, he followed her to Zhongzhou. Let's talk about the third sister, Luo Chanqian. She has dual spiritual roots, but she has a top-level wood spirit body. However, the third sister loves to play by nature. Knowing that the eldest sister and the second brother are going to Zhongzhou, she went to Zhongzhou with them to gain experience. In fact, the youngest sister Yin Yutong also wants to go. But she has not reached the nascent soul stage, and the master does not allow her to go. That's why she will show envy when she mentions her senior brothers and sisters. But junior brother, I have reached the 9th level of the golden core. When I reach the nascent soul stage, I will also go to Zhongzhou to find my senior sister and brothers. Yin Yutong revealed a trace of breath and said with a smile. Senior sister, I also have good news to tell you. Gao Yan deliberately revealed the breath of the first level of the nascent soul. Ah, you've reached the nascent soul stage. Feeling Gao Yan's aura, Yin Yutong was shocked for a moment, but then she felt happy for Gao Yan, junior brother, congratulations on reaching the nascent soul stage. Senior sister, toast you a glass. I don't know whether he was happy to see his junior brother after 3 years, or was stimulated by his junior brother's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Yin Yutong drank too much this time. Not just drunk like the last few times, but drunk directly to the point of falling asleep. Gao Yan is not worried. After all, the young senior sister has a constitution of the 9th level of the golden elixir. Even if she drinks too much and takes a nap, nothing will happen and there will definitely be no sequelae. So, he picked up Yin Yutong and put her in her wooden house. Then he took out a deck chair and placed it in the open space outside, and got on it, drinking while thinking about the next training plan. In the past 3 years, he has continuously refined the energy of his sword and raised his cultivation to the 9th level of nascent soul. At the same time, he also used the time plugin of Minecraft to practice sword techniques and directly mastered the first 5 moves of the Great Wind Sword technique. In addition, he also mastered the Kunwa sword technique and 3 other low-grade swords. All the techniques have been practiced to perfection. Generally speaking, only by practicing the supporting techniques can the power of the sword technique be maximized. But Gao Yan now has a top-level sword spirit body. The spiritual power in his body has been refined with too much sword energy. Using such spiritual power to control the sword art will also increase. Therefore, even if he did not practice the matching skills, the power displayed by the sword technique was stronger than if he had practiced the matching skills. Except the auxiliary magical power in the Gale Sword Song has also been cultivated to the level of Deshang. Coupled with the various magical powers he possesses, and excluding Shi Yun's pervert, it is estimated that even the 2 saints who have reached the peak of the 9th level of nascent soul are far from his opponents. And in terms of magic weapons, in the past 3 years, he had also collected a lot of weapon refining materials with the help of the Hu family in Fengqi City. After all of them were devoured by the Kunwa sword, the sword also reached the level of a low-grade spiritual treasure. At the same time, the system mall was refreshed 36 times in succession, and a low-grade spiritual treasure, with both offense and defense, was also refreshed, which he bought for 1 billion spiritual stones. Therefore, he now carries 3 low-grade spiritual treasures. After reaching the 9th level of nascent soul, one must consider how to break through to the realm of transformation into gods. However, in order to break through to become a god, you must condense your own divine will. There is divine intention in the exercises. As long as you understand God's intention, you can realize your own divine intention. However, Gao Yan did not understand the divine intention in the Song of the Gale Sword. Before the divine will is condensed, the technique can be modified, but after the divine will is condensed, it cannot be changed. Although the Gale Sword Song is a top-level earth-level skill, comparable to the heaven-level skill, it is not a heaven-level skill after all. If you practice to the extreme, you can only reach the peak of Hadao. If you want to reach the Holy Realm or the higher Great Emperor Realm, you must obtain heaven-level skills. This is the reason why Gao Yan has not understood the divine intention of the Song of Gale's Sword for a long time. He also wants to get a heaven-level skill through the system lottery. Unfortunately, even though the system mall was refreshed 36 times, the high grade earth-level skills appeared 3 times, but only the heaven-level skills did not appear. But he is not in a hurry. After breaking through to the nascent soul, he will have a lifespan of more than 2,000 years. Even if it is delayed for several decades, it will be nothing. Early next morning, Gao Yan left Lingyue Peak. Yu Jian went to meet the 2 saints. He decided to meet with Xia Homing first, because the saint was a bit petty. And if he met with Nangong Yao first, she would definitely have objections. What's more, Xia Homing's Saintess Temple is closer to him. When we get to Nangong Yao, we can use this as an excuse. Soon, Gao Yan came to the foot of the mountain where Xia Homing lived. Raise your hands and knock on the formation. Soon, Xia Homing's personal maid Fuyo came to greet him personally. Senior sister Fuyo, I haven't seen you for several years, but you are still so beautiful, Gao Yan said with a smile. Junior brother Gao, your little mouth is so sweet. When did you come back? I just came back yesterday and spent the night adjusting to be in the best condition to meet His Highness. Come with me. Fuyo rolled his eyes at him, turned around and walked towards the mountain. Soon, Gao Yan met Xia Homing in a palace. I heard that Nangong Yao also summoned you. Have you ever gone to see Nangong Yao? Xia Homing stared at Gao Yan and asked. Go back to your highness, I came to you first. Gao Yan replied with a smile. But secretly said in his heart, this Xia Homing is indeed a bit narrow-minded. Upon hearing this, Xia Homing couldn't help but smile. The 2 chatted for a while. Xia Homing asked, do you still have sword energy in you? Back to your highness, I have been out for more than 3 years and have been thinking of ways to get sword energy. If your highness needs it, I can still come up with some here. Gao Yan replied. He still has tens of thousands of drops of sword energy in his hand. But don't show that you have too much. Well, this palace has bought all the sword energy in your hand. Xia Homing said domineeringly, because she found that this sword energy can be used to improve the cultivation of Jindan and nascent soul too quickly. It can save monks in these 2 realms a lot of time. Although she no longer needs them, there are still many golden elixir and nascent soul cultivators in the family. The most indispensable thing for the Shaho family is spiritual stones. Your Highness, I have 1,000 drops of sword energy here. Gao Yan said. Are you sure there are only 1,000 drops? Xia Homing said meaningfully. Your Highness, don't embarrass me. You are all saints. I'm just an ordinary true disciple. I can't afford to offend anyone. Gao Yan said with a bitter smile. Xia Homing said proudly, okay, I won't make it difficult for you. In this way, you sell all the sword energy to me. If Nangong Yao dares to make trouble for you, you can come to me. Now she is also at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul, and she is not afraid of Nangong Yao at all. Isn't this bad? Gao Yan continued to make it difficult. How about I increase the price by 100,000 spirit stones for each drop? Xia Homing said again, but there was a threat in her eyes. If Gao Yan didn't agree, she would be furious. Okay, Your Highness, if Nangong Saint makes trouble for me, you have to help. Me. Don't worry, I will protect you. Nangong Yao dare not do anything to you. Xiahou Meng said confidently. In the end, Gao Yan took out 2,000 drops of sword energy and traded with Xiahou Meng. Gained 2.2 billion spirit stones. In an instant, his total amount of spirit stones soared by 11 billion to 18.87 billion. The revenue value also reached 3.503 billion. The upgrade prompts came one after another. Gao Yan naturally upgraded the system. Okay, I know you still have to see Nangong Yao, so I won't waste your time. Xiahou Meng waved her hand, indicating that Gao Yan could leave. Your Highness, then I'll take my leave. Gao Yan left decisively. Soon. He came to the foot of the mountain where Nangong Yao lived. Not long after knocking on the formation, Qing Luo appeared. Junior brother Gao, please come in. Thank you, senior sister Qing Luo. Gao Yan smiled and stepped into the formation. And led by Qing Luo into a palace. Junior brother, wait a moment, His Highness is in retreat, but I have already reported it, and he should come out of retreat soon to meet you. Qing Luo explained. I'm not in a hurry, it's okay to wait a little longer, don't delay His Highness's practice. Gao Yan said with a smile. This wait is an hour. I have met His Highness. Gao Yan stood up and saluted. No need to be polite, please sit down. Nangong Yao raised her hand and said. Thank you, Your Highness. Gao Yan said. After some greetings, Gao Yan sat down again. I was traveling before and I didn't know about the news of His Highness's breakthrough. I would like to congratulate Her Highness the Saint on her promotion to the 9th level of Nascent Soul. Nangong Yao nodded slightly. It is said that I was able to break through thanks to the sword energy you provided. Your Highness is joking, you bought it with spirit stones. Then do you still have sword energy? Nangong Yao asked. Xiahou Meng wanted to benefit his family, and Nangong Meng naturally had to seek benefits for his family. Have. Gao Yan said, I still have 2,000 drops of sword energy here. Gao Yan decided that after selling this time, he would no longer sell sword energy in the Nine Saints sect, because it was too ostentatious. Okay, I want these 2,000 sword energy. Nangong Yao said without hesitation. Hearing this, Gao Yan smiled. You still have to choose the right person when doing transactions. In the 3 years he spent in Fengqi City, he didn't make 100 million in total. This time, he made billions in just one day after returning. This is the difference. After the transaction was completed, another 2 billion spiritual stones were obtained. However, the system is being upgraded and no refunds can be provided. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan threw an inside eye at Nangong Yao. It was okay. And the friendship level had reached 70 points. After returning to Lingyue Peak, Gao Yan sat up on the recliner again. Junior brother, although you have reached the nascent soul stage, you still cannot neglect your cultivation. The little senior sister reminded in a gentle tone. I understand, senior sister, I just went to see 2 saints. I felt quite stressed and was lying down to adjust. Gao Yan explained. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Sister, the sword energy I gave you before must have been used up. I'll give you 2 more bottles. While speaking, Gao Yan threw 2 bottles of sword energy to Yin Yutong, totaling 200 drops, which was enough for her to break through to the nascent soul stage. Junior brother, I don't want it, it's too precious. Yin Yutong shook his head. Don't you want to find some breakthrough for nascent soul and go to Zhongzhou to find senior sister and the others? Gao Yan asked with a smile. This? A look of hesitation appeared on Yin Yutong's face. Finally, she said. Resolutely, junior brother, I lent you 3 bottles of sword energy. Senior sister will repay you in the future. That's up to you. Gao Yan didn't take it seriously. The young senior sister was not a saint. He couldn't even repay her even if he sold her with 300 drops of sword energy. The little senior sister took the sword energy and went to retreat. Gao Yan was still lying down and basking in the sun. But after an hour, someone came to knock on Ling Yefeng's formation. After Gao Yan used the formation technique to check, he found a true disciple of the 3rd level of Jindan standing at the foot of the mountain. The figure swayed. Gao Yan came to the foot of the mountain, opened a door, and asked, "What does this junior brother do for you?" Hearing Gao Yan's address, the true disciple frowned slightly. "Junior brother Gao, I am the 3rd level of Jindan. You should call me senior brother." "Sorry, I am the 4th level of the golden core." Gao Yan deliberately simulated the aura of the 4th level of the golden elixir through the concealment method, and pressed it towards the opponent, forcing the opponent to take half a step back. Suddenly, the other party's face became a little ugly. Unexpectedly, it took Gao Yan 3 years to break through to the 4th level of the golden core. You must know that at the Dao discussion conference held by Xia Homing 3 years ago, he was only at the 1st level of the golden elixir. "Senior brother Gao, I am here to invite you to meet me on the orders of the Holy Sun Zhang Tianfan. Please come with me." "No time." Gao Yan decisively refused. The Holy Sun Zhang Tianfan has no family support, and his net worth is tens of millions at best. He had just completed a multi-billion deal with the 2 saints, and he no longer looked down upon this spiritual stone. Seeing that Gao Yan dared to refuse, the true successor of the 3rd level of Jindan couldn't help but became furious. However, before he could utter any threatening words, Gao Yan immediately closed the formation. In desperation, he could only turn around and leave. Return to the temple of the Holy Child. He reported it to Zhang Tianfan with added embarrassment. After hearing this, Zhang Tianfan's face couldn't help but darken. Although he didn't know the energy of the sword, he also knew that the 2 saints' breakthrough to the 9th level of nascent soul had something to do with Gao Yan. Therefore, someone was sent to invite him. I didn't expect that the other party would not give him the face of the Holy Sun. Do you really think that with Elder Xiao Lingyue supporting you, I, the Holy Sun, can do nothing to you? A cold look flashed in Zhang Tianfan's eyes, and then he got up and headed to the Zhenjuan Academy. There are no compulsory tasks in the True Transmission Institute. But there are also some special dispatch tasks. The person responsible for distributing tasks is a true elder of the 3rd level of divine transformation. Elder Huang, have you assigned any tasks recently? After arriving here, Zhang Tianfan asked directly. Huang Xingyan smiled and said, His Royal Highness, the Holy Sun, is interested in sending missions? Not really. Zhang Tianfan shook his head. Someone doesn't take me, the Holy Sun, seriously. I want him to suffer a little, so I want Elder Huang to help me. While talking, Zhang Tianfan handed Huang Xingyan a storage ring. The other party used his spiritual mind to explore and found that there were 5 million spiritual stones inside, so he asked, Who is that person? How dare you ignore His Highness? The opponent's name is Gao Yan, a newly promoted true successor. Zhang Tianfan said. Upon hearing Gao Yan's name, Huang Xingyan's expression changed suddenly, and He calmly returned the storage ring to Zhang Tianfan. Your Highness, I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. If it was an ordinary true teaching, he would help, but Gao Yan was Xiao Lingyue's disciple. It was said that Xiao Lingyue had returned to the Xiao family secret realm to break through the cave. He would be stupid to offend an elder who was about to become a cave. Seeing the returned storage ring, Zhang Tianfan's face sank slightly. After thinking about it, he moved another 5 million spirit stones into it, and stuffed it into Huang Xingyan again with some pain. Elder Huang, please help me, I owe you a favor. Holy Son, please go back. Huang Xingyan closed his eyes and looked like he didn't want to talk anymore. Although 10 million spirit stones were tempting, it was not worth offending Xiao Lingyue. Zhang Tianfan retracted his hand with some embarrassment. He knew that the way to make things difficult for Gao Yan through Huang Xingyan was no longer feasible. He could only leave angrily. Returning to the Holy Sun Hall, Zhang Tianfan was still upset. Seeing this, his personal maid said, Your Highness, you can find a true disciple to challenge Gao Yan. If you fight at the same level, even if you severely injure him, Elder Xiao will have nothing to say. You think too simply. Zhang Tianfan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Gao Yan was accepted as a disciple by Elder Xiao, and he reached the 4th level of Jindan in just over 3 years. His talent and qualifications should not be too bad. Moreover, he practiced at least the lower grade of the earth level, or even stronger skills. Ordinary true disciples are not his opponents. Moreover, the opponent defeated the 3rd level with the 1st level of Jindan at the discussion meeting. I am afraid that even the 5th or even 6th level of Jindan can't do anything to him. So, if you want to severely injure him, at least let the disciples of other elders take action, but those people are smart. Who will take the risk of offending Elder Xiao? It is true that he is the son of God, but he does not have a strong family to support him like Nangang Yao and Xiahou Meng. Although there are still more than 2,000 years before the battle for the leader. But the next leader is almost certain to be Xiahou Jian. Originally, he could still fight for the position of deputy sect leader, but now, Xiahou Meng has come from behind and has the support of the Xiahou family. What can he use to fight? As for surpassing Nangang Yao and Xiahou Meng in the next 2,000 years, he has no confidence to surpass them. In the path of cultivation, one step slow, every step slow. Now the cultivation level is 3 levels higher than his, and there is a family behind to support and provide resources. He has no hope of surpassing at all. So, his final result is a true elder. And Xiao Lingyue is already a true elder, and is about to break through the cave. Then why should he risk offending the cave to curry favor with him, a future true elder? Forget it, let's give up. Finding that he couldn't do anything to Gao Yan, Zhang Tianfan also gave up the idea of making things difficult for him and waited for a chance in the future. Gao Yan didn't know that the Holy Son Zhang Tianfan wanted to plot against him. Of course, even if he knew, he didn't care. Zhang Tianfan thought he was only at the 4th level of the Golden Core, but in fact he was already at the 9th level of the nascent soul. Soon, 3 hours passed and the system was upgraded. The rewards are okay, 5 top draws and 1,000 free attribute points. He is in urgent need of heaven-level skills. It is best to match his spiritual root attributes. However, the level of the top lottery is a bit lower, and it should not be possible to use heaven-level skills. So, The system consumes 3 top-level draws to form 1 super draw. Ding, the super lottery is being combined. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a super lottery. System Dad, you know what I want, please be stronger. Gao Yan silently recited something in his mind before ordering the start of the super lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Wind God book. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan had a jade slip in his hand. He placed it behind his eyebrows, and the contents of Book of Wind God unfolded in his mind. System Dad, you never let me down, I love you so much. Gao Yan shouted with a bright smile, because this Book of Wind God is actually a top-grade technique on the heavenly level. You must know that the skills practiced by Nangong Yao are only at the lower level of the heaven level, and the skills practiced by Xia Homing are only at the middle level of the heaven level. This shows how precious the top grade of heaven is. Moreover, this Book of Wind God not only contains a sword technique, but also a palm technique, a boxing technique, a body technique, and 2 magical powers. 1 magical power is suitable for fighting alone, but the other magical power is a perfect magical power for group attacks. Revise immediately. Gao Yan couldn't wait to enter my world. He first adjusted the time to 10 times the flow rate, and then he began to comprehend the Book of Wind God. Because the technique came from the system, it was quite easy for him to comprehend it. In less than a day, he achieved the realm of the 9th level of the nascent soul. Then he started to run his skills and transform his spiritual power. 5 days later, the spiritual power transformation was successful. But his realm dropped to the 5th level of nascent soul. However, the purity of his spiritual power at this moment is more than twice that of the original. Not only has his strength not decreased, but it has improved a lot. He was not busy absorbing the sword energy to improve his cultivation. Instead, use the new spiritual power to temper your body first. 1 month later, after completing his body tempering, he began to absorb the sword energy to improve his cultivation and realm. The 6th level of nascent soul. The 7th level of nascent soul. The 8th level of nascent soul. It only took 3 months for his cultivation to return to the peak of the 9th level of nascent soul. Strong, really strong. The me now should be able to beat the original 10 of me. I guess I can defeat even the mighty God Transformer. Gao Yan's heart swelled. However, he quickly calmed down this emotion. So what if he could fight against the gods? He didn't have a great background. If his strength was exposed, it might not be a good thing. It might even arouse the covetousness of some old monsters. Therefore, I still have to continue to be patient. Later, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the divine intention attached to the technique. If the skill comes from somewhere else, it will not be easy even with his understanding to understand God's intention. But now, it only took him an hour to fully comprehend God's intention. God's will gathers. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan began to gather his own divine will. Suddenly, Gao Yan felt dizzy, his mental power and soul were all drained away. And then they were all shattered and fused together again. A 3-foot-high cyan divine will was formed. Immediately afterwards, the cyan divine intention produced a huge suction force, sucking the nascent soul in Gao Yan's body into it. But inside divine will, there is a huge space. Then a cyan spiritual rain began to fall inside the divine space. After these spiritual rains were absorbed by the Yuanying, his Yuanying began to transform. As if he had received some guidance, Gao Yan took out 100 million spiritual stones and smashed them into pieces. A large amount of spiritual energy filled his body. But at this moment, the divine will produced an extremely huge suction force, and actually absorbed all the spiritual energy in a matter of seconds. The divine will is supplemented by spiritual energy and expands at a visible speed. It didn't stop expanding until it reached a height of 10 feet, and the spiritual rain in the divine space became more and more dense. This time, not only nascent soul is absorbing the spiritual rain, but also the divine space itself. This situation lasted for 2 hours. Then the divine space turned into a circular space with a diameter of 10 kilometers. This is the prototype of the world. Gao Yan had a sudden realization that as long as he broke through the void, this space could evolve into a small world. Awesome, this world of immortal cultivators is much more powerful than the immortal cultivators in those novels. It is an absolute world of high immortals, Gao Yan said secretly. Now that he has entered the first level of divine transformation, his lifespan has skyrocketed to over 5,000 years. By the way, let's also learn the sword techniques, boxing techniques, magical powers, etc. that come with the Book of Wind God. With his strength reaching the first level of God transformation, and the Wind God book coming from the system, it didn't take him much time to practice the accompanying sword techniques, boxing techniques, palm techniques, and body techniques to a perfect level. The two magical powers have also been cultivated to the level of super gods. And the power of these skills will increase as his cultivation level increases. Unlike the magical powers and sword techniques that come with the Gale sword song, there is no way to cultivate them to at least transcendence or perfection until you reach a certain level. I wonder if there is any difference between me now and Shi Yun, the son of fate? Gao Yan said secretly. Of course, he just thought about it casually, because he didn't care whether there was a gap or not, because he had no intention of fighting the son of destiny. With a thought, the system subinterface appeared. After the system upgrade is completed, the revenue generated from the transaction with Nangong Yao and the return of spirit stones have been received. Therefore, his current total income is 4.003 billion, which is less than 1 billion away from the upgrade requirement, because the next upgrade will consume 5 billion income. The total number of spirit stones reached a shocking 28.77 billion. If others knew that he had so many spiritual stones, the great master of Hadao would probably be tempted to rob him. There are 2 top draws left. Gao Yan planned to keep it and combine it into a super lottery later. The free attribute points reached 1480 points again. After thinking about it, Gao Yan spent 1,000 points to upgrade the twin magical powers to the top level. The number of twins summoned by the top-level magical power remains unchanged. But the combat power is 120% of the original body. In addition, the twins summoned each time can stay in the world for 2 days if they are not killed. You think you are facing 1 me, but in fact, you are facing 4 me. Thinking of this scene, Gao Yan felt excited. I hope no one will come to assassinate me in the future. Otherwise, you will have to face 4 of me, 3 of them are more powerful than me. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan left my world. He stayed inside for several months, but only more than 10 days passed. Outside. After walking out of the wooden house, he glanced at the wooden house where the young senior sister was, and saw that the other party was still refining the sword energy. Boom. 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 Suddenly, 3 penetrating bells passed through the formation and reached Gao Yan's ears. The next moment, the formation outside the little senior sister's wooden house was activated. And Yin Yutong walked out of the wooden house in a hurry. Junior brother, hurry up, let's go to the true school. Sister, does this bell have a special meaning? Gao Yan asked, curiously. Yin Yutong explained, this is the sound that suppresses the wooden emperor. Bell in this small world. This wooden emperor bell is a top-quality spiritual treasure and is said to be the magic weapon of a certain ancestor. After 3 consecutive blasts, as long as the true disciples in the sect are in the sect, they must arrive at the true inheritance hall within half a quarter of an hour. Otherwise, they will be punished. Junior brother, let's go. Quickly, don't be late. When Gao Yan and Yin Yutong arrived at the true transmission hall, a large group of true transmission disciples had already gathered here. Standing in the front were the 7 saints and saints, Xiahou Jian, Xiahou Meng, Nangong Yao, Zhang Tianfan, Zhang Yuyu, Zhao Longya, and Long Xiaoyu. Although they were also saints, they were also true transmission disciples. Just like the student union cadres among college students. Slightly behind the 7 saints and saints were the elite children from the 5 major families in the 9 saints sect. Among them, Xiao Yanran from the Xiao family and Shangguan Ting from the Shangguan family were the most dazzling. Both of them had broken through to the level of transformation. If these 2 families were not temporarily unqualified to participate in the election of saints and saints, these 2 would definitely be ranked as saints and saints. Slightly behind these 2 was Ling Xiao from the Ling family. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the nascent soul, but he had not yet reached the peak, which was slightly inferior to Nangong Yao and Xiahou Meng. But he is only over 150 years old, and he may be able to enter the state of transformation at the age of 200. His cultivation potential is higher than that of Nangong Yao and Xiahou Meng, and he is catching up with Xiahou Jian. In the back, there are disciples of various true elders, Gao Yan and Yin Yutong are also standing in this group of people. There are thousands of disciples of the true elders in total. Among them, there are nearly 200 who have reached the level of Yuanying, and the others have reached the level of Jindan, and most of them are above the 3rd level of Jindan. In the back are ordinary true disciples. Ordinary true disciples can almost be promoted through channels such as outer sect to inner sect to true sect, because of limited qualifications. After reaching Jindan, their cultivation potential has almost been exhausted. Therefore, after reaching Jindan, their cultivation speed is also very slow. Not to mention Yuanying strongmen, even Jindan high-level cultivators are rare. If in the past, so many true disciples would definitely chat lively when they gathered together, but at this moment, a large number of cultivators gathered in the true disciple hall, but no one spoke, and everyone's expression was quite serious. Time flow. It was half a quarter of an hour after the wooden emperor bell rang. A black-robed elder came with 3 other white-robed elders. Then, under the leadership of the 7 saints, the true disciples saluted the 4 elders. Junior brother, the one wearing a black robe is Elder Wan Zizhong, who has reached the 3rd level of the void realm. Even he showed up. It seems that this matter is unusual. Yin Yutong sent a voice message to Gao Yan. 3rd level of the void realm? Gao Yan's expression was slightly stern. Then, Yin Yutong sent a voice message to introduce him to the other 3 God transformation elders. The strength of these 3 God transformation elders was not low either. One was the 8th level of the God transformation, and 2 were the 7th level of the God transformation. All the disciples of the true transmission, I have gathered you here today for 2 main reasons. First, the true transmission elder Zhao Qingxiu was ambushed by the Xianming sect and unfortunately died. The whole audience was shocked when they heard this. Yin Yutong also quickly sent a message to Gao Yan to introduce Zhao Qingxiu's situation. This elder Zhao Qingxiu was only over 1,000 years old, but she had the strength of the 6th level of the transformation of the spirit. She has made contributions to the 9 Saints sect many times, and is also one of the elders who is expected to break through the void. Although the 9 Saints sect has many transformations of the spirit, the birth of each transformation of the spirit consumes a lot of resources and efforts, not to mention the 6th level of the transformation of the spirit. Therefore, the death of Zhao Qingxiu is definitely a huge loss for the 9 Saints sect. Wan Zizhong raised his hand and suppressed the voices of the crowd. We are very sad about the death of Elder Zhao Qingxiu. For this reason, the Elders' Council has specially issued a killing order to kill Xianming sect. Now Elder Song will announce the detailed rewards for the killing order. Then, Elder Song, who was at the 8th level of the spiritualization, stepped forward and announced the reward rules for the killing order. The killing order targets the true disciples of Xianming sect. Killing Jindan from the 1st to 3rd levels will reward 100,000 points of contribution to the sect. Killing Jindan from the 4th to 6th levels will reward 200,000 points of contribution, and killing Jindan from the 7th to 9th levels will reward 500,000 points of contribution. Killing Yuanying from the 1st to 3rd levels will reward 1 million points of contribution. Yuanying from the 4th to 6th levels will reward 2 million points, and Yuanying from the 7th to 9th levels will reward 5 million points of contribution. In addition, during the time when the killing order is opened, the top 10 people who have made the most contributions can choose an earth level technique or a low-grade spiritual treasure. The top 3 can choose a heaven-level technique or a mid-grade spiritual treasure. To be honest, Gao Yan was not interested in the so-called contribution and skills. But he was quite interested in the middle-grade spiritual treasure. He originally planned to slack off, but suddenly he had the motivation to seize the top 3. But Gao Yan was a little confused. The true disciples of Xianming sect are all inside Xianming sect. How easy is it to kill them? Fortunately, the 9 Saints sect also considered this situation. They will take out a secret realm as bait to lure the true disciples of Xianming sect to enter and fight inside. After leaving the true transmission hall, Gao Yan couldn't help asking, "Senior sister, since the sect has taken out the secret realm as bait, why not ambush a god in the secret realm and kill all the true disciples of Xianming sect?" Yin Yutong explained, "Junior brother, you don't know that in our East Wilderness, the 9 major immortal sects have an agreement that those above the god can't arbitrarily attack those below the god. I understand, as long as they don't take the initiative to provoke the god. They can't attack those below the god, right?" Yin Yutong nodded, "But it's not absolute. Although you can't kill openly, you can still assassinate. It's definitely okay to assassinate 1 or 2 people. But it won't work if you assassinate too many. Take us and Xianming sect as an example. If without this agreement, as long as a few transformed gods are sent to guard, and 1 true successor appears and kills another, then the respective true successors will not be able to go out at all. Moreover, the situation is too serious, and may even trigger a war between the 2 sections. If there are only 2 of us immortal sects in the East Wasteland, it doesn't matter, but the key is that there are 7 other sections. Once a war breaks out, both sides will lose, and the other 7 sects will benefit. Therefore, our 9 Saints sect and Xianming sect have been hostile to each other for many years, but they both maintain due restraint and try to control the battle below the level of transformation. In this case, why did Elder Zhao Qingshou die? Gao Yan asked. I don't know about this. Yin Yutong shook his head, but you have friendship with the 2 saints, maybe they know the real reason for Elder Zhao's death. Forget it, I'm just curious, I don't necessarily need to know. Elder Song had already announced, before that it would take time to put out the bait, so the real killing order would start in 1 month. Not long after the 2 returned to Lingyue Peak, they came to visit. Gao Yan doesn't know him, but Yin Yutong is relatively familiar with them. The 2 women who arrived were named Su Yunxiu and Zhen Ruoxue. They were both disciples of Elder Feminine God, who had a good relationship with their master, Xiao Lingyue. One golden elixir is at the 5th level, and the other is the golden elixir at the 6th level. They came to visit this time mainly because they wanted to form a team with Yin Yutong. After entering the secret realm, they could not only take care of each other, but also join forces to kill enemies together. However, Yin Yutong did not agree directly, but said that he would think about it for a day. Su Yunxiu didn't say anything, but Zhen Ruoxue was a little dissatisfied. As far as she knew, Yin Yutong was only at the 5th level of the Golden Core. When she invited Yin Yutong to form a team, Yin Yutong definitely took advantage. She had no idea that Yin Yutong's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core, and was not far from the 9th level of the Golden Core. What's more, his junior brother has reached the nascent soul level. Even if you want to find someone to form a team, you have to find someone whose cultivation level is not much different from theirs. Junior brother, what do you think about forming a team? Yin Yutong asked. Senior sister, we don't need to form a team with others, just the 2 of us can do it, Gao Yan said. He was aiming for a mid-grade spiritual treasure and had the team-enhancing magical power. It was relatively easy to hunt down the true disciples of the Xianming sect. There was no need to pull irrelevant people to form a team and divide his contribution points. Well, I'll listen to you, junior brother. During this time I will absorb more sword energy and improve my cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the golden elixir. Seeing that Yin Yutong had gone to practice, Gao Yan also returned to his wooden house. There are 2 ways to improve the spirit. First, through the practice of exercises, but to be honest, the speed of using exercises to improve the spirit is too slow. Second, it can be improved by swallowing some spiritual medicines that can improve the spirit. Of course, it would be even better if it can be refined into pills. However, this kind of spiritual medicine is too rare. For example, the True God pill, which is more effective in increasing the spirit, can save 10 years of ordinary spirit. For someone like Gao Yan, who has condensed the true meaning through the heavenly grade top grade, 1 True God pill is equivalent to 1 year of his cultivation. He can refine the True God pill. However, the 3 main medicines required are extremely rare. For example, the heavenly golden lotus only grows 1 lotus petal in 1,000 years, 9 lotus petals in 9,000 years, and it takes 10,000 years to mature. A sect or a cultivation family without a foundation, even if they get the seeds, will probably be destroyed before they can cultivate the heavenly golden lotus to maturity. Therefore, only large immortal sects like the Nine Saints sect are qualified to cultivate. But think about it, how can you easily get a spiritual medicine that takes 10,000 years to cultivate? The other two main medicines are Earth Soul fruit and Tying fruit. The place where the Earth Soul fruit grows cannot see the sun. It usually grows in the cracks of the ground that are tens of thousands of meters deep. And there are many underground monsters guarding it. Generally, it takes 3,000 years to bloom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and 3,000 years to mature. The last Tying fruit, the environment in which the spiritual medicine grows, needs to absorb a lot of yin qi. Where is the place with more yin qi? Of course, it is the place where there are many dead people. And the place where yin qi is too strong often forms resentful ghosts and evil spirits, and Tying fruit generally grows in the center where yin qi is the strongest, so if you want to pick Tying fruit, you have to face thousands of resentful ghosts and evil spirits. And yin qi will erode the mind. It's okay to face a small number of resentful ghosts and evil spirits, but thousands of resentful ghosts and evil spirits will give even the god of transformation a headache. Therefore, these three kinds of spiritual medicines are all in short supply. Even if you have more contribution points, you can't exchange them. Of course, if Gao Yan really goes to exchange them, he will probably doubt why he exchanged these three spiritual medicines. A good cook can't cook without rice. Gao Yan couldn't help but sigh. Since he couldn't get the materials for refining the true God pill, Gao Yan could only improve his true meaning through the practice. Fortunately, he has my time, a time plug-in. More than 30 days of practice inside is equivalent to a year outside. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The Nine Saints sect was placing bait in an orderly manner. After 20 days. After the joint exploration of the 9 major immortal sects, the masters of the Hadao sect deduced that this was a large innate secret realm. However, the resources inside were limited. Not enough to attract the powerful gods. Because this secret realm was discovered by the Nine Saints sect, they could send 3,000 people in, while the other 8 sects could only send 2,000 people in. After discussing this matter, the Nine Saints sect also began to recruit people to enter the secret realm. Gao Yan called Yin Yutong to sign up together. After practicing hard for more than 20 days, Yin Yutong had already raised his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core. Gao Yan's divine will had improved, but not much. He estimated that at his current cultivation speed, he would have to practice for at least 100 years to reach the 2nd level of the God of Transformation. And this was when he had no realm restrictions. For other incarnations, it takes longer to improve the divine will and comprehend the divine intention. Although there are many true disciples, but the number of applicants is not as high as expected, just over 3,000. After all, most of the true disciples have not even reached the 3rd level of the golden elixir. Although the rewards given by the sect are tempting, they have entered the secret realm with their cultivation level, let alone killing the true disciples of the Xianming sect. It would be good enough not to give away their heads. So, on the 2nd day, Gao Yan and Yin Yutong both got the qualification to enter the secret realm to participate in the battle. This day, Fuyao came to Lingyue Peak. Junior brother Gao, my prince also knows that you participated in this secret realm battle, and sent me to ask you if you are willing to go with the prince. In Fuyao's view, inviting Gao Yan to go with him is a kind of care from the saint to him, and Gao Yan cannot refuse. But Gao Yan hesitated and said, "Thank you for the kindness of Saint Shaho. I want to act alone with my senior sister." You. Hearing Gao Yan's refusal, Fuyo's face flashed with surprise, and he said coldly, "Are you really unwilling?" She felt that Gao Yan was a little ungrateful. With the saint's cultivation, if she helped him to shock and kill a few golden elixirs, the contribution points she would get would be the same as picking up such a good thing. Others would not be able to beg for it, but this guy actually refused. Sorry. Gao Yan shook his head. Humph. Fuyo looked at Gao Yan with dissatisfaction, and left with a cold hum. Junior brother, why don't you agree? It's safer to follow the saint. Even Yin Yutong was a little puzzled as to why Gao Yan refused. Senior sister, I plan to take the top 3. Gao Yan smiled. Hearing this, Yin Yutong was happy. Junior brother, although you have reached the nascent soul stage, there are also many nascent souls among the true disciples, not to mention the saint sons and saint daughters. It's not easy for you to compete for the top 3. It's not easy, but you have to try. Gao Yan was quite confident. He is now a powerful God transformation master. If other God transformations don't enter, who can compare with him? Well, if you want to take the top 3, as senior sister supports you, I will give you all the contributions I have earned. Thank you, senior sister. Gao Yan agreed first. In fact, he didn't plan to ask Yin Yutong for contribution points. In a blink of an eye, another 8 days passed. All the registered true disciples boarded several large flying boats and flew towards the Xiantian secret realm. Flying for most of the day. Arrived at the destination. The 9 Saints sect was not the first to arrive. The Wanhua sect, the Vajra sect, the Shangqing sword sect and other 5 sects arrived before them. 2 hours later, the other 3 sects also arrived. Soon, the time for the secret realm to open has come. Because the 9 Saints sect discovered the secret realm first, the people of the 9 Saints sect entered first. Gao Yan and Yin Yutong also followed the crowd and entered the secret realm. After entering the secret realm, half of the people flew away quickly on their swords, and the other half lay dormant near the entrance. This is not that they intend to ambush the people of the Xianming sect here. Instead, they stay here to investigate their whereabouts, and then follow them and launch a sneak attack. As for Gao Yan and Yin Yutong, they did not do so. With the inside eye, the true teachings of the Xianming sect are completely invisible, and there is no need to lie dormant at the entrance. So, he pulled Yin Yutong to fly 100 miles first and picked some spiritual medicines outside the innate secret realm, on top of a luxurious flying boat. This flying boat belongs to Jiang Jiufeng, the god-forming elder of the Xianming sect. At this moment, he was drinking tea with another god incarnation elder. Junior brother who, do you think that if all the true traditions of the 9 Saint sect fall into the secret realm, will the true traditions elders of the 9 Saint sect be so angry that they vomit blood? Jiang Jiufeng said with a smile. The Xianming sect had already gotten the information that this secret realm was a trap. But they chose to take advantage of their plan and planned to kill all the 3,000 true descendants of the 9 Saints sect in the secret territory. As for the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, they planned to let them go. This was not due to the conscience of the Xianming sect, but because they had killed the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter. They were worried that the 9 Saint sect would fight them desperately. That's for sure. Hu Shanhe nodded affirmatively. The quality of this batch of true inheritance is not low. There are many direct disciples of the elders among them. They are the essence of the younger generation. If they fall in the secret realm, they will go crazy even if they don't vomit blood. It would be better to go crazy and take the opportunity to kill them. Jiang Jiufeng sneered and said, Senior brother Yao had already expected this step, so he ambushed the 3 Dongshu elders and the 8 high-level elders, who transformed into gods around the secret realm. As long as the gods of the 9 Saints sect dare to take action first, don't blame them for taking the opportunity to surround and kill them. If this is the case, the relationship between our 2 sects will probably deteriorate further. Hu Shan had joked. So what? Jiang Jiufeng curled his lips disdainfully. The relationship between us and the 9 Saints sect has deteriorated a long time ago. If it worsens, it is possible that they will start an all-out war with us. They don't have the guts. Hu Shanhe nodded in agreement. The 9 Saints sect and the Xianming sect were equally powerful. Once a war started, there would only be one outcome and both sides would suffer. And there are more than just these 2 immortal sects in Donghuang. Once the losses are too heavy, other sects may swallow them up to nothing. Within the secret realm, true successors from other sects came in one after another, and then spread out to look for opportunities. The true inheritance of Xianming sect came in last. Like other true disciples of the sect, they soon separated. The true disciples of the 9 Saints sect who were dormant near the entrance followed quietly in small teams, looking for opportunities to take action. Gao Yan, on the other hand, directly targeted a true team of Xianming sect. The strength of this team is quite luxurious, with 2 nascent soul cultivators and 3 9th-level golden core cultivators. As for the 2 nascent soul cultivators, one is at the 2nd level of the nascent soul and the other is at the 4th level of the nascent soul. Junior brother, have you chosen your target? At this time Yin Yutong asked in a low voice. You've chosen. Gao Yan nodded. Then let's follow quietly. Don't worry, have you forgotten that I have the magical power of movement? Gao Yan said with a smile. But you're not afraid of being chased? In her opinion, it is true that they have spiritual thoughts, but spiritual thoughts are also limited in distance, and using spiritual thoughts to search will also be noticed by the other party. It is precisely because of this that the true successors of the 9 Saints sect would choose to follow him instead of locking him with his spiritual thoughts. When the cultivation level is not much different, if you release your spiritual thoughts, they will sense it, and it will be useless to attack you by surprise. Unless the transformed god uses his spiritual thoughts to detect Yuanying or Jindan, he will not be discovered. Don't be afraid. Gao Yan shook his head. Suddenly, Gao Yan raised his eyes and looked in a certain direction. But it was a true team from the 9 Saints sect who took action. The leader of this team was a monk at the 2nd level of nascent soul, and the one they attacked was a 9th-level golden core cultivator. With the 5 people joining forces, Xianming sect's 9th-level Jindan didn't resist for long before he was killed. Then one of the 8 golden elixirs went to touch the corpse. But just after he touched the other party's body exploded, directly blowing the 9 Saint sect's 8th-level golden elixir to pieces. See this scene. The face of the nascent soul true successor who led the team suddenly became extremely ugly. Next, several more teams started hunting for the true inheritance of Xianming sect. The success rate is quite high, but as soon as they touch each other's corpse, their corpse will explode. See this scene. Gao Yan looked thoughtful. Through these exploding corpses, he vaguely felt that the Xianming sect had already understood the 9 Saints sect's plan. As for the explosion of corpses, It was probably the higher-ups of the Xianming sect who had tampered with these true disciples. Nah, the top officials of Xianming sect are so cruel. Gao Yan secretly thought that not everyone has the courage to do such a thing as self-destruction. In the world of immortality, a person can still be reincarnated after death. If you are lucky, you can recover the memory of your past life. Of course, this situation is relatively rare, and it mostly occurs in cultivators with relatively high levels of cultivation. But there is a prerequisite, that is, your soul can be preserved intact before death. And once it self-destructs, the soul will be blown to pieces, and the chance of reincarnation will be lost. Therefore, unless there is overwhelming hatred, even if you are forced into a desperate situation, you will not choose to self-destruct. And according to the private unspoken rules of the spiritual world, it's fine if you kill someone, but you can't destroy their soul. If you do this kind of thing too much, your reputation will be ruined. As for revenge in the afterlife, it is almost nonsense. Do you really think that the memories of past lives are so easy to awaken? Besides, immortal cultivators have a long lifespan. They could kill you in your previous life. Even if you awaken your past life memories in this life, even if you try hard to catch up, you may not be able to catch up with them. Besides, are you sure you can have spiritual roots in this life? Without spiritual roots, what can you do if you awaken your memory? Therefore, even if you are a powerful person at the level of Hadao, you would rather try your best to extend your life than reincarnate and rebuild your life. Because the uncertainty of reincarnation is too great. Back to business. The corpses of the Xianming sect's true disciples self-destructed one after another, making the faces of the 9 saints' sect's true disciples drip with gloom. After self-destruction, the identity token naturally exploded along with it. It's like their work was in vain. Fortunately, these true disciples of the 9 saints sect who had suffered a loss were not stupid. They immediately took out the transmission notes, to communicate with each other and let others pay attention to the Xianming sect's self-destruction. Even Yin Yutong received a transmission note that reminded her. As for Gao Yan, he didn't receive it, because he has no friends among the true disciples. Junior brother, we have to be careful, the true inheritance of Xianming sect will self-destruct. Yin Yutong reminded Gao Yan with a solemn face after reading the transmission notes. I understand, senior sister. Gao Yan nodded. The Xianming sect true team he was eyeing was already 500 miles away. Sister, let's go. Gao Yan grabbed Yin Yutong's arm and then used a small teleportation power. Appears again. He had appeared above the squad. This group of people happened to find a few elixirs and were collecting them. At the moment. Soul-controlling magical power. The moment he appeared, Gao Yan activated his magical power, and immediately an invisible force imprisoned the souls of the 5 people. Looking at the 5 people turned into wood sculptures. Yin Yutong glanced at his junior brother subconsciously. Because the 2 people being controlled were nascent soul cultivators who were much more powerful than their junior brothers. Gao Yan read the recent memory of one of the Yuanying monks through his soul controlling power. As he expected, Xianming sect had indeed learned of the 9 saint sects plan in advance, and planned to use the plan to plot against the 9 saints sect. It planned to keep all the true disciples of the 9 saints sect except the sons and saints in this secret realm. Inside. Obviously they only have 2,000 people, so why are they confident enough to keep all the true traditions of the 9 saints sect within the secret realm? The reason is very simple, because the gods-forming elders of Xianming sect all left a group of spiritual power in the magic weapon of Xianming sects. Yuanying true inheritance. As long as this group of spiritual energy is consumed, their strength will definitely increase several times. By surprise, he can easily kill monks of the same level. As for those true golden elixirs, Elder Huashan also left special restrictions in their bodies. If they die, their bodies will explode as long as someone touches them. Even if it is not touched, it will self-destruct within 30 breaths. It must be said that Xianming sect's move was ruthless. If Gao Yan hadn't discovered Xianming sect's conspiracy now, it's hard to say how many of the 9 Saint sect's true disciples would have left the secret realm alive. Looking at the 5 Xianming sect disciples under his control, Gao Yan was somewhat relieved. Fortunately, he did not choose to attack head-on, but chose to use the soul control magic to sneak attack. Otherwise, the 2 Yuanying disciples might have stimulated the spiritual power of the transformation of the gods in their magic weapons. At that time, he would have to expose his true strength. Thinking of this, Gao Yan directly controlled the 2 Yuanying disciples to disconnect himself from the magic weapons. These 2 magic weapons are good, one is a flying sword of the top grade spiritual weapon level, and the other is a blood knife of the red color, which is still the top grade spiritual weapon level. Both magic weapons contain a group of spiritual power of the strong transformation of the gods. Gao Yan sensed that the strength of this group of spiritual power seemed to be half a step weaker than his spiritual power. According to the memory of the 2 Yuanying disciples, the spiritual power in their magic weapons belonged to a Xianming sect elder of the 3rd level of transformation of the gods. However, Gao Yan was not surprised, because he practiced a high-grade heaven level technique, and this elder of the 3rd level of transformation of the gods was mostly practicing a ground-level technique. The realm is higher than his, but the spiritual power is not as strong as his. Since the other party has broken the connection with the magic weapon, Gao Yan just refined the 2 top-grade spiritual weapons. Later, he will use them to deal with the true teachings of Xianming sect, so that he does not have to expose his true strength. Then, Gao Yan also looted the other magic weapons, storage rings, and identity tokens on the 5 people. Then he pulled Yin Yutong back a distance. Sister, you can kill the 3 Jindan, and I will give the 2 Yuanying to you, how about it? Gao Yan said to Yin Yutong. No need, junior brother, I will give them all to you. Aren't you going to strive for the top 3? Yin Yutong smiled and refused. No need, the Jindan true teaching is not worth much, it's enough for me to kill the Yuanying true teaching. Yin Yutong rolled her eyes at Gao Yan, she is also a Jindan cultivator, okay. Sorry, senior sister, I didn't mean to look down on you. I know, you don't need to explain. Seeing that Yin Yutong was unwilling to take action, Gao Yan controlled the flying sword and crushed all the 5 people's nascent souls and golden cores. After 30 breaths, the bodies of the 3 golden core, true transmissions, all exploded, but because the golden cores were crushed in advance, the power of their explosions was not great. In addition, Gao Yan had distanced himself in advance, so he would not be affected by the explosion. Afterwards, Gao Yan checked the harvest in the storage ring while telling Yin Yutong about the Xianming sect's counter-calculation of the 9 Saint sects true transmission. After listening, Yin Yutong couldn't help showing a strange look. Junior brother, how did you know? Before, she only saw the 5 people of the Xianming sect being controlled by Gao Yan, and did not force them to question Gao Yan explained, "Sister, I once obtained a soul-controlling magical power. This magical power can not only imprison other people's souls, but also read other people's memories. I also learned about this from their memories." "Then junior brother, should we tell others about this?" Yin Yutong asked. She asked this question for Gao Yan's sake, because after this matter spread, her junior brother's magical power might also be exposed. The magic and magical powers mastered by the cultivators are not willing to be easily exposed. Because after being exposed, if the enemy knows about it, they will deliberately arrange your magic and magical powers, thereby restricting your magic and magical powers. In fact, the degree of confidentiality of magic is not high. After all, fellow disciples also need to exchange and learn from each other. But magical powers are often kept secret. Therefore, except for the master and apprentice, they generally do not tell others what magical powers they have mastered. Even some masters and apprentices have to conceal it. Therefore, the junior brother directly told her about his magical powers, and Yin Yutong was still very moved. Since the junior brother trusted her so much, she had to consider the junior brother. Therefore, even if she knew about the conspiracy of Xianming sect, she would not disclose it to other true disciples, without Gao Yan's consent. As for the so-called Tianjiao list in some novels, which discloses the skills and magical powers mastered by those Tianjiao, it does not exist in this world. If there is a force that dares to do so, then wait for the sects behind those Tianjiao to come to your door and kill you. Even if it is on the wealth list of the main world. Is it 100% accurate? Some invisible rich people or some consortiums do not want to be on the list. You must be on the list. Then don't blame others for using tricks to deal with you. There are people who dare to do that in a legal society, not to mention the world of immortal cultivation where the weak are the prey of the strong. After seeking Gao Yan's consent, Yin Yutong injected the conspiracy of Xianming sect into the sound transmission talisman and sent it to some of her true disciples. Of course, she also skipped the part where Gao Yan used the soul control magical power to obtain the other party's memory. As for whether her true disciples believe it or not, it has nothing to do with her. It is worth mentioning. These 5 true disciples are not as poor as the black-hearted old man. 2 Yuanying and 3 Jingdan together provided Gao Yan with more than 13 million spiritual stones. Unfortunately, elixirs, spiritual medicines, talismans, magic weapons, etc. are not counted in the income value. But under the system's 4-fold return, he still gains 65 million spiritual stones. Senior sister, let's go. Grabbing Yin Yutong's arm, Gao Yan once again used the small teleportation magic to appear above the head of a Xianming sect true disciple team. Before they could react, the soul control magic was activated, controlling all their souls. This true disciple team only has one Yuanying true disciple. First, let the other party remove the magic weapon with the power of transformation, and then clean up their things, and then Gao Yan gently sent them on their way. This nascent soul true transmission is only at the first level of nascent soul, so it only has 1 million contribution points. Fortunately, the other 4 golden cores are all at the 7th level or above, and the 4 together have 2 million contributions. As for the spiritual stones on them, they just add up to more than 10 million. It also provides him with 10 million benefits and 50 million spiritual stones. Next, Gao Yan led Yin Yutong to continuously use the small teleportation magic to launch a sneak attack on the true transmission of Xianming sect. However, he only sneak attacked those at the 1st to 4th levels of nascent Soul. He would not attack those above the fourth level of nascent soul. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. As many as 82 nascent soul cultivators died on Gao Yan. Among them, there were 70 at the first to third levels of nascent soul, bringing him 70 million contributions. There were 12 at the fourth level of nascent soul, bringing him another 24 million contributions. As for the Jingdan that died in his hands, there were even more than 300. The contribution price of Jingdan Zhenchuan seemed very low, but there were many people, so this batch of Jingdan Zhenchuan provided him with more than 120 million contribution points. Therefore, Gao Yan's contribution points have exceeded 200 million. In addition to the contribution points, there are also income and spirit stones. The income value gained more than 100 million, making the total income reach 4.116 billion. And the spirit stone harvest, with the system returning 4 times, gained more than 2.5 billion, reaching 31.36 billion. Because Yin Yutong spread the conspiracy of Xianming sect. Therefore, when facing the Yuanying cultivators of Xianming sect, the Jiuxing sect attacked them in groups, and even used a big move as soon as they started. Of course, casualties were still inevitable. After 2 hours, the Xianming sect's true disciples were almost killed, and the Jiuxing sect suffered a lot of losses. There were more than 100 dead Jingdan Zhenchuans, and there were more people who were slightly or seriously injured, a full 300 people. As for the nascent soul cultivators, 5 died and 14 were injured. This was because Gao Yan had seen through the Xianming sect's conspiracy in advance. Otherwise, even if not all of the 9 saint sect's true disciples died, more than 80% would have died. The battle between the two sects is almost over. But the battle between the saints and saints is still going on. Last time in another secret realm, Nangong Yao and the saint of Xianming sect, Yu Liner, fought and both were injured. Finally, she fainted and fell into Gao Yan's arms near the entrance of the secret realm. She has never forgotten this incident. Of course, she wants revenge. At this moment, Yu Liner is being beaten by Nangong Yao. Compared with the last time, Yu Liner has also made considerable progress and reached the 8th level of the nascent soul. But she didn't expect that Nangong Yao has made greater progress than her and has reached the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul. She can see that Nangong Yao has no intention of killing her. After all, the saints and saints represent the face of the sect, and the death of a saint or a saint is definitely not a trivial matter. Therefore, Nangong Yao can severely injure Yu Liner, but she must not kill her. Knowing this, she has been playing with Yu Liner by relying on her cultivation level that is 1 level higher than the other party. On the other side, Xiahou Meng is fighting with the saint of Xianming sect. At the beginning, the saint provoked Xiahou Meng with a mean mouth. As a result, after Xiahou Meng showed his cultivation, he beat the other party and made him run away in a panic. But Xiahou Meng, who was a little petty, was unwilling to let the other party go and kept chasing and beating the other party. As for the other saint, Zhang Yuyu, she didn't get a chance. She was a new saint, and her cultivation was too low. If she went to join the battle, she would only be abused. Zhao Longya was quite fierce. With his 8th level cultivation, he fought against a 7th level and an 8th level saint of Xianming sect. And he didn't fall behind. However, it was not easy to defeat the other party. Come on, senior sister, I'll take you to watch the show, Gao Yan said with a smile. Pulling Yin Yutong's arm, he performed a small teleportation magic and came to the vicinity of the battlefield. Wow, this is a battle at the nascent soul level, so strong. Seeing the scene of the two sex saints fighting, Yin Yutong couldn't help but sigh. She followed Gao Yan to kill 82 nascent soul true disciples. However, Gao Yan used his soul-controlling magic to carry out sneak attacks. It can be said that no real battle broke out. Soon after Gao Yan and Yin Yutong arrived, the nascent soul true disciples of the 9 saint sects, the golden cores of the 7th, 8th and ninth layers, and the true disciples of the saints and saints of the other 7 sects also came to watch the battle. Among them, the 2 saints of the Wanhua sect are quite eye-catching. Not only are they highly cultivated and beautiful, but they are also twins. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan threw 2 inside eyes at the twin sisters. Their data also appeared. The sisters are called Xianyuan Mingyue and Xianyuan Xingyue. And the 2 sisters are not only 100% similar in appearance and temperament, but also in aura and cultivation. They don't look like twins at all, but like clones. The sisters are both at the 7th level of the nascent soul, and they practice the same mid-level heaven grade technique. Appearance 115, body 100, special 100. Same as Nangong Yao, but twins have a bonus. Therefore, the sisters are definitely more attractive than Nangong Yao. Nangong Yao, don't go too far. Yu Liner, who had been teased for a while, exploded and began to fight desperately. You blame others for going too far just because you are not strong enough? Nangong Yao easily avoided Yu Liner's attack and sneered. Aren't you 1 level higher than me? Wait until I reach the 9th level of the nascent soul, and then I will fight you. Yu Liner also knew that she couldn't get an advantage, so after hitting an ineffective attack, she used the escape light to fly away. Because more and more people came to watch the battle. Since there was no way to turn the tables, there was no need to fight any more, and she had no tendency to be abused. Seeing Yu Liner running away, Nangong Yao felt a little regretful, but she also let out a breath of anger in her heart. Seeing Yu Liner running away, the saint who was abused by Sha Homeng also left directly. Seeing this, Sha Homeng chuckled and said, the saint of Xianming sect is not worth mentioning. Suddenly, she turned her eyes and saw Gao Yan, who was watching the game. With a flash, she came to Gao Yan's side. Gao Yan, no wonder you refused to accept my invitation. So you want to be alone with your senior sister? Sha Homeng said teasingly. She was in the limelight today and was in a good mood, so she didn't care about Gao Yan's rejection of her. Meet Her Highness, the Saint. Gao Yan and Yin Yutong bowed and saluted. At this time, Nangong Yao also flashed to Gao Yan's side. Junior brother Gao, how did you gain? Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, I gained a lot this time. Gao Yan said with a smile. That's good. Nangong Yao smiled and nodded. Seeing that the 2 saints took the initiative to approach Gao Yan, the disciples of the 9 saints sect were envious and curious. Those who didn't know him asked the people around them about his identity. Soon, the battle between Zhao Longya, Zhang Tianfan and Long Xiaoyu, the 3 saints, ended. Although Zhao Longya didn't defeat his opponent, he fought a draw with the 2 saints of Xianming sect. Although Zhang Tianfan didn't lose, he looked a little embarrassed. It was Long Xiaoyu who defeated his opponent. When Zhang Tianfan saw Nangong Yao and Sha Homeng approach Gao Yan, his face was also quite ugly. But then he felt helpless and aggrieved in his heart, because he had no way to deal with Gao Yan. The true disciples of Xianming sect were almost wiped out. The goal this time has been achieved. So, there is no need to stay in the secret realm. Therefore, everyone flew towards the entrance of the secret realm together. When they saw the large army of the 9 Saints sect flying out of the secret realm entrance, the 2 elders of the Xianming sect, Jiang Jiufeng and Hu Shanhe, looked unhappy. When the true disciples of the other 7 sects came out, but the true disciple of the Xianming sect was not seen, their faces became uglier. Brother Jiang, I'm afraid our plan to counterattack has failed. Hu Shanhe said in a deep voice. Damn it, how could it fail? Jiang Jiufeng couldn't figure it out. Let's find the Saint Son and the Saint Daughter to find out the situation. The Saint Son and the Saint Daughter of the Xianming sect experienced a great battle. After leaving the secret realm, they returned to their own flying boats to regulate their breath. They didn't have time to report the situation in the secret realm to the 2 elders. At the same time, on the side of the 9 Saints sect, a group of Saint Sons and Saint Daughters were also reporting the situation inside to the accompanying elders of the God of Transformation. After hearing that the Xianming sect had seen through their plan in advance and counterattacked, the 2 elders almost broke out in a cold sweat. Later, he heard that someone had seen through the conspiracy of Xianming sect and strangled all the true disciples of Xianming sect in the secret realm, and his side did not suffer much loss, so he was relieved. Go quickly, the people of Xianming sect will probably go crazy. So, the flying boat of Jiusheng sect left quickly, without even saying hello. Seeing the flying boat of Jiusheng sect leaving, Jiang Jiufeng, who had already understood the situation, narrowed his eyes and hesitated whether to summon the masters who were ambushing around and kill all the people of Jiusheng sect. But after hesitating for a while, he gave up this crazy idea. Because even if he wanted to do this, others would not support him. Half a day later, the flying boat landed in the true transmission courtyard. A divine transformation elder smiled and said, Now, everyone come and submit the identity tokens you have obtained. The identity token will be stained with the breath of the cultivator if it is worn for a long time. Therefore, the cultivation level of the token owner can be judged through the token. The inspection of tokens was jointly presided over by 6 God incarnation elders. They only need to hand in the harvest token, and they can complete the appraisal with a sweep of their mind, and then register it easily. Because Yin Yutong didn't take any action during this trip to the secret realm, so she didn't make any gains, so she didn't line up. About a quarter of an hour passed. Finally, it was Gao Yan's turn. But after the God incarnation elder's mind swept across the storage bag handed over by Gao Yan, his eyes suddenly widened, and then he raised his head too. Look at Gao Yan, are you sure you have captured these identity tokens? Facing the gaze of a 5th-level God-forming elder, Gao Yan did not panic at all, and said calmly, back to the elder, these identity tokens were indeed obtained by the disciples from killing the enemy. The exchange between the 2 attracted not only the true disciples in the hall, but also several other elders who transformed themselves into gods and looked over curiously. What's wrong, Lao Zhang? Does this true disciple have gained a lot of identity tokens? Another God-forming elder asked with a smile. Yes, there are indeed many. Zhang Yutian nodded, there are 82 Yuanying level identity tokens alone. In addition, there are more than 300 Jindan level tokens. For a moment, the eyes of all the gods incarnation elders in the true inheritance hall fell on Gao Yan. One of the female gods frowned slightly. Junior, have you cheated? If you have, admit your mistake now. Otherwise, if we find out, don't blame me for being rude. Uncle Lu, my junior brother did not cheat. I can vouch for him. At this time, Yin Yutong walked up and spoke to the feminine Shinto, who was attacking Gao Yan. Upon hearing Yin Yutong's name, Gao Yan also woke up. Isn't this elder Lu the love rival of his master? But it can't be called a love rival. After all, my master doesn't like Master Shen. Yin girl, you have to think clearly before speaking. Etc. At this moment, Gao Yan shouted. What, are you going to explain it? Elder Lu sneered. Explain what? Gao Yan asked subconsciously. Tell me about your cheating? Elder Lu, I did not cheat, but I have self-certified evidence. As he spoke, Gao Yan took out a photo stone and handed it to the elder, who helped him identify the identity token. Elder, this is me. You only need to watch the image of the token to know whether the disciple has cheated, but please ask the elder to keep the magical power used by the disciple secret. Good. After the opponent took the image stone, he quickly checked it and was a little surprised when he discovered that Gao Yan had used the soul-controlling power. At the same time, he also understood why Gao Yan could kill many Xian Ming sect true disciples with the first level of nascent soul. Junior brother Zhang, what's up? Is this kid cheating? Elder Lu on the side couldn't help but ask. Senior sister Lu, after the appraisal, Gao Yan did not cheat. If senior sister doesn't believe it, you can check the image stone by yourself. As he spoke, Zhang Yutian threw the image stone to Elder Lu. After the other party read it, he also fell silent and said with some jealousy, Senior Sister Xiao has accepted a good disciple. Although she wanted to make things difficult for Gao Yan, she could not go too far in front of everyone, so after learning that Gao Yan had not cheated, he praised Gao Yan against his will. Thank you Elder Lu for the compliment. Gao Yan smiled at Elder Lu and said. The other party nodded to him and ignored him. And Zhang Yutian announced loudly, record, the true disciple Gao Yan killed a total of 399 people of the Xianming sect's true disciples, including 12 people at the 4th level of Yuanying, 70 people at the 1st to 3rd levels of Yuanying, and the 7th to 9th levels of Jingdan. The true disciples present were dumbfounded when they heard Gao Yan's achievements. He was especially proficient in calculations and quickly calculated that Gao Yan had earned over 200 million contribution points during this trip to the secret realm. Even Nangong Yao, Xia Homeng and other saints looked at Gao Yan differently. Especially Zhang Tianfan was extremely shocked. Isn't this Gao Yan only at the 4th level of the Golden Core? How could he kill so many nascent souls? So he sensed it carefully and discovered that this guy was already at the 1st level of nascent soul. But even so, killing more than 80 nascent soul true inheritances is terrifying enough. After completing the registration, Gao Yan stepped aside. Gao Yan, you are so secretive. I didn't expect that you have made more contributions than this palace. Xia Homeng said faintly. Your Highness, you praise me so much. If you hadn't blocked the Holy Sun and Saint Daughter of Xianming sect, I, junior brother, would not have been able to achieve such great gains, no matter how powerful I am. Highly spoken and humble. That's right. Xia Homeng smiled, so, your contribution also belongs to this palace? Facing Xia Homeng climbing up the pole, Gao Yan was also a little dumbfounded. A little bit underestimated the other party. Why, are you afraid that I will share the credit with you? Xia Homeng joked. Of course not. How can Her Majesty, the Saint, regard such a small contribution? From my junior brother. Gao Yan quickly sent a compliment. What if you like it? Xia Homing continued. Just when Gao Yan was thinking about how to respond, Nan Gongyao came over and said, Junior sister Xiaoho, what are you and junior brother Gao talking about? You are having such a pleasant chat? I won't tell you. Xiaoho Mei rolled his eyes at Nan Gongyao. Gao Yan, on the other hand, expressed gratitude to Nan Gongyao. If she hadn't interrupted him, it would have been difficult to deal with Xiaoho Meng. In fact, he was not afraid of offending Xiaoho Meng, but there was no need. More than half an hour later, the identity tokens are finally counted. The 6 Gods Incarnation Elders also announced the top 10 in this killing order. Gao Yan naturally ranked first, followed by Xiaoho Meng in second, Zhao Longya in third, and Nan Gongyao only ranked fourth. Gao Yan, do you choose heaven-level skills or mid-level spiritual treasures? Zhang Yutian asked directly. Return to the elder, disciple, choose the middle-grade spiritual treasure. Okay, do you choose any one of these 3 mid-grade spiritual treasures? Zhang Yutian waved his hand, and there were 3 middle-grade spiritual treasures in front of him. One was a small golden shield, one was a black spear, and the other was a silver long sword. At this time, a message from Xiaoho Meng came to Gao Yan's ears. Gao Yan, you are not allowed to choose the long sword. This palace has taken a fancy to it. In fact, Gao Yan had no intention of choosing the long sword Lingbao, because his Kunwa sword can be upgraded. After killing so many Xianming sect true disciples this time, their storage rings still have a lot of weapon refining materials. If you devour these materials, you should be able to advance to the middle level. As for the spear spirit treasure, he also ruled it out, because he has mastered many sword techniques and does not need a gun at all. The golden shield is obviously a defensive treasure. So, he followed the trend and chose the golden shield. Seeing that Gao Yan did not choose the long sword, Xiaoho Meng glanced at him, as if to say, you are a wise boy. When Zhang Yutian saw Gao Yan choose the small golden shield, he gave him the small shield and let Xiaoho Meng make the choice. And Xiaoho Meng decisively chose the Lingbao long sword. A quarter of an hour later, everyone left the True Inheritance Hall, and many people took the initiative to break up with Gao Yan, because his performance this time is so brilliant. But before he could say a few words, Xiaoho Meng's voice came from not far away. Gao Yan, come here. Gao Yan smiled apologetically at the other true disciples and came to Xiaoho Meng's side. I am not someone who likes to take advantage of others. I know that you love spiritual stones, so the spiritual stones in this storage ring belong to you. Throwing a storage ring to Gao Yan, Xiaoho Meng turned into a sword light and left quickly. Gao Yan checked and found that there were more than 83 million spirit stones in this storage ring, which should have been captured by Xiaoho Meng in the secret territory. It's not a loss, Gao Yan secretly thought, feeling the envious and jealous eyes around him. He also followed Yu Jian away. Yin Yutong returned to Lingyue Peak earlier than Gao Yan. Seeing Gao Yan's return, she couldn't help but smile and said, Congratulations, junior brother, you got a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Thank you, senior sister. While speaking, Gao Yan waved her hand and dozens of top-grade spiritual weapons floated in front of her. Senior sister, do you like these top-grade spiritual weapons? If so, take them all. In the secret realm, Gao Yan killed 399 true disciples of Xianming sect and seized a large number of top-grade spiritual weapons. Unfortunately, Gao Yan was quite disappointed that he killed many Yuanying cultivators, but he didn't encounter a spiritual treasure-level magic weapon. However, Gao Yan could understand it. After all, spiritual treasure level magic weapons were too expensive. Even in the system's mall, a low-grade spiritual treasure costs 1 billion. Outside, the price is even higher, and it is still the kind that is not in demand. Only saints like Xiahou Meng and Nangong Yao, who have family support, can have a few spiritual treasures to protect themselves. Looking at Zhang Tianfan, Long Xiaoyu, and Zhao Longya, although they are also saints, they only have one spiritual treasure. If I am right, it should be the gift from the sect after becoming a saint. Thank you, junior brother. This time, Yin Yutong was not polite, and finally chose a flying sword, a bell, and a piece of armor. Why not choose more? Gao Yan asked, when he saw that Yin Yutong only picked 3. No. Yin Yutong waved his hand. I already have 3 top-grade spiritual tools. And now I have chosen 3 more. If there are too many, I can't sacrifice them, but I still want to thank you, junior brother. Don't be polite, we are brothers and sisters from the same sect. Gao Yan said with a smile. But junior brother, you'd better be careful for a while in the future. You must not be able to hide the fact that you killed so many true disciples of Xianming sect. Xianming sect dare not retaliate against the saint son and saint daughter, so they will definitely use you as a scapegoat. Yin Yutong said with concern. Okay, I'll be careful. Gao Yan nodded. He knew that Xianming sect would not give up. After all, the loss was not 3 or 5 true disciples, but almost 2,000. He killed nearly 400 of them by himself. Who else could they attack if not him? But he was not too worried. With his means, unless Xianming sect sent several gods to surround and kill him. But the cultivation level he showed was only the first level of Yuanying. Even if Xianming sect was shameless, it would not be embarrassed to send several gods to surround and kill him. The two chatted for a few more words and then went back to the wooden house to refine the magic weapon. Open the formation. Enter my world. Then adjust the time flow rate to 10 times. Gao Yan took out the golden shield and began to refine it. It was not a system product, so it was not so easy to refine. But his real cultivation level had reached the first level of the god, and he estimated that it would take more than 10 days to completely refine this golden shield. More than 10 days later, this golden small shield was refined by him. The spiritual treasure is famous, called the Golden Light 8-sided shield. Once activated, it can split into 7 small shields, and then form a defensive formation. Before the spiritual power is exhausted, ordinary gods will not be able to break its defense. It is a good spiritual treasure. After taking the Golden Light 8-sided shield into his body, Gao Yan summoned the Kunwa sword. Then he gave it the seized refining materials to devour. Let the Kunwa sword devour a large amount of refining materials, and he activated the Wind God Book to practice. 1 month later, the Kunwa sword devoured all the refining materials. But unlike Gao Yan's expectations, it did not advance to the level of a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Because the Kunwa sword devoured a lot of refining materials, but the level was not high. To advance, at least a few high-level refining materials must be devoured. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought that he had obtained 200 million contributions this time, and he could completely exchange for high-level refining materials through contributions. Thinking of this, Gao Yan left my world. He flew towards the True Transmission Palace on his sword. On the other side, Xianming sect. The True Transmission Elder Hall. According to the news sent back by the spies planted in the Nine Saints sect. This time in the secret realm, a True Transmission disciple, named Gao Yan, killed 399 True Transmission disciples of their Xianming sect, including 82 Yuanying True Transmission disciples. Brothers, what do you think? Zhang Jiuxiu, the elder of Dongxiu who presided over the meeting, said in a deep voice. Although Xiahou Meng also killed many of their True Transmission disciples. The Xiahou family is one of the 5 major factions of the Nine Saints sect. And the Xiahou family has several masters of Hadao. That's why they targeted Gao Yan and ignored Xiahou Meng directly. Brother Zhang, I think it's better to use the spies we planted in the Nine Saints sect to kill Gao Yan directly. An elder of the 9th level of the God of Incarnation said with murderous intent, because his 3 disciples died at the hands of Gao Yan. He only accepted 3 disciples in total, and finally cultivated 2 of them to the 4th and 2nd levels of the nascent soul, and the last little disciple also reached the 9th level of the golden core. Unexpectedly, he was killed by Gao Yan. If he were to accept new disciples and cultivate them to the nascent soul stage again, I don't know how much energy and resources he would have to spend. Therefore, among the many elders, he was one of the people who wanted to kill Gao Yan the most. Zhang Jiuxiu frowned. Gao Yan is Xiao Lingyue's disciple. According to the spy report, the other party hardly leaves the house. It is almost impossible to sneak into Lingyue Peak to kill him. Besides, the other party is not weak. If we want to kill him, it is estimated that all the spies we arranged will die. Although he did not directly object, Zhang Jiuxiu obviously did not want to use the spies planted in the Nine Saints sect. After all, it is not as easy as imagined to plant spies in the Nine Saints sect. If a large number of spies are exposed this time, the Nine Saints sect will definitely conduct an investigation, and it will not be easy to plant them again. Elder Zhang, why not let the killers of the Blood Clothes building take action? Suddenly, an elder of the God of Transformation spoke. Blood Clothes building? Upon hearing this name, many people present showed disgust. Because the Blood Clothes building is a notorious killer organization, a typical one that recognizes money but not people. And there is no professional ethics at all. Other killer organizations would rather die than reveal the identity of the employer. But the Blood Clothes building does not follow this set of rules at all. For example, you hire a killer from the Blood Clothes building to kill A, and then A offers a higher price, the killer will definitely kill you in return. After such things happen many times. It also angered many forces, and then they joined forces to encircle and kill the Blood Clothes building. But unfortunately, the Blood Clothes building is different from other killer organizations. They have no headquarters. Moreover, their assassins are proficient in the art of concealing their breath and changing their shape. It is too difficult to find them in the vast crowd. Although the assassins of the Blood Clothes building have no professional ethics, they are extremely loyal to the Blood Clothes building. No matter what means you use, don't try to force them to betray the Blood Clothes building. Even soul search is useless. Once the soul is searched, their spirit will explode by itself. But the Blood Clothes building also has an advantage. As long as you give them a lot of spirit stones, you don't have to worry about them being bribed. As long as the spirit stones are enough, their efficiency is still very high. Therefore, they love and hate the Blood Clothes building. Nine Saints Sect, Xinzhuan Mansion, Tianbao Tower. Gao Yan arrived with 200 million contribution points. I've met senior brother Gao. Hello, senior brother Gao. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, both those who worked in Tianbao Tower and those who came to shop greeted him warmly. After killing 399 Xianming sect true disciples in the secret territory, he also became famous in the Nine Saints True Tradition Academy. Of course, more people are curious about what kind of magical power Gao Yan has mastered. With only the cultivation of the first level of Yuanying, he can easily kill the fourth level of Yuanying. Of course, out of curiosity, everyone just discussed it privately and never dared to find out what magical powers Gao Yan had mastered. Junior brother, I would like to exchange for some advanced weapon refining materials. Gao Yan preached to a Jin Donjin behind the counter. Senior brother Gao, this is a brochure of all the high-end weapon refining materials in our Tianbao building. You should take a look at it first. After you like it, you can redeem it together. The other party handed a jade slip to Gao Yan. Gao Yan took the jade slip and looked at it with his spiritual mind. There were hundreds of high-end weapon refining materials, and the prices were not low. Some were sold by the kilogram and some were sold by the gram. In the end, Gao Yan selected more than a dozen high-end weapon refining materials for exchange. But it cost 10 million contribution points. After Gao Yan left, all the true disciples present couldn't help but sigh. Senior brother Gao was so rich that he spent his 10 million contribution casually. You must know that the exchange of contribution and spirit stone is 1 to 10. It's equivalent to spending 100 million spiritual stones. Return to Lingyue Peak, return to my world, and take out the Kunwa sword and weapon refining materials. 2 days later. After devouring all the advanced weapon refining materials, Kunwa sword finally advanced and became a mid-grade spiritual treasure. The improvement of Kunwa sword made Gao Yan's strength stronger. In the next period of time, it is difficult for his strength to be greatly improved. Therefore, Gao Yan does not plan to practice for the time being. He came to the Yinyu Tong wooden house and raised his hands to knock in the formation. Junior brother, is something wrong? Yinyu Tong asked, activating the formation and sitting cross-legged on the futon. Sister, I have something good for you. Gao Yan said. What good stuff? Gao Yan handed Yinyu Tong a bottle of 9-leaf grass elixir, but there were only 4 elixirs in it. This elixir is resistant to medicine, and after more than 4 pills, it has almost no effect. Yinyu Tong has dual spiritual roots, but she possesses an intermediate fire spirit body. The 9-leaf grass spiritual pill cannot help her dissolve a spiritual root, but it can improve the strength and physical condition of the spiritual roots. Junior brother, what kind of elixir is this? Yinyu Tong is not an alchemist, and this kind of elixir is also very rare, so it is normal for her not to recognize it. Gao Yan briefly introduced the efficacy of the elixir. After listening, Yinyu Tong quickly stuffed the medicine bottle back into Gao Yan's arms. Junior brother, you should take this medicine yourself. Senior sister, I have taken it. I can only take 4 pills at most. If you take more, it will have no effect. I still don't want it, I already owe you too much. Yinyu Tong shook his head. The debt is too heavy to bear. If senior sister has to pay it back, then pay it back slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Gao Yan joked with a smile. Junior brother, why are you so nice to me? Yinyu Tong looked at Gao Yan and asked. You are my senior sister, shouldn't I be nice to you? Okay then, I will accept this pill and I will pay you back slowly in the future. Yin Yutong accepted the elixir, but felt a little disappointed in his heart. It turned out that his junior brother only regarded him as his senior sister. Gao Yan didn't stay in Yin Yutong's room too long. Leaving the other party time to refine the elixir, he went to the back mountain to catch a third-level monster, clean it up, and cut off a leg to make barbecue. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Gao Yan was lying on a chair basking in the sun. Suddenly, I sensed movement coming from the mountain guarding formation. He didn't get up, he opened his insightful eyes and looked down the mountain. Then it was discovered that 2 female true disciples were standing outside the formation. Obviously, they were the ones knocking on the formation. The detection function is on. Then Gao Yan's expression became strange. Because the identity of one of the Jurchens is very problematic. To put it simply, the other party is an imposter, and his true identity is the killer of the bloody closed building. Having lived in Fengqi City for 3 years, Gao Yan had also heard rumors about the blood-closed building. Unexpectedly, one day, the killer of Zuela would come to his door. After he came to the world of cultivating immortals, he has always been relatively low-key. Only in the secret area last time, it was a little more high-profile. Therefore, the killer of Zuela was probably hired by Xianming sect to kill him. The killer in Zuela recognizes money, but not people. In an instant, Gao Yan had the idea to throw money at the killer and let him assassinate the Xianming sect members. But he immediately rejected the idea. This killer is only at the 2nd level of Yuanying. Even if the opponent tries to assassinate the Yuanying cultivators of Xianming sect, he will not be able to cause any damage to Xianming sect. So, there is no need for that. The figure swayed. Gao Yan appeared at the foot of the mountain and opened a formation portal. Senior brother Gao, my name is Hua Shiyu, and this is senior sister Zhou Yuexin. We are here to invite you to attend the Taoism seminar we organized spontaneously. This is the invitation letter. The Jurchen with the 9th level of golden elixir delivered a beautifully made invitation letter. But at this moment, Gao Yan took action. He directly activated his soul-controlling magical power and imprisoned Zhou Yuexin's soul. Senior brother Gao, what are you doing? Why did you attack senior sister Zhou? Hua Shiyu asked with a wary look. Junior sister Hua, look again, is she really your senior sister Zhou? After Gao Yan imprisoned Zhou Yuexin's soul, the opponent's transformation and concealment techniques immediately failed and he turned into a middle-aged woman. Senior brother Gao, what's going on? This person is the killer of Zuela, please hurry up and inform the elders. Upon hearing that this person was the killer of Zuela, Wawa Waxiu couldn't help but change his face and hurriedly ran to Zhenchuan Mansion to call for someone. Poor guy. After Hua Shiyu left, Gao Yan snatched the killer's storage ring. As a result, there was nothing in it except dozens of spiritual stones. Soon, Zhang Yutian, the elder of the transformation god, arrived with Hua Shiyu. I've met Elder Zhang. Gao Yan bowed to greet him. No need to be polite. Zhang Yutian looked at the killer of the bloody closed building curiously and said with a smile, you are really good at it, you can actually see through the disguise of the killer of the bloody closed building. The elder is overly praised. My magical power is more sensitive to the soul's breath. No matter how well this person disguises himself, he can't escape my sense. Gao Yan explained. Elder, please ask, where did she take senior sister Zhou? Hua Shiyu said with a worried look. Don't worry, Zhou Yuexin is hidden in her cave. Zhang Yutian said that on the way here, he searched Zhou Yuexin's cave with his spiritual thoughts and found the sealed Zhou Yuexin. This was not because the killer of Zuela had a kind heart. Instead, he was worried that after killing Zhou Yuexin, he would be sensed by other gods or Dongshu in Zhenjuan Mansion. That's good. Hearing that Zhou Yuexin was not dead, Hua Shiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Boy Gao, are you going to take action, or should I take action to deal with her? Zhang Yutian asked. Without interrogation? Gao Yan asked in surprise. No need to interrogate, no need to guess, this killer was hired by Xianming sect. As for the rest, I can't tell anything. Zhang Yutian shook his head and said. 2. Gao Yan recalled the rumors about the blood-closed building, and then threw the opponent to Zhang Yutian. Let's leave it to the elder to handle it. After Zhang Yutian left with the Zuela killer, Gao Yan looked at Hua Shiyu and said, Junior sister Hua, are you okay? Senior brother Gao, I haven't given you the invitation letter to the Taoist forum yet. Hua Shiyu handed over the invitation letter again. By the way, who organized this forum? Gao Yan asked. It was jointly organized by Senior Sister Qin, Senior Sister Meng and Senior Sister Li. Hua Shiyu said, while also introducing the identities of these 3 people. These 3 people are all disciples of the true elders, and they are also Dongshu-level true elders. As the so-called 7th-rank officials in front of the Prime Minister's door. Their masters are all Dongshu-level true elders. Correspondingly, their status is naturally higher than that of others. Of course, these 3 women are not weak in their own cultivation. Among them, Qingmi has the cultivation level of the 7th level of Yuanying, while Meng Ruyan and Li Jincheng are both at the 6th level of Yuanying. He is also an outstanding existence among the true disciples. Otherwise, if you only have a Dongshu level master and your own strength is low, it will be difficult to convince the public. Suddenly, Gao Yan realized a question. Junior sister Hua, why are the people presiding over this discussion meeting all senior sisters and not senior brothers? Is there no senior brother with outstanding cultivation among the Dongshu elders? Hearing Gao Yan's inquiry, Hua Shiyu's cheeks turned slightly red. Actually, there is. In fact, this forum is mainly because many senior sisters admire you, senior brother, and want to see your grace up close, so, only a few senior brothers or junior brothers were invited to this seminar. Most of them were senior sisters and junior sisters. After hearing what Hua Shiyu said, Gao Yan understood instantly. This so-called seminar was actually just a cover, but he had gained a lot of limelight during this period, which aroused the curiosity of these female monks. And because he lives in Lingyue Peak, other people have no chance to contact him even if they want to. That's why we organized such a discussion meeting. Okay, I understand, I will come on time to participate. Gao Yan nodded towards Hua Shiyu. That's great. Seeing Gao Yan agree, Hua Shiyu also breathed a sigh of relief and said, happily, thank you, senior brother. If you don't agree, I won't be able to explain to the 3 senior sisters. After Gao Yan opened the invitation letter, he found that the forum would be held in 3 days, so he waved to Hua Shiyu and said, Junior sister Hua, see you in 3 days. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Xianming sect. The 9 levels of transformation god, whose apprentices were all killed by Gao Yan, came to see Zhang Jiushu, the elder of Dongshu. Senior brother Zhang, there is news from the blood-clothes building that the mission they sent to sneak into the Nine Saints sect True Transmission Academy to assassinate Gao Yan failed. They asked us if we want to continue issuing assassination missions. The Bloody Clothing Tower is not a normal killer organization. Unlike other killer organizations, if the first killer fails, they will continue to send a second one, and if the second one fails, a third one will be sent until successful, but will not be charged repeatedly. But the Bloody Clothes building is a strange thing. If the first killer fails, the employer will not send out more killers unless he is rehired and paid. If you don't rehire, they won't retaliate against the target, and they don't care about the killer's life or death at all. But the strange thing is that for a killer organization that doesn't take the killer seriously, the killer is extremely loyal and will never betray the organization. Later, they suspected that the mysterious owner of the Blood Clothes building had left a means on the killers that did not allow betrayal. But the strange thing was that even the masters of Hadao could not see what means were left on these killers. Of course, although the rules of the Blood Clothes building are weird, there is one thing they are worthy of praise for. If the first time fails and the employer continues to hire the second killer they send will have a cultivation level 3 levels higher than the first. If the second killer fails and the employer chooses to continue hiring, the third killer's cultivation level will be 3 levels higher than the second killer's. As long as you have enough spiritual stones to pay, the Blood Clothes Tower will send out stronger and stronger killers to assassinate the target. How much commission do they want this time? Zhang Jiushu asked. The last time I hired a second-level nascent soul, I spent a full 20 million spirit stones. The second time you hire a stronger killer, the price will definitely be higher. The 9th level God transformation said, Senior Brother Zhang, we need 40 million this time. They will send out killers from the 5th level of the nascent soul. I think the possibility of success is relatively high. If it still fails, wait until they send out killers from the 8th level of the nascent soul, then Gao Yan will definitely die. 40 million. Zhang Jiushu frowned slightly. This was not a small amount. But then he nodded, okay, take out 40 million and continue to hire the killers from Zuela. Okay, I'll contact them right now. The Jiuqing transformation god looked excited. 9 Saints Sect, Zhenjuan Academy. Gao Yanyu Jian came to the place where the Taoism conference was held. Originally he wanted to ask Yin Yutong to come with him, but when her practice reached a critical moment, he didn't force it. This place is a beautiful valley. It has obviously been carefully arranged, so the scenery of the entire valley is even more gorgeous. There were not many people participating in the Taoism conference, only more than 100 people. But more than 90% of them are Jurchens who have been dressed up. Cultivation has the effect of beauty filters, and after some dressing up, these female cultivators look even more beautiful. Gao Yan even discovered several female cultivators whose looks and figures were as good as those of Xia Homing and Nangong Yao. Senior Brother Gao is here. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, Hua Shiyu and Zhou Yuexin immediately came to greet him. Junior Brother Gao, I'm Zhou Yuexin. If it weren't for you last time, I would have been assassinated by the assassin from the Blood Robe building. Zhou Yuexin said to Gao Yan in a grateful tone. Junior Sister Zhou, you are too kind. The assassin shouldn't hurt you. If she succeeds, she won't have time to escape, let alone return to the cave to hurt you. Gao Yan said with a smile. Junior brother, you can't say that. The thief pretended to be me too. Assassinate you. If she escaped, I would have become a scapegoat. Fortunately, Junior brother saw through her conspiracy. Hearing Zhou Yuexin's words, Gao Yan laughed secretly. It seemed that the other party had to associate him with a life-saving grace, so he didn't refuse. Again. The two sides chatted for a few more sentences, and the relationship became familiar. Junior brother Gao, I'll take you to see the three senior sisters. This is Hua Ziyudo. Gao Yan followed the steps of the two women and went deep into the valley. Then a beautiful sound of piano and flute followed into his ears. Several pavilions were built deep in the valley. At this moment, in one of the pavilions, a woman in green was plucking the strings of the zither seriously. And a tall woman in blue was standing next to her playing the flute. In front of the pavilion, 5 female cultivators in colorful dresses were dancing gracefully. In front of the pavilion next to them, 2 women were playing chess. Hua Shiyu introduced, the one playing the zither is senior sister Meng Ruyan. The one playing the flute is senior sister Qinmi, and the ones playing chess next to them are senior sister Li Jincheng and senior sister Yang Yu. The 4 of them are considered to be the highest level cultivators in the Jurchen biography. Gao Yan stopped and watched the dance with a smile on his face. It must be said that watching the female cultivators dance is simply a visual feast. They are very beautiful, flexible in hands and feet, soft in body, and light in body. It seems that they can jump into the air with just a jump. They are simply living fairies. If you take a video and put it on Douyin in the main world, it will definitely get millions of likes easily. After a while, the dance ends. Qinmi and Meng Ruyan walked out of the pavilion together. What did you think of the dance just now? Very good, pleasing to the eye. Gao Yan praised. By the way, I am Qinmi, and this is Meng Ruyan. I have met 2 senior sisters. Junior sister Hua introduced me just now. Gao Yan said with a smile. Subsequently, Li Jincheng and Yang Yu, who were playing chess, also came over. Naturally, both parties must meet and greet each other. Everyone's attitude was gentle and friendly to Gao Yan, even those male cultivators with outstanding cultivation skills. Because the true disciples present are all disciples of the elder. There is not much competition between them. As long as they can be promoted to the gods, they can basically sit in the position of elders. Because the minimum requirement for a true elder is the first level of divine transformation. If you do not reach the level of divine transformation, your reputation among the true disciples will be of no use. Therefore, although Gao Yan looks great now, no one will be jealous of him. Although this discussion will not be so pure. But there still has to be a discussion of the Tao. Therefore, after a quarter of an hour, the discussion session officially began. First, Qinmi, Li Jincheng and Meng Ruyan gave sermons to everyone. These 3 senior sisters all have real materials, and their teachings are unique. Qinmi and Meng Ruyan teach the art of musical instruments, while Meng Ruyan teaches the art of chess. This gave Gao Yan a refreshing feeling. He didn't expect that playing musical instruments and chess could also improve his cultivation. However, as they narrated, Gao Yan understood. In fact, playing music, chess, calligraphy, and painting can lead to enlightenment. However, under Hadao, studying piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting will not be of much help to improve one's cultivation, and may not even be used in a lifetime. Because only when you reach the level of Hadao can you comprehend various Taoisms. As for the realm of Hadao, more than 99% of cultivators will find it difficult to achieve it in their lifetime. Therefore, even though everyone knows that studying piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting to the level of harmony is of great benefit, few people still study it, because they all know that they may never need to study these things in their lifetime. Of course, studying piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting is not without its benefits. First of all, it can cultivate your sentiment and relax your mood. Secondly, it can also condense the soul. But to reach the level of condensing the soul, one needs to study this aspect to a relatively advanced level. Moreover, condensing the soul through music, chess, calligraphy, and painting cannot be achieved overnight, but requires accumulation over time. To put it simply, even if you spend time studying this thing, you may not gain anything. Therefore, before gaining a long lifespan, that is, before reaching nascent soul, true disciples will not waste time studying these things. After the three senior sisters finished their sermons, Yang Yu and several male true disciples of the fifth level of nascent soul and above also gave sermons to everyone. After they finished speaking, Gao Yan was also invited up. After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to teach swordsmanship. He has mastered many sword techniques, and has practiced them to a perfect level. He has a very deep understanding of the way of swordsmanship, so he can speak clearly and logically. Many people fell into thinking while listening. Therefore, when he finished speaking, he received extremely enthusiastic applause from everyone. Junior brother Gao, I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so profound. We need to communicate more in the future. Li Jincheng took the initiative to sit down next to Gao Yan and said with a smile. She also practiced swordsmanship, but after listening to Gao Yan's sermon, she suddenly felt that her cultivation in swordsmanship was far behind Gao Yan's. She listened to him for half an hour and benefited greatly. Of course, no problem. I'm also eager to communicate with senior sister Li, Gao Yan said with a sincere expression. Then it's a deal. After the discussion session is over, it is time for any activities. Many senior and junior sisters came to exchange transmission notes with Gao Yan and said they would contact him often in the future. Junior brother Gao, it seems that you are quite popular with everyone. Do you have a senior sister or junior sister you like that I can help you match up? Qin Mi joked with a smile. Sister, I was joking. They are all very nice, but I am still focusing on my practice. Gao Yan responded with a smile. If this is the case, then they will be disappointed. Qin Mi joked. Probably not. Gao Yan said casually, they are probably just curious about me, not disappointed. Junior brother is so humble. An hour later. After the forum ended, Gao Yan also said goodbye to everyone, and flew back to Lingyue Peak with his sword. But Qin Mi, Li Jincheng and Meng Ruyan came together. Jincheng, what do you think of junior brother Gao? Qin Mi asked. Li Jincheng thought for a while and said, he is very accomplished in swordsmanship. I am not as good as him. Moreover, he has been in so much limelight and can still maintain a humble attitude. This is rare. Indeed. Qin Mi nodded, it's a pity that he accepted Elder Shao as his disciple in advance, otherwise, he would have a great chance of becoming the 8th sect leader of our 9 saint sect. Yes, he has been promoted step by step from the outer sect to the inner sect. And he has been promoted to nascent soul at the age of less than 30. His talents and qualifications are first class, and they are no better than the current holy son and holy girl. Meng Ruyan also nodded with deep understanding. But even if he becomes the Holy Son, he can't compete with senior brother Xiaohou for the position of sect leader. There is no hope even for deputy sect leader. After all, he has no family support behind him. The Nine Saints sect has been passed down for many years, and there are many factions of all sizes in the sect. The largest factions are naturally the Xiaohou, Nangong, Shengwan, Ling, and Xiao families. These 5 factions have been attached to the Nine Saints sect for many years. And their foundation is both deep and terrifying. Without their support, it is almost impossible for you to become the sect master or deputy sect master, unless you have extremely good qualifications. For example, the evildoer who was seduced by the saint of Xianming sect 3,000 years ago. 100-year-old incarnation is extremely rare even in Zhongzhou. It even alarmed the ancestor, who personally accepted him as a disciple. As a result, he defected to Xianming sect. There is no trick, and no one believes it. Smart people know that the 5 factions have their hands and feet. There is just no evidence. The other party's qualifications are too good enough to threaten the 5 factions. The 5 factions do not have the courage to kill him. So, they plan to let the other party defect to Xianming sect. The Xianming sect was also happy to go with the flow. After all, they didn't want to see a very powerful genius from the Nine Saints sect. As for the fact that the other party was accepted as a disciple, the Xianming sect did not vigorously cultivate the other party. Because the Xianming sect was also quite complicated, they naturally did not want a defector to take power. Therefore, after the other party defected, it gradually became quiet. On the other side, after Gao Yan returned to Lingyue Peak, he did not go into the house to practice, but lay on the recliner and occasionally paid attention to Yin Yutong's situation. The little sister was trying to reach the nascent soul realm. Now that the master was not here, he could not sit idly by. Once he encountered an emergency, he had to save people. After all, not everyone wanted to be able to easily advance to the nascent soul realm through external plugins like him. It is still quite dangerous for ordinary people to advance to the nascent soul realm. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Even through the formation, Gao Yan could sense the boiling aura of Yin Yutong in the wooden house. This breath lasted for a full 3 hours before it became silent. At the same time, thick clouds of calamity appeared in the sky overhead. Obviously, small world Yin Yutong was promoted to the nascent soul stage. The formation is activated. Yin Yutong walked out of the wooden house. Junior brother, I have been promoted to the nascent soul stage. I have to find a place to survive the tribulation. Okay, I'll protect you, Gao Yan said. Thank you, junior brother, Yin Yutong said gratefully. By the way, senior sister, this is a low-grade spiritual treasure that I obtained by chance. When you are going through a tribulation, it can suppress the tribulation thunder and make it easier for you to overcome the tribulation. I will lend it to you first. Thank you, little junior brother. Yin Yutong thanked her again, but she did not refuse, because she was not 100% sure of surviving the 69 tribulations. With a spiritual treasure, she would be more sure of surviving the tribulation. Time was urgent, so the two of them didn't talk much and just left the small world with their swords. I found a barren mountain between the small world and the inner gate. Then she sat cross-legged on a barren mountain to refine the purple gold bagua furnace. She doesn't need to completely refine it, she just needs to be able to control it through preliminary refinement. Besides, she doesn't have the time to fully refine it. Gao Yan thought for a while and began to arrange formations around Yin Yutong. After all, he is also an intermediate formation mage. Even if the formation he arranged couldn't completely withstand the thunderstorm, it could still reduce the pressure on Yin Yutong. It took most of an hour. Gao Yan carefully arranged a defensive formation and then retreated hundreds of miles away to the barren mountains. When a cultivator is going through a tribulation, it is best not to get close to the tribulation area. Otherwise, it will lead to serious consequences and make the heavenly tribulation misunderstand that you are also a tribulation person. Time passes. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The calamity clouds in the sky are almost brewing, and the calamity thunder is about to fall. At the same time, many true disciples also came to observe. When the true disciples who were familiar with Yin Yutong discovered that the person who had overcome the tribulation was Yin Yutong, they all looked a little strange, because they remembered that Yin Yutong was only at the 5th level of the Golden Core a few years ago. Why was he promoted to nascent soul all of a sudden? In addition, there are also several true elders appearing around. Boom! A thunderbolt struck down heavily. The formation arranged by Gao Yan also rose up, forming a huge light shield, protecting Yin Yutong. Under Yin Yutong's nervous gaze, GLA did not destroy the formation. Instead, the formation continued to consume GLA's energy. After a few breaths, the tribulation thunder was completely eliminated by the formation. The second calamity thunder followed closely, but still failed to split the formation. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan frowned slightly. He originally thought that the heavenly tribulation would rain down a few tribulation thunders, but now it seems that they are treated completely differently. You know, he overcame the tribulation twice because he was too relaxed, and the tribulation caused several tribulation thunders to fall at once. One after another, the calamity thunder continued to fall. He failed to break through the formation arranged by Gao Yan. Soon, the first round of catastrophe was over. Yin Yutong, who was sitting cross-legged in the formation, was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that the formation arranged by his junior brother was so effective and he could easily survive the first round of thunder. At the same time, a faint sense of happiness emerged from the bottom of my heart. Junior brother Gao, I didn't expect your formation skills to be so high. At this time, Qin Mi, Meng Ruyan and Li Jincheng came to Gao Yan and said with praise that the formation that could withstand the nascent soul heavenly tribulation was not an ordinary formation. Senior sister Qin, thank you, Gao Yan said modestly. Because Yin Yutong was going through the tribulation, everyone didn't talk much. After another 2 hours, the second round of heavenly tribulation came. But the second round of tribulation thunder still failed to break through the formation, which caused a lot of thoughts about not letting the 8th or 9th level of the golden elixir be passed down. There are 6 rounds of heavenly tribulation, relying on formations to survive. 2 rounds will undoubtedly save a lot of spiritual energy, and then dealing with the next 4 rounds of heavenly tribulation will also greatly increase the chance of overcoming the tribulation. Many people are secretly thinking that after this incident, they must make good friends with Gao Yan and get closer to each other to prepare for the future disaster. It happened that after the 3rd round of thunder, the formation arranged by Gao Yan finally couldn't hold on and completely collapsed. It's a pity that he can't enter the scope of the heavenly tribulation now. Otherwise, rearranging a formation can at least help Yin Yutong survive 1 round. However, after the 3 rounds of tribulation thunder passed, Yin Yutong had initially refined the Zijin Bagua furnace, which was barely ready for use. 2 hours later, the 4th round of thunder has arrived. Yin Yutong decisively through the Zijin Bagua furnace. The powerful suppressive power directly fixed the tribulation thunder in midair, giving Yin Yutong time to crush the tribulation thunder. Soon, use the suppressive power of Zijin Bagua furnace. Yin Yutong successfully survived the next 3 rounds of catastrophe. However, the continuous manipulation of low-grade spiritual treasures also consumed a lot of her, and less than 30% of the spiritual power in her body was left. After completing the tribulation, Yin Yutong Yujian flew back to Lingyue Peak to consolidate his cultivation. However, Gao Yan had trouble getting out and was entangled by a group of true disciples, especially those who were at the 9th level of the Golden Core. Sudden, a blood-red sword light struck Gao Yan like lightning. The thief is so arrogant. An angry look appeared on the face of an elder who had not yet left. He raised his hand and formed a big hand of energy, crushing the blood-red sword light into pieces. Then the powerful hand of energy made another turn and caught the fake true legend who sneaked up on Gao Yan. But the body of the fake disciple suddenly turned into a bloody light, and it broke away from the control of the energy palm and rushed straight to Gao Yan. Boom! The moment it approached Gao Yan, the opponent's body exploded. The powerful energy wave swept around in an instant, and it seemed that Gao Yan and a group of true disciples would be blown to pieces. But at this moment, Gao Yan took this group of true disciples and moved them hundreds of miles away. Blood Robe Building. The elder of the god transformation roared. As for the group of true disciples who were moved away by Gao Yan, they also showed a lingering fear. You know, that was the self-detonation of a master of the 5th level of the nascent soul. Even if they had defensive magic weapons to protect themselves, they could not stop it. And Gao Yan's eyes were cold. I didn't expect that after the last assassination attempt by the Blood Robe Building failed, they would send someone to assassinate him so quickly. However, what made him headache was that the killer organization of the Blood Robe Building was too mysterious. Even if he knew that it was the other party who did it, he had no way to retaliate. The only one who can take revenge is Xianming sect. After accepting the sincere thanks from the rescued disciples, Gao Yan returned to the Zhenchuan mansion. Then a Huashan elder called him over and warned him in a heavy tone. You must have heard of the assassin organization of Zuela. The assassination sent by the 5th level of Yuanying failed this time. If someone continues to hire, the next one will be the 8th level of Yuanying. For the next period of time, you'd better stay in the Zhenchuan courtyard and don't go out casually. Okay, elder, I know. Gao Yan nodded, but it was not his style to just take a beating without fighting back. Since Xianming sect hired assassins to kill him one after another, don't blame him for causing trouble for Xianming sect. However, how to cause trouble for Xianming sect still needs to be carefully thought out. Back to Lingyue Peak. Yin Yutong came up to him directly. Junior brother, are you okay? I just heard that there was a killer from the Blood Clothes building who wanted to assassinate you? Senior sister, I'm fine. Gao Yan shook her head. Your realm is not stable yet, it's important to stabilize it first. Then don't run around during this period, it's safer to stay in the sect. Yin Yutong warned worriedly. But will Gao Yan stay in the sect honestly? Of course not. Gao Yan didn't know much about Xianming sect. Therefore, he planned to find someone to understand the situation of Xianming sect first. As the saying goes, know yourself and the enemy, and you will be victorious in any battle. Gao Yan quietly left Lingyue Peak and came to the foot of the mountain where Xiao Homing lived, and raised his hands to kowtow. Soon, Xiao Homing's personal maid Fuyo came to the foot of the mountain in person. Senior Sister Fuyo, please inform me that I would like to visit His Highness. Gao Yan said politely. Come with me. Under Fuyo's guidance, Gao Yan met Xiao Homing in a palace. I have met His Highness. Gao Yan bowed and saluted. I heard that you were targeted by the killer of Zuela? There was a hint of schadenfreude in Xiao Homing's tone. Yes, Your Highness, I suspect that Xianming sect hired the killers from Zuela to assassinate me. Gao Yan said with a bitter smile. Why, are you here to seek my asylum? Xiao Homing said again. It's not His Highness. I want to inquire about the Xianming sect from Your Highness. Gao Yan said. Xiao Homing is both a saint and a member of the Xiaohou family, so she must know a lot about the Xianming sect. This is also the reason why Gao Yan came to him. Fuyo, give junior brother Gao a copy of Xianming sect's information. Xia Homing ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Fuyo turned and left. Thank you, Your Highness. This is my junior brother's wish. Gao Yan took out a jade bottle and offered it to him. There were 100 drops of sword energy in it. Xiao Homing waved her hand, and the jade bottle fell into her hand. She was quite satisfied when she saw that there were 100 drops of sword energy in it. Are you planning to take revenge on the Xianming sect? Putting away the sword energy, Xiao Homing asked. Yes, I do have this idea. Gao Yan did not hide it. Junior brother Gao, I advise you not to be impulsive. You have been assassinated twice by the bloody close tower killer. The top leaders of the sect should also pay attention. As long as you stay in Jinchuan Mansion. Honestly, the bloody close tower killer should not be able to sneak in again. Once you leave the Jinchuan Mansion, it's hard to say. To put it bluntly, among the true disciples, if there are a lot of nascent soul disciples, even if you die outside, the senior officials of the sect will not avenge you. Now that you have been wronged, you can take revenge when your cultivation level is high. There is no need to run out and seek death now. Although Xiao Homing's words were a bit unpleasant, they were also true. If it were an ordinary killer organization, the sect would just send people to destroy them. However, the key point of the blood-closed building is too mysterious. Even if the sect wanted to stand up for him, there was nothing they could do. Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness, I will seriously consider it. At this time, the float goes away and comes back again. She handed a jade slip to Gao Yan. All the information about Xianming sect is in it. After getting the information he wanted, Gao Yan also said goodbye and left. Fuyo, do you think this kid really doesn't want to cause trouble with the Xianming sect? Fuyo thought for a while. He is cultivated to the nascent soul stage at such a young age. He seems humble, but he must be arrogant in his heart. He will probably go. What a pity. Xiao Homing shook his head. He has only one nascent soul and one level. No matter how powerful he is in combat, he will probably never come back. Back at Lingyue Peak, Gao Yan began to look at the information he had received from Xiao Homing. First of all, Xianming sect has thousands of large and small spirit stone mines in the eastern wasteland. This spirit stone is both currency and consumables for cultivation. The sect's financial resources cannot only rely on digging spiritual stones. So Xianming sect also does business. In fact, the other 8 major sects are the same. They all need to do business to increase their income. The largest trading market in the eastern wasteland is called Shenxiao City. This Shenxiao City is located at the border of Donghuang and southern Xinjiang. This southern border is dominated by the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan is warlike, and very few are proficient in weapon refining and alchemy. It is not unusual for those who have reached the nascent soul level in southern Xinjiang and are still using mid-grade spiritual weapons. It can be said that Shenxiao City, Xiaoxianfang City, is just for the business of the Demon Clan, and the profits are quite generous. Therefore, in Shenxiao City, the 9 major sects of Donghuang have many shops. Huge profits are made for the 9 sects every year. After all, the monsters are warlike and fight each other. After their opponents' flesh and blood are devoured by them, their bones can still be sold at a good price in Shenxiao City. After the 9 major sects purchased the corpses of the Demon Clan and made them into magic weapons, they then sold them to the Demon Clan. Of course, Shenxiao City is not just the business of the 9 major sects. There are other immortal cultivating sects, cultivating families and casual cultivators, and there are many doing business here. However, these sects, cultivating families, and casual cultivators all have to pay taxes to the 9 major sects. But Gao Yan did not dare to go to Shenxiao City to cause trouble. Why? Because the 9 major sects have sent high-level monks from Dongshu to take charge, and at the same time, the city lord of Shenxiao City is still a powerful Hadao power. After all, the Demon Clan is not that particular. If there were no experts in charge, they would probably rob all the shops in Shenxiao City. Therefore, if Gao Yan wants to take revenge on Xianming sect, it is best to use their spirit stone mines. This information not only records the scale of the Xianming sect's spirit stone mine, but also records the strength of the cultivators in charge. Generally, small spiritual stone mines are only staffed by golden elixir cultivators. The medium-sized spirit stone mines are in charge of nascent soul cultivators, while the large-scale spirit stone mines are in charge of masters of transformation. There are also 3 very large spirit stone mines, which are controlled by Dongshu masters. This 100 drops of sword energy is well spent, Gao Yan secretly said. After putting away the jade slip, Gao Yan took out another blank jade slip and left a message for Yin Yutong. Yu Jian left the small world. Then, he used the concealment technique to adjust his aura to the foundation building stage, then changed his appearance, put on the uniform of an inner disciple, and then left the 9 Saints sect with a high-grade flying sword. After leaving the 9 Saints sect, Gao Yan opened his inside eyes and explored the surroundings. The surveillance personnel were not found. He just went straight to Fengqi City. After not seeing each other for a while, the Yi family sisters' cultivation level has not changed much. After accepting the greetings from the 2 sisters, Gao Yan entered his room and spent time setting up a formation. Then, he summoned any door. The map of Donghuang has long been engraved in his mind, and the information provided by Xia Homing also recorded the location of the Xianming sect's spirit stone mine in detail. Therefore, Gao Yan planned to use any door to sneak into the spirit stone mine without anyone noticing. Under his control, Random Gate placed a coordinate in an abandoned mine tunnel of a medium-sized spirit stone mine in Xianming sect. Then he opened the door and walked in. After closing the door, he was already in a dark mine. A thought came to my mind. Insightful eyes open. In a few breaths, he had a clear picture of the situation in this spirit stone. Mine. The most powerful person in this spirit stone mine is a monk at the 6th level of nascent soul, but this person is not responsible for specific affairs. The ones who are really responsible for supervising the mining are the 12 golden elixir monks. The people responsible for mining are more than 3,000 casual cultivators at the Qi refining level. At the same time, the entire spirit stone mine was enveloped by a large formation. Gao Yan's formation attainments could be seen that this formation could last for more than 10 hours even if dozens of nascent soul cultivators bombarded it at the same time. Not broken. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan appeared in the room of the nascent soul cultivator through his small teleportation powers. Without waiting for the other party to react, he used his soul-controlling powers to imprison his soul. At this moment, Chen Kaiyang was extremely horrified, but unfortunately, his soul was imprisoned, not to mention resistance, even speaking was impossible. Gao Yan directly read Chen Kaiyang's memory, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was lucky. Because in 10 days, the people of Xianming sect will send people to take away the spiritual stones that have been mined for 3 years. Now, all these spiritual stones belong to him. In 3 years, more than 600 million spiritual stones have been mined. All are stored in the warehouse. However, it takes 15 spells to open the warehouse. Among them, Chen Kaiyang mastered 3 spells, and the other 12 Jingdan managers each mastered 1 spell. Under his control, Chen Kaiyang immediately summoned the 12 Jingdan managers to come. The 12 Jingdan managers did not dare to neglect, and rushed to the residence opened by Chen Kaiyang at the fastest speed. Every time someone came, Gao Yan would sneak attack with the soul control magic. In a moment, all 12 Jingdan were controlled by him, and together with Chen Kaiyang, they went to the warehouse. The 12 Jingdan successively cast spells on the warehouse array disk, and Chen Kaiyang cast the last 3 spells, and the warehouse array was opened. With a bang, a mountain of spiritual stones also appeared in front of Gao Yan. Collect. Gao Yan waved his hand and collected all the spiritual stones in the warehouse into the mustard seed space. Correspondingly, the income value also increased by more than 600 million. The total amount of spiritual stones increased by 3.1 billion, reaching 34.87 billion. Afterwards, Gao Yan collected Chen Kaiyang and others again. After all, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is meat. But let's not talk about it. Guarding the spiritual stone mine is a lucrative job. Chen Kaiyang and the 12 Jingdan have a lot of spiritual stones on their bodies. Gao Yan collected more than 100 million spiritual stones. The income value increased by another 100 million, and the total amount of spiritual stones increased by 500 million. At this moment, the total revenue has reached 4.92 billion, and only 80 million is needed to upgrade. Then, Gao Yan used the insight eye to check the reserves of this spiritual stone mine. After checking it out, he was a little jealous. The reserves of this spiritual stone mine are at least more than 30 billion spiritual stones. According to the calculation of 200 million mining per year, it can be mined for at least 150 years. Unfortunately, with so many spiritual stones, even if he is in the God transformation realm, it is impossible to mine them all in a short time. Then, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. It is too cheap for them to leave these spiritual stones to the Xianming sect. I can't take them away completely, so I will blow up these spiritual stones. With a thought, Gao Yan summoned the puppet of the 9th level of the God transformation realm. Then he directly imprinted the location of the mineral vein detected by the insight eye into his mind, and asked him to dig out all the large spiritual stones. Spiritual stones are big and small. The reason why the spiritual stones circulated in the cultivation world are the same size is that they have been cut. Therefore, there are many huge spiritual stones in the spiritual stone mine. A moment. The puppet of the 9th level of the spirit transformation returned and threw down 32 huge spiritual stones. Gao Yan did not need to estimate, because the system broadcast told Gao Yan that these 32 huge spiritual stones were worth 530 million spiritual stones. Ding, the system has reached the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade, Gao Yan said decisively, and then the income value was deducted by 5 billion. Leaving 450 million. Don't worry about the system upgrade for now. Then Gao Yan directly controlled Chen Kaiyang and the 13 people to disperse all the casual cultivators who were mining. Although these casual cultivators worked for the Xianming sect, they were not guilty of death, so Gao Yan planned to let them go. The miners at the qi refining level did not dare to resist at all. After Chen Kaiyang and the others opened the formation, they left quickly one by one. An hour later, all the casual cultivators and miners had gone away. Chen Kaiyang and his 13 companions all used magic weapons to dig holes and drilled into the mine with more spirit stones. When they were all in place, Gao Yan ordered them to self-destruct, and he stepped into the arbitrary door that was summoned in advance. Boom! 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 As Gao Yan left, 13 muffled sounds came from the mine. Then, the energy of the self-destruction affected the surrounding spirit stones, causing a large number of spirit stones to explode and quickly affect the entire mine. The power of billions of spirit stones exploding together can be imagined. In an instant, the formation covering the mine was shattered, and then the chaotic energy spread wildly around. In an instant, it affected 1,000 miles, and there were energy columns rising into the sky, with an extremely terrifying momentum. The explosion also alarmed the nearby immortal cultivators, who drove their magic weapons to observe. When they found that it was the Xianming sect's spirit stone mine that exploded, many people secretly gloated. After all, in the immortal cultivation world, there is also hatred of the rich. Gao Yan, who was far away in Fengqi City, could not see this scene, but he could predict it. At this moment, he summoned the portal again. He had already sneaked into the second medium-sized mine, and he followed the same method and quickly controlled the Yuanying guardian of this mine. Then he summoned the Jingdan manager in the same way to control and open the warehouse. Although this mine and the previous mine are both medium-sized mines, the scale is larger than the previous one, so there are more than 4,000 casual cultivators mining here. Therefore, there are 750 million spirit stones in the warehouse. Gao Yan was naturally not polite about this. He directly took 750 million spirit stones for himself, and collected 150 million spirit stones from 13 people. Continue to let the puppet of the 9th level of the spiritual transformation steal large spiritual stones. I don't know if it is God's blessing, this mine has more large spiritual stones. 75 large spiritual stones, worth 1.03 billion spiritual stones. Then, Gao Yan had the miners dispersed and asked them to leave the mine as quickly as possible. What a pity! Looking at the 13 people who were already digging holes, Gao Yan sighed. He didn't feel sorry for these 13 people, but there were still 43 billion spiritual stones in this medium-sized mine, but it would explode soon. More than an hour later, Gao Yan stepped into the arbitrary door, and the 13 people who had already come to the area with more spiritual stones also exploded one after another. Their self-explosion quickly ignited the entire mine. The formation protecting the mining area was like an eggshell, which was washed away by the chaotic and powerful energy and quickly spread to the surroundings. In a few breaths, it affected an area of about 1,500 miles. Some of the casual cultivators who were mining were directly swallowed by the energy and turned into powder. Gao Yan gave them enough time to escape and let them stay as far away from the mining area as possible, but some people just didn't take it seriously. Fortunately, this group of people is very small, only a few dozen people. Fengchi City, South District Courtyard. Gao Yan silently counted and got a total of 1.93 billion spirit stones from the second medium-sized mine. He didn't plan to continue to the third medium-sized mine. The explosion of the two medium-sized mines was so loud that there was no reason for Xianming sect not to know. Moreover, after the explosion of two medium-sized mines, other mines should also be notified, or masters of transformation should be sent to guard. If he goes there again, it will probably not be as smooth as the previous two times. In fact, Gao Yan guessed correctly. Xianming sect did get the news, and the reaction was quite quick. Masters of transformation have been sent to the medium-sized mines. As for the large mines, there are already masters of transformation, so there is no need to worry. The two mines that were blown up are called Yunshan Mine and Yuanlinshan Mine. At this moment, a master of the void level was hovering above the Yunshan Mine, casting a spell to capture a strange aura. Unfortunately, after working for a long time, he didn't capture anything, because after a big explosion, no aura was left. Fengchi City, in the small courtyard of Nancheng. After blowing up two medium-sized spirit stone veins of the Xianming sect, causing them to lose more than 70 billion, he felt very comfortable and felt bad. So, I prepared some monster meat and asked the Yi family sisters to barbecue together in the yard. Brother Gao, did something good happen to you? You seem quite happy. Yi Qingshuang asked, curiously. It is indeed a good thing. I took revenge on an enemy and caused them a lot of losses. Gao Yan chuckled. It's a pity that our strength is too low, otherwise we would definitely help. You teach your enemies a lesson. Yi Qingshuang was filled with indignation. There will be a chance in the future. Gao Yan smiled, and when the two sisters reached the golden elixir stage, he would give them the 9-leaf grass elixir to improve their qualifications. At the same time, Gao Yan was also thinking about whether to bring his wife from the main world and the 1960s to the world of immortality. But after thinking about it, he gave up the idea for the time being. Even though he has reached the first level of God transformation and seems to be a master, his strength is not ranked high in the entire Eastern Wasteland, let alone the entire world of immortality. He brought the Yi family sisters to the world of immortality, not because he only favored these two sisters, but because in my world, he often adjusts the flow of time. If he hadn't brought them to the world of immortality, both sisters would probably have died of old age there. Therefore, if you want to bring other women over, it is best to wait until he reaches the level of harmony. The great master of Hadao is already the cultivator with the highest walking time. As for the Holy Realm and the great emperor, they are almost invisible. Half an hour later, The monster meat is roasted, exuding a strong meaty aroma. At the same time, Gao Yan also took out several bottles of elixir wine and drank with the Yi family sisters. And he made a rule not to use spiritual power to dispel drunkenness. Therefore, after he was almost drunk, he hugged her left and right and led the Yi family sisters into the room. Gao Yan is happy in Fengqi City. However, the news that Xianming Sect's 2 medium-sized spirit stone veins were bombed, causing tens of billions of losses, spread quickly. 9 Saint Sect. Lingfeng, where Xiahou Meng lives. Fuyo took a piece of information and hurriedly came outside the palace where Xiahou Meng was meditating. Your Highness, I have something to report. Come in. The 2 palace doors opened automatically. Fuyo, what information do you have? Xiahou Meng, who was sitting cross-legged on the 3rd-grade golden lotus, asked lazily. This 3rd-grade golden lotus was a low-grade spiritual treasure. Not only can it protect the body, but it can also enhance one's understanding while sitting cross-legged on it. Your Highness, I just received the news that Xianming Sect's Yunshan Lingshi vein and Yuanlinshan mine have been bombed. Fuyo said in an excited tone. Upon hearing the news, Xiahou Meng was slightly startled, and then laughed. Well done, by the way, who did this? Fuyo said, the Xianming sect is still investigating, and we don't know who did it for the time being. However, Your Highness, Gao Yan asked us for information about the Xianming sect, and 2 of the Xianming sect's mines were blown up. Do you think this matter has anything to do with him? Xiahou Meng was stunned again, and then chuckled, it is really possible, but the Xianming sect's mineral veins are protected by a large array, and there are Yuanying masters sitting in charge. How could he blow up 2 mineral veins in such a short period of time? It seems that this guy has a lot of secrets. No wonder he dares to go to Xianming sect for trouble. We underestimated him. Then Your Highness, do you want to report this matter to the sect? Fuyo asked. No need. Xiahou Meng waved his hand, we are just guessing, there is no complete evidence. Besides, our 9 Saint sect is not monolithic. If he reports to the sect, wouldn't he be exposed? This guy was quite interesting. It's a pity that he died. Yes. Don't tell anyone about his request for Xianming sect information. Yes, Your Highness, I must keep my mouth shut. Okay, continue to pay attention to this matter. If you have any information about that guy, report it to me in time. Yes, Your Highness. After the float subsided, a thoughtful smile appeared on Xiahou Meng's lips. And then he whispered to himself, very interesting guy, if you can survive this disaster this time, I will recruit you to my command. Soon, this matter spread among the 9 Saints sect. But most people reacted with schadenfreude. After all, there are many people who are hostile to Xianming sect. Some people also felt sorry that there were tens of billions of spiritual stones, and it was such a pity that they exploded like that. At the same time, everyone is also discussing, who did this? If that person is caught by the Xianming sect, they probably won't kill him easily, but will pull out his soul and light a soul lamp. Other side. After entering the canyon battlefield, Gao Yan was 1 against 2. At the beginning, the Yi sisters were still aggressive and tried to suppress Gao Yan together. But soon, they got a taste of Gao Yan's power and were beaten back again and again. And Gao Yan had no intention of sparing them. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought, and eventually, the Yi sisters who joined forces had to raise a white flag and surrender. After defeating his opponent, Gao Yan felt refreshed and the depression he had accumulated during this period was completely released. The two sisters of the Yi family were also exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. The system has been updated. It's just that he was fighting just now, so Gao Yan didn't have time to pay attention. Call up the system sub-interface. The original income value of only 450 million yuan increased to 2.38 billion after the harvest of the second mine. At the same time, the total number of spirit stones also surged by 9.65 billion, reaching 47.67 billion. Let's talk about upgrade rewards. This time it was an upgrade that cost 5 billion in revenue. Therefore, the upgrade rewards are also very generous. 3 super draws and 2,000 free attribute points were directly awarded. System, start 3 super draws. Gao Yan ordered. Ding, 3 super draws are open. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical power of soul devouring. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the middle grade Lingbao Tianluo umbrella. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a cultivation improvement card. After taking out the jade slip carrying the soul-eating magical power and placing it between his eyebrows, the magical power began to merge with his own. Soon, the integration was successful. Gao Yan has another magical power. This magical power is a bit evil. It should be said that it is a magical power used to plot against others. It can split the soul seed, penetrate deeply into the opponent's soul, quietly, and devour the opponent's soul without anyone noticing. Soul. And the power of the devoured soul can also be fed back to the person who uses the magical power. Although this magical power is very insidious, but Gao Yan likes it very much. There were still 480 free attribute points left last time, and this time he was rewarded with 2,000 points, so his free attributes are still sufficient. First, consume 10 points of free attributes to upgrade the soul-eating magical power to the intermediate level. Spend another 100 points of free attributes to upgrade to the advanced level. And continue to consume 500 points of free attributes to reach the top level. Later, Gao Yan took out the middle-grade Lingbao Tianluo umbrella. After entering my world and turning on the speed of time, it didn't take long for him to completely refine this mid-grade spiritual treasure. The biggest function of the Tianluo umbrella is not for defense. As long as you open the Tianluo umbrella, you can create a world of your own. And the person under the Tianluo umbrella will disappear from the sight of others and cannot be noticed no matter what method is used. Moreover, the Tianluo umbrella also has the function of ignoring restrictions and formations. In other words, as long as he holds a Tianluo umbrella, he can break into any place without anyone noticing. Of course, you also need to have strong enough spiritual power. The more powerful the formation is, the more spiritual energy it consumes to pass it through. What a good baby. Gao Yan secretly said that he originally planned to rest for a while before causing trouble, but now that he has Tianluo umbrella, it seems that he can continue to cause trouble for Shanming sect. The last cultivation level improvement card, if used, can allow him to directly reach the second level of God transformation. Use. There was no hesitation. When the card turned into golden light and sank into his body, his will and spiritual power both expanded. After a while, his cultivation level easily reached the second level of God transformation. Nah, the system is still powerful. Gao Yan secretly thought that by practicing on his own, even with the time acceleration function of Minecraft, it would take 10 or 8 years to reach the second level of transformation. And relying on the system, he can easily upgrade with just one cultivation. Upgrade card. After thinking about it, he decided not to practice hard anymore and just work hard to earn spiritual stones to upgrade and draw prizes. Take a look at the income required for the next upgrade. Gao Yan couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. He originally thought that the next upgrade experience would cost at least 15 billion. Unexpectedly, it only cost 10 billion. The system probably also knows that spiritual stones are difficult to obtain. If it grows too much, it will be difficult for him to upgrade. This system is capable and considerate of people. And often what you need, the system will give you through lottery. Where can I find such a good system? Unlike some hosts who enjoy the welfare and benefits brought by the system, while cursing the dog system. It's typical to pick up the bowl to eat, then curse when you put the bowl down. If I were the system, I wouldn't give you such good things as a host. People must learn to be grateful. Gao Yan is different. He can reach this point and enjoy picking up girls in 3 worlds. It's not all brought about by the system. If it weren't for the system, he would probably still be working as an intern in a certain company like the other students in the class, being bossed around like a dog. Therefore, his gratitude to the system comes from the bottom of his heart. After all, so many people call you Dad Ma, but they don't give you free money. The system gives you money and skills, so you don't lose money by calling you Dad. Back to business. There are still 1870 free attribute points. The magical power of time, the small magical power of stealing the sky, the small magical power of moving, and the magical power of team amplification are all still at the top level. Therefore, he spent a total of 1,500 free attribute points to upgrade the time magical power, the small teleportation magical power, and the small sky stealing magical power to the top level. Putting away the system sub-interface, Gao Yan hugged the Yi sisters again, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. The next few days, Gao Yan basically stayed in this small courtyard, only occasionally going out to inquire about news. The rest of the time, he did not practice, but gave advice to the Yi family sisters on some cultivation issues. The news that Xianming Sect's 2 medium-sized spirit stone veins were bombed has spread throughout the eastern wasteland, causing Xianming Sect to be severely embarrassed. In fact, the loss of more than 70 billion spiritual stones is nothing to the Xianming Sect. But they can't afford to lose face like this. Not only are they investigating who the person who blew up their mine is, they are also offering a reward. The rewards are also quite generous, including 1 billion spiritual stones and a top-level skill. A high-grade Earth-level technique is more than enough to create a sect or family of cultivating immortals. Therefore, many people are tempted. Many monks used their own methods to investigate, trying to find out who the fierce man was who blew up the 2 mines. Pity. After the 2 mineral veins exploded, all clues were blown away. Even if you have the magical power of time retrieval, it won't work. Stayed for 2 more days. Gao Yan pretended to be an inner disciple of the 9 Saints sect during its foundation period and returned to the 9 Saints sect. Junior brother, you are finally back. Seeing Gao Yan's safe return, Yin Yutong's face clearly showed an expression of relief. Thank you, senior sister, for remembering me. Are you okay? Yin Yutong asked again. What can I do? Did you blow up Xianming Sect's 2 spirit stone veins? Suddenly, Yin Yutong asked. It's me. Gao Yan nodded. I knew it was you, you must be too brave. A hint of lingering fear flashed in Yin Yutong's eyes. Do you know that this incident has alarmed the Hadao-level powers of the Xianming sect? They have left clones in each mine. Don't go there again, otherwise you will definitely. You'll be caught red-handed. When he heard that a powerful clone of Hadao was sitting in charge, Gao Yan was shocked in his heart. Senior sister, how did you know about this? Saint Xiahou sent someone specifically to tell me. Yin Yutong said. I see. Gao Yan suddenly realized that Yin Yutong would definitely not be able to obtain such top-secret information, but Xiahou Meng was different. She was a saint and had the support of the Xiahou family behind her. It's not a surprise to get such top-secret information. So, after comforting the little senior sister, Gao Yan went to see Xiahou Meng with his sword, and he was told this top secret news to him so that he could avoid danger. It was true that he could sneak into the mining area through the Tianluo umbrella. But if you imagine blowing up the ore veins twice, you will definitely not be able to do it. It might even be exposed. Therefore, he had to thank Xiahou Meng. After a while, inside a palace, if what you have done is exposed, it is estimated that your name, Gao Yan, will be famous throughout the eastern wasteland in a short time. Xiahou Meng said, with a half-smile. Haha, this kind of name is not what I want. Gao Yan said with a smile. Xiahou Meng said again, just be calm now. You blew up 2 mine veins of Xianming sect and you are relieved of your bad breath. Practice with peace of mind and strive to break through to the 3rd level of Yuanying as soon as possible. As long as you break through to the 3rd level of Yuanying, this palace can, if you marry a legitimate daughter of our Xiahou family, you will be able to go further in the future. Junior brother understands His Highness's kindness and has no idea of marrying for the time being. Gao Yan quickly refused. He had set a small goal of marrying a saint when he came to this world. Although the status of the legitimate daughter of the Xiahou family is noble, he does not care about it. Why, do you look down on the legitimate daughter of my Xiahou family? Xiahou Meng sneered, not everyone can marry the legitimate daughter of my Xiahou family. Of course not, it's just that I'm still young and haven't thought about this issue. Gao Yan explained, but in his heart he thought, little girl, you're giving me a cold shoulder now, wait and see how I'll spank you later. Xiahou Meng thought about it, then nodded, yes, you're still young, don't rush to get married, wait until you're 100 years old, then talk about this. Thank you, Your Highness, for your help. Gao Yan said hurriedly. Okay, is there anything else? If not, go back. I'm still busy comprehending the divine intention. It's okay, I came to see Your Highness, just to thank you for the news. Okay, I also cherish talents. At this point, Xiahou Meng was already a little impatient. Gao Yan didn't say anything else, and bowed and left. Back to Lingyue Peak again. The junior sister was grilling meat. Gao Yan took over the task of grilling meat. Senior sister, are you going to Zhongzhou? Not for now, I have to stay and keep an eye on you, so that you don't run out to cause trouble again. Yin Yutong snorted coldly. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. There are clones of Hadao in the mines, how dare I go? Gao Yan said with a smile. But if you don't go to the mines to cause trouble, you can go to other places to cause trouble. You should know that Xianming sect has many branch courtyards in Donghuang. Although the deacons of the branch courtyards are only at the foundation building level, but the branch courtyards are responsible for finding outstanding disciples. As long as the branch courtyards of Xianming sect are paralyzed, some of their sources of disciples can be cut off. That's good. Hearing that Gao Yan would not go out to cause trouble, Yin Yutong's heart was relieved. For a period of time, Yin Yutong was worried that Gao Yan would go out to cause trouble and stop practicing, so he kept a close eye on Gao Yan. "Senior sister, how about we go out and travel together?" Gao Yan suggested. Upon hearing this, Yin Yutong immediately became more vigilant. "Junior brother, do you want to cause trouble again? Senior sister has misunderstood." Gao Yan calmly explained, "It's too boring to stay in the sect. I have a special method that can change the aura of cultivation. By then, if we disguise ourselves as foundation-building monks and then change our appearance, we will never be fooled. Keep an eye on it. Is your magic trick really so mysterious? Senior sister, I will teach it to you right now. You will know when you have mastered it." Gao Yan directly taught Yin Yutong the secret technique of hiding and changing breath, and it took the other party 2 days to master it. Then he discovered that he could easily change his cultivation aura. "Junior brother, your magic will not be easily seen through by others, right?" After changing his breath several times, Yin Yutong went to Gao Yan and asked. "Even the powerful He Dao can't see through it, senior sister, don't worry," Gao Yu said with determination. "Junior brother, you are not at the first level of nascent soul, right?" Suddenly, Yin Yutong said thoughtfully. Before in the secret realm, she found that her junior brother was incredibly strong. Even though he was blessed with magical powers, he could not control the 4th level of nascent soul so easily. Now that Gao Yan had taught her the technique of concealing aura, she suddenly realized that most of her junior brothers had hidden their cultivation. Gao Yan explained, "Senior sister Ying Ming, I am indeed not at the 1st level of nascent soul. You also know that I have been in the industry for too short a time. If my cultivation level is too high, I am afraid I will be jealous." "That's true." Yin Yutong nodded with deep approval, "You are right about this. If I remember correctly, it has only been 10 years since you joined our 9 Saints sect. Reaching the 1st level of nascent soul is already terrifying enough. If you reveal a higher level, with your cultivation, I'm afraid that the great master don't you can't help but want to explore your secrets. Then senior sister, do you want to know my true cultivation level?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. He still trusted this little senior sister. After all, the little senior sister's friendship level had reached 94 points and it was impossible for her to betray him. "Forget it, don't tell me, I'm afraid of being hit." Yin Yutong waved her hand. Although she refused, she was very curious in her heart. The junior brother's cultivation level should exceed the 3rd level of nascent soul. Is it the 4th level of nascent soul? Or the 5th level of nascent soul? Okay, I'll tell you when you want to know. Then, senior sister, what happened when we went on a trip? Well, I'm new to nascent soul, and I also want to travel around. So the two quietly left this small world. After entering the inner door, he quickly changed his aura and disguised himself as a foundation-building monk. The moment they left the mountain gate, their appearance changed. Insightful eyes open. Gao Yan found many spies dormant near the mountain gate. Although they discovered Gao Yan and Yin Yutong, they didn't take them seriously. After all, they were just 2 practitioners in the foundation building stage. Gao Yan's mind flashed to the city closest to the 9 Saints sect, where there was a separate courtyard of the Xianming sect. A few hours later, Gao Yan and Yin Yutong suppressed their sword light and landed outside the city. Then we entered the city smoothly. Gao Yan could tell that Yin Yutong rarely came to the mortal city because everything she looked at in the city was novel. He wasn't in a hurry either. Accompanying Yin Yutong, he wandered around the city. During this period, I also bought a lot of snacks and the like. Junior brother, I never thought that things made by mortals could be so delicious. Yin Yutong held a bunch of candied haws in one hand and ate it happily. Gao Yan smiled and said, mortals can't practice cultivation. When they have enough food and clothing, they will pay attention to the quality of life. This world is the world of cultivating immortals. Even if the spiritual energy in the deep regions of mortals is thin, their physical fitness is still quite good after being nourished by the spiritual energy for a long time. Even an 80-year-old man can walk quickly. Moreover, with aura, plants grow faster. Take rice, one of the staple foods grown by mortals, for example. It can be harvested in basically 2 months after planting. And the yield is also very high, at least 3,000 caddies per acre. Therefore, as long as there is no war, the lives of mortals in this world are still worry-free. Besides, mortals are the source of disciples of the immortal cultivation sect. If a large number of deaths occur in the mortal empire, the immortal cultivating sect will also intervene. It is precisely because of this that the mortal empire does not dare to oppress the civilians excessively. After all, if it angers the immortal cultivation sect, any immortal cultivation sect can exterminate the royal family of the mortal empire and change the dynasty. Under Gao Yan's guidance, the two deliberately passed by the Xianming sect's other courtyard. Xianming sect's other courtyard was built very luxuriously. Moreover, the surrounding civilians did not dare to approach easily. They looked at this building with awe in their eyes. An insightful glance. Gao Yan found 2 foundation-building monks in the other courtyard. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan activated his soul-eating magical power twice to condense 2 tiny soul seeds. Under his control, 2 soul seeds flew into the other courtyard and penetrated into the bodies of the 2 foundation builders without anyone noticing, and took root in their souls. Using the soul-devouring magical power to build 2 opponents' foundations is like using an anti-aircraft cannon to swat mosquitoes. Gao Yan said secretly. And he controlled the speed at which the 2 soul seeds devoured the power of their souls. Otherwise, just 2 foundation-building monks could drain their souls in an instant. Next half a year, Gao Yan and Yin Yutong traveled together in the cities of mortals. They stayed for 3 to 5 days at most. They stayed for 1 or 2 days at least. They also saw many things that they had not seen even in the main world. Although the civilization of the main world is developed. But the mortals in the world of immortal cultivation are also very wise. The main reason is that the population base is large. The number of mortals in the entire East Wilderness is at least hundreds of billions. With a large population, there are naturally more things invented. Especially some mechanical techniques, which are simply magical. Of course, no matter how powerful the inventions of mortals are, they are far from being able to compete with those of immortal cultivators. Gao Yan suspects that if there were no immortal cultivators, this world would probably burst out with a more powerful technological civilization. Let's get back to the point. After traveling for 7 months, Gao Yan had planted soul seeds in the souls of the deacons of the 58 monasteries of Xianming sect without anyone noticing. And the soul seeds are quite magical, even if they are separated by billions. of miles, he can sense the existence of the soul seeds, and through the soul seeds, he can sense the thoughts of the person who planted the soul seeds. This made Gao Yan discover another wonderful use of soul seeds. If you use soul seeds to get information, you will definitely be successful. Therefore, when he met some casual cultivators, he would quietly plant soul seeds for them. However, he did not let the soul seeds devour their souls, but hibernated in their souls to get information. This method is indeed useful. It is true that casual cultivators have a lower level of cultivation, but they are quite well informed. For more than half a year, Xianming sect is still tracking down the murderer who blew up the Spirit Stone mine, but the momentum is not as good as before. After all, after so long, there is still nothing to be found. As for those casual cultivators who want to seize the bounty and some immortal cultivation families, they have long stopped. Although the bounty is generous, without clues, they can only try their luck everywhere like headless flies. But even the huge Xianming sect itself can't find any clues. How can the casual cultivators find the murderer? Instead of wasting time running around, it is better to focus more on cultivation. Of course, there are some people who refuse to give up, but their efforts are in vain. 2 days later, Gao Yan and Yin Yutong walked out of this mortal city, called Luming. Junior brother, we have been traveling for so long, how about we return to the sect? Yin Yutong looked at Gao Yan and said, "Okay." Gao Yan nodded. So, the two stood up with their swords and headed straight for the Nine Saints sect. Although he did not plant soul seeds in all the deacons of Xianming sect, he felt that it was enough. He attacked the deacons of Xianming sect's other courtyards, mainly because he hated Xianming sect. Most of the day later, Gao Yan and Yin Yutong successfully returned to the Nine Saints sect. And Gao Yan also gave orders to the soul seeds dormant in the souls of the deacons of Xianming sect's other courtyard to let them devour their souls. Almost instantly, the deacons of the 59 separate courtyards of Xianming sect all screamed and died. And those soul species Gao Yan did not recall them, but let them automatically collapse. The death of the deacon of the other courtyard is nothing to the Xianming sect. At most, send a few inner disciples to investigate. But the deacons of the 59 villas are all dead, so this is no small matter. It even alarmed the true elders. The true elder who learned the news was also very angry. This is a slap in the face of Xianming sect. Therefore, the true elder immediately sent hundreds of true disciples to other courtyards to investigate the causes of death of the deacons of other courtyards. Likewise, this matter also spread among the casual cultivators. More than half a year ago, 2 medium-sized mineral veins of Xianming sect were bombed, and so far, the murderer has not been found. Unexpectedly, the deacons of the 59 annexes of Xianming sect died at the same time. Although the ones who died were only foundation-building disciples, and they were the kind who had no potential for cultivation, they were not as important as a true disciple together. But this kind of behavior is a slap in the face of Xianming sect. Many people suspect that this incident was probably done by the person who exploded the Xianming sect mine last time. TSK, I don't know who it is, but you dare to provoke Xianming sect. Yes, the other party is indeed very courageous. I don't know if Xianming sect can track down the murderer. I'm so bored. I didn't even find the murderer who blew up the mine last time. And I guess he won't be able to do it this time either. Do you think it was a force or a certain person who provoked the Xianming sect? Who knows this? If I knew, I would go directly to Xianming sect to receive the reward. Conversations like this continue to occur among casual cultivators in various places. Many casual cultivators were even more gloating about the misfortune. They also seemed to see the lofty Xianming sect being defeated. A few days flew by. The Xianming sect's true disciples are doing their best to track down the murderer. But after several days, they found nothing. They don't even know the cause of death of the deacons from other courtyards. After all, after death, the soul will dissipate. The soul seeds devoured their souls and collapsed on the spot, which was almost like a normal death. Those true disciples of the Xianming sect could not detect the clues at all. Lingyue Peak. Gao Yan was lying on a chair and basking in the sun. There were various spiritual fruits and snacks on the table next to him. Junior brother, don't you want to practice? Yin Yutong walked to Gao Yan and said angrily. During her travels, she didn't see Gao Yan practicing, and she still didn't see him practicing when she returned to Lingyue Peak. Although my junior brother's talent and qualifications are unparalleled, seeing him being so negligent makes me unavoidably worried for him. Senior sister, don't worry about me. I have my own way of cultivation, so there won't be any delays. Gao Yan said with a smile. I'm too lazy to talk to you, I'm going to practice. Yin Yutong stamped her feet and returned to her wooden house. She had only been promoted to nascent soul not long ago, and her enthusiasm for cultivation was still relatively high. Even during her travels, she did not forget to practice. Gao Yan estimated. If he didn't use the time plug-in, it would take him an estimated 180 years to advance to the third level of divine transformation. Even if the cheat is turned on, it will take 18 years of practice. Instead of wasting time practicing, it is better to think of more ways to earn spiritual stones. The next upgrade requires 10 billion in revenue, which is currently only 2.38 billion, a difference of 7.62 billion. Therefore, Gao Yan once again set his sights on the Xianming sect spirit stone mine. I don't know if the Xianming sect's Hadao power has removed the clones. It remained in ruins for a few days. Gao Yan couldn't sit still. The medium-sized mineral veins are guarded by clones of Hadao power, but the small-sized mineral veins are not, right? So, he summoned the Eni gate and placed the coordinates in a small mine vein of Xianming sect. Then he pushed open the door and entered while holding a Tianluo umbrella. With a thought, the insightful eye opens. In an instant, the entire mining area was reflected in his mind. Detection function is on. I'll go. After a while, Gao Yan cursed secretly, can you believe that there are 8 nascent souls and 1 transformation god in this small mine? Certainly. They were all disguised. All 8 nascent souls were disguised as miners, and the avatar was disguised as a golden core manager. It seems that the Xianming sect was unable to catch the murderer and deliberately laid an ambush in a small mine, waiting for him to fall into his trap. Pity. Xianming sect underestimated his strength. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan activated his soul-eating magical power to split 9 soul seeds, and controlled the soul seeds to approach the transformed god and the 8 nascent souls. Soon, the soul seeds smoothly penetrated into their bodies and became dormant in their souls. Then Gao Yan used his small teleportation ability to instantly reach the side of the transformed god, and then used his soul control ability to imprison the other party's soul. The reason why things went so smoothly was mainly because the soul seed instantly drained away 1/3 of the other party's soul power. Otherwise, the soul controllability might not be so smooth. Of course, there are also cases where the other party disguised himself as a golden elixir and deliberately sealed his cultivation. Otherwise, as long as the other party's divine thoughts covered the entire mining area, Gao Yan would be noticed by the other party when he appeared through the arbitrary door. In fact, he didn't know that this transformed god would use his divine thoughts to scan the mining area once every 3 hours. He was lucky, and the time he arrived was exactly a quarter of an hour after the other party scanned with his divine thoughts. Under Gao Yan's control, this transformed god summoned the other 8 Yuanings, and then Gao Yan also imprisoned their souls one by one. Then, the group came to the outside of the treasure house. What disappointed Gao Yan was, after the mine explosion, Xianming sect has taken away all the spiritual stones stored in the mine warehouse. Now, after more than 7 months, there are only 60 million spiritual stones in this small mine warehouse. But Gao Yan didn't despise it. After collecting the 60 million spiritual stones, he began to search the 9 people. Haha, not bad. When Gao Yan took the storage ring of the deity, he couldn't help laughing, because there were more than 800 million spiritual stones in it. In addition, there are various spiritual medicines, pills, and materials. Added together, the value has exceeded 1 billion. Moreover, this deity also has a low-grade spiritual treasure. A low-grade spiritual treasure is at least 1 billion spiritual stones. Unfortunately, the system's income only counts spiritual stones. The 8 Yuanings are not bad either, and they have collected 120 million spiritual stones together. Unfortunately, they are just ordinary Yuanings and have no spiritual treasures. This is just a small mineral vein. There are only more than 800 casual cultivators mining. The current reserves are not much, only more than 8 billion. Among them, there are only 5 huge spiritual stones. Gao Yan directly asked this incarnation to dig out these 5 large spiritual stones. Some people wondered, it is not difficult to find large spiritual stones with the divine consciousness of the incarnation master. Why don't they dig those large spiritual stones away, but let the miners dig them? Isn't this nonsense? How noble is the status of the incarnation master? Does he need to do such a condescending thing? Soon, the incarnation master dug out 5 large spiritual stones without anyone noticing. Added together, it is only 40 million spiritual stones. 1.02 billion income value was instantly credited. And the total number of spiritual stones increased by 5.1 billion. It has to be said that it is still faster to make money in the Xianming sect. Later, Gao Yan read some information from this powerful soul. Not every small mine in the Xianming sect has its gods disguised. After all, Xianming sect has more than 700 small mines. Even if Xianming sect wants to send an incarnation god to each small mine, there are not enough incarnation gods for them to send. Therefore, the Xianming sect only sent 9 god-forming elders, and the area where each god-forming elder was stationed had dense small mineral veins. After all, with the speed of the god transformation, as long as there is an accident in the mineral veins in an area, they can arrive as quickly as possible. Gao Yan was also lucky. He picked a small mine at random and chose the one disguised as a god. The god-forming elder controlled by him is called Nya Wuya, and he is at the first level of god-forming. He is responsible for a total of 26 small mineral veins in this area. Except for this small mineral vein, the other mineral veins are temporarily under the responsibility of nascent soul cultivators. Gao Yan has no plans to kill Niao Wuya and others for the time being. Save them for later. With a thought, Gao Yan brought them all into my world. Then, he controlled the random door again to place a new coordinate, opened the door, and stepped into the abandoned mine cave of another mineral vein. This time he did not split the soul seeds again. After all, the strongest one. Here was the third-level nascent soul. A small teleporter appeared near the opponent, and then used the magical power of soul control to imprison his soul, and then ordered him to transmit his spiritual message to the Golden Elixir Manager. Soon, the Golden Elixir Manager arrived and was also controlled by Gao Yan. The old rule is to open the treasure house first. This time there were even fewer spiritual stones in the treasure house, only 50 million. Gao Yan didn't mind it either. He first took it into the mustard space, then searched the two of them, and then found 15 million spiritual stones from the two of them. Later, Gao Yan used his insight eye to search the mineral veins. Even though the reserves of this vein are only 6 billion, there are actually 7 large spiritual stones. Naturally, Gao Yan would not do it himself, but would directly control the nascent soul to dig out these 7 large spiritual stones. A total of 38 million spirit stones. In this mine, Gao Yan obtained a total of 103 million spiritual stones. Revenue increased to 3.503 billion, and the total number of spirit stones reached 53.28 billion. Later, Gao Yan ordered the Xianming sect Yuanying to drill into the depths of the mine and explode himself 2 hours later. At the same time, he gave an order to the Xianming sect Golden Pill, telling him to drive away all the miners after an hour, and then drill into the depths of the mine veins and explode himself together with the nascent soul. Next, Gao Yan visited the other 25 small mines at an extremely fast speed. From these 25 veins, he harvested a total of 2.83 billion spiritual stones. Then, he used the random door to rush back to the first mine vein, took out a nascent soul cultivator from my world, let him drill into the mine vein, and blew himself up 3 minutes later. Lingyue Peak, inside the wooden house. A bronze door appeared out of thin air, and then the bronze door was pushed open, and Gao Yan walked out. Count the harvest. The current total revenue is 6.333 billion, which is more than 3.6 billion. Short of upgrade. As for the total amount of spiritual stones, it has exceeded 67.43 billion. With so many spirit stones, it is more than enough to form a large immortal cultivating family. 3 minutes later, the 27 small mineral veins belonging to the Xianming sect exploded almost indiscriminately. Although the power is much lower than the previous 2 medium-sized mine explosions, a small mine is enough to blow up a radius of 200 miles into red ground. What's going on? What happened? The cultivators who were not far from the mine couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamations after feeling the heaven and earth shaking. Afterwards, these casual cultivators rushed towards the place where the explosion occurred. When they saw the place where the explosion occurred, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. This seems to be the mineral vein of Xianming sect, right? What does it seem like? It is exactly that. Isn't it the same group of people who blew up the 2 medium-sized mines of Xianming sect before? It's so awesome, it's like committing a crime against the wind. I don't know who this force is. If Xianming sect catches them, they may not even be able to relieve their anger. The news that Xianming sect was bombed by 27 small mineral veins quickly spread throughout the eastern wasteland, and within a few days, it spread throughout the eastern wasteland. And this matter has become a hot topic in the eastern wilderness cultivation world. Whenever there are places where practitioners gather, this matter is indispensable in the conversation. Lingfeng, where the Holy Lady Hall is located. Fuyo once again interrupted Xiaoming's practice. Fuyo, didn't I ask you not to disturb my practice if you don't have any trouble? Xiaoming said with some dissatisfaction. Your Highness makes atonement. This slave has just received the news that 27 small mines in the Xianming sect have been bombed again. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment appeared on Xiaoming's face. It couldn't have been Gao Yan who did it again, right? It doesn't seem to be him this time. Who else could it be if it wasn't him? By the way, how do you know it's not him? Xiaoming said with a strange expression. Fuyo explained, after learning about the bombing of the Xianming sect's mines, I sent someone to inquire about Gao Yan's whereabouts. He and Yutong traveled for more than half a year, and after returning, they have been staying in Lingyue. Feng didn't go out, so he didn't blow up these 27 mineral veins. Interesting. Xiaoming looked thoughtful. You said this vein was not exploded by Gao Yan, who could it be? Not everyone has the courage to provoke Xianming sect. Fuyo shook his head. I can't guess, I guess it was someone who had a grudge against the Xianming sect who imitated Gao Yan. That makes sense. Xiaoming nodded. It's a pity that only 27 small mines were exploded. It would be great if they were large mines. Your Highness, even though they are all small mines, the Xianming sect has suffered greater losses this time than last time. One small mine has at least 5 to 6 billion spiritual stone reserves, and more than 20 mines have hundreds of billions of spiritual stones, which is enough. Xianming sect's flesh hurts. Yes. Xiaoming nodded. Continue to pay attention to this matter and report any new progress to this palace immediately. Yes, Your Highness, please leave. Lingyue Peak. Yutong, who was practicing, suddenly received a transmission note. But after listening to the content of the transmission notes, she stood up quickly, untied the formation and ran out of the cabin. Because this message was sent by her friend, telling Xianming sect that another 27 small mines had been bombed. At the first moment, she suspected that her junior brother had sneaked out again. Senior sister, is something wrong? Gao Yan activated the formation and invited Yutong in. Junior brother, I just received news that Xianming sect's 27 small spirit stone veins were bombed again. Could it be that you sneaked out while I was practicing? Senior sister, you have wronged me. During this period, I have not even left Lingyue Peak. How could it be me who did it? If you don't believe it, you can check the records of our mountain protection formation. Every time the formation is opened with a spell, a record will be left on the formation disk. After Xiao Lingyue went to retreat in the secret realm, the formation disk of the mountain protection formation was handed over to her. Therefore, after checking the records on the formation disk, she found that her junior brother had indeed never left Lingyue Peak. Sorry, junior brother, I misunderstood you. Yutong put away the array and said, It's okay, senior sister, I know you care about me too. Gao Yan said disapprovingly. But junior brother, Xianming sect has been bombed with so many mineral veins. It will definitely make you crazy. Don't run out casually, otherwise the masters of Xianming sect will definitely vent their anger on you. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan's heart tightened. He had stayed in Fengkecheng for 3 years, but he had come into contact with many people. If the Xianming sect still couldn't find the murderer who blew up their minds, they might put the blame on him. Then, the Yi family sisters are in danger. Thinking of this, he decided to let the Yi family sisters return to my world. To stay for a while. To avoid being affected by him and falling into the hands of Xianming sect. So, he let Yin Yutong leave on the grounds of cultivation, and then used any door to shuttle to the small courtyard in the south of Fengchi City. After explaining the situation to the Yi family sisters, they all returned to my world without any complaints. Although the spiritual energy in my world is thin, they do not rely on the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to practice. It took less than half a day to return to Lingyue Peak through any gate in. Gao Yan. A true golden elixir from the Xianming sect arrived. Looking at the formation that enveloped the small courtyard, a disdainful sneer appeared on his lips. Sacrifice a magic weapon and start bombarding the formation. After a while, the formation shattered. But the true successor of Jin Dan's face darkened, because the courtyard was empty and there was no one. At the moment when the formation of the courtyard was broken, Gao Yan, who was far away in Lingyue Peak of Jiuxing sect, also felt it. I was a little careless. Gao Yan secretly reflected on himself. If it weren't for Yin Yutong's reminder, the Yi sisters would have almost fallen into the hands of Xianming sect. I guess Xianming sect is also suspicious of me, Gao Yan said secretly. After all, not long after they hired the assassins from Shui building to assassinate him, the mine of Xianming sect was blown up. Xianming sect is one of the top forces in Donghuang after all. If there is no hatred, who dares to provoke them like this? Just as Gao Yan expected. At this moment, the Elders' Council of Xianming sect's Xinchuan mansion was also in a meeting. The meeting was still chaired by the Dongshu-level elder Zhang Jiuxiu. In less than a year, Xianming sect had 2 medium-sized mines and 27 small mines blown up, and lost nearly 200 billion spirit stones. This is not a small amount. It can buy more than 100 low-grade spirit treasures. Elders, I believe you all know why I called you all together. Tell me, how should this matter be resolved? Whether it is the real murderer or the scapegoat, Xianming sect must establish its authority, otherwise, Xianming sect will become a joke. As soon as Zhang Jiuxiu finished speaking, the 9th level of the god of transformation, whose 3 disciples were killed by Gao Yan, could not wait to say, Brother Zhang, I think this matter is related to Gao Yan of the 9 Saints sect. Why not force the 9 Saints sect to hand over that kid? Brother Ning, your idea is too naive. How could the 9 Saints sect hand over their disciples? Another elder of the god of transformation shook his head. But Zhang Jiuxiu looked thoughtful. He said in a deep voice, the explosion of the mine has made us lose face. In the past, other cultivators talked about our Xianming sect with awe, but now, our Xianming sect is almost a laughing stock, and we have never been on good terms with the Jiuxing sect. Why not take this opportunity to fight with the Jiuxing sect and regain our prestige? Brother Zhang, you can't do that. Yes, Brother Zhang, calm down. The God transformation war should not be started lightly. After these words were spoken, many of the God transformation elders present changed their faces. It is true that they and the Jiuxing sect are hostile to each other. It is also true that their disciples hate and assassinate each other, but both sides have tacitly controlled the fight under the God transformation, but now Zhang Jiuxiu's meaning is that he wants to start a God transformation war. The lifespan of a god transformation starts at least 5,000 years. Before the lifespan is exhausted, who is willing to fight with others? Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to start a god transformation war. Don't worry, I don't want to start a war of transformation, Zhang Jiuxiu said, in a deep voice. After hearing what Zhang Jiuxiu said, everyone was relieved. Zhang Jiuxiu continued, send a message to the Nine Saints sect, asking them to hand over Gao Yan, we will forgive them, otherwise, don't blame us for going to war with them. Then, he looked at Ning Qia, who was the 9th level of transformation of the spirit, whose 3 disciples were killed by Gao Yan. Junior brother Ning, send people to investigate all the immortal cultivation families attached to the Nine Saints sect. Once the Nine Saints sect refuses, we will start with these immortal cultivation families. Ning Qia was delighted. Okay, senior brother Zhang, I will send people to investigate, and I guarantee that no one will be left behind. There are 2 types of immortal cultivation families attached to the Nine Saints sect. One type is those who live in the sphere of influence of the Nine Saints sect and take the initiative to surrender and seek shelter. The other type is those who leave the Nine Saints sect after they have no hope of promotion, marry and have children, and spread out. The former needs to pay a lot of spirit stones to the Nine Saints sect, while the latter, because the founder is a disciple of the Nine Saints sect, only needs to express their gratitude. Soon, the Nine Saints sect received a message from the Xianming sect. Wan Zizhong, who was in the 3rd level of the Void Realm, summoned all the elders in office to discuss the matter. Wan Zizhong said, just now, the Xianming sect sent someone to deliver a letter saying that our elder's true disciple, Gao Yan, blew up their mines, and asked us to hand over Gao Yan, otherwise, they would go to war with us. Nonsense. Zhang Yutian sneered. He had a good impression of Gao Yan. Gao Yan is only in the 1st level of the nascent soul. The 2 medium-sized minds of the Xianming sect are both in the 5th level of the nascent soul. Moreover, the explosion time of the 2 minds was very short. In terms of time, it doesn't match. Besides, the 27 small minds exploded at the same time, which is even more impossible for a small nascent soul to do. I saw that Xianming sect could not find the murderer, so they deliberately pushed the blame onto our Jiuxing sect. Yes, we cannot give in on this matter. What kind of person is Xianming sect? They asked us to hand over the person without any evidence. If we really hand him over, will our Jiuxing sect still have shame? Not to mention that this matter was not done by our people, even if it was. We are too late to reward them, so how can we hand him over? No matter whether the elders present had a good impression of Gao Yan or not, they all disagreed to hand him over. Even Shaoling Yue's rival Elder Lu did not dare to add insult to injury. Wan Zi nodded, we definitely can't hand him over, but Xianming sect is in urgent need of taking someone to establish its authority. They might be targeting our Jiuxing sect. Do you really think that our Jiuxing sect is a soft persimmon that he can squeeze as he pleases? Yes, he wants to use us to establish his authority, but Xianming sect has chosen the wrong target. Facing the indignant elders, Wan Zi raised his hand and pressed down, okay. Everyone, there is no need to say anything extra. Xianming sect must establish its authority. What we need to discuss now is which direction Xianming sect will start from. I think they will attack our true disciples. After all, they lost nearly 2,000 true disciples in the last secret realm. Yes, this possibility is very high. To prevent Xianming sect from doing Something bad, we should recall all the true disciples. Will Xianming sect attack our minds? After all, they lost nearly 200 billion spirit stones. It is normal for them to want revenge. By the way, I also heard that many deacons of the branch courtyards of Xianming sect were killed. However, the branch courtyards are all foundation building cultivators. Even if they are killed by them, it is nothing to us. I wonder if they will take action. The elders of the God transformation expressed their opinions one by one, guessing the direction of Xianming sect's action, but ignored the immortal cultivation families that depended on them. After all, these immortal cultivation families are not direct descendants of the Nine Saints sect at all, and they are not even members of the Nine Saints sect. It is normal to be ignored. In the end, Wan Zizhong summarized everyone's opinions. First, recall the true disciples outside to avoid being ambushed and killed. Secondly, increase the defense of the mine veins to prevent the Xianming sect from breaking in and blowing up the mine veins. Finally, send a message to the foundation building deacons of the various courtyards to let them be more vigilant to prevent being attacked by the Xianming sect. As for why no more manpower was added, the reason is also very simple. To assassinate a group of foundation building people, even if the Xianming sect has sufficient manpower, it is impossible to send out golden elixirs. As long as you deal with it carefully, nothing should go wrong. By the way, send someone to inform Gao Yan to stay in Lingyue Peak and don't run around. Now it's not just the Shui building that is eyeing him, the Xianming sect also wants to use him as a scapegoat. Wan Zizhong reminded. Okay, let me do this. Zhang Yutian took the initiative to take this task. Well, today's meeting ends here, everyone hurry up and take action. Wan Zizhong announced the adjournment of the meeting. At this moment, Gao Yan didn't know that he was used as a scapegoat by Xianming sect, but Xianming sect didn't know at all that the scapegoat they thought was actually the real murderer. Feeling the fluctuation of the formation, after Yin Yutong cast the spell, he found that the person who came was actually Elder Zhang Yutian. Immediately called Gao Yan to greet him together. Hello, Elder Zhang. Yin Yutong and Gao Yan saluted together. No need to be polite. Zhang Yutian waved his hand. Elder, please come to the mountain. No need. Zhang Yutian shook his head lightly. I came here this time to tell Gao Yan something. Xianming sect couldn't find the murderer who blew up their mine, so they put the blame on you and sent a message to let us hand you over. Ah. Upon hearing this, Yin Yutong was shocked. Elder Zhang, you won't hand over my junior brother, right? What are you talking about, little girl? Can our Nine Saints sect be afraid of Xianming sect? Don't worry, we won't hand him over. Zhang Yutian glared at Yin Yutong. Hearing that he would not hand over his junior brother, Yin Yutong was greatly relieved and apologized quickly. Okay. Zhang Yutian waved his hand. Xianming sect has lost so much face, it must establish its prestige, so the situation between our two sects will become extremely tense, so you kids should stay on the mountain and practice in seclusion during this period. Thank you, Elder Zhang, for reminding me specially. I will remember it and promise not to go out. Gao Yan said hurriedly. Okay, I'll leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yutian disappeared out of thin air. 2 days later. Xianming sect. One flying boat after another flew out of it and flew in different directions. 8 hours later. A flying boat of Xianming sect arrived in Luoshui City. This is a city with a population of over 1 million. And this city seems to be under the rule of the dynasty, but the real boss is still the Mu family. Because this Mu family is a family of immortals. 200 years ago, a golden elixir came to Luoshui City and founded the Mu family. After more than 200 years of development, although the Mu family did not give birth to the second golden elixir, it has 8 foundation building cultivators. The flying boat of Xianming sect flew directly into Luoshui City and hovered above the Mu family's mansion. Who is so presumptuous and dares to offend my Mu family? A loud shout came from the Mu mansion below. At this time, there was a man and a woman on the deck of the flying boat. Looking at the mansion below, a scornful smile appeared on the corner of the man's mouth. It was just a family established by a casual cultivator of the golden core. If it weren't for the order from the sect, he wouldn't even bother to come. Go. The man casually pinched a spell. Suddenly, hundreds of giant rocks appeared in the void. These rocks fell at a very fast speed and were about to fall on the Mu family mansion. But at this time, a loud shout sounded, "How dare you!" Then a series of sword lights appeared, crushing all the hundreds of giant rocks into powder. I am Mu Huanjun, the head of the Mu family. Why do you two Taoist friends want to offend my Mu family? A white-haired old man soared into the air and was on the same level as the flying boat. A Jindan level 1 whose lifespan is about to end is not worthy of knowing my name. Go to hell. The man smiled disdainfully, raised his hand and pointed a finger. The moment this finger approached Mu Huanjun, it suddenly turned into a green sword. Light. Bang. With one sword, Mu Huanjun was chopped and sent flying. If he had not used his only top-grade spiritual weapon for defense at the critical moment, he would have been chopped to death by this sword energy. There is actually another top-grade spiritual weapon. It seems that this trip was not in vain. The man's eyes lit up slightly, and a flying sword appeared with a thought. Then he raised his hand and fiddled with the flying sword, and the flying sword turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot. With a puff sound, Mu Huanjun's eyebrows were pierced, and the aura on his body also faded at a very fast speed. Then he turned into a corpse and fell down, just hitting the formation of the Mu mansion. The corpse was bounced up by the formation and fell on the street outside the Mu mansion. Ancestor! Ancestor! A series of inexplicable shouts of grief and anger came from the Mu mansion. Then a middle-aged man at the 6th level of foundation building flew out of the Mu mansion and questioned the man and woman on the flying boat. My Mu family is a subsidiary family of the Nine Saints sect. You killed my ancestor. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Nine Saints sect? Ha ha ha. The man laughed disdainfully, playing with the superb spiritual weapon he got from Mu Huanjun. I killed the affiliated forces of the Nine Saints sect. Today, the Mu family will be removed from Luoshui City. As soon as the voice fell, a finger force flew out and pierced the eyebrows of the 6th level of foundation building. Then he glanced at the woman next to him. Junior sister, it's up to you. The woman called junior sister nodded lightly, and then pinched a spell. Suddenly, thick dark clouds appeared above the Mu mansion, followed by a large amount of thunder and lightning falling from the sky and hitting the formation of the Mu mansion. This formation also arrived in just 2 seconds and then shattered. Then, the thunder engulfed the entire Mu mansion. In an instant, the entire Mu mansion, along with thousands of people in the Mu mansion, were all turned into powder under the thunder. Then, the man and woman drove the flying boat and left Luoshui City. It was not until half an hour after they left that someone quietly approached the Mu Mansion. The originally extremely luxurious wooden house had disappeared except for a few ruins. As for the people in the Mu Mansion, except for those who went out, no one survived. Although the Mu family is the local emperor of Luoshui City, their reputation is extremely good and they are deeply supported by the residents of Luoshui City. I don't know where the evil people came from to destroy the Mu family. It's true that good people are not rewarded. A young man looked at the ruins in front of him with a confused expression. He was originally a scholar, his family was poor, and he had received support from Mufu. Brother Wang, you don't want your life. Another scholar quickly reminded, the ancestor of Mufu is a powerful golden elixir, but he was easily killed by that man and woman, be careful of the trouble coming from his mouth. Tragedies like the destruction of the Mu family are happening constantly in the eastern wasteland. Just 2 days. 237 cultivating forces that were attached to the 9 Saints sect were killed. The 9 Saints sect also got the news. Asshole, Shanming sect is bullying people too much. Wan Zizhong was furious, and he didn't expect that Shanming sect would attack the immortal cultivating forces that relied on them. Elder Wan, why don't we retaliate with Tooth and kill the affiliated forces of Shanming sect? An elder's eyes were red and murderous. No. Wan Zizhong shook his head with a sigh, Shanming sect doesn't have a good reputation to begin with. If they destroy our affiliated forces, the reputation will become even worse at most, but we can't do that. What we have to do now is to keep our reputation. The remaining affiliated forces. Immediately send a message to all affiliated forces and tell them to hide. Quickly. Yes. Everyone responded in a low mood. Soon, Gao Yan also learned the news from Yin Yutong. After hearing the news, his expression fell into a daze. The more than 200 affiliated forces that were wiped out totaled at least tens of thousands of people, including many ordinary people. But in 2 days, they all died at the hands of Shanming sect. Shanming sect. Gao Yan gritted his teeth, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Because he felt that these tens of thousands of people were all implicated by him. If he hadn't exploded the Shanming sect's spirit stone veins, the other party wouldn't have used the affiliated forces of the 9 Saints sect to establish their power. This is the world of immortality. The strong will not take the lives of the weak seriously at all. At this moment, Gao Yan understood something. At the same time, he also secretly vowed to make Shanming sect pay the price. Junior brother, are you okay? Seeing Gao Yan's changing expression, Yin Yutong asked with concern. Sister, I'm fine. Gao Yan shook his head. By the way, what does the sect think of this matter? Why? Yin Yutong sighed. The reputation of Shanming sect has never been very good. But our 9 Saints sect still wants to be famous. We can't kill all the immortal cultivating forces that are attached to Shanming sect. We can only wait for opportunities to retaliate in the future. Return. Hearing what Yin Yutong said, Gao Yan could only smile bitterly. Among the 9 top powers in the eastern wasteland, Shanming sect had the worst reputation. It was precisely because they didn't care about reputation that they dared to destroy the immortal cultivating forces that relied on the 9 Saints sect so unscrupulously. On the contrary, the 9 Saints sect was fettered by its reputation. However, he did not agree with the 9 Saints sect's method of revenge. After all, those cultivating forces that rely on Shanming sect are just 4 Survival. It is impossible to say how deeply involved they are with Xianming sect. Gao Yan has no bottom line and will not do anything to kill innocent people indiscriminately. However, this revenge must be avenged. But don't be impulsive. So, what kind of revenge should I take? Gao Yan said secretly. Going to explode the Xianming sect's mineral veins again? It is estimated that this trick is no longer working and he was bombed twice in succession. It is estimated that Xianming sect guards every mine vein tightly. Although he has the means to sneak in, he will definitely be discovered if he wants to blow up their mine veins. Assassination? But it's hard to target. As for going to the Xianming sect's mountain gate and squatting there, it would be too dangerous. Suddenly, something moved in his mind, and he thought of that weird killer organization, the Blood Close Tower. Okay, just do it like this. At worst, you will lose some spiritual stones. Anyway, I have more than 60 billion spiritual stones. Therefore, Gao Yan read the memories of those casual cultivators through the soul seeds dormant in their souls, and searched for the contact information of the Blood Close building. I didn't expect to find it. The contact method is very simple. You only need to go to a certain blood pool left by the Shi Wen building, put down a wooden boat, and leave the information of the person you want to kill in the wooden boat. The wooden boat will sink to the bottom of the blood pool. Half an hour later, the wooden boat will float up again, and there will be a quote for the Blood Close building inside. If you agree to the offer, throw the reward into a pool of blood. If you don't agree, you have to pay 10,000 spirit stones. If you don't pay, Zuela will take action against you. Typical desperate for money. Summon any door and drop the coordinates. After opening the door and walking out, Gao Yan was already 1,000,000 miles away from the Nine Saints sect. He first changed his breath and appearance, closed the door, and headed towards the blood pool thousands of miles away. Soon, Gao Yan arrived at the blood pool, and there were several wooden boats placed beside the blood pool. Gao Yan entered his assassination request into the jade slip, then put it into the wooden boat, and then threw it into the pool of blood. His request was to assassinate the Xianming sect's Jindan and nascent soul. And there was no limit to the number. Soon, half an hour passed. The wooden boat refloated. There was a jade slip inside. Gao Yan waved his hand and the jade slip fell into his hands. Inside was the quotation of Shi Wen building. The Xianming sect's golden elixir has no limit on cultivation level and has a unified price of 5 million spirit stones. The Xianming sect's nascent soul has no limit on cultivation level and has a unified price of 15 million spirit stones. Gao Yan thought for a moment, took out 10 billion spirit stones and deposited them into a storage ring, and wrote on the jade slip that after the 10 billion spirit stones are consumed, they can be transmitted throughout the eastern wilderness. At that time, he will come to continue place an order. After putting the storage ring and jade slips back into the wooden boat, the wooden boat sank into the pool of blood. As the wooden boat sank to the bottom of the pool of blood, a weak force of space flashed away, and the wooden boat also disappeared. And after the wooden boat appeared again, we have arrived at a bloody palace tens of thousands of miles underground. Somewhere in this bloody palace stands a bloody statue more than 100 feet high. Under the statue stood a fat man with a wretched appearance. Suddenly, a wooden boat appeared on the lotus platform below the statue. Looking at the storage rings and jade slips in the wooden boat, a greedy smile appeared on the face of the wretched fat man. I'll go. when he picked up the storage ring and looked at the spirit stones inside. Huge surprise appeared on his face. Haha, I got it, there are actually 10 billion spirit stones. This fat man's name is Wu De, he is at the 3rd level of Dongshu, and he is also the owner of the blood clothes building. But speaking of it, he is a polished commander. And where did those killers come from? They were just clones of the statue of the space demon god in front of him. The clone of the space demon can be possessed by anyone at will. After being possessed, it can also quickly improve the opponent's cultivation level. Make it a killer that he can control at will. This is also the reason why, although various forces arrested many killers of the bloody clothes building, they were still unable to learn about the headquarters of the bloody clothes building. Because those killers don't know at all. Moreover, the clone of the space demon god also controls the life and death of the killer at will. After laughing, Wu De picked up the jade slips in the wooden boat and started reading. Then his eyes lit up. What a generous employer, and there is still a follow-up. Wu De looked happy, and quickly injected another message into the jade slip and stuffed it into the wooden boat. The next moment, the wooden boat disappeared. Then, he bowed to the statue of the space demon god, Grandpa Demon God, big business is coming. Someone has offered 10 billion spirit stones to hire us to assassinate the Jindan and Yuanying of Xianming sect. The Jindan costs 5 million each and the Yuanying costs 15 million each. After killing 10 billion, we can control the killers to spread this news throughout the East Wilderness. And the other party will continue to place orders. After bowing, Wu De took away 1 billion spirit stones, and the remaining 9 billion, together with the storage ring, were placed on the base of the statue. Yes. A vague voice sounded, and then the storage ring on the base disappeared. Seeing this, Wu De couldn't help but smile. But then, his eyes looked at the bloody hall. Damn it, when can I leave this damn place? At the beginning, he was still a casual cultivator. And he was proficient in Earth Escape, so he used Earth Escape to search for treasure underground. During a treasure hunt, he was suddenly sucked into this damn place. And never left again. But it was not without benefits. Originally, he was just a Jindan cultivator. But after coming to this place and accepting the inheritance of the space demon god, his cultivation level rose steadily, and now he has reached the 3rd level of Dongshu. According to the promise of the space demon god, as long as he cultivates to the level of the great emperor, he can unlock the seal of the space demon god. And he can regain his freedom. In front of the blood pool, the wooden boat reappeared. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Gao Yan left quickly without any nostalgia. Then he returned to the wooden house and Lingyue peek through the arbitrary door. 5 days passed in a flash. During these 5 days, the Jindan cultivators and Yuanying cultivators of Xianming sect were madly assassinated by the killers of Shui Tower. In just 5 days, more than 200 Jindan cultivators died, and 32 Yuanying cultivators died. This made Xianming sect very angry. But they couldn't do anything about Shui Tower. They had to recall all the Jindan and Yuanying cultivators outside. But what Xianming sect's senior officials didn't expect was this. All the recalled golden elixirs and nascent souls were possessed by the clones of the space demon. As soon as they returned to Zhenjuan Mansion, they chose to rush to a crowded place and explode themselves. This self-destruction directly killed more than 500 Jindan true legends and 45 nascent soul true legends. Seeing the Zhenjuan Mansion that was bombed into a mess, the Zhenjuan elders of Xianming sect almost went crazy, and all of them were cursing the Zuela loudly. However, after experiencing this incident, a secret was also exposed in Zuela, which seemed to be able to possess other monks at will. For this reason, Xianming sect also dispatched several Hadao powerful men to check all the true stories to prevent them from being possessed by the blood clothes tower. Unexpectedly, during this investigation, more than 10 problematic true stories were discovered. It's a pity that even the powerful Hadao can't peel off the demon clones that are fused with these true souls, so he has to bear the pain and deal with them all. In the bloody hall, Wu Dejing frowned and thought hard. Currently, the killer has killed nearly 800 Xianming sect golden pills, worth almost 4 billion. The 77 nascent souls killed were worth 1.15 billion. But now, the Xianming sect is under martial law, and almost all the Jingdan Yuanying outside have been recruited back. It is difficult to continue the assassination. But he was reluctant to give up this big business. After all, he was trapped and died in the bloody hall. To practice, he had to consume a lot of spiritual stones. As for the space demon god who is in a sealed state, he also needs to absorb spiritual stones to fight against the seal. At the same time, he also needs to consume spiritual stones to split his clones. And the stronger the clone is, the greater the consumption will be. Therefore, they all share the spiritual stones earned 9:1. The space demon god is 9, and he is 1. At the same time, the news that Xianming Zone was madly assassinated by the Zuela killer also spread quickly. In just a few days, the news that nearly 800 golden elixirs and 77 nascent souls had died was not concealed. In this regard, many casual cultivators secretly applauded. Isn't your Xianming sect awesome? You destroyed more than 200 immortal cultivating forces with just a raise of your hand. It's not like he was forced to hide in the sect by the Shui Tower and didn't dare to leave. Similarly, Gao Yan also learned the news through the casual cultivators who planted soul seeds. My heart also secretly screamed with joy. It's a pity that Xianming sect is on guard now. No matter how powerful the blood close tower is, it will be impossible to kill like before. Junior brother, I have some good news for you. Gao Yan was about to enter my world to celebrate with the Yi sisters. Senior sister came to knock on the door. Senior sister, what's the good news? Gao Yan activated the formation and invited Yin Yutong into the wooden house. I just received news that nearly 800 Jingdan and 77 nascent souls were stabbed to death by Xianming sect's killers from the blood close tower. You deserve it, this is called evil retribution. Gao Yan takes pleasure in others' misfortunes. Indeed. Yin Yutong nodded with deep approval. Zuela has done a good thing this time. Gao Yan secretly said, silly senior sister, your junior brother, I paid a price of 10 billion spirit stones. This is not a good deed done by Zuela. Junior brother, who do you think hired Zuela this time? Yin Yutong asked, curiously. Gao Yan shook his head, how do I know? It's probably because Xianming sect acted too domineeringly that people couldn't stand it, so they secretly hired the Zuela killer. 2. Yin Yutong nodded, by the way, junior brother, Xianming sect has suffered such a big loss, shall we celebrate? How do you want to celebrate, senior sister? Eat barbecue. Okay. So, the two teamed up to catch a third-level monster from the back mountain. After cleaning it, they cut off a leg of the monster and started making barbecue. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. Today, another news related to Xianming sect came. But it was the killer of Zuela who saw Jindan and Yuanying retreating back to the sect, so he targeted the Xianming sect's mineral veins. Moreover, the killers dispatched by Xianming sect this time were stronger. He was actually a god-level killer, and he would self-destruct at the slightest disagreement. Although it failed to kill Xianming sect's transformation god, it affected the mineral veins, causing Xianming sect to explode 5 medium-sized mineral veins. And nascent soul and Jindan, who were in these 5 mineral veins, were also killed by the explosion. The reserves of one medium-sized mine were at least 50 billion spiritual stones, and 5 medium-sized mines were bombed. The Xianming sect lost at least 300 billion spiritual stones. But they had no choice but to go to the blood-closed building. In desperation, Xianming sect had no choice but to send someone to communicate with Zuela. Then Wu De extorted 10 billion spiritual stones, and Zuela gave up the assassination of Xianming sect. So in the next period of time, after no one from Xianming sect was assassinated again, Gao Yan also guessed that Zuela had been bribed, but after exploding 5 medium-sized mineral veins of Xianming sect, the 10 billion was well spent. As for continuing to hire Zuela and competing for financial resources with Xianming sect, he would not do it. He can't even beat the Xianming sect. Xianming sect lost 300 billion spiritual stones and died so many golden elixirs and yuanying, so he was relieved. As for the future, when he becomes stronger, he will take his revenge slowly. Pull out the system subinterface and take a look. The income value is 6.333 billion, and you have to earn spiritual stones to upgrade. But where can we earn these more than 3 billion spiritual stones? Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Niawuya, the god incarnation of the Xianming sect, and the 7 nascent souls are still imprisoned in my world by him. You can go to the southern border to hunt monsters in the name of Xianming sect. The southern border is the world of monsters. At the same time, the number of monsters in the southern border is far greater than that of the other 4 regions. Although both monsters and monsters have the word Yao in their names, they are 2 different species. Monsters are in the form of beasts and have almost no possibility of transformation. But the monsters are born in human form, but they have some special characteristics of beasts. The reason why they are called monsters is that they have special blood in their bodies. As long as the blood reaches a certain strength, they can transform into giant beasts and burst out with combat power far beyond that of humans. When I was reading in the library before, there were also maps related to the southern border. But the map he saw was drawn 3,000 years ago and was not accurate. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals, a slightly stronger cultivator fighting may break a mountain and change the course of a river. Therefore, the map is not detailed, only a rough regional division. Gao Yan doesn't care about this. As long as there is a rough map, it's fine. So, he first told Yin Yutong that he would be in seclusion for a while. He opened the formation of the wooden house and summoned the arbitrary door. Soon, he put a coordinate in the territory of southern Xinjiang. After realizing that there were no powerful monsters around through the arbitrary door, he pushed the door and walked over. This place is not far from the border between eastern wilderness and southern Xinjiang. Because he restrained his breath, the monsters around him did not discover his existence. Changing his appearance and changing his breath, Gao Yan transformed into a yuanying cultivator of Xianming sect. At the same time, he waved his hand. Niawuya and the other 7 yuanying appeared beside him. He took them all the way to the depths of southern Xinjiang. Gao Yan let them hunt down all the monsters above the third level that they encountered along the way. Unknowingly, they had penetrated thousands of miles into southern Xinjiang. But they were located at the junction of the two regions and did not encounter monsters above the third level. Moreover, southern Xinjiang gave Gao Yan a very desolate feeling. Unlike the eastern wilderness, where one can always see cities, towns, and villages built by humans. After going deep into the southern border for more than 100,000 miles, the figure of a fourth-level monster finally appeared. It was a tiger-shaped monster with two heads, each with a golden horn between its eyebrows. Monsters like to occupy territory. Therefore, within a radius of 500 miles, there were no other monsters except this fourth-level monster. Go kill it. Gao Yan ordered a Xianming sect Yuanying beside him. The monster did not know how to restrain its breath, so Gao Yan saw through its strength at a glance, which was only about the second level of Yuanying. It is generally difficult for low-level cultivators to gain an advantage against monsters. Therefore, when outer disciples and inner disciples go to hunt monsters, they usually choose to form a team. But for Jindan and Yuanying, the advantage of the monster's powerful body will become nothing. After all, the means mastered by Jindan and Yuanying cultivators are not comparable to those of qi refining and foundation building. Don't think that Niao Wuya and his group were easily controlled by Gao Yan. That was just because Gao Yan's methods were too strange and included elements of sneak attacks. The Yuanying of Xianming sect, who went to fight first, cast a few spells to suppress the two-headed tiger, and then controlled the flying sword to turn into sword light, and with two puffs, he pierced its head one after another. After the other party brought back the body of the two-headed tiger, Gao Yan asked several Yuanying to help cut and decompose it into various materials. The bones, fur, tendons, horns, and other things of the fourth-level monster beast are all good materials for refining magic weapons, and the inner elixir, flesh, and internal organs can also be used to refine pills. Therefore, even an ordinary fourth-level monster beast can be sold for more than 5 million spirit stones. The strength of this two-headed tiger has reached the second level of Yuanying, and the price is even more expensive. If all of them are sold, at least 8 million spirit stones. Gao Yan threw all the refining materials taken from the two-headed tiger to Kunwa sword. But the Kunwa sword, which had reached the level of a mid-grade spiritual treasure, was already somewhat disgusted, and only swallowed the golden horns of the two-headed tiger. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Through the soul seed, he read the memories of Nanjiang in the minds of Nia Wuya and the other 8 people. The 7 Yuanyings were similar to him. They only knew that Nanjiang was the territory of the demon clan and had never been there. However, Nia Wuya had sneaked into Nanjiang many times hundreds of years ago to look for several special spiritual medicines. Therefore, he had a certain understanding of the situation of the demon clan in Nanjiang. In fact, the demon clan also had a very glorious history. It is said that 100,000 years ago, the demon clan had 3 emperor-level strongmen. These 3 demon clan emperors were the Red Dust Demon Emperor, the 9-tailed Demon Emperor, and the Mantian Demon Emperor. Among them, the Red Dust Demon Emperor and the 9-tailed Demon Emperor both founded the Demon Clan dynasty. As for the Mantian Emperor, although he did not create a force, he had 10 demon saints who were loyal to him. 100,000 years ago was an important time node for the entire Tsangqiang world. Because 100,000 years ago, the emperors of this world chose to sleep and not care about worldly affairs. The two extremely powerful demon dynasties also collapsed. After the collapse of the two demon dynasties, some powerful demons occupied the mountains and ruled their own kingdoms. In addition, without the constraints of the demon emperor, their warlike nature was exposed. Today you beat me, tomorrow I beat you, and the day after tomorrow you and I will fight him together. In short, the demons are now in a very chaotic situation. As for the specific forces in the southern border, Nye Wuya didn't know. After all, he was cautious when he sneaked into the southern border, and as a human, it was not easy to get information, and he didn't know much. Of course, he didn't have so much curiosity to understand the situation of the demons. Soon, Gao Yan led the team to continue to go deeper into the southern border. As they went deeper, they encountered more and more fourth-level monsters. In just 2 days, the people of Xianming sect hunted more than 20 fourth-level monsters for Gao Yan. If all were sold, they would be worth at least more than 100 million spirit stones. It must be said that Nanjiang is a treasure land. During this period, Kunwa Sword also devoured some refining materials taken from monsters, but it is still a long way to go to upgrade to a high-grade spiritual treasure. Nanjiang is very large, almost 2/3 larger than Donghuang. Therefore, in these 2 days, they did not encounter any monsters. After another 2 days of marching, after hunting more than 30 fourth-level monsters again, Gao Yan finally found the traces of the monsters. It was a mountain village. There were hundreds of monsters living in the mountain village. But these monsters were not strong, the strongest was only 2 monsters, equivalent to the peak of the nascent soul, and these 2 monsters seemed to be guards, completely obeying the orders of a female monster in the golden core realm. Most of the remaining monsters were at the Qi refining level, and there were only a few at the foundation establishment realm. This was the first time Gao Yan encountered a monster. So he used the insight eye to spy for a while in the dark. The 2 Yuanying peak demons looked no different from humans, but their noses were very long, almost like an elephant's nose. On the contrary, the Jingdan female demon they obeyed looked no different from humans, but she was extremely pure and beautiful, and her beauty also revealed a sense of charm. With a thought, Gao Yan activated the detection function of the inside eye. Immediately afterwards, the information of the Jingdan female demon appeared in front of him. Name, Hu Xianxian. Race, demon. Identity, descendant of the 9-tailed demon emperor. Age, 1,230 years old. Appearance, 120. Body, 99. Cultivation, 5th level of Jingdan. Bloodline, 9-tailed heavenly fox, unlocked 7%. Skill, Heavenly Fox Treasure Book, Emperor Scripture. Magic Power, Heavenly Fox Dharma, Innate, Charm Magic, Innate, Mind Control. Magic, Acquired, Fox Light Escape, Acquired. Spells, Omitted. Magic Weapons, Heavenly Fox Sword, Incomplete Emperor Soldier, Heavenly Fox. Dagger, Sealed Emperor Soldier, Red Sun Spear, Top-grade Spiritual Treasure. Phaeacian Treasure Skirt, Top-grade Spiritual Treasure. Wealth, 500 billion plus. Oh my! After reading Hu Xianxian's data, Gao Yan fell into a stagnation. This female demon tribe is not only the descendant of the demon emperor, but also possesses peerless treasures such as the Emperor Sutra and the Emperor Soldier. As for the 2 top-grade spiritual treasures, they are also eclipsed by the Emperor Soldier. What shocked Gao Yan the most was that the other party's wealth actually reached more than 500 billion. As expected of the descendants of the demon emperor, they are rich. Gao Yan is not jealous of the Emperor Sutra and the Emperor Soldier. But what he is jealous of is the spirit stone in Hu Xianxian's hand. So, what method should be used to get the spirit stone in Hu Xianxian's hand? Gao Yan thought of the sword energy. The reason why Hu Xianxian is hiding here is that she only has 2 peak level demons as guards. Most of them are not in a good situation in southern Xinjiang. Maybe we can make a deal with her. Thinking of this, Gao Yan directly took Nia Wuya and others into my world. Then he flew towards the mountain village on his sword. Although the mountain village was arranged with a formation, it was quite simple in the eyes of Gao Yan, a mid-level formation master, and was not worth mentioning at all. I am a businessman from the East Wilderness. Are the demon Taoist friends in the mountain village willing to trade with me? Gao Yan stood outside the mountain village and shouted loudly. His voice went through the formation and fell into the ears of everyone in the mountain village. Your Highness, there is a human outside. Do you need your subordinates, to drive him away? In the simple stone hall, Xiang Yuan said in a muffled voice. Hearing this, Hu Xianxian seemed to be thinking about something and asked. What is the other party's cultivation level? About the first level of Yuanying. Xiang Yuan answered truthfully. Then go and bring him in. Hu Xianxian said. But princess, what if he knows your identity? Another elephant tribe member said worriedly. It doesn't matter. He is a human, how could he know my identity? Hu Xianxian said disapprovingly. Soon, Gao Yan, led by Xiang Yuan, arrived at the stone palace. What do you call a businessman from Donghuang? Hu Xianxian asked softly, but there was a sense of charm in her tone, which made Gao Yan feel dazed for a moment. But he regained consciousness immediately. My name is Gao Fei, what do you call me? Gao Yan started to use the name Gao Fei again. You can just call me Xianer. Hu Xianxian's tone was softer, which made people feel good. For a moment, Gao Yan was wary. He was worthy of being a descendant of the nine-tailed demon Emperor. This charming method was simply hard to guard against. Well, Miss Xianer, I ventured into southern Xinjiang in order to find someone to do business with. I stumbled upon this cottage, so I wanted to give it a try and rashly disturbed you. Please don't blame me, Miss Xianer. It doesn't matter. Hu Xianxian chuckled and waved his hand. I wonder, fellow Taoist Gao, what do you have on your body? I have a kind of sword energy that can quickly improve my cultivation. Miss Xianer might as well give it a try. As he spoke, Gao Yan took out a jade bottle containing a drop of sword energy and threw it to Hu Xianxian. Miss Xianer, you can try to refine the power here. If you are interested, we can continue to discuss the transaction. With some curiosity, Hu Xianxian took out the sword energy. Miss, why don't you let your subordinates come and refine it? Xiang Yuan said, but he was worried that the energy of the sword had been tampered with. Need not. Hu Xianxian is quite decisive. As a descendant of the nine-tailed demon Emperor, she has a unique sense. She can feel anyone who has ill intentions towards her. She could sense that Gao Yan had no ill intentions towards her. Moreover, she also tested it with her spiritual sense and found that there was no manipulation in the sword energy. Although Hu Xianxian was only at the 5th level of the golden core, her speed in refining this drop of sword energy was not slow. It should be said that it was quite fast. It only took an hour. Then Gao Yan realized that the other party was practicing the emperor's Scripture, a super technique that was more powerful than the heavenly technique. It was normal to refine the energy of the sword a little faster. After refining a drop of sword energy, Hu Xianxian clearly felt the growth of his own cultivation. To be honest, as a descendant of the demon emperor, even though her situation is not very good, she does not lack spiritual stones. However, absorbing spirit stones also takes time. But the energy of the sword can make her cultivation level grow rapidly. Moreover, the higher her cultivation level, the faster the blood fusion will be. Therefore, after refining a drop of sword energy, she has developed a strong desire for sword energy. Fellow Taoist Gao, I wonder how much of this energy you still have in you. Hu Xianxian's eyes were shining as she stared at Gao Yan and asked. When asking, she had unconsciously used her magical power. But Gao Yan was already on guard. Although I feel that Hu Xianxian is extremely attractive now, I can still stay awake. I have a lot of sword energy. Let's see what price Miss Xianer can offer. Gao Yan said with a smile. How about one drop of 100,000 spirit stones? Gao Yan smiled and said nothing, but at the same time he was a little speechless in his heart. You have more than 500 billion spiritual stones. Are you so stingy when you quote a price? The 150,000 spirit stones? Hu Xianxian said tentatively, and at the same time he was a little surprised that his magical power was actually ineffective on the person in front of him. Gao Yan still didn't speak. Fellow Taoist Gao, 500,000 a drop, I want all your sword energy. After all, southern Xinjiang is the territory of our demon clan. It is still very dangerous for you, a human clan, to do business here. These words already contained a bit of threat. And Xiang Yuan also said with a cruel smile, Boy, I advise you not to be ignorant. If it weren't for the kindness of my young lady, I would have killed you with one punch and then snatched your storage ring. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan shook his head. The demon tribe is the demon tribe. After all, they are different from the human race. They want to rob whenever they disagree. He smiled disdainfully. Miss Xianer, do you really think I don't have anything to rely on if I dare to come to the monster clan to do business? While he was talking, Nia Wuya appeared beside Gao Yan out of thin air and directly released his aura of transformation. Feeling the momentum of the transformed gods, the two elephant clan nascent souls were forced to retreat. Hu Xianxian, on the other hand, relied on her powerful bloodline to temporarily block the suppression of the divine aura. However, she looked uncomfortable and could not hold on for long. Okay. Gao Yan said softly, and Nia Wuya also calmed down his momentum. Miss Xianer, can we discuss the deal now? Fellow Taoist Gao, it was Xianer's subordinates who were ignorant just now. Xianer would like to apologize to you. Hu Xianxian showed a weak expression, which made people feel caring. Gao Yan said, Miss Xianer, my sword energy is of great benefit to you. As long as you have enough sword energy, you can quickly cultivate to the peak of the 9th level of the golden core. Moreover, this thing is also available in our Dong Huang. It's unique, so I won't talk in circles with you, just 10 million spiritual stones per drop. Hu Xianxian's eyes flashed when he heard Gao Yan's quotation. With a fortune of 500 billion, 100 million or 10 million is nothing in her eyes. But she didn't want to suffer. So he said in a soft tone, Mr. Gao, 10 million is too expensive. Can it be cheaper? Okay, 5 million a drop. Gao Yan seemed to be soft-hearted and said, this is the last price reduction. If Miss Xianer bargains again, I will turn around and leave. At worst, I will go to other demon clans to do business. I don't believe in people who don't know the goods. Don't be angry, Mr. Gao, Xianer just promises you. Hu Xianxian was shocked and quickly agreed. Haha, that's right. I wonder how many drops Miss Xianer plans to buy. Gao Yan asked. How about 1,000 drops? Hu Xianxian tried out. Good. Gao Yan directly threw out 10 large jade bottles, each containing 100 drops of sword energy. After Hu Xianxian's inspection was correct, he also took out a storage ring and threw it to Gao Yan, which contained 5 billion spiritual stones. Suddenly, the system sounded 3 prompts in succession. The first one was to get 5 billion in revenue, the second one was for the system to return 20 billion spirit stones to his account, but the third prompt asked him if he wanted to upgrade. Okay, Miss Xianer, I'll take my leave. Gao Yan brought Nya Wuya into my world and quickly left this simple village. Your Highness, do we want to leave here? Xiang Yuan asked. No, this person has no malicious intent. Hu Xianxian shook his head. You two go out and guard, this palace is going into seclusion. 1,000 drops of sword energy is enough to elevate her cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the golden core. By then, part of her bloodline will be awakened again, and her strength will become even more powerful. After leaving the village for some distance, Gao Yan summoned any door and returned to the Lingyue Peak wooden house. The system is already being upgraded. At the same time, he doesn't have much sword energy left, so he has to get some more. At that time, you can continue to trade with Hu Xianxian, that little rich woman. After all, even if she breaks through to the Yuanying level, she still needs sword energy. Get up and walk out of the cabin. Gao Yan took out a piece of the leg of a 4th level monster, then lit the fire and started roasting it. The meat of 4th level monsters is a great supplement to nascent soul cultivators. When the aroma of meat fills the air, Yin Yutong's formation was also activated. Junior brother, you don't even call me for barbecue. No need to scream, senior sister, if you smell the smell of meat, you will definitely come out. I hate it. Are people that greedy? Hearing this, Yin Yutong couldn't help but feel jealous. Suddenly, Yin Yutong noticed that there was something different about the monster meat roasted by his junior brother. He released his spiritual thoughts to investigate, and then exclaimed, Junior brother, this is the meat of a 4th order monster beast, where did you get it from? Although there are many monsters roaming the back mountains of Lingyue Peak, the strongest ones are only at the 3rd level. There are not even those at the peak of the 3rd level. Where did the junior brother get the meat of the 4th level monster beast? Did the junior brother sneak out again in the past few days? Thinking of this, her face darkened. Junior brother, did you sneak out again? Senior sister, you have wronged me. I have been practicing hard these past few days, but I have never left Lingyue Peak. If you don't believe me, just look at the entry and exit marks on the formation. Gao Yan explained. Yin Yutong took out the formation disc and checked it, and found that Gao Yan had indeed not left Lingyue Peak in the past few days, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, junior brother, I misunderstood you. It's okay, I know senior sister cares about me too. Since his junior brother had never left, Yin Yutong didn't ask for the truth. After all, who doesn't have any secrets? I have to say, the barbecue made by the 4th level monster is even more delicious. One bite. will fill your mouth with fragrance. However, Yin Yutong didn't eat much this time. He only ate 20 kilograms. And couldn't eat it anymore. Instead, he sat cross-legged and digested it. The energy, blood and spiritual power contained in the fourth-level monster meat were too abundant. Moreover, the monster Gao Yan had reached the fifth level of nascent soul. So she couldn't digest it without activating the technique. But Gao Yan had no scruples. He is at the second level of God transformation and can easily digest even a few fourth-level monsters. There is no problem of indigestion. Gao Yan only ate more than 50 kilograms of barbecued meat. He didn't need to use monster meat to improve his cultivation. He just wanted to satisfy his appetite. The rest was left to the little senior sister to improve his cultivation. More than an hour later, Yin Yutong digested the monster meat, and when she saw the barbecue Gao Yan left for her, she couldn't help but said happily, "Thank you, junior brother. You are so kind. Senior sister, there is no need to be so polite between us." Looking at his junior brother's handsome face with a gentle smile, Yin Yutong's cheeks turned slightly red. I picked up the barbecue and ran back to the anxious wooden house. Gao Yan smiled, took out the recliner and slept on it, waiting for the system upgrade to be completed. Finally, the system has been upgraded. Rewards will also arrive in your account. This upgrade rewarded him with 5 super draws and 3,000 free attribute points. Not bad, Gao Yan is quite satisfied. After thinking about it, Gao Yan asked the system to consume 3 super draws and merge them into one luxury draw. Soon, the synthesis was successful, and Gao Yan won a luxurious lottery draw. System used 2 super draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a senior array mage. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced weapon refining technique. System Dad, these 2 prizes are a bit perfunctory. Gao Yan complained a little, whether it was elixir refining or weapon refining, materials were needed. Therefore, even if he has now become an advanced alchemist and advanced weapon refiner, he will not be able to refine advanced elixirs and spiritual treasures without the materials. Take out 2 jade slips. One after another, it was placed between the eyebrows and blended. Then Gao Yan became a senior weapon refiner and a senior array master. Generally speaking, formations of levels 1 to 4 can be arranged without special materials. Beyond level 4 formations, special materials are needed. Before Yin Yutong crossed the tribulation, Gao Yan arranged a 4th level formation. Even though he is already a level 9 formation mage, the formations of levels 1 to 4 at most will be more sophisticated and the formation speed will be faster. But without special materials, he should be able to arrange a 5th level formation. As for a 6th level formation, no matter how high his level of formation is, he still can't arrange it. This is a lack of foundation. After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to go to Nangong Yao and Xia Homeng to trade some materials for setting up formations or refining alchemy and refining weapons. These 2 saints were direct descendants of big families. These shouldn't be hard to get your hands on. As for what to impress them with, Gao Yan thinks the 9-leaf grass elixir should work. System Dad, you have to work harder for this luxury lottery. After praying, Gao Yan ordered a luxurious lottery draw. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Wind God and Demon book. What the hell? Gao Yan was puzzled and then took out the prize from the system space. The skills are still stored in the jade slips. Put it between your eyebrows, and immediately after that, there is an article in your mind that is completely different from the world of today's immortal cultivation. Because the skills come from the system. Gao Yan didn't spend much time to fully understand the entire exercise. There are only 5 realms in this exercise, namely, the small gods and demons, the great gods and demons, the law gods and demons, the great avenue gods and demons, and the origin gods and demons. The level of small gods and demons mainly focuses on forging the body and internal organs, and the level of large gods and demons mainly focuses on forging the soul. When you reach the level of laws and gods and demons, you have to absorb the laws to strengthen yourself. To reach the great avenue of gods and demons, you have to devour the great avenue to strengthen yourself. As for the origin of the great avenue of gods and demons, you have to devour the origin of this world to strengthen yourself. To sum up, the practice of gods and demons has always been plundering. At the level of small gods and demons and big gods and demons, they plunder the flesh and blood of living beings. After the laws of gods and demons, they begin to plunder the world. System Dad, tell me honestly, why did you give me this technique? Gao Yan asked in his heart. He also asked casually, but he didn't expect the system to actually answer. System, host, the laws and avenues mastered by the immortal cultivators should be said to be borrowed from this world. If the world is unwilling, you can't borrow any laws and avenues. You are quite smart and should understand what I mean. Gao Yan is indeed quite smart. He quickly understood the meaning of the system's words. He can't take away the borrowed things, but he can take away the stolen things. Moreover, Gao Yan used his associations and thought of a possibility. Perhaps the first immortal cultivators in this world were gods and demons. It was only because practicing the gods and demons would seize the authority of the world. This made the world feel dissatisfied, and the immortal cultivators came into being. System Dad, am I right? Gao Yan asked the system for confirmation. This time, the system ignored Gao Yan. The system didn't answer, and Gao Yan didn't care. Anyway, his curiosity was not that strong. He checked the attribute points, and there were 3,370 points left with the last time. Consuming 500 points, he raised the team's amplification magic to the top level. Since then, all his innate magic has reached the top level. There are still a lot of attribute points left, and they can only be used when new magical powers are drawn. Since the system has pointed out the difference between what kind of skills and immortal cultivation methods, Gao Yan will naturally not leave it alone to practice. He is lucky. Among the dozens of 4th-level monsters hunted in southern Xinjiang before, 3 were wind-attributed monsters. He did not waste their blood and collected all of them. Enter the cabin. After Gao Yan opened the formation, he took out the blood of the 4th level monster with wind attribute and refined it according to the method recorded in the Wind God and Demon Treasure Book. The blood of a monster can only extract about 2 kilograms of blood essence, and it has lost its blood color and turned colorless. Gao Yan made a brush casually, dipped it in blood essence, took off his clothes, and quickly drew runes on his body. He drew a total of 9,981 runes all over his body. Then he activated what kind of skills? Suddenly, all the colorless runes on his body lit up, and then quickly connected to each other, forming a large green net that enveloped Gao Yan. And the cyan net quickly solidified, forming a cyan cocoon that wrapped Gao Yan up. Gao Yan, who was in the cocoon, felt a strange energy quickly penetrate into his body and transform his skin. Time passed, and about half an hour had passed. The transformation was completed, and the cyan cocoon cracked. A figure covered with mysterious runes was revealed. Gao Yan's mind moved, and all the runes on the surface of the body were introduced into the deep skin and disappeared. He did not start practicing the magic skills from an ordinary person, so his skin was far superior to that of ordinary people, and he easily became a little god and demon. However, he was just a beginner in the little god and demon, and only transformed his skin membrane into the skin of the god and demon. But his own strength did not improve. With a thought, he activated the magic skills again, and suddenly, he felt that his skin seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. After these spiritual energies were taken into the skin, they began to be absorbed and used to strengthen his own skin. TSK, no wonder this world can't accommodate gods and demons, it's too heaven-defying. He had just transformed the skin of gods and demons, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was comparable to that of the cultivators at the 9th level of chi refining. Moreover, this god and demon art has no restrictions on everyone, and anyone can practice it. Unlike the cultivation method of immortals, the premise is that you have to have spiritual roots, which intercepts 99% of the creatures in the world outside the gate of immortal cultivation. If the god and demon art is spread throughout the world is full of immortals. Even if the spiritual energy in this world is sufficient, it is not enough. No wonder the world wants to exterminate gods and demons. Of course, the above are all his guesses, and they have not been confirmed by the system, but Gao Yan thinks that this should be the truth. Only relying on the first level of the little god and demon to absorb spiritual energy, Gao Yan is a little disgusted with the slow speed. So, he took out 10,000 spirit stones and crushed them. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the room became rich. Following that, Gao Yan gathered these spiritual energies with his powerful soul and attached them to his skin for easy absorption. With sufficient spiritual energy, Gao Yan's god and demon skin reached a new level in just 2 minutes. In less than half an hour, the god and demon skin reached perfection. The small god and demon realm is also divided into 9 realms, namely forging skin, forging flesh, forging tendons, forging blood, forging bones, forging marrow, forging 5 internal organs, forging 6 internal organs, and forging cells. Before cultivating immortals, Gao Yan practiced martial arts, and his body had already gone through a round of forging. Therefore, practicing god and demon art now will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. So, after forging the god and demon skin, Gao Yan began to draw runes on his body again. The same process. A large green cocoon was formed again, and after it was broken, he also forged the god and demon flesh. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual stones, his god and demon flesh was also forged to the perfect level. In a flash, 2 days passed. After 2 days of hard practice of god and demon art, he has reached the perfection of the small god and demon realm. A thought moved. The void shook, and his tall, thin body suddenly swelled, and instantly turned into a blue giant more than 3 meters tall with mysterious runes all over his body. Gao Yan sensed it. He didn't use the power of cultivation, just relying on the strength of the peak of the little god and demon. He could definitely beat any foundation building master. And it was the kind of crushing in all aspects of strength, speed, and endurance. The only drawback was that it looked a little ugly. Of course, in order to cultivate to the peak of the little god and demon, Gao Yan consumed more than 5 million spirit stones. This is because his physical body is relatively strong. If he changes to the cultivation of god and demon without any foundation, it is estimated that the consumption of spirit stones will have to double. Don't think that Gao Yan is now making billions casually. But 5 million spirit stones are really not a small number in the world of cultivation. An ordinary Jingdan family may not be able to take out 5 million spirit stones. Moreover, if 5 million spirit stones are used sparingly, at least dozens of foundation-building cultivators can be cultivated. There was very little essence of the monster blood that had been extracted. There was no way to continue to draw runes. So, Gao Yan was going to go to southern Xinjiang to hunt some monsters with wind attributes to prepare for practicing the great god and demon realm. First restore to normal body size, then put on clothes. Gao Yan summoned the portal and traveled to southern Xinjiang. Summoned Niao Wuya and the other 8 people back again, and asked them to hunt the 4th-level wind-attributed monsters as quickly as possible. If you have a tool, don't use it. The efficiency of 1 incarnation and 7 yuanying is still quite high. In just 3 days, they brought back 18 4th-level wind-attributed monsters. Put away the monsters. Gao Yan simply entered my world with them. First take the blood, then extract it. Obtained 8 kilograms of blood essence. Removed the clothes, and Gao Yan began to draw runes on his body again. After a while, he was wrapped in a green cocoon again. When the cocoon broke, he successfully broke through to the great god and demon realm. But at this moment, a strong feeling of hunger came over him. He felt as if every cell in his body had come alive and needed meat to replenish it. You guys, come and help me grill meat. Gao Yan called Niao Wuya and others and threw out 3 4th-level monsters. Niao Wuya and the other 8 people had a look of frustration in their eyes. But they were controlled by Gao Yan and could not resist at all, so they had to grill meat honestly. During this period, Gao Yan was not idle, but ate the reserve food. But it was useless. These reserve grains were too low in nutrition to satisfy his body's need for flesh and blood. Instead, he became hungrier and hungrier. Finally, a piece of roasted meat was cooked. Gao Yan grabbed it and started to chew it. After swallowing it whole, Gao Yan felt much better. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the situation in his body. His digestive ability was now terrifyingly strong. The chewed meat fell into the stomach and was completely digested in just 1 breath, and the energy generated by the flesh and blood was quickly transported to the whole body. In other words, his swallowing speed could not keep up with the digestion speed of the stomach. It made him feel that his stomach had become a bottomless pit. In less than an hour, the meat of the 3-headed monster was actually eaten clean by Gao Yan. But now he was only 8/10 full. Now, he could understand why this world wanted to eliminate those who practiced the god and demon art. They were too greedy. According to the records of the art, in the realm of small gods and demons and the realm of great gods and demons, they needed to maintain their body consumption by eating meat for a long time. Only after reaching the law of gods and demons, there is no need to eat a lot. Afterwards, Gao Yan threw out all the 4th-level monsters and asked Niao Wuya and others to continue grilling meat for backup food. And he continued to draw runes and practice the first time in the great god and demon realm. The small god and demon realm is forging the body, and the great god and demon realm is forging the soul. After completing a practice, Gao Yan felt that his soul was consumed a lot. He also knew the specific reason. Soul forging will consume a lot of soul power. If you only rely on your own soul to practice, your progress will be very slow, so you have to absorb the souls of other creatures. For a while, he was a little emotional. This god and demon skill is too perverted and evil. What is the difference between devouring the souls of living beings and demon cultivation? Gao Yan calculated that he had consumed about 30% of his soul power after only practicing once. But the first soul forging was not completed. And if you want to practice the great god and demon realm to the 9th level of perfection, you have to forge your soul 9 times, and the soul power consumed is difficult to calculate. You know, Gao Yan is now a great god. The amount and purity of his soul power are far beyond that of ordinary people. Even so, he has to spend a lot of time to consume his own soul power, not to mention those who directly practice the god and demon art. Therefore, the best way is to use external forces. Devouring the soul of intelligent creatures, Gao Yan will never do it. Didn't you see that after he used the soul-devouring divine power to devour the soul power of others, he didn't leave it behind? However, devouring the soul of a monster, he thought it was nothing. So, he first adjusted the time flow rate in my world to 10 times the flow rate, and then began to restore the soul power. Almost 12 days passed. The 30% soul, consumed by Gao Yan, was finally restored. It has to be said that restoring the power of the soul is much more difficult and time-consuming than restoring spiritual power. After adjusting the flow rate of time in my world to the normal flow rate, he took Niawuya and other 8 tools to leave my world. Go and capture the 3rd level and 4th level monsters alive, Gao Yan ordered. Niawuya and the other 8 people were very upset, but they had to act according to Gao Yan's orders. The 8 people worked hard for several days. More than 200 3rd-level monsters and more than 50 4th-level monsters were captured for Gao Yan. These monsters were imprisoned. Gao Yan waved his hand, and both the people and the monsters disappeared on the spot. In my world, Gao Yan was excited. He took out a jade bottle, and then used the soul capturing method of the god and demon art to pull out the souls of these monsters and put them into the jade bottle. I don't know if so many monster souls can help me complete the soul forging, Gao Yan said secretly. Using the blood of monsters to carve runes, Gao Yan swallowed up the souls of these monsters at the moment of forming the light cocoon. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to face these monster souls. But Gao Yan has the ability to control souls. Under his ability to control souls, the souls of these monsters have no ability to move and can only be absorbed by him. After several hours, the light cocoon was broken, and Gao Yan completed this practice. The first forging of souls has been almost completed. If he practices again, he can break through to the second forging of souls. But the consumption is too serious. So, Gao Yan left my world and continued to fly quickly towards the depths of southern Xinjiang. The 4th-level monsters nearby were killed and captured by the Tool people. And there were not many left. After going deeper for another 200,000 miles, Gao Yan released 8 Tool people and asked them to continue to capture the 3rd-level and 4th-level monsters. Sure enough, as he went deeper, the number of monsters increased. In the same period of time, the number of captured monsters doubled directly. But Gao Yan was not satisfied and ordered them to continue to capture. In the end, Gao Yan disliked the slow speed and simply went out himself. Therefore, after a month, They captured tens of thousands of third-level monsters and more than 2,000 fourth-level monsters. All the third-level and fourth-level monsters in this area were captured by them. The Tool Man was taken into my world. Gao Yan also returned to Lingyue Peak through the arbitrary door. This time, he has not shown up for a long time. I have to show up in front of my senior sister. When Gao Yan pushed open the wooden house and walked out, he found Yin Yutong in the open space outside the wooden house. Junior brother, you have been in seclusion for a long time this time. Yin Yutong said with a smile. Yes, senior sister, this time I have gained a lot. I have reached the second level of Yuanying. Gao Yan deliberately exposed his breath. But Yin Yutong rolled her eyes when she heard it. Junior brother, although I don't know your true cultivation level, you have already surpassed the third level of the nascent soul, right? Now you are releasing the aura of the second level of the nascent soul. You are fooling the devil. Then Gao Yan was not embarrassed after being exposed, and laughed. Haha, I was joking with my senior sister. As an apology, I will treat my senior sister to barbecue. I want to eat the meat of the fourth-level monster. No problem. Then I'll go to make a fire. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand, and a large piece of steaming barbecue appeared. Then for a period of time, Gao Yan sometimes retreated, but the retreat time was not long. Every time he came out of retreat, he would ask the junior sister to come out to eat meat and drink together. And his magic skills also improved rapidly. Until more than a month later, the spirits of the monsters he had captured before were all consumed. And his spirit of magic has entered the 5th forging level. At this moment, South Xinjiang. Today, Her Royal Highness the Princess came out of retreat. Let Xiang Yuan capture a few fourth-level monsters to hold a banquet. But he searched for tens of thousands of miles and didn't find a fourth-level monster. Not to mention fourth-level monsters, even third-level monsters have become extremely rare. But since Her Royal Highness the Princess gave the order, he had to go farther. Finally, near dusk, Xiang Yuan came back with 2 fourth-level monsters, and they were just entering the 4th level. Xiang Yuan, did you encounter an accident? Why did you come back so late? Hu Xianxian asked with some dissatisfaction. With Xiang Yuan's strength at the peak of the nascent soul, it would be easy to capture a few fourth-level monsters. Back to Princess, the third-order monsters and the fourth-order monsters near our village are gone. I also ran a long way to catch 2 fourth-order monsters. Xiang Yuan said angrily. Monster beasts and monster tribes both have the word monster, but demon tribes do not regard monster beasts as the same kind, but regard them as food. Upon hearing this, Hu Xianxian looked serious. Are there other monsters hunting monsters near us? Don't worry, Your Highness, I haven't sensed the auras of other demon clans nearby. Xiang Yuan said with great certainty that their village is located on the edge of southern Xinjiang. To put it bluntly, it is a relatively barren place. Even the slightly more powerful demon clan would not come to this place. That's good. Hu Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief. She had a distinguished status and was indeed a descendant of the 9-tailed demon emperor, but she was not the only one who was descended from the 9-tailed demon emperor. Moreover, among the many descendants, her strength is still relatively low. But by chance, he obtained the inheritance of the 9-tailed demon emperor. Once other descendants know about it, they will definitely attack her and seize her inheritance. Therefore, she could only run to a remote place with 2 guards and build a cottage to practice in a low profile. she originally thought. It will take at least several years to reach the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core. Unexpectedly, the human businessman named Gao Fei brought him a surprise. A state that took several years to achieve was actually achieved in just 1 or 2 months. And the Emperor's scripture is exceptionally powerful. Even though she is only at the 9th level of the Golden Core, she can easily defeat nascent soul-level masters. If she cooperates with the Imperial soldiers, she will be invincible within Yuanying. At the same time, she also had to prepare for promotion to the nascent soul realm. It's a pity that the sword energy has been exhausted, and she doesn't know when the human businessman will come to trade with her again.